Chapter 1. The First Day Back in the Apocalypse. Emergency Broadcast. Emergency Broadcast. This is a notification from the Ministry of Defense. Please remain indoors and do not venture outside. All industries have ceased operations, schools are closed, and everyone must return home. Attention! Attention! A strange individual has been spotted on Jianggang Road in City Z, exhibiting pale skin and grayish-white pupils, attacking anyone in sight. Experts preliminarily estimate this to be a human transformed into a zombie due to viral mutation. The news flooded the screens outside shopping malls, on news channels, and through broadcasts a wave of panic surged as people hurriedly ran home. Antisocial individuals wielding clubs rampaged through the streets, looting as if in a frenzy. The entirety of City Z descended into chaos. The nation was in disarray. The world was thrown into turmoil. As the sun gradually descended, darkness enveloped the earth, swallowing it bit by bit until the last rays of sunlight vanished. At the base of a small hillside, a disheveled woman lay with untamed hair. Though one could not scrutinize her closely, her exquisite features and smooth, jade-like skin hinted at her beauty, while her figure was alluring and slender. However, she appeared utterly disheveled, drenched in sweat, her expression one of anguish. Suddenly, the woman bolted upright. Yin An inhaled deeply, her bright eyes scanning her surroundings with vigilance. She examined her body and surveyed the city below, where police cars were scattered, accompanied by the frantic cries of the populace. Yin An furrowed her brow, immediately reacting to glance at her wrist. The watch remained intact, adorning her wrist. This watch was lost during a mission a month after the outbreak of the zombies. The display boldly read April 9, 2034, 6:30 p.m. It was indeed the first day of the zombie outbreak. The very day she was betrayed by Liu Qingqing. Beads of sweat trickled down her fair cheeks. She had actually returned. Yin An's striking eyes narrowed in her previous life. She only realized after being ensnared by treachery and thrown into a horde of zombies that she was the original protagonist in a novel titled The Female Supporting Roles Counterattack in the Apocalypse. The supporting character, Liu Qingqing, was well-versed in the plot and deceitfully acquired her own space of 1,000 cubic meters. She had even borrowed money under the guise of a roommate, accruing a significant debt and stockpiling her space with supplies. When a zombie outbreak first commenced, she had lured Yin An into a forest known to be rife with zombies. From the very beginning, her intent was to bring about Yin An's demise. Unexpectedly, Yin An had survived through sheer willpower, awakening her lightning-based abilities ahead of time. By the time she reached the national base in Harbin, Liu Qingqing had utilized her spatial advantages and water abilities to become a member of an elite team, even rekindling her relationship with her childhood friend, Xie. Despite being continually schemed against, Yin had fought to survive and, through her own efforts, had also joined a team in the elite district. After the national base was ravaged by zombie tide, her team had made their way to the largest dawn base. However, she had been too naive, misjudging a teammate who had once shared the trials of survival. In a desperate attempt to save a fellow member, he had pushed her into a horde of zombies, resulting in her being torn to shreds by a group of advanced zombies. The novel had left a blank after her demise, leaving the fate of the world unknown. As Yin An contemplated this, she gathered a surge of lightning energy in her hand. Why had she traversed to this point in time? The space was gone. How infuriating. Today, she was supposed to be driving to Harbin, where she would have encountered her childhood friend, Xie, and recognized him through a jade pendant from their youth. Yet, both the pendant and her spatial ring were currently in Liu Qingqing's possession. Yin An's gaze turned icy without further thought. She slowly rose to her feet, casting her eyes upon the city below. She silently vowed that in this lifetime, she would seek vengeance and reclaim all that rightfully belonged to her. The lightning in her hand seemed to resonate with her emotions, intensifying and crackling as it charred the nearby bushes. Beep! The Apocalypse Ascendance system has been bound. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yin An's eyes. Who? The system's first task was issued. Fill the space with supplies within 3 days. Completion of the task would yield rewards, while failure would result in immediate annihilation. Yin An was taken aback as an immense space materialized in her mind. Unlike Liu Qingqing's 1,000 cubic meters, Her space was a staggering 10,000 cubic meters, equivalent to the size of a three-story building. It stood 10 meters high with a floor area of 1,000 square meters. Notably, even those who later awakened spatial abilities typically started with only 100 cubic meters and upgrades granted merely an additional 100. This space was undeniably monumental. Yin tentatively moved her fingers, drawing nearby debris into her space. Indeed, with a mere thought, the refuse vanished into her space, only to be expelled moments later. Non-material refuse detected exclusion complete. Yin was taken aback how clever an intelligent detection system. Confirming her suspicions, she realized the system could communicate directly with her mind. Without hesitation, she adjusted her short skirt. This outfit is rather impractical. Do I have any gear? Beep. Initial reward granted light armor in sleek black knight attire and a short dagger, in addition to a stamina boost of 1. Stamina? Before Yin could ponder further, she felt a subtle shift within her body, as if her strength had been enhanced. Simultaneously, a form-fitting black outfit, reminiscent of military attire yet tailored to her frame, materialized around her. Satisfied, she examined the dagger in her hand, which emitted a faint glow, razor-sharp in nature. Her beautiful eyes sharpened as she spotted an abandoned motorcycle by the roadside. She sprinted towards it. Mounting the motorcycle, Yin set her sights on the city center and accelerated forward. She surged through the streets at remarkable speed, defying the tide of fleeing pedestrians. As she neared the city center, the throng of people intensified, all eager to return home. This was the onset of the zombie outbreak, the first phase. Zombies had just begun to emerge, and while the crowd was restless, many still believed it to be a minor viral infection that would soon be contained. All industries had ground to a halt. Malls were shuttered, and those unable to stockpile supplies rushed home in haste. Yin sped along, weaving through the chaos, with zombies sporadically appearing, sending terrified individuals scattering. This was the prime opportunity to seize resources. She raced to the largest shopping mall in City Z, where the scene was one of disarray, with scattered debris and the occasional zombie or injured person wailing in despair. Terrorist groups and bandits were vandalizing stores and looting. The system's black gear provided excellent concealment. Yin donned a black mask and hood, rendering her nearly unrecognizable. The entrances to the mall were all barricaded, save for the door that the 3 terrorists had forcibly opened. Yin approached steadily. The trio turned to regard her, appraising her form. Though her face was obscured, her physique clearly marked her as a stunning beauty. The leader of the group smirked. "Hey, gorgeous, care for some fun?" In an instant, Yin struck with her dagger, dropping the man to the ground in shock. Before the other 2 could react, she unleashed a bolt of lightning with her left hand, while swiftly slicing at the neck of the fallen man with her dagger in her right. In her previous life, she had fought fiercely, having dispatched thousands of zombies, honing her combat skills to perfection, ultimately rising to the position of team leader at the Dawn base. Yin entered a clothing store, and her fingers moved slightly, pointing towards a rack of garments, which promptly vanished into her spatial realm. With a focused thought, she attempted to absorb all the clothing within the store, yet found the items immovable. Unperturbed, she steadied her intention across the entire boutique, and in the next moment, all the apparel was drawn into her space. An overwhelming wave of dizziness washed over her, prompting Yin to support her forehead. This was quite taxing on her spirit. Perhaps she was still too feeble, yet the efficiency was astonishing. A corner of her spatial realm was already brimming with garments. Without delay, she ventured throughout the mall, collecting every item from the first floor. Apparel, luxury goods, digital devices, electronic gadgets, confections, snacks, nothing was spared. Wherever she went, there was naught but emptiness. Chapter 2. The frenzied stockpiling of supplies. Her next target was the second floor, home to the largest department store in Z City. In a flash, Yin ascended the stairs, sweeping through the aisles with remarkable speed. She raided a shelf laden with snacks, another brimming with fruits, a display of prepared foods, and a section dedicated to condiments. She even gathered an array of ginseng coffee and an assortment of seafood from the marine produce area. King crabs, coconut crabs, crystal crabs, butter crabs, and bread crabs, all swiftly collected into her space. To her delight, she discovered that the seafood could be stored along with its tank, a convenience she greatly appreciated. After thoroughly clearing the supermarket, Yin An forcefully kicked open the back warehouse, finding it stocked with as much inventory as the store itself. Boxes upon boxes of supplies filled several rooms. With her long legs propelling her swiftly, she emptied the back kitchen as well. Leaning against the wall, she took a deep breath, feeling the exhilaration of her exertion. The system chimed, announcing an increase in her physical attributes: stamina, speed, and resilience. Raising an eyebrow, Yin An felt an immediate lightness in her body. She glanced at the clock. It was now 10 in the evening. Thanks to her space's compressive capabilities, all the goods occupied only 4,000 cubic meters. She popped a piece of bubble gum into her mouth and noticed a pile of empty boxes in the corner, from which emerged a trembling, stout man clad in a chef's uniform, staring at her in horror. "Apocalypse has arrived. Stop dawdling and find a way to survive," she said flatly before turning to leave. The chef, bewildered, rubbed his eyes and slapped himself twice to confirm he was not dreaming. And possessed extensive survival skills for the end of the world. She would never take the elevator. Instead, she sprinted down the stairs, heading for a Century Plaza across the street, filled with numerous car dealerships and motorcycles. She intended to acquire them all. On the road, a man was fleeing from zombie. Yin An nonchalantly ran past them, focused solely on reaching the plaza. In her previous life, after awakening her powers, she had always tried to help those attacked by zombies. However, she learned that gratitude was rare in this world, and people's hearts were inscrutable. Even those who had shared life and death bonds with her could easily be swayed by self-interest. Thus, in this lifetime, she resolved to live solely for herself, prioritizing her own benefits above all else. Spotting a glass door, Yin An raised her leg and kicked. Her attire, while soft and form-fitting, was impervious to blades and fire. After 2 powerful kicks, she realized the glass door was exceptionally sturdy. Finding an iron rod, she summoned her strength, the veins in her arms bulging with effort as she channeled her formidable energy into the rod. With a swift motion, she struck down hard, shattering the large glass wall into a cascade of shards. Stepping through the wreckage, she moved with grace, collecting all the cars within her reach. Behind her were many luxury boutiques, JK shops, and Lolita stores. She seized everything from rows of necklaces, rings, and jade to vast amounts of high-end handbags and exquisite clothing, collecting all the limited editions and high-fashion items. Her space was now filled to 8,000 cubic meters. Checking the time, she noted it was now 2 in the morning. After her physical enhancement, she felt less fatigued, especially since those with powers required less sleep than ordinary people. As her abilities advanced, her need for slumber would diminish further. Sleep would no longer be for rest, but rather for repairing and nourishing her body. Thus, she decided to continue her quest. Riding a customized motorcycle she had obtained, she sped through the city, crushing zombies under her wheels or dispatching them with her dagger. For those she could not reach, she unleashed bolts of lightning. During this time, she also collected numerous medications from pharmacies. While healing-type abilities would eventually emerge, these drugs were crucial for survival, particularly in the early stages. Bystanders on the upper floors were astonished to see Yin An, many capturing the moment on their phones to share online, exclaiming they had seen a superhero. Within an hour, her space was completely filled, leaving no room for additional supplies. She slipped into a secluded alley, patiently awaiting the system's announcement. Ding! 1,000 cubic meters of space fully occupied. Task rewards are now being issued. Reward 1. Space expansion by 3 times, 30,000 cubic meters. The system proclaimed, and in an instant, the space in her mind expanded 3-fold, equivalent to the capacity of a 9-story building. Reward 2. An increase in the time-stopping protective area. All supplies will be concentrated within this zone. The system continued, a soft blue glow enveloping the goods, indicating they would not spoil or decay. Leaning against the grimy wall of the alley, Yin An inquired softly, "Is that true?" "Indeed," came the reply. Reward 3. A set of flying daggers and grappling hooks, along with various attribute enhancements by 1 level. The system concluded, followed by further announcements: Stamina 1, Speed 1, Resilience 1, Beauty 1, Strength 1. Yin An, having heard this, blew a bubble, bemused. What is beauty? Although she was the campus belle of Z City's Film Academy, the system had deemed it necessary to boost her charm factor. With a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes, she questioned, "What is my current overall index?" Stamina, 55, speed, 45, resilience, 65, beauty, 98, strength, 23. The highest pre-apocalypse human indices are 100. The post-apocalypse remains unknown. Nodding in understanding, she removed her hood, letting her voluminous curls cascade down. She turned to observe the chaos outside, where zombies were increasingly amassing on the streets. With her seductive lips slightly parted, she asked, "So what is the next task?" "The next task is now announced. Continue to fill an additional 10,000 cubic meters with supplies and upgrade your abilities to level 2. You have 1 week. Failure to complete will result in immediate erasure." To upgrade her powers to level 2, she needed 100 primary crystal cores. Currently, the zombies were all of the lower tier, each possessing a single primary core. In approximately a week, they would mutate into level 2 zombies, at which point there would be level 2 zombies and cores. Advancing from level 2 to level 3 would require another 100 level 2 cores. The higher one progressed, the more challenging the upgrades became. In her previous life, she survived for 3 years, during which most individuals barely reached level 3, with very few exceeding level 5. She had painstakingly fought her way to level 5, a hard-earned achievement amidst the carnage. The crystals could only be upgraded after the zombies mutated to level 2, which will be discovered by human scientists about a week later. Thanks to her knowledge of the plot, Liu Qingqing had stockpiled crystal cores early on. Primary cores could be converted into secondary ones, but the quantity required was immense. 100 primary cores yielded just 1 secondary core, with the same ratio applying to the progression to level 3. Moreover, these cores could also be exchanged for base contribution points, making them incredibly valuable. Ina decided to test the grappling hook awarded by the system. The sleek black and silver device secured around her wrist, and with a swift motion, she launched it towards a wall, the hook embedding itself deeply. As she tightened the line, she was effortlessly pulled toward the wall. More convenient and stylish than even Spider-Man's methods. She's quite content. Chapter 3. The first side quest. Suddenly, a zombie burst forth from a side. Ina swiftly launched a dart, which struck the creature squarely in the head, shattering its skull before returning to her hand. From the splattered remains, she retrieved a small gray crystal. It was a level 1 crystal. Each level of crystal is marked by a different hue, with the first level being gray and no larger than half the size of pinky nail. Thus, it initially escaped the notice of many. Help! The cries for help and wails from the surrounding residential buildings grew increasingly frantic. Ina looked up to see more buildings succumbing to the zombie infection. Some individuals even leaped from windows, while the sound of sirens filled the air as police officers armed themselves. Currently, level 1 zombies could still be dispatched with 2 shots to the head from a handgun, and those officers wielding firearms possessed greater combat prowess than the newly awakened individuals. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and their efforts proved insufficient. Not to mention, Z City was merely a second-tier city, and the special police forces were inadequately deployed. Those who reacted swiftly began to recklessly drive toward the neighboring city, seeking refuge. Beyond the city lay the capital, Harbin. Yet only Yin An understood the grim reality. There was no safe haven left. She glanced at her watch. It was 4:15 a.m. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling as torrential rain began to fall. The storm had commenced. Yin An securely donned her mask and hood, ensuring she was well protected. She entered an emptied store and activated her phone. The screen was inundated with news reports, pleas for help, and videos flooding every platform. There was no longer any room for celebrity gossip or entertainment. Every platform was uniformly filled with zombie crisis updates. All countries worldwide had succumbed. Our entire city had been invaded by zombies. Citizens were urged to secure their doors and windows and await rescue. Currently, Harbin City had the best control over the zombie situation. All routes leading to Harbin were congested, with numerous zombie attacks reported. Residents were advised to stay home and wait for assistance. Our national defense base was establishing a safe zone in the capital. If you encounter zombies, remain calm. Zombies rely on sound for navigation. This is the Z City Police Department. Citizens within 10 kilometers of a 51 national highway can proceed there, where the Deputy Minister of National Defense has dispatched special forces and helicopters for rescue. In turn off her phone, her piercing gaze glimmering in the darkness like that of a wolf. No one understood better than her that securing doors and windows was merely waiting to perish. Food supplies would soon dwindle. Zombies were not solely reliant on sound. They were also capable of sensing subtle air currents. Moreover, after subsequent mutations, their intelligence and senses would undoubtedly enhance. The A51 National Highway would soon attract throngs of zombies drawn by the masses fleeing. Yet, Deputy Minister Gu Su was no ordinary strategist. He had effectively staved off the zombie tide, rescuing many civilians and transporting them via helicopter to Harbin. This was due to the initial chaos of the outbreak, where the state's assessment was neither accurate nor timely. Soon, thanks to research institutes, the government began inching closer to the truth. Cities far from the capital were now relying on helicopters for transport, while the three nearest cities, S and N, were deploying armored tanks for rescue. This world was set to undergo a profound transformation. Everything would be reshuffled in the future. From now on, it would be the powerful, awakened individuals who held sway. The only path forward was to strengthen oneself for survival. Yin An's next target was the gas station. She mounted her motorcycle and sped toward it. The streets were now congested with cars, zombies, and people. Her exceptional driving skills allowed her to deftly navigate around various obstacles. Her motorcycle surging over the corpses of the undead in a frenzy. Upon arriving at the gas station, it was evident that it had fallen. Zombies surrounded it in droves. There were at least a dozen. Yin An revved her motorcycle to maximum speed, barreling toward the zombies, scattering their remains in all directions, splattering her black gear with their blood, which quickly slid off without a trace. With her left hand steering, she unleashed darts with her right, combining her lightning abilities to swiftly dispatch the horde. With a flick of her fingers, she collected the level 1 crystal cores into her spatial storage with grace and fluidity. In her eyes, these level 1 zombies appeared as nothing more than a pack of wild dogs, utterly insignificant. Superwoman, please save us. Desperate pleas echoed from the second floor of the gas station. Yin An glanced upward to see 7 or 8 middle-aged individuals trapped in a room, crowding the windows and frantically calling for help. A girl in a black tracksuit inside the room was desperately bracing against the tightly shut door, her face pale and drenched in sweat. Behind the door, a dozen zombies clawed at it frantically, and it was clear that the door would not hold much longer. Uncle, you all need to jump down. The zombies below are dead. You should be safe jumping from the second floor. Quickly, make your way to A51 National Highway. The girl urged through gritted teeth, struggling to maintain her stance. Shut up. Do you want us to die? The leading middle-aged man retorted harshly. To expect a girl to bear the burden of holding the door was truly cowardly. Yin An scoffed inwardly, remaining silent as she strode directly into the gas station. Her target, the 6-meter-deep fuel tank beneath. Upon locating it, she struck it twice with her fingers, and the entire tank was drawn into her spatial storage. Safely ensconced within the blue, time-stopping sanctuary, the deafening sounds of zombies clawing at the door and the calls for help continued from above. Beep! A side quest has appeared. Rescue Jianghe. Target location: the girl in the black tracksuit on the second floor. The side quest can be accepted at one's discretion. Not mandatory. Completion of this quest will yield a reward. A flicker of determination crossed Yin An's eyes. Accepted. With steady steps, she exited the gas station. As she looked up, the middle-aged individuals were now raising their voices in desperate urgency, fearing she might abandon them. The zombies behind the door grew increasingly agitated, clawing more vigorously. Please, if you save us, we will give you 2 million. Whatever you desire, we can provide. Our family is wealthy in real estate. Money is of no use now. Yin An silently chuckled, offering no reply. She launched a silver grappling hook that pierced the wall beside the second-floor window, gracefully leaping through the opening. The middle-aged men and women gazed at her with wide eyes, filled with excitement and hope, as if beholding a savior. Some even knelt in reverence. This scene struck Yin An as profoundly ironic. In her previous life, She had encountered a similar group of unscrupulous relatives while struggling to survive in a mall. Her parents, both soldiers, had sacrificed themselves for the country, leaving her with a substantial inheritance. Over the years, she had lived alone, fending off the covetous designs of those relatives who sought to claim her family as wealth. When the apocalypse struck, she had saved them, thinking of their blood ties, only for them to betray her, disregarding her life as they locked her in a store with a horde of zombies. It was only through her own efforts that she carved a bloody path to escape. These memories flashed through Yin An's mind in an instant as she turned her gaze to the girl bracing against the door. The girl's face was etched with fear, yet her eyes shone with determination and hope. Chapter 4. The system's recognition function. The young heroine, whom we have taken in, is destitute, while I possess wealth. Say me first. The middle-aged man leading the group immediately spoke as he noticed Yin glance at his adopted daughter. Yin swiftly wrapped her arms around the girl and leaped from the window, landing gracefully before speeding away on her motorcycle, the girl clinging to her. Not a word was exchanged during their escape. Behind them, on the second floor of the gas station, the absence of the girl's resistance allowed the zombies to break in with alarming speed. They opened their gaping maws, lunging towards the middle-aged individuals in a frenzy. Heart-wrenching roars echoed through the air. Within moments, all the middle-aged men and women were devoured. The girl sat on the back of Yin An's motorcycle, turning to glance at her relatives. Tears of sorrow welled in her eyes as she wiped them away and steeled herself, gazing resolutely ahead. Just 2 kilometers from the gas station lay the A51 National Highway. Yin safely set the girl down in a nearby thicket. The girl's eyes brimmed with gratitude, and she shed a few tears, saying, "Thank you. I will repay your kindness one day. What is your name?" Yin regarded her with calm detachment and replied, "Nan Sheng. Remember, in the apocalypse, self-preservation is paramount." With that, she revved the motorcycle and sped off towards the next gas station, refraining from disclosing her true name to avoid unnecessary complications, as her scavenging activities drew too much attention. Clad in black gear, she was Nan Sheng. Without it, she was Yin An. The girl in the black athletic were called after Yin An's departing figure. "My name is Jiang He." With that, she turned and sprinted towards the A51 highway, where multitudes of soldiers and civilians were gathered. In her haste, she stumbled and fell, instinctively bracing herself with her hands, only to discover she had pressed 2 dents into the ground. Jiang He paused, picking up a stone from the earth, and to her astonishment, it cracked under her grip. Jiang He stared at the stone in disbelief, wondering when her strength had become so formidable. Meanwhile, in the command center atop the A51 Defense Ministry Tower, a tall man in black military attire, Vice Minister Gu Su, observed Yin An's departure, lost in thought. Just then, the system's voice resonated. "Rescue of Jiang He's side mission successful. Reward: space expanded by 10,000 cubic meters. Jiang He profile: female, 20 years old, 165 centimeters, 50 kilograms. Taurus. Ability awakened. Strength type. Loyalty extremely high. Sense of responsibility very strong. Intelligence average. Combat potential very high. Compatibility as a teammate. 99. Exceedingly compatible. Warm reminder. Humans with over 60 compatibility meet the criteria for teammates. The system can even identify suitable teammates." Yin raised her brows, a sense of satisfaction washing over her. She had always been a solitary individual with few friends, a deficiency that had cost her dearly in her previous life. Now, with the system's assistance in selecting allies, she felt a newfound sense of security. Jiang He, it seemed, possessed a unique strength-type ability. It was well known that abilities were categorized into elemental and special types. Elemental abilities were conventionally divided into 7 types: wind, fire, lightning, wood, water, earth, and ice, each reaching a maximum level of 10. Yin wielded a lightning ability, the most offensively powerful among them. Special abilities, on the other hand, included mental, spatial, healing, dark, strength, and speed types, among others. These were rare and often revealed themselves later in life. For instance, individuals with spatial abilities began to manifest them only a month or 2 after the zombie outbreak, with very few emerging each month. Thus, the early spatial ability user, Liu Qingqing, had enjoyed considerable advantages due to her spatial ring. In the later stages, 3 to 4 years post-outbreak, even more rare hidden abilities began to surface, including poison, charm, and light abilities. Many hidden abilities remained to be discovered and studied, yet they were exceedingly scarce and challenging to activate and control. Contemplating this, Yin An gripped the motorcycle handlebars more tightly. She worked efficiently, and within half a day, had nearly cleared out the gas stations in the heart of Z City. Finally, she could take a moment to breathe. On the rooftop of the gas station, with no one around, the zombies surrounded the establishment, attempting to climb up. However, their primitive nature posed no threat to Yin An. She pulled back her hood, the rain having ceased, and the wind tousled her hair as she drank from an energy beverage. Opening her palm, she observed the now slightly thicker, lightning energy, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Abilities could be enhanced not only through crystal cores, but also by increasing proficiency and usage frequency. To put it simply, her powers have been better activated. Yin An turned her attention inward. The gas station possessed a substantial fuel reserve, with over 5,000 cubic meters of fuel alone, supplemented by various supplies she had collected along the way. She spared nothing, gathering household appliances and farm equipment, accumulating over 7,000 cubic meters of materials in total. During her scavenging, Yin An discovered that entire farms could be collected along with the land, neatly arranged in her space, where they would continue to grow naturally in a non-time-stopped area. She had also amassed 85 crystal cores, just a few short of completing her task. Yin An checked her phone. Attention! A small number of civilians attacked by zombies have not undergone mutation within 24 hours. However, they have activated certain special skills. There is no need for panic. This is a self-protective mutation mechanism. Civilians with special skills must seek protection and support from the state. Numerous reports regarding abilities began to flood the news. The internet remained operational for now, but it would soon falter within 2 to 3 days. Many areas would experience power outages, and water quality would be the first to deteriorate. Everything would gradually return to normal once the base was established. At that time, lightning and water abilities would play crucial roles in maintaining the base's power and water supply when damage occurred. She shut off her phone and entered her space, sleeping for 4 hours. Yin An fell into a deep slumber. Upon waking, the system's voice sounded as if it had been waiting for her. Beep. Side mission activated. Rescue Lin phone. Target location, 3rd floor, room 203 of the PhD research building at Z University. A male in a white lab coat with black frame glasses. Side missions can be voluntarily accepted and are not mandatory. Completing this mission will yield a reward. Lin phone. That name was familiar to Yin An. She recalled that in her previous life, a few years after the establishment of the base, a brilliant young technological researcher emerged, a PhD student. He was responsible for developing many intelligent devices, but mysteriously vanished a few years later, the reasons unknown. Details about Lin Feng were scarcely mentioned in the novel about the female antagonist's rise, as the plot predominantly revolved around Liu Qingqing. Yin An's knowledge of Lin Feng was limited to hearsay from her past life. Given Jiang He's recent example, Yin An deemed it prudent to accept this side mission. The system would not send her to rescue a mere idle individual, especially with a reward at stake. I accept, Yin An declared, hastily stuffing her mouth with some prepared food before exiting her space, donning her gear, and heading straight for Z University. During her university years, she had visited Z University and was relatively familiar with its surroundings. Upon stepping outside the university, a horde of zombies surrounded her, with numerous students from the classrooms and dormitories crying out for help from their windows. The doctoral research building where Lin Feng was located had been completely overrun by zombies. Yin An raised an eyebrow, pondering how Lin Feng had managed to escape in his previous life. After enduring the ordeal for over half a month, he had been rescued by a team from the base. Indeed, in 2 days, the 3rd phase of the apocalypse would commence. Salvaging efforts would begin. With the nation unable to provide adequate rescue, temporary aid stations would be established in every city, and helicopters would be dispatched to drop supplies onto the rooftops of residential buildings, granting those who could secure the provisions a chance at survival. At that time, with zombies rampant ordinary people would find it nearly impossible to move. Those who had awakened their abilities would form various teams at the base, collaborating with special forces to conduct rescue missions across the land. Yin An quickly assessed the towering structure before her. The entire building was clad in reflective glass, its surface coated with multiple layers of metal, making it exceedingly difficult to scale. Adjacent to the doctoral building stood a graduate dormitory, constructed of concrete, with bay windows on every floor, ideal for climbing. It also boasted 8 stories, providing a viable opportunity to leap from there. Resolute in her decision, Ina deployed her grappling hook, securing it to the 2nd floor of the graduate dormitory, and soared upwards. Chapter 5. Altering the narrative, she gripped the wall beside the window with unwavering determination. Her gear included a pair of gloves designed with a suction feature, allowing her to firmly adhere to objects. With agility, Yin An ascended to the 3rd floor. As soon as she arrived, a zombie burst through the window, launching a fierce attack on her. Reacting swiftly, she kicked the creature down, swiftly following up with a dagger strike. The zombie fell, its head shattered. After collecting the crystal core, Ina noticed several corpses of zombies in the corridor behind the window. With a slight movement of her fingers, she absorbed all the cores from those remains into her space. There are others here. Yin An's eyes narrowed. She climbed another level, and, indeed, found a tall man in a black casual outfit and hood battling zombies. His movements were incredibly swift, relying solely on his physical prowess. In his left hand, he wielded a blood-soaked iron chain, while his right clutched a fruit knife. With a graceful horizontal slash, the last zombie on the 4th floor fell. He turned slightly, and his dark eyes, partly concealed by his bangs, locked onto Yin An's gaze. His nose was sharp, his features chiseled, and his lips pressed tightly together, devoid of any expression. Yin An's heart stirred. In her previous life, when she encountered him, he was already a member of one of the 2 strongest teams in the National Base's Special Operations Division. His team, Winter, was on par with Liu Qingqing's Supreme Team in terms of resources, contribution value, and terrifying combat power. He was known for his reclusive and somber demeanor, possessing formidable dual abilities in both dark and poison powers. However, it appeared that his powers were still quite weak at this moment. From his recent actions, Yin was certain he had awakened his dark abilities, albeit so faintly that he himself remained unaware. At this moment, he was likely trying to save his only surviving sister, Qi. Yet, according to the book's description, he failed to rescue her. By the time he eliminated all the zombies in the 8th floor corridor and reached his sister's dormitory door, Qi had already succumbed to the undead. This loss deepened his solitude. Yin An's thoughts raced. This was one of the men Liu Qingqing desired to claim for herself. If she assisted him now, given Qi Ye's reclusive yet righteous nature, he would undoubtedly not become her enemy in the future. Aware that Qi Yi detested idle chatter, she remained silent, swiftly climbing to the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors. Upon reaching the 8th floor, she was confronted by a throng of zombies. The sheer number was akin to the total of the previous 7 floors combined. All the zombies crowded the corridor, pushing towards the innermost dormitory door. Except for that door, all others were wide open, revealing either students who had been bitten and were yet to transform or the undead themselves. The door to the innermost dormitory was precariously on the verge of collapse. Qi must be inside. The time for the hunt had arrived. A glint of determination flashed in Yin An's beautiful eyes as she kicked into the corridor, toppling several zombies. Instantly, the remaining creatures redirected their attention towards her. With a swift crouch and a spinning kick, her dagger, crackling with lightning, sliced through a cluster of zombie heads. More zombies surged forward, and Yin shot a grappling hook to the ceiling, unleashing her dagger imbued with electricity, claiming another batch of victims. Activity level met. Strength 1, Resilience 1, the system announced in the background. Yin fired her grappling hook, which penetrated 3 zombies, pinning them firmly to the tiled floor. Drawing tight, she leapt towards them, her dagger dancing as it severed the zombies' heads. This entire sequence unfolded in under a minute. Her strikes were rapid, precise, and lethal, targeting only the heads. Yin An's body throbbed with pain, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. Endurance and tenacity had long become her second nature. She had survived countless moments of despair through sheer grit. The corridor now bore a mound of zombie corpses, piled 3 layers high, with more still pressing forward, as if Yin An were an irresistible morsel of prey. Loosening her muscles, she strode confidently toward the horde, her peripheral vision keenly attuned to every slightest movement of the zombies on either side. Her right hand crackled with lightning, while her left wielded the dagger for decapitation. 6 minutes later, the last zombie fell. Yin An took a deep breath, leaning on her knees as she calmed her trembling hands. The system continued to chime in. Activity level met. Stamina 1, speed 1. A door beside her creaked open just a crack, revealing a pair of terrified eyes that met hers. The dormitory door swung wide, and a girl immediately pulled Yin An inside. Still reeling from shock, the girl stammered. "Why your left hand, your right hand, what about the zombies outside?" "They're all dead," Yin An replied coolly, observing the girl before her. Clad in loose, casual attire, she stood tall, at least 175 centimeters, even a few centimeters taller than Yin An, with a ponytail framing her athletic visage, exuding vitality. "Emqme. Thank you for saving me." The girl bowed deeply, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "No need for thanks," Yin An replied nonchalantly. Beep. Successfully altered the narrative. "Qingmei saved." The system's voice chimed. Yin An remained expressionless, having long considered that saving Qingmei would yield only benefits, never detriments. She would not engage in actions devoid of advantage. Downstairs, some commotion stirred, suggesting that Qi was nearing. After awakening their abilities, one's senses sharpened considerably. Observing Qingmei's cracked lips, Yin An feigned retrieving a small bottle of mineral water from her pocket, actually producing it from her space. Qingmei, moved by the gesture, repeatedly expressed her gratitude, eagerly downing the water in large gulps, revealing her long-standing thirst. Yin An turned toward the window overlooking the doctoral research building across from the dormitory. The distance between the two structures was minimal, approximately 4 meters. The reflective glass of the research building obscured the view inside, so Yin An took out a can of red paint and sprayed a conspicuous X onto the window. Just then, Qi rushed up. He surveyed the scene littered with zombies, a flicker of astonishment crossing his tense gaze. Chapter 6. Hoarding a farm and breeding base. Xiao Yi. "Come here. This girl saved me," Qingmei exclaimed with joy upon seeing Qi Yi safe and sound. As Qi Yi approached, the tension in his dark eyes began to dissipate. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, soaking his back. Standing an impressive height of 183 meters, he glanced at Qingmei, confirming her well-being before feeling relieved. Turning to face Yin An, he spoke in a deep voice, "Thank you." Yin An did not meet his gaze. Instead, she remained focused on the building across from her. Just then, the glass of the building opened, revealing a handsome man in a white lab coat and black-rimmed glasses. Yin An suspected this was Lin Feng. "You're welcome," she replied with a slight smile, briefly glancing at Qi. Their eyes locked for a moment. Yin An's eyes were round, yet slightly elongated at the corners, with thick eyelashes and a hint of indifference that added to her allure. Qi's gaze flickered. Without hesitation, Yin An shot a grappling hook through the window, securing it deep into the floor of the laboratory. She leaped through the window and into the building across. "Wow, so cool," Qingmei exclaimed, nearly jumping up to applaud. Yin An. Qi, observing her figure, tightened his grip on Qingmei's shoulder and urged, "Sister, we need to leave for Harbin City." Nodding, Qingmei followed him, glancing back at Yin An's direction with a reluctant gaze, then turning to admire her brother's handsome jawline. "Xiao Yi, did you see how cool she was? She just took down all those zombies. She saved my life, and we must repay her somehow." "Oh wait, I didn't even ask her name." "It's fine. I can recognize her," Qi replied. Lin Feng watched as Yin An entered, narrowing his eyes before calmly stating, "This building is likely overrun with zombies. There are about 30 outside the laboratory, and the floors and elevator may not be safe either." His words painted a precise picture of the situation. Yin An nodded, her muscles aching from exertion. She feared that if she fought her way down, she might exhaust herself. So she decided to bind Lin Feng and drag him along. Without further ado, she tilted her head, shook her arms, and massaged her wrists before finding a rope in the laboratory to securely bind the astonished Lin Feng to her back. He was taller than her by several centimeters, creating an awkward position as he lay on her back. The two were closely pressed against each other. Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed and stammered, attempting to speak. However, Yin An had already drawn her silver hook, leaping toward the opposite research building, leaving Lin Feng's face pale with surprise. Half an hour later, Yin An abruptly stopped her motorcycle and gestured for Lin Feng to dismount. He complied without hesitation. Understanding her intention, he bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. And if you ever need my assistance, I, Lin Feng, will do my utmost. May I ask your name?" "Nan Sheng," Yin An replied before speeding away on her motorcycle. Lin Feng watched her swiftly departing figure, his eyes shadowed behind his glasses, imprinting her silhouette in his memory. This was his savior, and he sensed her future would be anything but ordinary. Successful rescue of Lin Feng's side mission. Reward: space expanded by 10,000 cubic meters. Lin Feng's profile: male, 27 years old, 178 centimeters, 67 kilograms, Pisces. Abilities: none awakened. Loyalty: extremely high. Responsibility: extremely high. Intelligence: off the charts. Compatibility: below average. Compatibility as a teammate: 99. Highly compatible. The system's voice echoed as Yin An accelerated her motorcycle. Her next destination: the breeding farm. It was now the second night since the outbreak of zombies. April 10th, 2034. At 7:30 p.m., Yin An drove to the outskirts of Z City, arriving at the largest livestock breeding base where cows, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese were raised. However, many animals had already been infected due to the outbreak. Despite this, the livestock lacked significant attack power, even when transformed into zombies. They merely stumbled around in their pens, injuring themselves. Yin An charged into the facility on her motorcycle, gathering all the healthy livestock, cows, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese, into her possession. The variety was impressive: yellow cattle, dairy cows, water buffaloes, goats, sheep, and 8 breeds of pigs, not to mention a plethora of chicken and duck breeds. Coincidentally, adjacent to Z City's largest livestock breeding base was its largest fruit and vegetable base. While Yin An had previously collected from smaller farms, there was never too much of such resources. After all, fruits and vegetables could be cyclically cultivated. She dashed into the fruit and vegetable base, but found the staff had already fled. Z City's fruit and vegetable base was the largest in the country, with a planting area of 1.47 million acres and an annual yield of 5.53 million tons, far surpassing other cities. The variety of vegetables was astounding. Currently, the government lacked the capacity to manage such areas. By the time the authorities started to respond over a week later, many fruit and vegetable bases would have been ravaged by zombies, and livestock would either starve or become infected, leading to substantial losses. Yin An swiftly harvested everything: seedlings, leafy vegetables, fruiting vegetables, bulbous vegetables, fleshy vegetables, nightshades, legumes, fungi, root vegetables, melons. Nothing was left behind. The assortment of fruits was equally impressive, including berries, melons, citrus, stone fruits, and palm fruits. She entered the control building of the fruit and vegetable base, collecting every seed into her space. After this extensive gathering, she had far exceeded the missions set by the system, amassing a total of 37,000 cubic meters of space. The sheer volume of crops consumed much of the space, even with the stacking method employed for storage. Combined with the previous expansion of 10,000 cubic meters, she now possessed a total of 47,000 cubic meters, equivalent to the height of a 14-story building. Yin An space now totaled 50,000 cubic meters, nearly filled to capacity with resources. She had accumulated 280 first-level crystal stones. Taking out 100, she placed them on a table and released her lightning abilities to sense the energy within them. Soon, the energy from the crystals began to rise, and she absorbed it through her palms. A powerful surge coursed through her body, causing her skin to tremble slightly. In an instant, All the energy within her was harnessed, and a burst of lightning power erupted from her body, enhancing her senses and overall awareness. Feeling invigorated, Yin An opened her palm to reveal a bolt of lightning that was twice as thick as before. She aimed at a piece of wood 9 meters away, unleashing the energy, which instantly charred the wood, reducing it to ashes. At the first level, her lightning could only reach 2 to 3 meters, gradually training to 4 or 5 meters before plateauing. Now, having broken through, she could strike targets within a 10-meter range. Moreover, the energy is even more potent than before. Chapter 7. The Supreme System. The system's announcement resonated immediately. Ding. Task exceeded expectations. Time taken, 1/7. This reward is doubled. The task rewards began to be dispensed. Reward 1. Space expanded 6-fold. 300,000 cubic meters. This volume is nearly equivalent to the combined space of 6 15-story buildings. The current height of the space is 10 meters, and the ground area now measures 30,000 square meters, comparable to 3 vast playgrounds. In Yin An's mind, the space began to expand rapidly, doubling, and continuing to double. Reward 2. The system grants endless resources, water sources, and mineral resources, currently occupying 2,000 square meters with infinite depth. The minerals include 171 types already discovered by the nation and an additional 36 that remain undiscovered. The water source is the purest mountain spring water, fit for direct consumption. As the system concluded, a section of the 1,000 square meter ground transformed into rocky minerals, while the adjacent area morphed into a pristine pool of water, its depth unfathomable. In the next moment, both spaces were enveloped by immense green structures, rendering the interiors invisible from the outside. It is worth noting that mineral and water resources are exceedingly rare, and the materials required for establishing firewalls and developing technology for the base in the future will be insufficient. The tasks undertaken by the ability users daily are largely related to these resources. Reward 3. The system reward the planting greenhouse, currently covering an area of 20,000 square meters. All crops will be categorized within, and mature products will automatically enter a time-stop protection zone. Additionally, 10,000 underground generators are included. As the system finished its announcement, a vast fruit and vegetable planting base emerged. Towering high-tech greenhouses were established. Each greenhouse is equipped with a sunlight simulation system, moisture insulation system, temperature regulation system, humidity control system, ventilation system, pest control system, fertilization system, automatic harvesting system, and planting system. Everything one could desire. There is also a seed storage room, with an environment suitable for the preservation of various seeds, all functioning in an orderly manner. Reward 4. The time-stopped area is optimized and expanded, 5,000 square meters of space. Upon the system's conclusion, the blue area rapidly expanded, rising to form a 10-meter-high large storage warehouse. Inside, all resources are organized and categorized sensibly. Yin An was astonished. Was this system truly so magnificent? A blessing for those with obsessive tendencies. Reward 5. A 3,000 square meter ecosystem, perfectly replicating the healthiest and most ecological environment. Moreover, the system was exceedingly generous this time. As the system concluded, the final 3,000 square meters expanded into lakes, grasslands, shrubs, and small woodlands. The air within the entire space instantly became much fresher. This 300,000 cubic meters of space, covering 30,000 square meters, is now completely filled. To the far left lies an immense area of 2,000 square meters dedicated to mineral and water resources. The central two-thirds of the area is designated for planting. To the far right stand an expansive time-stop storage area, adjacent to a naturally serene environment. A portion of the plain has been enclosed, presenting a grid-like management system filled with livestock, complete with an automatic feeding system. Just minutes ago, those hundreds of chickens had already laid numerous eggs. All mature fruits, vegetables, eggs, and milk were promptly transported to the time-stopped warehouse under the complete system, continuously generating profits. In this entire space, not a single inch is wasted. What is this? My might surpasses your imagination. The system's mischievous voice chimed in, and the next moment, Reward 5. More rewards. Yin An was taken aback. While others were struggling for survival in the apocalypse, she was building a nation. Endurance 1, Speed 1, Resilience 1, Beauty 1, Strength 1. So, what is my comprehensive index now? Yin An inquired, and the system promptly responded. Endurance 56, Speed 46, Resilience 66, Beauty 99, Strength 24. Yin An nodded in understanding. Her strength and speed were currently insufficient. Observing her slender arms and legs, she resolved to strive harder. The next task is now released. Fill 2,000 cubic meters of supplies and 1,000 first-level crystals. The deadline is 1 month. If the task is not completed within this time frame, it will result in immediate annihilation. The system's announcement concluded, and Yin An understood. A month is ample time. She gazed at the natural ecosystem within the space, feeling it was rather wasteful. Perhaps she could. A glint of cunning crossed her eyes as she decided to act. Racing on her motorcycle towards the largest zoo in Z City. The zoo, unlike the farming and fruit and vegetable bases, was not as secure. Many visitors were trapped here, and numerous animals had been infected. If it were squirrels or peacocks, those smaller creatures would be manageable. However, the greatest concern lay with tigers, lions, and large bears being infected. It is known that these fierce beasts possess several times the attacking power of humans. Once infected, their combat capabilities become even more formidable. Yet, as with all things, there exists a duality. Yin An recalled from her previous life that some fierce beasts, once infected, had awakened their abilities and survived, boasting combat strength far surpassing that of military dogs with awakened abilities. However, they are notoriously difficult to tame. Before her demise, in Harbin City's largest base, home to hundreds of thousands of residents and an elite force of tens of thousands of ability users, alongside thousands of elite beast tamers and breeders. Even with the accumulation of all the best resources, no more than 20 ability-enhanced fierce beasts were successfully tamed. The intelligence of awakened fierce beasts is considerably higher, and their wild nature is stronger. Yet, once tamed, their combat prowess is extraordinary, capable of rivaling that of ability users. Chapter 8. Eliminating past enemies. As the largest zoo in Z City and a 4-level tourist destination, it sprawls over an impressive area of 500,000 square meters, with a dedicated exhibition space for animals measuring 40,000 square meters. Within its confines, there are over 400 species of wild animals, totaling more than 6,000 individuals. Currently, the natural environment zone within Yin An's personal space has shrunk to a mere 2,000 square meters. It appears that she must select a few favored animals to incorporate into her sanctuary. Racing into the zoo on her motorcycle, the engine roared loudly. Upon entering through the main gate, a horde of over a dozen zombies lunged toward her. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, Yin An barreled through, the tires of her motorcycle crushing the zombies' legs, eliciting sickening crunch and squelch sounds of bones shattering and flesh being pulverized. Suddenly, a woman clad in a keeper's uniform dashed toward her, crying out for help. Save me! Save me! With a brutal ferocity, a zombie pounced and knocked the woman to the ground, its gory maw opening wide as it sank its teeth into her face with a dreadful howl. The proximity allowed Yin An to witness the horrifying scene. The woman's features were torn apart, her eyes bursting like overripe fruit. Emotionlessly, Yin An had grown numb to such sights long ago. She sped toward the interior exhibits, deftly evading the zombies that continued to lunge at her from either side. Along the way, amidst the throngs of fleeing humans, she also encountered some animals that had been infected and transformed into zombies. The situation appeared dire. The first exhibit she reached was a golden monkey enclosure. Yin An held little interest in monkeys, finding them far too mischievous. However, behind the monkeys was another area built into a rockery structure, marked by a sign that read Bear Exhibit. This was a national treasure. Surely, she must secure a couple to house in her space. Halting her motorcycle, she cautiously approached the bear exhibit, where the entrance was piled high with corpses, and sounds of frantic glass beating and zombie growls echoed from within. While she was more than capable of dealing with first-level zombies, The unseen horrors inside deterred her from taking unnecessary risks. Caution is the mother of safety, after all. Having visited this zoo before, Yin An recalled that the bear exhibit had a hollow structure above. Just as she was assessing her surroundings, a zombie's growl erupted from behind her. Swiftly, she turned, unleashing a dagger enveloped in crackling lightning that sliced through the air, severing the zombie's head cleanly from its body. The severed neck smoldered with charred flesh, and the stench of decaying meat filled the air, a most repulsive odor. It was then that Yin An discerned the unfortunate truth. This was a child zombie. Its head lay on the ground, eyes wide open, unblinking as they stared at her. She lingered only for a moment before hurling a dart that obliterated its skull, retrieving the crystal core without a second thought. In this post-apocalyptic world, the elderly and children were no longer afforded any privileges. Survival adhered strictly to the laws of the wasteland. Sympathy had lost all significance. She shot a grappling hook toward the upper level of the rockery structure. The height was modest, and she ascended effortlessly, cautiously making her way inside. Indeed, the area was designed to be hollow. As she crawled along the surface of the roof, the sounds of desperate cries and wails intensified. It became apparent that following the outbreak, some staff members had corralled visitors into the exhibition halls to temporarily evade the zombies' attacks. What are we going to do? Will the government come to rescue us? There is hardly any food here. The bear exhibit has nothing to eat. I'm so hungry. One voice lamented. There is only bamboo, and it's still raw. A man's voice piped up amidst the crowd. Yin An raised an eyebrow. That voice was hauntingly familiar. It closely resembled one of the members from Liu Qingqing's team in her previous life. Peering through a concealed gap, she observed a throng of people crammed inside the bear exhibit. Nearby, 3 bears huddled together, protected by the keepers. Outside, dozens of zombies relentlessly pounded against the glass walls, their gaping maws gnashing and leaving streaks of blood. Among the crowd, the man advocating for bear meat was none other than Liu, the very individual Yin An had suspected. How can we eat bears? They are a nationally protected species. The keeper's eyes widened in terror as she stepped back, shielding the bears more closely. The government? Look at this zombie-infested hell. Where is the government now? Why aren't they coming to save us? Liu, standing atop a rock, arrogantly proclaimed, "Come on, let us draw a dragon on the left and a rainbow on the right." Just then his phone rang. Frowning, he answered, only to have his expression shift to one of eager delight, a sycophantic smile blooming on his face. All right, bro, that is incredible. I'll be waiting for you to come rescue me." After hanging up, he scanned the crowd with arrogance, boasting, "My brother has awakened his powers. He asked with a strong team at the base in Harbin. He said he'll come for me within 3 days." His announcement sent waves of excitement through the crowd, igniting a flicker of hope in their eyes. Emboldened by his brother's reputation, Liu grew increasingly brazen, directing his gaze toward the keeper. "We must survive these 3 days. We can't just starve. We need to eat the bears. We can eat bamboo. Why must we resort to bears?" The keeper insisted, retreating with the bears, her refusal firm. "Can we even digest raw bamboo? What if someone gets killed?" The debate raged on below. Meanwhile, Yin An's eyes turned as cold as ice. Liu's brother, Li Mu, was also part of Liu Qingqing's team, and both brothers were known for their ruthless natures. Liu, in particular, was exceptionally sadistic and lacked any moral compass, having served as Liu Qingqing's lapdog, often attacking her on command in their previous life. Yet, at present, he had yet to awaken his powers. A smirk curled Yin An's lips as she simultaneously threw a dart while using her fingers to summon the 3 bears and some bamboo from the ground into her space. In the next instant, Liu's head exploded in a spray of blood and gore, showering those nearby with brain matter. The crowd erupted into horrified screams. Yin An had already vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, a notification chimed. Ding! Successfully eliminated an enemy. Commencing reward distribution. What a delightful surprise. A reward of 10,000 cubic meters of space has been granted, converted into a natural ecological space. As the system announced, an additional 1,000 square meters of greenery appeared within her space, including a designated bamboo grove where the 3 little bears frolicked joyfully. clutching fresh bamboo shoots and munching contentedly. With the bears now secured, Yin An set her sights on the next target, the ferocious beast zone. Tigers and lions are separated into distinct areas in the eastern and northeastern sections, enclosed by rocky barriers and iron fencing. The lion-tiger area primarily consisted of outdoor habitats, complete with a lake for isolation. This area was usually sparsely populated, as visitors typically accessed it via exhibition vehicles under the guidance of staff. Thus, the gates leading to these regions were heavily secured. However, to Yin An, those gates were mere formalities. She deftly ascended a nearby hill, and, in the distance, she caught the unmistakable roars of tigers echoing through the air. A thrill of excitement coursed through her as she stealthily approached the source of the roars. Goodness! 2 tigers are engaged in a fierce confrontation with a zombie keeper, while a zombie tiger stands ready to battle. Observing their size and coat, Yin An immediately identifies them as Siberian tigers. Each measures approximately 2.5 meters in length, boasting well-developed muscles and agile bodies. The zombie tiger, with its malevolent grayish-white eyes, greedily fixates on the 2 healthy tigers, opening its gaping maw to pounce upon them. The 2 tigers deftly evade, roaring in unison as they entwine in combat with the undead beast. The zombie keeper limps towards the 3 tigers, one leg rendered useless, only to be swiftly dispatched by a powerful paw, crushing its skull. The fighting prowess of these tigers far surpasses that of a mere level 1 zombie. The zombie tiger, exhibiting greater strength than the 2 healthy tigers, swiftly turns and sinks its teeth into the nape of one of them. The other tiger lunges forward. The zombie tiger can obliterate a healthy tiger with a single bite, while the healthy tigers must aim for a fatal blow to vanquish the undead creature. The tigers may not yet comprehend this harsh reality, nor are they aware of their companion's fate. Their attacks are instinctively focused on tearing flesh. Yin An, concealed within the jungle, refrains from intervening. She does not rescue feudal tigers. If they wish to earn her favor, they must first demonstrate their strength. Moreover, she is uncertain if she could best the zombie tiger in combat. Chapter 9. A formidable beast was swiftly subdued. The zombie tiger had already lost half of its paw, its body riddled with wounds. Yet, its fighting spirit remained undiminished. The caretaker had long been trampled underfoot by the 3 tigers, his brains splattered. The 2 surviving tigers were now also injured, their movements gradually slowing. Roar! The zombie tiger lunged fiercely at one of the tigers, its eyes dimming as it succumbed to death. Seizing the moment, the other tiger retaliated, biting viciously at the zombie tiger's neck. The assault was fierce, leaving a gaping wound in the zombie's neck. It turned, mad with rage, and pounced upon the attacking tiger with unrelenting speed and strength. Yin An watched anxiously. It seemed the injured tiger was in grave danger. Roar, roar, roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar, imbued with the majesty of a king, echoed through the air. Yin An turned her head in surprise. From behind the rocks emerged a magnificent Siberian tiger, its stature significantly larger than the 3 before it. It charged like the wind, knocking the zombie tiger to the ground with a powerful swipe before seizing its neck in its jaws. With a single paw, it crushed the zombie's head, biting down with such ferocity that it tore its head clean off. Yin An's eyes sparkled with admiration. What a magnificent tiger! Suddenly, one of the injured tigers exhibited a change. In a flash, it sprang up and lunged at the mighty tiger, transforming into a zombie tiger itself. The formidable beast swiftly turned and clamped down on its neck, employing its massive paw to pin it down. It appeared incredibly intelligent, targeting the neck and biting down hard, severing half of the newly transformed zombie's neck in one swift motion. With relentless determination, it struck again, and a second zombie tiger's head fell to the ground. The scene was grim, with 3 tiger corpses and 1 caretaker's body strewn across the ground. The last remaining tiger, though still ferocious, lay wounded, its tail sweeping through the underbrush as it emitted low, mournful growls, clearly in pain. Yin An remained perfectly still, knowing that if such a fierce tiger were to mutate, she would stand no chance. After a moment, the tiger emitted a low growl and a burst of flame erupted from its mouth. Truly, it was a magnificent creature. Her wait was not in vain. It had awakened its fire abilities. Yin An stretched her limbs, her eyes filled with longing as she focused on the fire-wielding tiger. "Little tiger, your sister is coming." She swiftly descended to level ground and waved at the Siberian tiger, which had just awakened its powers. To her surprise, the tiger merely glanced at her before turning away, as if she were invisible. Confused, Yin An retrieved a piece of raw meat from her space and waved it enticingly. The tiger looked her way, but its golden eyes revealed no hint of desire. Just as Yin An began to think it might not be hungry, the tiger lunged at her with the speed of the wind. Goodness, a feint? Yin An quickly dodged, unleashing a bolt of lightning to repel the tiger. "If you want to eat, consider me your little brother." She gestured, not expecting the tiger to understand. She planned to win its loyalty gradually. As she attempted to approach, the tiger unleashed a torrent of fire, its scorching breath pushing her back several feet. Incredible! Yin An shot forward with her grappling hook, but the tiger remained vigilant, rising on its hind legs to spew flames in her direction. It was quite adept with its abilities. Yin An, agile as ever, circled behind to grasp its back. But the tiger, with immense strength, turned and snapped at her. She deflected its fangs with her dagger, kicking at its head even as she was flung to the ground by its powerful paw. Damn, this is tough. Deciding to change tactics, Yin An deftly maneuvered to confine the tiger within a fenced area in her green space. She would train it later. A few missed meals would surely make it obedient. Ding! You have acquired a mutant pet. Rewards being issued. The system's voice startled Yin An. Huh? There are rewards for this? Reward 10,000 cubic meters of space converted into a beast domain. Upon completion, an additional 1,000 square meters of mountainous terrain appeared in her space, isolated from other regions. The tiger was automatically placed within this newly established beast area. Reward: a complete set of tiger gear, tiger headpiece, tiger armor, and paw covers. As the system announced, the tiger was adorned with striking silver and black equipment. It looked incredibly cool, almost more impressive than herself. Yin An felt a pang of envy. The tiger, clearly unaccustomed to its new attire, frantically clawed at the gear, rolling on the ground and roaring. This unruly creature needed a name. How about Buffered? Buffered signifies defiance. Yin An felt quite pleased with her naming skills. She ventured next door to the lion enclosure and discovered that unlike the tigers, the lions had not fared as well. The entire pride had perished. Yin An continued her exploration of a zoo on her motorcycle, collecting various small animals such as squirrels, peacocks, flamingos, sloths, swans, and larks. After the apocalypse, most of these creatures had become extinct. By gathering them into her space, she ensured her own survival. With her collection in tow, she sped out of the zoo. Her next destination was City A, situated between City Z and Harbin. City A boasted a significantly larger population and greater prosperity, which also meant an increased presence of zombies. If she wished to advance more rapidly, City A was the ideal choice, especially as it lay on the route to Harbin. More importantly, Yin An had already scavenged much of City Z. The journey to City A would take her through a suburban area filled with factories. Yin An resolved to claim them all as her own. The factories not only contained abundant resources, but also essential machinery and equipment. With the government establishing a base in Harbin, future resource acquisition would rely on both mutant teams and military expeditions, as well as artificial and machine production. However, the machinery was cumbersome and difficult to transport, making retrieval from these remote cities wasteful. Yin An decided to stockpile resources in preparation for establishing her own base. However, since the factories were often located in isolated areas, most workers had been trapped inside during the outbreak. Employing a cautious strategy, she parked her motorcycle outside a clothing factory. Silently, she dealt with 4 zombies wandering outside before stealthily entering the building. People. Yin An squinted her beautiful eyes, peering through the bushes towards a large 3-story building. The structure was a typical factory design, with enormous windows and high ceilings. Remarkably, 4 or 5 humans were still alive on the 3rd floor. Chapter 10. Kind-hearted Chung Su. The zombies on the 1st and 2nd floors were pressing toward the 3rd floor. Although the door on the third floor was barricaded with cabinets and instruments, it was clear that it would not withstand the relentless assaults for long. The few individuals crowded near the window. Yin An had no interest in altruism. She set aside her inclination to assist and respected the fate of others. She intended to traverse this building and scour the next one. The commotion on the first floor attracted a multitude of zombies, providing her with cover for her stealthy movements. "I will fight them off." Suddenly, a powerful and hearty voice resounded. In the next moment, a figure leapt from the third floor. Thud! He landed directly onto a forklift below, creating a substantial dent in it. Yin An stole a glance and saw a towering man over 6 feet tall, robust and muscular. With a round head and square face, his skin slightly tanned. With a single punch, he crushed a zombie's skull before leaping into the forklift, driving it over a horde of zombies. Yin An raised her eyebrows. This tall fellow was none other than Chung Su, a member of the Chia Lintong team from her previous life. She had encountered him on a mission before and remembered his extraordinary combat prowess. Later, he seemed to have become a dual-element ability user, and he was quite amiable as well. Upon hearing the ruckus, the zombies on the first floor turned their attention toward the forklift. The zombies on the second floor scrambled to leap out of the windows, falling onto the forklift with a series of thuds, much like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. The forklift was nearly overwhelmed by the climbing zombies as Chung Su operated it, crushing them beneath its weight while simultaneously delivering powerful punches to those attempting to invade. Yin An had silently made her way to the nearby bushes of the second building, skillfully throwing out a grappling hook that soared to the second floor. She perched on the window frame, her fingers deftly collecting all the instruments from the second floor into her spatial storage. Onto the third floor, and I won't spare the first floor either. All right, on to the next building. Thus, while Chung Su was engaged in a fierce battle, roars echoing around him, Yin An gracefully scavenged instruments and supplies from 5 buildings in quick succession. To her immense delight, she stumbled upon a warehouse dedicated to storing finished garments. Though it was only 1 story high, it was brimming with supplies. With agility, she swiftly eliminated 7 or 8 zombies inside the warehouse and collected all the goods and crystals into her spatial storage. After clearing the stock, Yin An noticed a gap on the floor. Goodness, their SA basement? She hurried over and kicked open the basement door. A grayish-white zombie face lunged out at her. Half of its face had been gnawed away, and its mouth, filled with yellowed teeth, had half fallen out, exposing its bones and blood. The flesh on its face was shredded into thin strips, flapping in the air with its movements. Disgusted, Yin An punched the zombie away. Immediately, upon seeing the scene before her, she was elated. The basement was an enormous storage area filled with sections of fabric and finished clothing stacked to the brim. As she walked and collected items, it took her 5 minutes to clear the entire warehouse. After finishing, she found a door nearby and pushed it open, leaping through. To her surprise, she had entered the very building where Chung Su and the others were. Take that, you brute. Chung, keep it up. Chung Su had awakened his abilities. How impressive. Outside the window, she could hear Chung Su battling the zombies, accompanied by cheers from the people on the third floor. Yin An relaxed her shoulders, observing the surrounding grotesque faces turning toward her, a flicker of excitement crossing her eyes. To her, they were all just opportunities for harvesting crystals. Just as she was about to spring into action, 4 2-meter-high earthen walls rose from the ground, enclosing her. She was taken aback. "Don't worry, I'm here to rescue you." Chung Su's robust voice boomed nearby. Yin An jumped up, clambering onto the earthen wall for a better view. Chung Su shouted as he drove the forklift straight in, his body half hanging out as he furiously attacked the zombies. Each punch landed with a satisfying thud. Wow, his newly awakened earth abilities are incredibly strong. This guy is formidable, making excellent use of his towering physique. Yin An knew that a level 1 earth ability user typically could only hurl a clump of dirt, yet he had summoned 4 high walls with ease. While Chung Su was busy slaughtering outside, Yin An deftly harvested crystals with her fingers. In about an hour, Chung Su had dispatched at least 100 zombies, all of which were collected by Yin An. The sensation of reclining and reaping the rewards was absolutely delightful. Yin An soon devised a plan to enjoy the spoils. Chung Su swiftly eliminated the zombies on the first floor and extended his hand from the earthen wall, saying, "Miss, come, grab hold of me." Yin An immediately grasped his hand, and within a few steps, they jumped out. "We need to leave here, quickly," Chung Su urged, driving the forklift to rescue 2 girls and a boy from the 3rd floor. "Chung, you're amazing. Are you hurt at all? So many zombie corpses." The 2 girls looked at Chung Su with admiration. The boy chimed in, "I remember there's an off-road vehicle at the factory outside. Let us hurry." "All right." Everyone agreed unanimously. Chung Su turned to Yin An. "Let us go to City A. It's too dangerous for you to be alone." Yin An readily agreed, thinking that with Chung Su's prowess, she could rest as a mere bystander. She nodded. The other 3 individuals noticed Yin An as well, and one girl in a short skirt cast her a brief, displeased glance. However, Yin An pretended not to notice anything and followed Chung Su onto the off-road vehicle. She leaned against the back seat, collecting zombie corpses into her spatial storage whenever she saw one on the road. After driving for 7 or 8 kilometers without encountering any more shopping malls, mostly passing through small towns and villages in the suburbs, the off-road vehicle trampled over the zombies in its path. Reaching a relatively zombie-free area, Chung Su decided to take a break, pulling out some biscuits to share. He ended up giving some to Yin An, who accepted them with a polite smile. "TCH, why do you have to take food from others?" The girl in the short skirt seated next to Yin An shot her a disdainful glance, rolling her eyes. Chapter 11. The sinister gang. Yin An chose to ignore her, elegantly tearing open the packaging of a biscuit and savoring it. "Wang Yao, we must not speak like that. It is a time for us to unite," Chung Su reproached, prompting the woman named Wang Yao to reluctantly close her mouth. Chung Su looked at Yin An, offering a simple smile, and explained, "We are all practitioners of Taekwondo. I am a store manager, and they're my staff. We usually share a house, and with zombies lurking everywhere, we decided to form a team." Yin An nodded in acknowledgement, noting the 1-to-3 ratio. In the next moment, she sensed a horde of zombies approaching, and instinctively glanced outside with heightened vigilance. A loud crash resounded, followed by the shattering of glass. A zombie had smashed through the window on Wang Yao's side, lunging at her with its grotesque mouth. "Oh, help me!" Wang Yao shrieked, desperately trying to cling to Yin An. With a cold glare, Yin An kicked her away, commanding drive. Chung Su immediately sprang into action, accelerating the off-road vehicle at full speed. "Where did these zombies come from?" Another girl in red questioned, clearly still reeling from the earlier panic. "It's likely that our passage attracted many zombies behind us. When we stopped just now, they caught up," Chung Su calmly assessed. Yin An regarded his back with a sense of approval. Chung Su was indeed quite capable. Soon, they drove into the jurisdiction of City A. Yin An spotted a food processing factory, and Chung Su evidently noticed it too. He made a decisive choice to stock up on supplies there. The vehicle came to a steady halt 30 meters from the factory, and Chung Su distributed travel-sized provisions to everyone before the 4 of them ventured inside. The 3 others followed Chung Su, resembling chicks trailing behind a towering hen. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the interior, sending a chill down Yin An's spine. A factory of this size, with at least 30 buildings, could not possibly be this quiet. She gently tapped Chung Su, who turned to her. Yin An silently mouthed, "Something feels off inside." Chung Su's expression turned serious as he surveyed the factory's walls, becoming even more cautious. After a moment of contemplation, he softly suggested, "Let us return to the vehicle." "Why are you listening to her, Director?" One of the male companions protested, clearly displeased. "Indeed, Director, there must be plenty of supplies in the factory. We haven't even entered yet, and you're already heeding her words." "I suspect she's just afraid," chimed in the girl in red, her sharp voice betraying her lack of volume control. At that moment, Yin An heard footsteps within the factory walls. Dismissing the 2 naysayers, she turned to leave. "Ding! Entering rewards you with special rewards," the system's voice suddenly chimed. "Special rewards?" Instantly, Yin An resolved to stay put. The girl in red, interpreting Yin An's decision as cowardice, rolled her eyes. Yin An paid her no mind, glancing at her watch. It was the 4th day after the apocalypse, April 12, 2034. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Chung Su furrowed his brow as the male and female companions hastened into the factory. After a brief hesitation, he glanced at Yin An, signaling her to be cautious before stealthily following them inside. Yin trailed behind. Upon entering, they encountered two zombies, which Chang-Su swiftly dispatched. To their astonishment, the factory was littered with zombie corpses, evidently cleared by someone. This expansive factory had two buildings under construction nearby, their bare concrete floors devoid of walls on the second and third floors. With her keen eyesight, Yin quickly spotted several humans on the second floor. The zombies in this factory were likely eliminated by them. A sense of foreboding washed over her. The individuals on the second floor wore work attire, exuding a demeanor starkly different from the panicked survivors of the apocalypse. They appeared unfazed, even emanating an aura of hostility. The true terror in the apocalypse lies not only with the zombies, but also with humanity. Yin sought to leave, inquiring within her mind, "I've entered. When will the task rewards be issued?" The system responded in a calm tone. "Task completion is not yet fully achieved. Please remain patient. Rewards will be granted upon completion." This reassured Yin, allowing her anxious heart to relax slightly. With her secondary level lightning abilities and a spatial advantage, she had a safety net in case of danger. For now, it was prudent to follow and secure the special bonus. She surmised that the system had its reasons for urging her to stay. People. Wonderful, there are people. Yin mused, when suddenly, the girl in red yelled excitedly, having spotted the figures on the second floor. "How fantastic! Perhaps we could form a team together." The male companion chimed in joyfully. Chang-Su remained silent, observing the scene intently. Yin swiftly adjusted her hood to obscure her eyes, discreetly collecting the zombie cores from the ground, bowing her head as she stood at the back of the group. 5 individuals descended from the second floor, scrutinizing the 4 newcomers with disdain and scorn. The girl in red, feeling the weight of their gazes, quickly suppressed her excitement and meekly asked, "Could you spare us some food or allow us to join you?" Chang-Su, however, frowned deeply and slowly retreated, pulling her back with urgency. "Run." But it was too late. The 5 individuals sprang into action, revealing 2 with abilities, one wielding fire, the other wood. They all directed their assault towards the towering Chang-Su. The 3 middle-aged men, muscular and robust, joined forces, and despite Chang-Su's tenacious resistance for several minutes, he was ultimately subdued. Yin offered no resistance. Remaining still and feigning weakness, she discerned that there were likely stronger individuals on the second floor orchestrating this group, and engaging them would lead to a fierce battle with slim chances of success, merely exhausting their energy. In the apocalypse, the formation of small factions is a natural occurrence. Many are eager to carve out their dominion. Chang-Su was bound hand and foot, while Yin and the others were tied with a single rope, paraded like prisoners. At the base of the stairs leading to the second floor lay 2 human corpses, clearly slain by this group. The girl in red had begun to sob uncontrollably. Upon reaching the second floor, Yin discovered several others bound, presumably survivors from the factory. These individuals had likely never imagined they would escape the zombies only to fall into the hands of fellow humans. In the center of the second floor lounged a man in a recliner, appearing to be in his 40s, with dark skin and a long-healed scar on his face. He smoked a cigarette, casting a cold gaze upon Chang-Su and the others. He was undoubtedly the leader of this group. Flanking him were 2 trembling young women, attractive yet seemingly coerced, bearing expressions of sorrow. "Wow!" The girl in red's cries grew louder. Silence. The man in the recliner suddenly barked. The 5 men behind Yin immediately advanced to cover the girl's mouth. "Consider this a gift." "I detest noise," he remarked disdainfully, exhaling a cloud of smoke and shooting a contemptuous glance at the girl in red. "Thanks, boss." The 5 men responded eagerly, dragging the girl downstairs. Her screams, echoing like that of a slaughtered pig, wrestled against his bonds, but the ropes only tightened their grip, offering no respite. Beside him, another man betrayed his fear as a yellow stain bloomed on his trousers. Chapter 12. Newly acquired healing ability. Ha ha ha. A nearby worker kicked him, hurling insults, as the surrounding laborers joined in the uproarious laughter. Their faces contorted in mirth. They regarded the urine-soaked man with the disdain one might reserve for a cur. "Come on, strip his pants off. This dog's piss stinks, to high heaven." At the command of one of the workers, several men advanced, kicking the weeping man to the ground and pinning his head as they began to tear at his trousers. They ripped them open, revealing a pair of scarlet underpants. Unsatisfied, they continued their assault, intent on stripping him bare. Averted her gaze. The man was wailing and begging for mercy, but to no avail. His pleas were met with resounding slaps. Shut your trap. Ah, you're all beasts. The police won't let you get away with this. A shrill cry emanated from the huddled crowd. Turned to see a cross-dresser, his voice a discordant blend of male and female tones, his wig askew, revealing a close-cropped haircut, and his makeup smeared across his face. The police? Ha ha! This is the apocalypse, you moron. Who gives a damn about the police? The foreman scoffed, his eyes devoid of humor, filled only with malice. He spat on the ground, saying with a sinister smile, I had a long list of crimes before the apocalypse. I was hiding everywhere, but now it's the end of the world, and I'm going to kill people openly. With that, he seized an iron rod from the ground and advanced toward the cross-dresser, bringing the weapon down with brutal force. The blow landed, instantly shattering the victim's skull, splattering the surroundings with a gruesome mixture of brain matter and blood. Ugh, help! A cacophony of screams erupted. S. brow furrowed slightly. A power-based ability? Ding! Mission accomplished. Special reward now being issued. Ability granted. Healing. Along with a doubling of mental fortitude and the addition of a mental fortitude attribute to the physical attribute panel. Current host attributes. Physique 56, Speed 46, Resilience 66, Beauty 99, Strength 24, Mental Fortitude 156. Current mental fortitude ranks first among all humans. The system's voice chimed in at the opportune moment. Was both astonished and delighted. This was truly an exceptional reward. Healing abilities were among the rarest in the post-apocalyptic world. In her previous life, all the healing abilities in the bases combined were less than 10, and they were all national treasures. However, there were many restrictions on healing abilities. First, healers possessed no offensive capabilities. They were unable to attack, and their teammates needed to provide them with crystals. Second, healers had a weak healing ability before level 4. Level 1 could only heal about 1 centimeter of the wound and clear some zombie viruses. Level 2 could heal about 3 centimeters of the wound and clear most of the viruses. Level 3 could heal about 8 centimeters of the wound and clear all the viruses. At level 4, they could heal larger wounds. At level 5, they could grow flesh and bones. And at level 6, they could heal residual limbs. No one had reached level 7 or higher in the previous life, and did not know the specific abilities, knowing that most power users were only at level 3 in the apocalypse. It was not easy for healers to be promoted to level 6. At that time, the highest level of power users was level 8, and they were the commanders of some bases. Third, the biggest shortcoming of healing abilities was that they consumed a lot of mental fortitude. Generally, they were only enough to use once a day, and large-scale healing above level 5 or 6 required waiting a week. Therefore, only high-level people could enjoy the healing of healers. In short, once these healers were discovered, they would be served by high-level people alone. Not only did the system give her healing abilities, but it also doubled her mental fortitude. That meant her healing ability was equivalent to that of 2 healers. Felt an extremely comfortable energy in her body. This was her first time obtaining a healing ability, and her body immediately felt lighter. At the same time, an extremely gentle and comfortable energy spread throughout her body, washing away the fatigue of the past few days. No wonder the only healer in the Morningstar base in her previous life had never been sick. It seemed that this ability also had a self-repair function. While pondered, several tragedies had already unfolded in the dilapidated second floor. The brutal foreman had successively killed several men he disliked. Brain matter and blood splattered everywhere, and some people were directly frightened into unconsciousness. Crouched behind the crowd, her slender frame allowed her to remain inconspicuous, almost buried in the throng, ensuring her temporary safety. Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred, Ent's eyes narrowed slightly. A man wearing a baseball cap appeared with startling speed. He kicked 2 workers away, seized the foreman, and pressed a knife firmly against his neck. Beneath the cap, A pair of striking, cold eyes regarded the foreman as if he were already dead. His voice was deep and husky, possessing an appealing timbre, yet devoid of any semblance of human warmth. Release these people. Oh, if it isn't young Master Ren. The foreman chuckled upon recognizing the voice, tilting his head obsequiously. Let's talk this over. In an instant, his ear was severed. The foreman bellowed, startling the surrounding workers who moved to assist him. Don't move. Listen to him, quick, the foreman exclaimed in panic, while subtly signaling to the workers when the baseball cap was out of sight. The workers immediately came forward to untie the crowd. At that moment, the foreman, his face half covered in blood and missing an ear, launched a sudden counterattack, breaking free from the baseball cap man's grip. Simultaneously, the workers swarmed forward. The baseball cap man, as if anticipating the move, swiftly kicked down one worker and stabbed another. He retreated rapidly, hurling scraps of metal and other debris at the advancing workers. For a moment, they were unable to capture him. He also kicked a piece of glass toward Chung-Su without being seen. He did all this almost silently, but he did not escape's eyes. Popped a piece of bubble gum into her mouth, withdrawing her gaze from the spectacle. She surveyed her surroundings. Behind her lay a broken window, offering an excellent escape route. Her hands were easily freed from the ropes, and she prepared to scavenge for supplies within the factory. The system's voice chimed in at the opportune moment. Ding. Side mission initiated. Rescue Rinyu. Target designation, baseball cap man. Side missions are optional and not mandatory. Completing this side mission will yield a reward. System notification. Chung-Su and Rinyu are both highly suitable candidates for teammates. Mission acceptance is advised. Frowned. Accept. She turned to see that only the group of hooligan workers and Chung-Su and Rinyu remained on the second floor. Although most of the 13 workers were dead, the 3 power users were still alive. This included the foreman with the severed ear. Chung-Su and Rinyu were gradually losing ground, pinned down and unable to move. The foreman raised an iron rod and approached Rinyu, saying with venom, "Boy, you still want to avenge your parents? I must inform you." Before the words were fully uttered, Rinyu produced a bomb, pointing it coldly at Chung-Su, and declared, "Release this individual, or I shall detonate the explosive." The worker's eyes widened in shock, clearly unprepared for such a turn of events. 3. Rinyu commenced the countdown. "Wait, we'll let him go," the foreman hastily replied. The other 2 workers promptly untied the ropes binding Chung-Su. Meanwhile, Yin An had stealthily positioned herself behind a pillar. Chung-Su, observing Rinyu's persistent gestures urging him to flee, scanned his surroundings and realized that all those who had been trapped had escaped. He began to retreat slowly. Suddenly, a wall of earth surged up before Rinyu, isolating him from the 3 extraordinary individuals. Chung-Su delivered a powerful punch that sent the wood-powered worker crashing to the ground. "You seek death," the foreman shouted in fury, charging forward. In the next instant, his legs were completely severed, and he collapsed to the ground, screaming in terror, "My legs! My legs!" Yin An launched a grappling hook, which pierced the body of the wood-powered worker, then leapt forward, delivering a kick that sent the fire-powered worker flying. Goodness! In the astonished gaze of Chung-Su, Yin An smiled sweetly at the foreman, who was straining to look at her, and said, "In the apocalypse, no one is here to oversee you. So I shall take on the role of your father, just this once. I hope you can start anew in your next life." Rinyu emerged from the earthen wall, gazing at the foreman, whose legs had been severed, and at Yin An, clad in black, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Chapter 13. Be our captain. Yin An retracted her grappling hook and exchanged a knowing glance with Chung-Su before leading the way down, entrusting the individuals to Rinyu for handling. She recalled the foreman's words about avenging parents. Certainly, these 2 bore grudge. "Thank you." Rinyu's voice echoed behind her, but Yin An merely waved her hand without turning back. "Wow, sister, you're incredible. What kind of technique is that? It's even more potent than a gun and reaches such a great distance." Chung-Su trailed closely behind Yin An, his admiration practically written across his face. Yin An remained expressionless, listening to the system's report. Special mission succeeded. Reward: space expanded by 10,000 cubic meters. Character assessment for Rinyu. Male, 23 years old. 184 centimeters, 65 kilograms. Capricorn. Ability awakened. Speed. Loyalty. Extremely high. Responsibility. Extremely high. Intelligence. Quite high. Combat power limit. Extremely high. Team compatibility. 99. Extremely high compatibility. Character assessment for Chung Su. Male. 27 years old. 192 centimeters. 80 kilograms. Aries. Ability awakened. Earth. Loyalty. Extremely high. Responsibility. Extremely high. Intelligence. Average. Combat power limit. Extremely high. Team compatibility. 99. Extremely high compatibility. As the system continued its announcements, Chung Su was increasingly animated, ultimately exclaiming, "Let's form a team. You be the captain." Yin An finally lifted her eyebrows to look at him and replied coolly, "If you want to follow me, it will be quite exhausting. Absolutely willing. No matter how arduous. I'm in." Chung Su eagerly responded, his eyes sparkling as if she were a deity. Yin An glanced at her watch. It was now the fourth day, post-apocalypse, April 12th, 2034, at 6:30 in the evening. As darkness began to fall, it was the perfect time for scavenging supplies. The moment for her planned operation was drawing near. She couldn't afford to linger here too long. "I have some matters to attend to. I'll return in an hour," Yin An declared before darting away like the wind. Chung Su watched her vanish, muttering to himself about how this captain truly came and went like a breeze. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the second floor, followed by an ominous silence. Chung Su looked up to see the man in the duckbill cap descending, his deep-set eyes reflecting a mix of relief and fatigue after avenging a great grievance, displaying a maturity and somber demeanor far beyond his 20-something years. "Where is she?" Rinyu inquired, scanning the area. Chung Su understood he was asking about Yin An and quickly replied, "She said she'd be gone for an hour." "I wish to join you," Rinyu stated plainly. Chung Su was taken aback. The man before him possessed formidable strength, and he was more than willing to team up with him, but he scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. "I want that too, but she hasn't agreed yet." "Were you not together?" Rinyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Just met on the road." "Cheng Suri Blaith." "No worries. Let's wait for her together." "All right." Meanwhile, Yin An stealthily analyzed the layout of the factory's outer walls, discovering a total of 35 buildings divided into 3 main zones: residential, storage, and processing. The storage area had been thoroughly cleared of zombies, evidently by the previous workers. The processing area housed machinery and production workshops, while the residential area contained staff dormitories, offering little in terms of resources, yet was teeming with zombies and some trapped factory employees. Clearly, the most valuable area was the storage zone. Yin An resolved to first raid the processing area to gather all machinery into her space. The processing area boasted the most buildings, totaling 20, including research and administrative offices. She began her scavenging, starting from the highest floors, meticulously searching through windows. Should zombies emerge, she either evaded them or kicked them off the building. Before long, she had cleared out over a dozen factories, discovering a comprehensive array of supplies, including cooking oil, seasonings, meat products, and vegetables. Her next target was the storage area. The storage zone comprised 7 buildings, and Yin An skillfully climbed the outer walls, collecting resources layer by layer. The thrill was exhilarating. With swift motions, she amassed all resources into her space within 40 minutes. Rubbing her aching back, she listened to the system's report. Physical activity level met. Stamina increased by 1. Speed increased by 1. Resilience increased by 1. Strength increased by 1. She made her way towards the factory's entrance, fatigue weighing heavily upon her eyelids. "Boss! Boss!" 2 serious greetings rang out. Yin An paused, her weariness fading as she beheld Chung Su and Rinyu standing respectfully before her. Had she just acquired 2 little brothers? Chung Su exclaimed, "We want to follow the boss. You're too strong, and most importantly, you saved us." He then bowed deeply, adding, "Please be our partner." Yin An tilted her head, while Rinyu appeared astonished. Chung Su suddenly realized his blunder, his bronze-toned face turning crimson as he hurriedly corrected himself. No, I misspoke. Please be our captain." Yin An surveyed the 2 before her. Both had undergone system assessments and should not pose significant issues. However, her standards for teammates were high, and she would not easily place her trust in others. Therefore, she decided to reveal little and conceal some of her strength. Becoming my team members is acceptable, but should anyone betray me, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them. Yin An's gaze turned icy as she coldly surveyed the two. Rest assured, I, Chung Su, will never be a treacherous person, Chung Su declared first. Rin Yu's eyes were equally resolute. If I betray, I shall be reborn as a dog in my next life. Chung Su was taken aback, then added, a rich man's dog wouldn't be so bad. They'd want for nothing and live comfortably. Rin Yu's expression stiffened. Yin An couldn't help but smile beneath her mask. You two wait here. I will check upstairs. With that, she ascended to the second floor to collect the cores from the 3 awakened individuals. Unlike zombie cores, the cores from awakened beings carried additional attributes. Cores of the same type could significantly amplify their powers. Yin An stored them away, aware that she was of the lightning type. Using these would be wasteful due to the differing attributes. Chapter 14. The base system is activated. After collecting all the crystal cores, Yin An descended the stairs, where Chung Su approached with a ghostly expression. Boss, I just took a look around. In such a vast factory, the storage area is completely empty. Yin An nodded, her face expressionless. Then let us depart swiftly. The number of zombies is increasing, and the outside is perilous. Thus, Chung Su drove the armored vehicle, with Ren Yu seated in the passenger seat and Yin An in the back, as they made their way towards City A. The trio engaged in casual conversation amidst the tense atmosphere of the apocalypse. Although they had not slept for over a day, their spirits remained high, bolstered by their abilities as supernatural beings, which prevented them from feeling particularly fatigued. Chung Su was the most talkative, often sharing a few offbeat jokes, while Ren Yu spoke less but offered quality remarks. Yin An contributed to the conversation intermittently. Boss, if we recruit a couple more supernatural beings, we would be invincible, Chung Su exclaimed cheerfully, envisioning their future. You need not worry about team members. I have my candidates. Yin An replied, just as the system's voice chimed in. 5-person team detected. No further member assignments will be made. However, to assist the host in selecting allies, the system will provide 2 task detection analysis functions daily. Yin An raised an eyebrow. Indeed, including Jiang He and Lin Feng, they formed a complete team of 5. Yet, she had her own plans for Lin Feng. In this apocalypse, the one who stands out is the first to be targeted. We must develop cautiously, she remarked coolly. Ren Yu nodded in agreement. I second that. Chung Su, with a twinkle in his eye, quickly added, I understand. I was merely trying to lighten the mood. I know the wisdom of playing the fool to catch the tiger. Additionally, you two head to the base. I have matters to attend to in City A. Boss, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. What could be so important? Yin An's lips curled slightly. I was bitten by a dog earlier. I intend to teach it a lesson. What dog dares to bite the boss? It truly deserves a beating. Chung Su exclaimed. Boss, we should accompany you. It's unsafe for you to go alone. Ren Yu expressed his concern. Yin An shook her head. I will find it more convenient to go alone. Having too many people complicates matters, and the roads are swarming with zombies, making it impossible to drive. Both understood she was right and ceased to press the issue. Approximately 3 hours later, they reached the outskirts of City A. City A was a bustling metropolis, its skyline dominated by towering skyscrapers. Before the apocalypse, it was a vibrant hub. After the fall, it became a hellish landscape. The sheer number of buildings made the streets congested, leaving people with nowhere to hide as zombies roamed freely. Being close to Harbin, many had flocked here, turning it into a veritable hell on earth. Observing the panicked crowds on the streets, Yin An said, Let us stop here. We cannot drive further in. You should head towards Harbin from the outskirts, and I will meet you at the national base. Concerned, the two turned to Yin An, nodding apprehensively. Yin An adjusted her mask, forcefully pushed open the car door, and shoved aside a zombie that had been banging on it, delivering a powerful punch that sent the creature sprawling. The zombie was a young girl of about 15 or 16, and given Yin An's impressive physical capabilities, she easily overpowered the creature. In a swift motion, she used a dagger to sever the girl's neck and collect the crystal core. Chung Su's vehicle had already departed. At this moment, it was 6 a.m. on April 13th, 2034. The dawn light was just beginning to break. Yin An gazed toward the center of City A, a slight smile playing on her lips. This mission was not solely about gathering supplies. She had a significant task at hand, dealing with Liu Qingqing. This afternoon at 2 p.m., Liu Qingqing's team would undertake their first mission since forming and knowing the plot in advance. Yin An had brought her team to the tallest financial building in City A, the Zhaoshang building. This towering structure boasted 42 floors above ground and 3 below, making rescue operations exceedingly challenging due to the overwhelming number of zombies. Currently, the national base's commander, Liu Qi, was leading a special forces team in the rescue effort. The building's external materials made it difficult to scale. Thus, they had to clear the zombies floor by floor from within. This approach, while effective, was fraught with difficulties due to the sheer number of zombies. Consequently, helicopters were deployed to rescue those near the windows, utilizing the loud engines to draw the zombies to the top floors and contain them on the 41st and 42nd levels. However, as Liu Qi and his team reached the 40th floor, the weight on the 41st floor became too much to bear, resulting in a catastrophic collapse. A multitude of zombies fell, causing heavy casualties among Liu Qi's team, and many civilians on the 40th floor remained trapped. Liu Qingqing, with her foreknowledge of the events, had notified Liu Qi in advance and assisted in evacuating personnel, earning her his admiration and 1,000 base points upon returning to the base, thus gaining fame. Yin An's objective was to ensure Liu Qingqing's plans fell flat, rendering her a mere fool in the grand scheme. With time still on her side, Yin decided to gather supplies nearby. She took an unconventional route, weaving between floors to collect resources and eliminate zombies, significantly saving time. After successfully looting 2 factories and a plethora of supplies, Yin had already completed her task of collecting 20,000 cubic meters of materials. With just 10 first-level crystal stones remaining, she leapt onto the top floor of a department store, swiftly dispatching 2 zombies. Only 8 remained. 7. 6. Finally, the last one. As the final zombie fell, the system's voice announced, "Task exceeded expectations. Time used is 1/10. Reward doubled. Task rewards are now being issued. Reward 1. Space expanded to infinity." In the next moment, Yin An felt her internal space expanding endlessly. Reward 2. Water and mineral resources tripled, each occupying 3,000 square meters with infinite depth. Reward 3. Time-stopping area expanded, 100,000 square meters. Reward 4. Ecosystem expanded tenfold, 50,000 square meters. Reward 5. Base system unlocked. Base system? Yin An rejoiced. Base system activated. Welcome to the spatial base. This base can be relocated to external spaces. As the system spoke, a colossal base materialized within her space. A towering building of 10,000 square meters, 5 stories high. Its exterior was constructed of solid granite, encrusted with a layer of diamonds. Yin An was awestruck. She stepped into the expansive villa, marveling at its exquisitely designed, luxurious interior. The first floor showcased an enormous living room with recreational areas, entertainment zones, a fitness area, and a kitchen with dining and bathroom facilities. The second floor featured a cinema, an arcade, a laundry room, a VR room, and an office area. The third, fourth, and fifth floors were dedicated to bedrooms and studies, complete with walk-in closets. Due to the vastness of the space, there were elevators between floors. Additionally, Yin An discovered a basement with a hot spring bathing area. She was astounded, but quickly adapted. This building was suitable for living, yet would require further upgrades to serve as a base. The system indicated that the base would evolve with subsequent tasks. The system sensed Yin An's thoughts and promptly responded. Yin An nodded. After all, she intended to establish a base in the future, and this was merely the beginning. Without lingering, she swiftly exited the villa. Before her lay a vast expanse of time-stilled territory, an ecological system. The system's voice resonated once more. Reward 6. Stamina 1. Speed 1. Resilience 1. Beauty 1. Strength 1. Mental power 10. The current attributes of the host are Stamina 57, Speed 47, Resilience 67, Beauty 100, Strength 25. Mental power 157. The next task is now issued. Procure 20,000 cubic meters of supplies and upgrade the abilities to level 3. The deadline is 2 months upon completion. A reward will be granted, while failure will result in annihilation. Yin An nodded, glancing at the time. There were 6 hours remaining until 2 in the afternoon. After a brief 4-hour rest, she hurried towards the investment building. The investment building comprises 3 sections: the South Tower, North Tower, and West Tower, all interconnected by a mere wall. The South and North Towers primarily serve as financial offices, while the West Tower is designated for trade, housing numerous food stores, among others. Liu Qingqing would first head to the South Tower at 2 in the afternoon to inform Liu Qi and the others, then proceed to the West Tower to gather supplies. Yin An surveyed the surrounding geography, identifying an old dilapidated building opposite the North Tower. This structure, 20 stories high with a concrete exterior, was suitable for climbing. Without hesitation, Yin An estimated her position and ascended to the 20th floor. Aiming for the open window of the 19th floor building across, she shot her grappling hook inside. After confirming that it had securely latched onto a sturdy object, she swiftly glided across. Fortunately, the room contained no zombies, only a solitary man. There were bottles of mineral water on the table, and Yin An took a seat to hydrate. It took several minutes for the man to compose himself from his initial panic, and he cautiously approached Yin An, timidly imploring, "Miss, please save me." Yin An turned to face him, recognizing him as the young idol she often saw on television, but she averted her gaze without a word. "If you rescue me, I will perform my talents for you for a lifetime. I can sing, dance, and rap." Seeing that Yin An was unresponsive, the man grew anxious and hastily added, "Chapter 15. A horde of zombies awaits you," he spoke, leaning in with a heavily made-up face, his eyes pleading as they turned toward Yin An. The white foundation had long since been smeared by sweat, leaving patches of yellow and white, while the eyeliner had run down his cheek, rendering him both grotesque and disheveled. Annoying. A gust of wind swept by, and a dagger was pressed against the man's throat. In sheer terror, he recoiled, clamping his mouth shut and curling up in a corner, quietly weeping. After years of being pampered in the entertainment industry, the sudden calamity had brought him crashing down from his pedestal, reducing him to a pitiful, helpless insect. Most of the office areas in the North Tower were still under construction and had yet to be rented out, resulting in a meager number of people compared to the South Tower. Yin An took a moment to compose herself before preparing to set out. The zombie presence between floors was sparse, and most people had fled. In the stairwell of the 19th floor, there was only one zombie, a child, evidently having come up from a lower level. "Oh, don't go. What'll I do if you leave?" Ignoring the child's desperate cries, Yin An swiftly dealt with the little zombie and ascended the stairs. Soon, she reached the 41st floor. Through the thick walls, she could sense the vibrations from the South Tower and the roars of the zombies. She glanced at her watch. It was now 1:15 p.m., and there was still time. After assessing the terrain, she retrieved a chainsaw from her space and began cutting a large opening in the wall of the West Tower, targeting the wall between the North and South Towers viciously. After carving out a square hole measuring 2 meters by 2 meters, she left one section uncut, providing herself a buffer for escape. As Yin An sawed the wall, the zombies on the other side were frantically battering against it. The cacophony of their impacts and roars filled the air. Bang, 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 roar, arg. This gap would soon be breached, allowing the zombies from the South Tower to spill into the North Tower, ensuring that the 41st floor of the South Tower would not collapse. Confident in her calculations, Yin An hastily fled. She cast a glance back at the opening in the West Tower wall, a faint smile curving her lips, her spirits lifted. "Liu Qingqing, I hope you will appreciate this first gift I bestow upon you." Yin An raced down the stairs. Now, at 1:45 p.m., Liu Qingqing was about to arrive, and she did not wish to miss a moment of this thrilling spectacle. Meanwhile, the South Tower had been completely cleared by a special forces unit of over 200 people, with zombies either eliminated or trapped in various rooms. Yin An lowered her hood, blending into the crowd, soon spotting 4 individuals walking into the South Tower: Xie Yun, Liu Qingqing, Li Mu, and their teammate, the wood-based ability user Zhang Kuan. Xie Yun stood out with his striking appearance, towering at 185 meters, his athletic build clad in an expensive trench coat. His powers were formidable. He was likely a fire-based ability user, making it difficult for Yin An to eliminate Liu Qingqing with him around. However, she had no intention of harming Liu Qingqing. The best form of revenge was not to take her life. It would be too merciful. We have crucial intelligence to report to Commander Liu Qi. Liu Qingqing declared as she entered the first floor, addressing the Special Forces personnel station below. She wore an expression of innocent distress, as if she had essential information that could not wait. The Special Forces member, observing the insignias on their uniforms, stood at attention. Special Operations Team? Those who could enter the Special Operations Zone were all exceptional talents, unlikely to lie. The Special Forces member immediately took their words seriously. Escort these four to Commander Liu Qi. He then took out his radio. Report to Commander Liu. Members of the Special Operations Team are here with important information. In Intrudergum, watching the scene unfold with amusement as she turned and slipped away into the throng. Her next task was to seize Liu Qingqing's group's means of transportation and loot the resources in the West Tower. She quickly located the armored vehicle belonging to Liu Qingqing's group, a recent gift from the base. Each team in the Special Operations Zone received one armored vehicle, but only as a one-time opportunity. Yin An swiftly commandeered their vehicle from an unnoticed corner and headed toward the West Tower. Hey, where did the armored vehicle go? How could it suddenly vanish? You must be seeing things. It's probably because you haven't slept in 2 days and are too on edge. Don't worry. The Special Forces are here, and the zombies in South Tower have been cleared out. Soon, we'll be taken to the base. No, I'm not mistaken. Stop thinking about it. Anything can happen now. Just focus on how to survive. Yin An dashed into the West Tower, where zombies were abundant, and some Special Forces were busy transporting supplies. She stealthily made her way up, collecting resources as she went. The floors above 10 were still undeveloped, and she dispatched zombies along the way, amassing most of the supplies while leaving some behind. Meanwhile, over where Liu Qi was stationed, Commander Liu. These are the 4 members of the Special Operations Team. As Liu Qingqing and her companions approached, a man in a black military uniform emerged from the ranks of the Special Forces. His features were sharp, and his demeanor exuded an air of authority. A small red mole adorned his prominent nose, and beneath long lashes, his calm, steady eyes surveyed the room. His lips pressed into a thin line, an impressive figure that inspired respect. Liu Qingqing's heart leaped with joy. This was one of Yin An's potential male leads, a man destined to possess immense power in the future. She was determined to win him over. What is the matter? Liu Qi inquired, his brow furrowed in mild annoyance. He had little time to waste. Commander Liu, the 41st floor is about to collapse. You must not ascend any further. Arrange for an evacuation. Liu Qingqing asserted with righteous fervor, her expression one of grave concern. Liu Qi glanced at her, tightening his gloves as he gazed toward the rooftop. I will go to the 40th floor to investigate. You all wait here. Commander, it's unsafe. Perhaps we should retreat. A nearby Special Forces soldier, swayed by Liu Qingqing's urgency, urged caution. There are still many people on the 40th floor. You all wait here for me. Liu Qi dismissed their concerns and began his ascent. Liu Qingqing's heart raced in alarm. Commander Liu, please trust me. This is true. Without looking back, Liu Qi quickened his pace upward. In times of rescue, any malicious interference could lead to dire consequences. The stern-faced man in the deputy commander's uniform spoke to Liu Qingqing with a warning undertone. Rest assured, Deputy Commander, I will not delay the rescue. I pledge with my honor that the 41st floor will indeed collapse. I am here to save you. Liu Qingqing declared with conviction, her eyes glistening with tears, as if her own selfless act of salvation had touched her. The deputy commander remained silent, his gaze fixed anxiously on the stairwell from which Liu Qi had vanished. Beside them, Xie Yun observed Liu Qingqing thoughtfully. She had been with them all along. Why was she so certain that the building would collapse? Why had she urged Zhang Kuan to hurry here since morning? Could it be that she was concealing some precognitive ability? The group waited in tense silence. Liu Qingqing monitored the time, estimating that only a few minutes remained before the collapse. She glanced at Xie Yun, noticing he was deep in thought, and her heart stirred. Both Liu Qi and Xie Yun were strikingly handsome, and she found herself captivated by both. Moments later, Liu Qi returned. There is nothing on the upper floors. Everyone follow my lead and proceed to rescue. At his command, All the special forces surged upward. Hey! Liu Qingqing was left dumbfounded. She checked the time. Something was amiss. The moment had arrived, yet the collapse had not occurred. She hurried to follow. Miss Liu, every second counts in rescue operations. What are you waiting for? Hurry and leave. The deputy commander, growing impatient, blocked Liu Qingqing's path, speaking sternly. Liu Qingqing's complexion suddenly turned pale, resembling that of a wilted vegetable. Confusion swirled within her mind. How could this be? She distinctly recalled that a collapse was imminent, and the special forces had suffered significant casualties following the incident. Let's depart, Xie Yun stated. Yet Liu Qingqing was reluctant, insisting on waiting. Xie Yun's expression grew colder, but recalling Liu Qingqing's unique abilities, he chose to maintain a gentle demeanor, saying, "If we do not leave soon, the mission will be jeopardized. Do you wish for the entire team to waste time here with you?" Reluctantly, Liu Qingqing agreed to depart. Let's head to the West Building. There should be more supplies there, she suggested. The team followed her lead, stealthily ascending to the West Building while evading the special forces. However, the upper floors were nothing as Liu Qingqing had anticipated. Not only were the resources scarce, but it seemed as if each level had been untouched, leaving only a meager amount of supplies. Liu Qingqing incessantly complained, after climbing so many floors. How can there be so little resources? Well, at least we have found some. Let us proceed further up. Perhaps there are more resources to be discovered, Li Mu, the most optimistic among the group, remarked. Yet, his thoughts soon drifted to his brother, whom he had been unable to contact, filling him with a sense of despair. He could only surmise that his brother's fate was grim. Thus, the four of them continued their ascent to the 40th floor, ultimately acquiring a mere fraction of the expected supplies. Liu Qingqing was greatly disappointed. She had anticipated a bountiful haul and had emptied her storage space, ensuring each team member carried an extra backpack. To her dismay, the yield was shockingly meager. She plopped down onto a chair, visibly discontented. Something is amiss. Xie Yun suddenly alerted, noticing the intensity of the vibrations beneath them. Run. No sooner had he spoken than the ceiling began to collapse, bringing with it a horde of zombies. Why were there so many zombies here? Liu Qingqing was on the verge of losing her sanity. At that moment, she possessed only a spatial ring and lacked any significant powers. Typically, she hid behind Xie Yun for safety, but now, surrounded by a multitude of zombies, she found herself utterly unprotected. Without hesitation, Liu Qingqing sprinted, gripping her teammate Zhang Kuen's arm tightly as she pulled him back. Xie Yun, alarmed, instinctively moved to shield Liu Qingqing, for she carried all their supplies. Those must not be compromised. Help me. A zombie with a gaping maw lunged at them. In a desperate bid for survival, Liu Qingqing shoved Zhang Kuen towards the creature, causing his head to collide with the zombie's ravenous mouth, resulting in a gruesome bite that tore away a large portion of his scalp. Meanwhile, in the north building on the 19th floor, Yin An lounged with his legs crossed, munching on sunflower seeds while a young dancer performed before him. Change, Yin An said indifferently. The dancer promptly switched to a local song, Candy Sweet, and began to gyrate, trying hard to appear cute. Yin An averted his gaze. Change. Again, the dancer complied, this time selecting a cheerful tune and dancing with a forced smile. Yin An yawned, clapped his hands, rose, and dusted off his pants, stretching lazily. Seeing this, the dancer timidly inquired, Big shot, are you satisfied with the performance? Can you let me go now? Yin An looked at him with a smile that narrowed his eyes, sweetly replying, I have no such intentions. I am merely a freeloader. With that, he swiftly moved to the window, shooting out a grappling hook before disappearing from sight. Sister, the dancer's heart-wrenching cries echoed behind him, lingering in the air for a long time. Chapter 16. A reunion with Song Yin. Yin An leaped onto the rooftop across the way, stretching her limbs and extracting a packet of beef jerky to gnaw on. The 40th floor of the building opposite was teeming with zombies, each one tumbling from the windows in chaotic succession. With her exceptional hearing, Yin An could even discern the piercing screams of Liu Qingqing. Puffed. Unable to contain herself, Yin An chuckled. The scene was utterly entertaining. She pulled out her phone, grateful to find a semblance of signal, and noted the time displayed. April 13th, 2034. At 4:30 p.m. Upon unlocking the device, a deluge of news flooded her screen. This is the live broadcast channel from the National Base, where throngs of survivors are converging. The National Base spans 30 square kilometers, with volunteer teams tirelessly erecting defensive walls day and night. Yet, despite their efforts, the base is nearing capacity. High-ranking officials have deduced that expansion poses significant risks, and time is of the essence. Failure to fortify the defenses could easily lead to an overwhelming zombie tide. Here, on the primary news channel, it was reported that due to the imminent overcapacity of the National Base, the command center has unified in establishing branch bases around the cities of Harbin, N, A, and Y. Yin An shut her phone, aware that her time was dwindling. With the National Base reaching its limit, she needed to hasten her journey to assemble her team. Although the National Base was not a sanctuary for the long term, destined to evolve into a civilization of bases, her current strength was still far from sufficient. The base within her space was still in its infancy, making solo expansion inadvisable. More crucially, the National Base at this moment housed all vital resources, and she must acquire as much as possible. Casting a glance at the two helicopters heading toward the 40th floor of she turned away. After swiftly looting a high-end supermarket, Yin An keenly picked up a harrowing scream amidst the cacophony of zombie growls. Song Yin, may you meet your demise. Yin An raised her brow, recognizing the name. Without hesitation, she ascended to the supermarket rooftop, dispatching 3 zombies before selecting the finest telescope from her myriad supplies to peer toward the source of the scream. There, on the rooftop of a villa in the affluent district, a well-dressed, middle-aged man clad in designer attire was being forced to retreat step by step, with a fence behind him leaving him no escape. His eyes brimmed with panic and fury as he brandished a stick, threatening the woman before him. Song Yin, are you out of your mind? If you come any closer, I will kill you. His threats were laced with desperation. Before him stood a woman clad in a black trench coat, tall and striking, with disheveled short hair framing her face, obscuring her emotions and shadows. Brandishing a long knife stained crimson with blood, she advanced slowly toward the man. Ah, I'll fight you. The man, cornered, swung the stick at her. However, before he could make contact, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his bleeding left leg and wailing, "Ah, my leg." In the next moment, the woman's knife struck down, carving a deep gash into the man's arm. Blood gushed forth. One cut, then another. The flesh of the man was shredded in a gruesome display. He succumbed to pain, losing consciousness only to awaken again, enduring relentless torment. Gradually, his mind began to falter, leaving him only with mechanical pleas for mercy. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have killed your parents. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have killed your parents. I'm sorry." Ultimately, after the 131st strike, the man drew his last breath. Yet, tears streamed down the woman's face as she dragged her long knife, descending step by step like a soulless automaton, surrounded by a sea of corpses. Who could be so heartless as to empty such a large supermarket? A piercing scream from below shattered Yin An's reverie. Lowering her telescope, she observed the young woman emerging from the villa, her heart murmuring, "System, analyze Song Yin." She recalled the system's earlier statement regarding the formation of a 5-member team, halting the assignment of new members. However, to facilitate the host selection of allies, the system provided 2 analysis opportunities each day. Song Yin was someone Yin An admired. She wished to form a team with her. In her previous life, after being betrayed by her teammates and falling into a horde of zombies, she did not perish immediately, but struggled for a time. In those moments, she clearly saw the woman whom the base denizens labeled as the female demon, reclusive, cold-hearted, and mute, a solitary figure viewed as a monster, rushing forth with all her strength to save her. Only in her final moments did Yin An discern the truths hidden within some hearts. Just like now, as she witnessed Song Yin eliminate the inhabitants of a villa, she harbored no doubts about her character. Song Yin was destined to be hers, for no one could ascertain whether she was slaying humans or beasts. Indeed, the next moment, the system's analysis echoed. Character analysis. Song Yin, female, 26 years old, 171 centimeters, 51 kilograms, Virgo. Ability awakening, ice element. High loyalty, exceptionally responsible, high intelligence, and an extremely high combat potential. Compatibility as a teammate, 99, remarkably high. Yin An raised her eyebrows in satisfaction. The data was exceedingly impressive. Song Yin, see you at the base. With no time to linger, she retrieved a modified motorcycle from her space and sped toward the base. Chapter 17. The Great Purge. The national base was extraordinarily vast, swiftly crossing the boundary between City A and Harbin. Within a radius of 1 kilometer from the base, supernatural beings and special forces patrolled diligently, eradicating zombies to prevent a massive horde from breaching the premises. Outside the base, there were numerous lines of people, each extending over 700 meters. Countless individuals surged towards this refuge, accompanied by the zombies drawn by the commotion. Yet they were promptly shot down, and those bitten were swiftly eliminated to avert mutation. Yin An quietly stowed her motorcycle and proceeded to join the queue. "Little girl, are you alone?" An elderly woman beside her initiated a conversation. Yin An glanced at her. The woman appeared to be in her 50s or 60s, her clothes tattered, and she clutched a piece of bread tightly in her hands, which was so squished it was nearly unrecognizable. Yin An nodded, choosing not to respond. "Ah, little girl, you seem to have nothing on you. Have you been robbed like me?" The elderly woman inquired, and Yin An realized that the woman must have fallen victim to theft. Left with only the meager piece of bread she held so protectively, Yin An fell silent, scanning the faces around her. Most were etched with fear, anxiety, and malice. Indeed, it was the 5th day since the apocalypse began, and it was entirely normal for food to be seized, especially outside the base under the watchful eyes of soldiers. Thus, it was understandable that people would resort to such measures to gain entry. If left unchecked, chaos would have ensued, leading to rampant looting. Noticing Yin An's lack of engagement, the elderly woman tightened her tattered coat and murmured to herself. At that moment, a soldier approached from a distance. His uniform indicated a higher rank than those around him. There are few slots left at the base. "Now all supernatural beings, step forward and follow me." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chaos. "What do you mean? Are ordinary lives not worth anything? Are you a supernatural being? Why do you deserve to reside inside? Save us." Instantly, the crowd spiraled into uncontrollable turmoil, their suppressed suffering, despair, and fear erupting in a cacophony of anger and lament, resulting in a violent clash with the soldiers. A gunshot rang out, a soldier firing into the air amidst the chaos. However, this only quieted the crowd for a brief moment before they erupted into an even greater frenzy. "Kill me. I no longer wish to remain in this wretched world. If you dare, shoot me." Take his gun. The people had gone mad. The world itself had gone mad. Yin An remained unfazed, having already retreated with the elderly woman to a nearby tree, observing the tumult with a cold gaze. She understood that soon, order would be restored. Indeed, within 2 minutes, 3 helicopters approached, led by one bearing a tall man in black attire. He wore dark sunglasses and a military uniform adorned with striking gold insignia. Yin An narrowed her eyes. It was Deputy Minister Gu Su, the man who would later establish the Sunlight Base and unify the Southern Territories. He exuded an aura that commanded respect, calmly surveying the scene below. The arrival of the helicopters did not quell the riot. The crowd remained engulfed in madness. Gu Su raised a walkie-talkie, uttering commands, and shortly after, a squadron of fighter jets appeared overhead. Yin An pulled the elderly woman further back, covering her eyes. "Ah, little girl, what's wrong?" The elderly woman, somewhat flustered, sensed Yin An's protective intent and did not resist, remaining still. "The Great Purge," Yin An stated flatly. In the face of the apocalypse, the most effective way to quell a riot was through complete extermination. There was no time for discussions of morality in such dire circumstances. Indeed, this brutal method proved to be the swiftest solution. Those who wished to avoid trouble had long since stepped aside, leaving only those intent on causing chaos to mingle among the masses. With the onslaught of the fighter jets, blood and bodies littered the ground, turning the earth into a crimson sea. The air itself seemed saturated with red. Soon, everyone fell into submission, while Gu Su and his associates vanished from sight. Yin An gazed at the departing jets, a flicker of yearning stirring within her. Though resources had dwindled in the aftermath of the apocalypse, rendering these formidable weapons largely idle, they still held potential within her vast space of resources. If managed wisely, she could sustain these armaments. While they might not completely fend off the zombies in the later stages, they could certainly serve as auxiliary weapons. This was one of the reasons Yin An was determined to reach the national base. The line quickly resumed its previous order. The bodies hastily cleared away to the nearby thicket. Everyone knew that it would not be long before the zombies would consume the remains. However, with the base nearing capacity, only those aged 11 to 40 with supernatural abilities could gain entry. The very young and the elderly were relegated to the base's branches. Though termed seeking refuge, the 3 bases had yet to be established, essentially assigning them the task of building these outposts. Name, age, supernatural abilities. A rugged-faced man in his 30s inquired as he recorded information. He cast a glance at Yin An, assessing her age before asking. Nan Sheng, 20, lightning abilities, she replied. Upon hearing this, the man's pupils widened in astonishment. He had been registering people for 5 days and had never encountered anyone with lightning powers. Demonstrate, he urged tentatively, gesturing to an open space. Hurry, why are you dawdling? Someone from behind pressed. Yin An coolly directed a bolt of lightning at the specified spot, and perhaps by coincidence, it struck the very individual who had just prodded her, sending him soaring 3 feet into the air, his hair singed as he collapsed unconscious. The crowd fell silent, astonished, as they comprehended what they had just witnessed. The registering man swallowed hard, hastily scribbling notes in the ledger before darting into the building. He soon emerged, stating, Nan Sheng, your abilities are exceptional. There's an opportunity for you to enter the Special Operations Zone. Would you like to give it a try? Yin An understood the requirements for entering the Special Operations Zone. She simply shook her head. I wish to form my own team. Chapter 18. Entering the base upon noticing Yin An's refusal, the man believed she must be unaware of the base's circumstances. So he began to elucidate in detail. The entire base is divided into 2 primary areas, the internal base and the external base. The internal base consists of 240 teams, each team comprising 50 groups, with each group consisting of 50 individuals residing in shipping containers. These individuals are devoid of any supernatural abilities, and their primary responsibilities lie within the base, such as constructing defensive walls, cultivating crops, and contributing physical labor. The external base is divided into 20 teams, each team consisting of 5 groups, with each group comprising 5 individuals residing in converted residential buildings. Their main duties involve undertaking various high-difficulty tasks, such as exterminating zombies, safeguarding the base, and transporting supplies to ensure the base's security and food supply. Moreover, the external base features a unique area known as the Special Operations Zone, comprising 5 small teams of 5 individuals each. These individuals are the most formidable ability wielders, specifically nurtured by the national base, charged with clandestine missions and direct interactions with senior officials of the national base. In addition, the base houses several core departments, including a coordination center, military district, supervisory area, security zone, research center, and command headquarters. After the man with the square face completed his thorough introduction, he noticed that Yin An remained expressionless. He paused for a moment before inquiring again. Have you made up your mind? If you wish to form a team, you'll need to find your own members. He glanced at the empty space behind her, only to see a bewildered elderly woman. Yin An nodded, reaffirming, I am certain. At that moment, the sound of a helicopter echoed nearby. A soldier quickly recognized Captain Liu Qing's team, exclaiming, Captain Liu and his team are back. This announcement captured the attention of many. From the helicopter, the deputy team leader leaned out, urgently stating quickly, we have an injured ability wielder. Soon after, medical personnel emerged from within the base. The Special Operations Zone's top team had suffered grievous injuries, with 2 members perishing at the hands of zombies, leaving 2 survivors, Captain Yun with a fractured left arm and Deputy Captain Liu Qingqing temporarily safe. As the helicopter landed steadily, a soldier stepped out to report. How could it be this severe? Inquired another man adorned with silver epaulets. This is a Special Operations Zone team. Report to the head of the Special Operations Zone. When we discovered the top team in the West Building, they were caught amidst a zombie horde, apparently due to a rooftop collapse that caused a pile-up of zombies. It took considerable effort to rescue them. As the soldier continued his report, Liu Qingqing and Xie Yun exited the helicopter. Xie Yun's arm was immobilized in a splint, while Liu Qingqing appeared visibly shaken. Captain Xie, your team now consists of only 2 members, and you have failed to recruit the required personnel within the allotted 3 days, remarked the head of the Special Operations Zone, his tone laced with disappointment. According to protocol, you cannot remain in the Special Operations Zone. He hesitated for a moment, glancing at Liu Qingqing, before continuing. However, given Miss Liu's special status as a valued asset to the base, you may consider entering the external base first, and then apply to rejoin the Special Operations Zone after assembling your team. Thank you for your assistance, Xie Yun replied politely, clearly left with no other options, while Liu Qingqing pouted reluctantly beside him. Are you Liu Qingqing? Asked Liu Qi as he descended from another helicopter. Yes, that's me. Liu Qingqing responded eagerly upon recognizing Liu Qi's voice. Liu Qi, however, darkened his expression, refusing to meet her gaze, and coldly remarked, You nearly jeopardized the rescue this time. Liu Qingqing's smile faltered. Liu Qi turned away and, noticing that Yin An was nearest to the entrance, strode directly toward her. Who is that? They call him the commander. He is so handsome, murmured the crowd waiting in line. Liu Qi briskly passed by Yin An like a gust of wind. Yet, perhaps it was merely Yin An's illusion, but she felt as if he had cast a fleeting glance in her direction. Yin An furrowed her brow, sensing a profound meaning in Liu Qi's gaze. My apologies. Miss Nansheng, I was lost in thought. Here is your identification badge. We will arrange for your transport to the external base immediately, said the square-faced man, refocusing his attention as he handed her the badge. However, Liu Qi halted his steps. He turned to Yin An, saying, Your name is Nansheng, right? I am heading to the external base. I will take you there. Yin An felt a reluctance in her heart, and was about to decline when she noticed he had already begun walking away. She had no choice but to accept the badge and follow him. His pace was swift, but fortunately, Yin An's long legs allowed her to keep up without much difficulty. As they traversed the bustling crowds within the base, individuals respectfully made way for Liu Qi, greeting him as Commander Liu. Look, he has a newcomer following him. Is she trying to hide herself? Shoo, let us not speculate. Mind your own business. They passed through the task area, food supply zone, and material distribution area, finally reaching the external newcomer reporting zone. A heavy silence enveloped them, broken only by Liu Qi's steady footsteps. You seem somewhat familiar, Liu Qi suddenly remarked, piercing the silence. Yin An found it peculiar. Logically, they had not encountered one another before. Could it be that he had seen her in the West Building? At that moment, I thought I saw a flying person, Liu Qi continued, a light chuckle escaping him, as if he were mocking himself. He turned to Yin An, his stern face revealing no emotion, as though they were engaged in casual conversation, his eyes inscrutable, swallowed by the darkness. Yin An understood. He must have indeed spotted her. However, feigning ignorance was her forte, and she quickly responded, blinking in confusion. Commander Liu, your words are truly enigmatic. Nothing else. This is your stop. Please enter. Liu Qi seemed to anticipate her reply, standing firm at the entrance to the external newcomer reporting zone, refraining from proceeding further. Yin An nodded in farewell. Liu Qi observed her retreating figure, taking the booklet handed to him by his aide, locating the most recently registered name, Nansheng, 20, Lightning Ability Wielder. His gaze deepened. Chapter 19. Team Heizu. This girl is indeed peculiar, wrapping herself so tightly that I can scarcely see her face, remarked the vice captain, observing Yin An's figure vanish around the corner. Liu Qi did not respond. Instead, he closed the booklet and turned to see 2 Special Forces soldiers from the base rushing towards him, their expressions fraught with urgency. Commander Liu, they reported, a large horde of zombies has appeared in the southwestern sector. The vice captain's expression grew grave. He turned to Liu Qi and said with concern, I can't shake the feeling that today's zombies seem stronger than those from the past few days. Liu Qi handed the booklet to the vice captain and swiftly departed. Zombies likely possess evolutionary capabilities. Report your findings to the research team, and the rest of the troops shall accompany me to the southwest. Understood. The two special forces soldiers shouted in unison before sprinting off to rally their units. Meanwhile, Yin An scanned the bustling external registration area for the figures of Cheng Su and his companion. Who dares to cut in line? A loud and arrogant voice rang out from the front of the crowd. It was sharp and grating. Yin An narrowed her eyes. That voice. The surrounding abilities users began to murmur. What's going on up ahead? It seems to be the formidable Team Heizu. Team Heizu, the very team that could accomplish a task of eliminating 20 zombies with just 3 members? Indeed, they are rumored to be a squad with a strong chance of entering the Special Operations Zone. Yin An moved forward discreetly and, as expected, found Cheng Su and his companion confronting 3 members of Team Heizu. This very Team Heizu was the one she had belonged to in her past life, comprising the Captain Zhou Hao, his girlfriend Cheng Tian, and another member, Wang Gang, all of whom were endowed with supernatural abilities. Zhou Hao was the most powerful, possessing a fire ability that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and he naturally generated a stronger energy. After Yin An and Song Yin joined the team, Team Heizu had stormed into the Special Operations Zone due to their overwhelming strength. Yin An suspected that these 3 were somehow connected to her betrayal in her past life. Though Wang Gang had pushed her into the horde of zombies, she now pondered that Zhou Hao must surely be implicated as well. You are indeed cutting in line, Cheng Su declared, his demeanor unwavering as he faced Wang Gang, who regarded him with disdain. Do you have any evidence? Wang Gang, clearly taken aback by the towering figure before him, grew increasingly agitated and questioned him. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he stepped forward and whispered menacingly, Do you know who we are? Are you unaware of the current situation? Look around. This is the apocalypse. I advise you to be sensible. The underlying implication was that in this world of chaos, moral principles have been forsaken and the powerful reign supreme. Cheng Su understood this all too well, but remained silent. Wang Gang, mistaking Cheng Su's silence for cowardice, smirked smugly and boldly stepped in front of him. Zhou Hao maintained an air of arrogance, not sparing them a glance, while Cheng Tian clung closely to him, exuding an aura of delicate fragility. The onlookers began to disperse slowly, as none wished to provoke a formidable team amidst the apocalypse. Yin An could hardly comprehend why she had ever joined such a team in her past life. She chuckled at her own panic during the onset of the apocalypse, blindly seeking powerful allies while overlooking many crucial factors. In the next moment, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded. The once boisterous Wang Gang was suddenly lifted off the ground. Cheng Su, towering at nearly 2 meters, hoisted him a full meter into the air, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric and Wang Gang's exclamation, Oh my! Don't call for your mother. Call for your father. Cheng Su replied with a laugh. Wang Gang, realizing the absurdity of the situation, blushed in shame, gathering a clump of earth to hurl at Cheng Su. You're asking for death, he shouted. However, Cheng Su was faster, throwing Wang Gang down to the ground and retaliating with a large clod of earth, forcing Wang Gang to roll and dodge. The disparity between their earth abilities was glaringly evident. The crowd, initially intending to disperse, was taken aback by the unfolding drama. Gasping in astonishment, this tall fellow possesses incredible strength. Is he from the Special Operations Zone? Why isn't my earth ability this potent? Which team does he belong to? Zhou Hao finally turned his gaze towards Cheng Su, his expression one of surprise as he beheld the 2-meter-tall figure and the earthen projectile on the ground. I care not for your status. Here, I do not permit line cutting, Cheng Su declared, brushing off his hands and gazing at the prostrate Wang Gang as though he were a stray dog. Rinyu, standing behind Cheng Su, kept his head down, arms crossed, his cap obscuring his face, as if the entire scene bore no relevance to him. Captain, Wang Gang, seething, could do nothing but call for Zhou Hao's assistance. Silence. You fool, Zhou Hao barked, directing his ire toward Cheng Su, gathering a ball of fire in his hand, ready to unleash it. Captain Zhou, please be magnanimous. A clear female voice interjected. Zhou Hao halted, turning to see a woman clad in black emerging from the crowd, her hood obscuring her features, yet revealing a slender and well-proportioned figure. Cheng Su and Rinyu, upon recognizing Yin An, greeted her and fell in line behind her. Boss, within the base, harming others is strictly prohibited. Team Heizu has a stellar reputation and should not make such a grave mistake. Our team, Nansheng, also holds some responsibility. As the captain, I apologize on behalf of my teammates. Let this incident be resolved here, Yin An stated warmly, her polite demeanor diffusing much of Zhou Hao's anger. Captain, protested Wang Gang, still fuming from his recent humiliation. Silence. Zhou Hao glared at his insubordinate teammate, disdainful, and then glanced at Cheng Su and the taciturn Ren Yu. Harboring jealousy. How did this woman manage to command such powerful allies? Yet, those who offend him would not escape unscathed. Yin An, seemingly oblivious to the malice flickering in Zhou Hao's eyes, turned to Cheng Su and Ren Yu. Enough of this commotion. We have a mission to undertake tonight. With that, she pivoted and began to form a line. Cheng Su and Ren Yu promptly followed, though Cheng Su grumbled, "Boss, why not teach them a lesson? Did you not observe the rules outside before entering the base? Any act of violence resulting in loss of life will lead to expulsion from the base," Yin An replied. Cheng Su scratched his head, conceding, "All right, but who has to say we wouldn't win? Indeed, I fear you may breach the rules," Yin An remarked with a slight smile, fully aware of Zhou Hao's temperament. Thus, she had deliberately revealed their impending mission that evening. Cheng Su felt somewhat reassured by her words and turned to Ren Yu, who had remained silent, asking, "Ren, why didn't you stand by me during that spectacle? Aren't teammates supposed to be like brothers? I believe dealing with a few wild dogs should pose no challenge for you," Ren Yu retorted coldly, leaving Cheng Su speechless. At this moment, several abilities users began to gather around them. "You all are so impressive. May I join your team?" Yin An's gaze swept the crowd. Quickly spotting Jiang He, who was waving at her from the back, alongside Lin Feng, who wore black-framed glasses. With a polite smile, she declined. "We have already selected our members. I apologize." "Nansheng, I finally found you. I want to join you," Jiang He exclaimed joyfully. Lin Feng nodded at Yin An. "So do I." Yin An gently ruffled Jiang He's hair, saying, "All right, I've reserved a spot for you." She turned her gaze towards Lin Feng. The team of superhumans must engage in daily missions to eliminate zombies. As a scholar, a walking repository of knowledge, it would be more suitable for you to head to the Research Institute. Upon hearing the mention of the Research Institute, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Research Institute? I have heard of that place, but it is typically frequented by formidable national scientists. Am I truly eligible to enter? His expression dimmed slightly after his inquiry. Yin An placed a comforting hand on Lin Feng's shoulder. "Fear not. Accompany us for now. You can conduct your research at the base. And once our team gains access to the Special Operations Zone, I will recommend you for entry." Jiang He, brimming with excitement, interjected, "Our team can enter the Special Operations Zone? Only the most powerful superhumans in the base are permitted." Cheng Su, exuding confidence, replied, "Are you joking? How could you not know how exceptional our leader is?" Indeed, Jiang He reminisced about the day Nansheng had saved her, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The five of them completed their registration and received their room keys when Yin An spotted Song Yin, who had just entered the base. Dressed in a black trench coat with faint traces of blood, her short hair obscured her eyes as she walked toward the external registration area with her head bowed. "Joining the team?" Yin An intercepted her, inquiring directly. Song Yin lifted her gaze to meet Yin An's, her icy eyes betraying a hint of bloodlust. Most would have been deterred by such a gaze, yet Yin An broke into a grin and added, "Meals and accommodation are provided, with a balanced diet of both meat and vegetables." Song Yin blinked, the chill in her eyes softening somewhat. Without uttering a word, she tacitly accepted the offer. Yin An then smiled and led Song Yin toward the external accommodation area. Cheng Su and the others followed, though perplexed as to why their captain had directly invited this peculiar woman into the team. Nonetheless, they refrained from questioning further. Chapter 20. The overconfident team. A sudden commotion erupted in the mission area. Given its proximity to the registration area, the cacophony of the crowd reached Yin An's ears with startling clarity. S and SS level missions had emerged. My goodness. The contribution rewards for the new tasks are exceedingly high. Cheng Su and the others were naturally intrigued. Chung Su, particularly fascinated by the new missions, turned to Yin and inquired, "Boss, since we have established our team, shall we take on a mission over there?" Yin surveyed her 5 teammates, each displaying no sign of fatigue. Rather, their eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. She then addressed Lin Feng, saying, "Lin Feng, you should head to the accommodation area first. The 5 of us will go on a mission. The team size cannot exceed 5, and Lin Feng, who had not yet awakened his abilities, was not in a position to protect himself. However, upon hearing her words, Lin Feng appeared somewhat unsettled, feeling as though he was holding the team back. His complexion paled slightly, and as he was about to voice his concerns, Yin noticed his unease and handed him a level 1 crystal core. "Lin Feng, do not overthink it. You are vital to us. You are a thinker, and it is not suitable for you to venture out to slay zombies. Please, do not feel any burden." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt considerably reassured. He nodded, accepting the crystal core from Yin, and asked, "Captain, what is this?" "This is a stone extracted from the brains of zombies. I believe it possesses profound mysteries. Perhaps you should study it," Yin replied enigmatically, refraining from disclosing the core's purpose directly, wishing Lin Feng to explore it himself. After all, should Lin Feng aspire to enter the National Base Research Institute in the future, he would require substantial skills. With determination in his eyes, Lin Feng assured, "Rest assured, Captain, I will study it diligently. Brother Lin, wait for us in the accommodation area. We will bring you some delicious food." Jiang he comforted, giving Lin Feng a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Do not worry, Brother Lin. With me, Chung Su. On your side, none of our team will come to harm." Chung Su added with a grin, patting Lin Feng on the chest. Feeling the warmth of their smiles and glancing at Renyu, who, though taciturn, exuded reliability, and the enigmatic Song Yan, Lin Feng relaxed, bid his farewells, and headed towards the accommodation area. Meanwhile, the 5 of them proceeded to the mission area. The mission area featured 2 large screens, one displaying the available tasks and the other showcasing the team contribution leaderboard. Aside from a newly added 2 S-level missions and 1 SS-level mission, dozens of tasks were categorized into 4 tiers: B, C, and D, each with varying contribution rewards, 800, 400, 200, and 100, respectively. The S-level missions offered a staggering 2,000 contribution points, while the SS-level mission reached an impressive 5,000. Wow! The rewards for S-level and above missions are truly remarkable, Renyu remarked as he scanned the task display. "Boss, which level of mission should we undertake?" Chung Su asked, looking to Yin for guidance. Yin was well aware of the regulations surrounding the acceptance of SS-level missions. Accepting such a mission would necessitate cooperation with the military, and she was keen on fighting alongside her teammates rather than collaborating with outsiders. Thus, her focus shifted to the 2 S-level tasks, which were to assist the military in eliminating all zombies at Ronghua Primary School to rescue the students, and to extract as much supplies as possible from the underground city of Harbin. The first task was purely about exterminating zombies, while the second not only involved combating zombies, but also provided an opportunity to stockpile supplies. The only drawback was that a portion of the supplies would need to be returned upon task completion. Nevertheless, it appeared that the second S-level task offered a superior cost-benefit ratio. These thoughts flitted through Yin An's mind in an instant before she reached a decision. She approached the mission area as coordinator and politely stated, "Hello, we are the Nanxing team, and we wish to accept the second S-level mission." With that, she presented the team's badge. The coordinator, a robust middle-aged man clearly accustomed to physical training, regarded her with a look of surprise and scrutiny upon hearing her words. Noticing it was their first mission, he displayed a strong sense of distrust. He shook his head and advised, "As this is your first mission, I recommend starting with a lower-level task. There are currently few ability users, and your lives are very important." Yin An understood his implication, her gaze unwavering as she prepared to respond. Suddenly, a delicate hand reached out beside her, presenting a card marked with the name Zhishang Team. Following this was a familiar, high-pitched voice, "Zhishang Team, S-Level Mission 2. It was none other than Liu Qingqing. "We just accepted this mission, didn't you hear?" Chung Su, who had been standing behind Yin An, voiced his displeasure at Liu Qingqing's sudden appearance. Liu Qingqing appeared oblivious to Cheng Su's remarks, instead preening her hair. Upon hearing the name Zhishang team, the coordinator's eyes lit up. He glanced between Yin An and the exquisitely dressed Liu Qingqing, stating, "The Zhishang team is a formidable squad from the Special Operations District, and Miss Liu possesses spatial abilities, making this mission more suitable for them." As the coordinator, he preferred that missions be assigned to the most capable teams, given the implications for the entire base's resource management. "But we accepted it first," Jiang He interjected, stepping forward. "We are not weak. We can complete it." "Enough," Yin An interjected, calmingly sweeping her gaze across the mission area screen before lowering her voice. "Then let us take the first A-level mission. Thank you for your understanding." The coordinator registered the change and returned the badge to Yin An. As Yin An accepted the badge and turned to leave, she brushed past Xie Yun, who was accompanied by 3 newly formed ability users. "What happened?" Xie Yun approached, having observed the apparent dissatisfaction among Yin An's team as they conversed with Liu Qingqing. "It's nothing, Yin Ge. Just an overconfident team that tried to snatch this mission from us," Liu Qingqing replied swiftly, her soft voice carrying a hint of mockery that resonated sharply in Yin An's ears. Chapter 21. The first battle. Yin An smiled faintly, entirely dismissing Liu Qingqing's words. Unexpectedly, a piercing scream from Liu Qingqing shattered the moment. Yin An turned to see Song Yin delivering a forceful kick that sent Liu Qingqing sprawling to the ground. The sheer force propelled her several meters, and her once pristine short skirt was now marred by mud, leaving her in a pitiable state. This commotion drew the attention of several nearby ability users. "What are you doing?" Xie Yun, caught off guard by this turn of events, frowned at Song Yin. Liu Qingqing was one of his team members, and such an open act of aggression was a blatant disregard for his authority as captain. "Mind your tone," Song Yin replied coldly, turning on her heel to leave. Xie Yun glared at Song Yin, his jaw clenched in anger. However, she was a woman, and Liu Qingqing had indeed uttered some unkind remarks. As a former squad leader in a special operations unit, Xie Yun was acutely aware that every action was scrutinized, leaving him uncertain about whether to intervene. In the midst of his hesitation, Song Yin and her group had already distanced themselves. "Yin Ge." Liu Qingqing bit her lip as she looked at Xie Yun, her tone laced with resentment. "Why didn't you help me take revenge?" Xie Yun helped her to her feet, shaking his head. "Be more careful with your words from now on. Don't stir up trouble. Things are different now." Liu Qingqing felt discontented by Xie Yun's response. In the stories, he was fiercely protective of the heroine, Yin An, avenging even the slightest harm done to her. Yet here she was, impersonating her identity, with a status that was worlds apart. As she watched Song Yin and her group walk away, a sense of unease crept into her heart. For some reason, the woman shrouded in mystery within that group always made her feel uncomfortable, as if a sense of impending crisis was slowly brewing within her. Yin Yan is so cool. Meanwhile, Yin An and her companions had exited the base and were assigned a standard off-road vehicle for their team of ability users. As Jiang He entered the vehicle, he gazed at Song Yin with admiration. Song Yin glanced at Jiang He, her icy gaze softening slightly, though she remained silent. Her reticence was something everyone had grown accustomed to. Yin An settled comfortably into the driver's seat, looking at her team members. "Do you think my conduct within the base was too timid?" Cheng Su scratched his head, hesitating before responding. "Boss, if someone bullies us, we should retaliate. With me here, I'll stand in front of everyone." Rinyu pondered for a moment before saying, "That might be wise. With zombies rampant and ability users everywhere, it's better to avoid making enemies." "True, yet not entirely," Yin An replied, her gaze fixed ahead. "A dog that bites doesn't bark. From now on, you will witness the consequences of provoking us." Pausing, she adopted a serious tone. "Now, as the captain of the Nanxing team, I must clarify our team's rules. If you wish to stay, you may. If you believe following me leads to nowhere, you are free to leave now." "Boss, what are you saying?" Cheng Su will definitely stick with you. You are my choice. Rinyu will always be a member of the Nanxing team. "Captain, you saved my life. This life belongs to you." Cheng Su, Rinyu, and Jiang He all expressed their loyalty. Song Yin remained silent, lazily leaning against her seat, showing no intent to depart. Seeing their unwavering resolve, Yin An felt a warmth in her heart and continued. First, betrayal within the team is absolutely intolerable. Should I discover any, I will execute the traitor without hesitation. Second, trust the captain's decisions. Mutual trust is essential among team members. Third, regarding all matters pertaining to the team, discretion is paramount. After stating this, Yin An surveyed the four of them. Can you adhere to these rules? Naturally, the four nodded in agreement. Excellent. Now, I must reveal a card I hold close. I possess many secrets. Should you contemplate betrayal, the losses will far outweigh the gains. I shall not perish, only you will. I have a space. As for the rest, I cannot fully trust you yet. I'm unable to disclose everything. I can only assure you that I will not mistreat my people. Yin An's declaration left the others momentarily stunned. Boss, are you saying you possess dual abilities? That Liu Qingqing gained the base's attention due to her space ability. Yet you never mentioned yours? This base will not be our final destination. In the future, I will establish my own base. Upon hearing Yin An's intent to create a base, the group was filled with astonishment and anticipation. Yin An chose not to elaborate further and pressed the accelerator, driving forth. Let us set off. Today, the base was overrun with zombies, their cries echoing as hordes surged forth. The military deployed in waves, with many falling prey to the ravenous undead. Yin An, an adept driver, had navigated through countless zombie-infested terrains in her previous life. Along the way, she instructed Cheng-Su and the others to eliminate zombies while deftly collecting their cores with a flick of her fingers. After approximately an hour, Jiang noticed something amiss. Boss, this direction doesn't seem to lead to Laoxiang Street. Their mission was to cleanse the zombies from Laoxiang Street, yet they were veering off course. Our mission encompasses more than just that one task. Yin An replied with a subtle smile, accelerating swiftly towards their destination. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, a swarm of zombies lunged at them, their gaping maws crashing against the windows. Coupled with the horde that had pursued them, the off-road vehicle was on the verge of being encircled. Yin An assessed her surroundings. They had entered a bustling commercial leisure district, characterized by towering buildings and an abundance of zombies. Quickly, Yin An identified a high slope connecting two shopping malls, with a 2-meter gap suspended above. Navigating through the zombie-infested chaos was no challenge for her driving skills. She pressed the gas pedal, breaking through the zombie throng and speeding towards the slope, the zombies trailing behind in a frenzied pursuit. The vehicle soared onto the 3rd floor of the adjacent mall, effectively blocking the zombies behind them. Boss, you're amazing. Your driving skills are unparalleled. Cheng-Su and Jiang began their enthusiastic praises. Let us not delay, Yin An urged, leading the way as she swiftly dispatched a lunging zombie. The 5-member team, with Yin An at the helm, ventured deeper into the mall. Were it not for her team members, Yin An would have already employed her grappling hook to hasten their journey. However, she had to accommodate her companions, which allowed for the accumulation of more cores along the way. This mall was evidently a hot spot for the undead, with no sign of human life. Only zombies pouring forth from every entrance, surging towards the 5. Stay calm and follow my lead. Yin An's soothing voice steadied her team. Cheng-Su, create a wall of earth to block them. Understood, boss. Cheng-Su concentrated his abilities, conjuring 4 earthen walls that effectively halted the advancing zombies. Yin An swiftly unleashed her grappling hook, piercing the skull of one zombie, its brain matter splattering as she charged forward, unleashing a surge of lightning to obliterate the other 2. The sounds of combat attracted more zombies, awakening the hordes on all 3 floors, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare beneath the dark moonlight. Cheng-Su, follow my lead. Rinyu, utilize your swift agility to clear the left flank of the zombies. Song Yin, take the right. Jiang He, although your combat experience is minimal, your power-based abilities are formidable. You shall be responsible for delivering the finishing blows. Yin An commanded, sprinting forward. The quartet responded with remarkable alacrity. Rinyu, wielding dual blades, glided through the horde like a wraith, his speed nearly double that of the zombies, swiftly severing their heads before they could reach him. Song Yin, armed with a long knife, struck with precision, her blades slicing through vital points. As her powers surged, the temperature around her plummeted, significantly slowing the zombies' movements. Cheng-Su followed closely behind Yin An, akin to a tank, engaging in fierce combat. Despite her lack of experience, Jiang He revealed an inner ferocity, delivering powerful punches that obliterated the heads of the zombies, showering the area with gore, a scene reminiscent of madness. The combat prowess of this five-member team was astonishingly fearsome. The mall, teeming with hundreds of zombies, was swiftly subdued. Yin An surveyed the carnage strewn across the floor, his gaze shrouded in darkness, obscuring his emotions. "What a thrilling fight!" Jiang He exclaimed, her small hands stained crimson, smeared with the blood and flesh of the undead. Yet, she felt no fear, rather, an exhilarating sense of liberation enveloped her. Rin Yu and Song Yin stood resolutely on either side, exuding a chilling elegance. Cheng-Su, drenched in sweat, removed his bloodied shirt and, filled with excitement, turned to Yin An, asking, "Boss, our team is incredibly strong. At this rate, the zombies are hardly a threat." Yin An shook his head, his expression devoid of joy. "This is merely the beginning. We have only 2 days until the zombies evolve. During this time, I need you all to grow sufficiently powerful." Chapter 22. The Toad Desires Hot Pot Zombies Evolving. Rin Yu keenly seized upon the crux of Yin An's words, glancing at him in confusion. "Captain, the zombies will evolve in 2 days?" Yin An nodded, and in an instant, seriousness enveloped the four of them. His words carried significant weight in their hearts. Although they were unaware of how Yin An had come to know this, his strength had long surpassed their imaginations. This is the crystal nucleus within the zombies' brains. As he spoke, Yin An scanned the four of them, unveiling his palm to reveal several first-level zombie crystal nuclei. The four stepped forward, each picking one up for closer inspection. This grayish stone was merely half the size of a pinky nail, appearing rather unremarkable. Currently, all zombies were first level, and they would soon evolve into second-level zombies, which would possess various mutations akin to superhumans, making them exceedingly difficult to combat. Yin An spoke rapidly, not allowing the four to question him further. Correspondingly, superhumans can also upgrade, and the pathway for upgrading is through these crystal nuclei. Afterward, Yin An produced 100 crystal nuclei from space and handed them to Cheng-Su and the others. "Channel your abilities and sense the energy within these nuclei." The four were momentarily taken aback by the influx of information. Rin Yu reacted the quickest. He placed a crystal nucleus on the ground and extended his hands to sense its energy. To Yin An's surprise, Rin Yu's perceptive ability was remarkably strong, and energy began to subtly emanate from the nucleus. The other three, seeing this, wasted no time and began to sense as well. Within her space, Yin An had over 2,000 first-level crystal nuclei, which would only amount to about 20 second-level nuclei. It seemed they would have to wait for the zombies to evolve to second level before they could upgrade to third-level abilities using 100 second-level nuclei. However, her healing ability was still at first level, and it was time for an upgrade. Resolute, Yin An extracted 100 first-level nuclei and began to sense them. She was already quite adept at sensing crystal nuclei, especially since these were merely first level. Soon, she felt a refreshing energy coursing through her body, successfully elevating her healing ability to second level. Yet, healing abilities not only needed to be upgraded, but also required substantial mental strength. Although Yin An's mental fortitude was considerably higher than average, she remained unsatisfied. Meanwhile, all 4 team members had successfully upgraded and were excitedly exchanging insights. Scree roar. Bang bang bang. The shrill sounds of screeching brakes and the frenzied howls of zombies erupted from below them all. "Someone's here." Jiang He and the others had evidently heard it too. Now that they were all second-level superhumans, their hearing was far superior to that of ordinary individuals. They turned to Yin An, only to find a glimmer of serene joy in her eyes. "Boss, did you already know that people would come here?" Cheng-Su whispered. In the dead of night, in a place teeming with zombies, who would dare to show up? Nearby lay the underground city. Upon hearing Yin An's words, the 4 exchanged various expressions. "Isn't that the mission site for the Supreme Team?" Jiang He exclaimed. "That's the team that snatched our mission." Cheng-Su nodded. Indeed, they could forget about completing this task. A cold smile crept across Yin An's lips. Then, boss, shall we go and take it from him? Chung Su's enthusiasm surged at the prospect. Not yet. Let them clear the path for us first. Keep your voices down and follow me. Yin An approached the window, gazing across the street below, where the massive sign reading Underground City had been partially torn away, stained with blood, yet still flickering with a dim light. Beside it, a base SUV was embroiled in a struggle with zombies clinging to it. Surrounding them, countless zombies surged towards the SUV occupied by Liu Qingqing and her team. This mall, one of the top 5 in Harbin, was already infested with zombies, compounded by the fact that Yin An and her team had previously drawn many zombies to the area. Consequently, Liu Qingqing's supreme team was facing an astonishing number of zombies. It seems they won't be entering the underground city anytime soon, at least not within an hour or two, Rinyu remarked. Not just that, there are plenty of zombies within the underground city as well. Yin An chuckled, finding a clean patch of ground to sit down. Stop watching, let's eat. Upon hearing the word eat, everyone felt a pang of hunger. Chung Su immediately settled beside Yin An, eagerly inquiring, Boss, what delicious food do you have in your space? Do you have instant noodles? I nearly vomited from the bland steamed buns and pickles we had for lunch at the base. With too many people at the base, the food was quite poor. And Jiang, he added, clutching his stomach, I didn't eat enough at noon, and I'm still starving for dinner. Song Yin and Rinyu remained silent, but their stomachs betrayed them with audible growls. We still have business to attend to later, so let's keep it simple for now, Yin An said, pulling out a portable electric hot pot along with an array of hot pot ingredients. This revelation stunned the 4 teammates, their mouths watering. The ingredients Yin An laid out were abundant, forming a circle on the ground. In addition to top-tier items like Wagyu beef, Brittany blue lobster, Iberico ham, and champagne crab, there were also various beef and lamb cuts, oysters, abalone, and even an assortment of vegetables and fruits. Everything one could desire. Boss, is this what you call a simple meal? Cheng Su gulped, feeling ravenous. So, hungry. Rinyu's expression was rarely so disrupted, his gaze fixed on the ingredients. Song Yin swallowed hard. Jiang He, embodying the essence of a tourist foodie, immediately seized a piece of watermelon and began to devour it. Yin An smiled, activating the hot pot, adding the beef tallow base, and pouring in 2 bottles of mineral water. Mineral water had become a precious commodity, and everyone winced at the sight of her actions. The hot pot began to bubble instantly as Yin An added vegetables and beef and lamb cuts, then retrieved some premium seasonings and utensils to distribute. I can't wait any longer. I'm diving in, Chung Su declared, grabbing his bowl and chopsticks, wolfing down the uncooked vegetables. Yin An chuckled and shook her head. Watching her team members devour the food like starving wolves, a hint of affection and helplessness in her gaze. Meanwhile, outside the underground city, the Supreme Team, having exerted tremendous effort to escape the SUV, was locked in battle with the zombies. Liu Qingqing, the only member without superpowers, was protected at the rear. Starving and shaken from the journey, she suddenly caught a whiff of the enticing hot pot aroma, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yingge, I smell the most delicious hot pot. Xie Yun, engaged in combat with a zombie, swiftly dispatched his foe and glanced towards the source of the aroma. As a superhuman, his sense of smell was far more acute than Liu Qingqing's, and he too caught the scent. The other 3 team members were similarly tempted by the delicious scent of hot pot. All 5 felt utterly exhausted and famished after consuming only bland steamed buns at the base. Observing his teammates, Xie Yun furrowed his brow and admonished, Do not let yourselves be distracted. Qingqing, grab some biscuits from your space to replenish everyone's energy and stay focused on the fight. Liu Qingqing pouted but complied, handing out biscuits. However, the captivating aroma of the hot pot rendered the once desirable biscuits tasteless. As they conversed, the number of zombies surrounding them continued to swell, forcing Xie Yun and the others to persist in their desperate battle against the undead. Liu Qingqing sought refuge in the off-road vehicle, nibbling on biscuits while gazing at the enticing aromas wafting from the 3rd floor of the mall. Her hunger intensified, and within the confines of the vehicle, the most luxurious option available was merely some self-heating meals scavenged from the supermarket. Moreover, with Xie Yun and the others engaged in battle. It seemed inappropriate for her to indulge in self-heating meals in the car. Swallowing hard, Liu Qingqing pondered whether perhaps a handsome gentleman upstairs was enjoying hot pot, possibly one of the male protagonists. Surely, it wouldn't be too difficult to play the damsel in distress and leverage her status as the foremost girl of the base for a morsel of food. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Liu Qingqing called out loudly towards the third floor. "Who up there is enjoying hot pot? Could you spare us a little? We're so hungry." Her voice rang out loudly, instantly drawing the attention of numerous zombies, which forced Xie Yun and his 3 companions, already struggling against the undead, to retreat under the mounting pressure. "Liu Qingqing, what are you doing?" One of the men in the team admonished her, clearly exasperated. He had been tirelessly battling zombies, and it was one thing for Liu Qingqing, lacking any abilities to hide behind them. It was quite another for her to be thinking about food. Xie Yun's expression was one of mild irritation, yet he maintained his composure, unleashing a fierce burst of flames to block some of the frenzied zombies. With his left arm injured, he had been fighting with one hand, and now his right hand trembled from exhaustion. As the team leader, he could not afford to falter and had to remain at the forefront. "Ah!" Xie Yun roared, expending the last vestiges of his abilities to conjure a towering inferno that engulfed the zombies ahead. The sight of their captain's valiant effort rekindled the spirits of the other 3 team members, who charged forward, unleashing their abilities in a fierce counterattack. However, after his explosive display, Xie Yun immediately resembled a deflated balloon, kneeling on the ground momentarily before retrieving a knife from the vehicle and pressing on. Observing this scene, Liu Qingqing felt a pang of guilt. Just then, she noticed someone peering out from the 3rd floor. In the dimness of the night, she could not discern the figure's features, but it appeared to be a man, and her heart leapt with joy. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the figure erupt in laughter. "A toad wishes to eat hot pot meat. Ha ha ha." Chapter 23. Is Yin An not dead? Chung Su finished speaking, took a bite of the beef in his hand, and provocatively gazed down at Liu Qingqing, a disdainful smile lingering on his lips. This woman had previously spoken ill of their team at the base, and he had long found her displeasing. How shameless she was to desire the boss's hot pot. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing's expression turned a shade of green. Anger mixed with embarrassment surged within her. "If you won't give it, then don't. Why humiliate me?" She furrowed her brow, vaguely feeling that the voice sounded somewhat familiar, yet she could not recall where she had heard it before. "Which dog is begging us for food?" Yin An's melodious voice rang out, this time deliberately loud. That voice! Liu Qingqing's heart raced with shock. It was the woman who had just mocked their team at the base. "Boss Jiang," he replied with a smile. Yin nodded knowingly, then turned her gaze to Liu Qingqing below, saying with a smile, "Oh, it's you, Liu Qingqing. It seems you never miss an opportunity to covet what belongs to others." At these words, the shock in Liu Qingqing's heart reached its peak. Her pupils dilated as she stared fixedly at the vague figure peeking from the 3rd floor, the image of an extraordinarily beautiful woman flashing through her mind. It was Yin An? She is not dead. Panic surged within Liu Qingqing as she glanced at Xie Yun, who was turning to look at her, and at the spatial ring on her finger. She was alive. Why is she alive? Not only is she alive, but she has also joined a supernatural team, and it seems she is the captain. Has she awakened her powers too? Waves of turmoil crashed within Liu Qingqing as her heart raced. She had worked hard to achieve all of this. She could not let Yin An take it back. "Boss, it seems you know her," Ren Yuxian said, scooping up a large bowl of shrimp paste while looking at Yin An. "Know her?" "That's an understatement," Yin An replied coldly. Jiang, he felt the air around them grow heavy, and he instinctively shrank back. Song Yin, with her keen observation skills, detected a hint of hatred in Yin An's eyes and remarked, "If she's an enemy, just kill her." Her icy demeanor was even more ruthless, her words dripping with bloodlust. Killing her would be too lenient, Yin An thought lightly as she sat down to continue enjoying the hot pot. The injuries she had suffered in her previous life could not simply be erased by taking a life. TSK. It seems this Liu has committed numerous vile deeds, Chung Su noted, shaking his head at Yin An's demeanor. Meanwhile, Liu Qingqing below was in a state of panic. However, being someone who had traversed into a novel, she held a glimmer of confidence within her. She now just wanted to complete her task and leave this place. She observed the hordes of frenzied zombies outside and her teammates, who were gradually wearing out, feeling anxious. Yin Gu, let's finish this quickly. Time is running out. Is it that easy to hurry? Why don't you come and kill some zombies yourself? The tall man in the vest, who had previously clashed with Liu Qingqing, questioned her with impatience. Everyone, retreat to the off-road vehicle and take a break. Xie Yun, already exhausted, glanced at his three teammates, all of whom wore weary faces. After speaking, he began to retreat slowly. The four quickly returned to the off-road vehicle, eagerly drinking the mineral water Liu Qingqing had handed them, and wolfed down the biscuits. Liu Qingqing watched as the four men devoured 6 bags of biscuits in no time, feeling a pang of heartache. Her supplies were not abundant, and in this apocalypse, resources were being frantically snatched up. These supplies had been gathered through bloodshed by Xie Yun. Now, these teammates were consuming more than pigs, depleting their resources at an alarming rate. She could only hope to enter the underground city, soon to collect more supplies. Although Xie Yun had been engaged in battle, he had also overheard the conversation between Yin An and Liu Qingqing. His handsome eyes swept toward the upstairs direction, then turned to Liu Qingqing, asking, "It seems you have a history with her captain." Liu Qingqing's heart skipped a beat, but her expression remained composed. Who knows? Perhaps she envies my spatial abilities. Outside, the zombies quickly surrounded the off-road vehicle, ravenously gnashing their teeth against the metal exterior. Among them were even those injured by Xie Yun and the others, some dragging an arm, others with intestines spilling out, some with only half a face remaining, and some charred all over like blackened wraiths, an exceedingly horrifying sight. Liu Qingqing glanced at them and immediately felt her stomach churn, nearly gagging. Damn it, why are there so many zombies? They seem endless. A young blonde man from the team gasped as he spoke. Xie Yun's expression was grave. He wanted to lead the team to retreat. However, given the number of zombies they had already eliminated, retreating now seemed too unwise. "Hey, down there, do you need help?" Suddenly, a melodious female voice called out. Xie Yun looked up to see a woman's figure peeking from the 3rd floor, the aroma of hot pot wafting toward him, and his heart lightened. "Yes, we do. Throw that toad beside you out, and we'll come help you." Yin An chuckled. Xie Yun was taken aback, and then looked at the furious Liu Qingqing beside him. Too much. Liu Qingqing was enraged when she heard Yin An publicly refer to her as a toad. She felt a wave of panic as Xie Yun turned to her, and she quickly said, "Yin Gu, you want to listen to them, will you? I have a spatial ability." Chapter 24. Reclaiming the ring, Xie Yun furrowed her brow slightly and declared without a moment's hesitation, "I certainly will not abandon anyone. Not because you possess space, but because you're a member of this team." Upon hearing Xie Yun's words, Liu Qingqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she leaned closer to Xie Yun and lamented, "Brother Yun, that team upstairs has truly gone too far, constantly humiliating us." Her words, infused with a sense of vulnerability, stirred indignation not only in Xie Yun, but also among the other 3 team members. After all, Liu Qingqing was one of their own and possessed a remarkably valuable space. Though lacking in combat prowess, she served as an excellent support and logistics asset. It was disheartening for them to witness the upstairs team's bullying. "Have you all rested well? Let us act swiftly and decisively. We must eradicate this horde of zombies outside the underground city." Xie Yun turned to the 3 teammates and spoke in a low voice. Noting their serious nods, he rolled down the car window and punched through, creating a bit of space. Then, he abruptly flung open the car door and charged out to continue battling the zombies, with the 3 teammates following closely behind. After approximately half an hour, Xie Yun and his companions had managed to clear most of the zombies. Chung Su and the others were well fed, each letting out satisfied burps. Yin An stowed the remaining ingredients and batteries into her space and observed as the Supreme Team, having finally dealt with the zombies, entered the underground city, panting heavily. A smile played at the corners of her mouth. "Let us depart." With that, she briskly walked towards the off-road vehicle, closely followed by Chung Su and the others. Once all 5 were aboard, Yin An pressed the accelerator hard, racing towards the underground city. Damn it, there's still so many zombies in this underground city. The blonde-haired man had just broken open the iron gate of the underground city with Xie Yun and the others when he saw the zombies rushing out and couldn't help but curse vehemently. The abundance of zombies signifies that no ability users have been here. There are plenty of resources inside. Let us finish this quickly, Xie Yun calmly stated and charged forward. At the back of the team, Liu Qingqing felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. How wonderful! This could mean an abundance of resources from the underground city. Although her 1,000 cubic meters of space could not contain all the resources of an underground city, it could still be filled to the brim. Suddenly, a deafening roar of a speeding off-road vehicle echoed from behind. The Supreme Team turned to look, and a base off-road vehicle came barreling towards them, crushing the corpses of zombies in its path. Get out of the way! Xie Yun reacted swiftly, pulling his teammates back. The off-road vehicle sped past them, heading straight for the underground city. Inside the vehicle, Chung Su and the others had a direct face-off with Xie Yun and his team. Xie Yun quickly realized they intended to seize the resources of the underground city from us. What? These brutes? Another man in red grew furious upon hearing this. But Yin An's off-road vehicle had already charged in, sending zombies tumbling to either side. Some pursued the vehicle, while others lunged towards Xie Yun and his companions. Liu Qingqing glared at Yin An's off-road vehicle, filled with rage, trembling with frustration. The tall man in a vest maintained a semblance of rationality. Let us clear the zombies first. They lack space and can only take a few backpacks of resources. With that, the four immediately engaged in battle with the zombies, allowing Liu Qingqing's mood to improve slightly. Meanwhile, inside Yin An's vehicle, Chung Su and the others gaped in astonishment as they witnessed Yin An skillfully steering with one hand while waving towards the resources, causing large quantities of supplies to vanish in an instant. This was their first time witnessing how space ability users collected resources, and they were left speechless with shock. The underground city housed over 20 shops, including a massive fresh supermarket, a mid to high-end consumer venue stocked with all manner of supplies. Yin An navigated the off-road vehicle through the underground city, recklessly gathering resources at an incredible pace since the last time the system had granted her double the mental power. After a thorough sweep, she collected all the resources and turned the vehicle to head back out, coincidentally meeting the Supreme Team, who had just finished clearing the zombies. Yin An slammed on the brakes, halting the vehicle as the zombies behind them lunged wildly towards Xie Yun and the others, leaving Liu Qingqing's face pale with fear. Once Xie Yun and his team cleared the zombies, they quickly peered into the underground city, only to find it devoid of anything but the bodies and remains of the zombies, as if it were a newly constructed no-man's land. What on earth? Xie Yun was taken aback. Liu Qingqing could hardly believe her eyes. Looking into Yin An's vehicle, she saw that aside from the five of them, there were no resources whatsoever inside. With a click, the car door opened, and Yin An and her companions emerged. Where are the resources from the underground city? The blonde-haired man demanded, eyeing Yin An. We collected them into our space. Yin An replied calmly with a smile. You can't possibly have space. I'm the only space ability user in the base. Besides, you didn't even get out of the vehicle. Liu Qingqing immediately countered. Having read novels, she knew that space ability users needed to physically touch the resources to collect them, including her own space ring. She had not seen Yin An and her team exit the vehicle. How could they possibly have space? It was utterly absurd. Is it impossible to collect resources without exiting the vehicle? Yin An tilted her head, her enchanting eyes filled with confusion. With that, she produced a ring from her space and handed it to Jiang He. Little He, you can take care of this from now on. Liu Qingqing gasped upon seeing the ring, then glanced at her own right hand, which was now bare. Ah, my ring! Liu Qingqing exclaimed. She watched as Jiang He happily accepted the ring. Boss, this ring is beautiful. Almost driven to madness, Liu Qingqing rushed forward, exclaiming, my ring. Yet before she could approach, Yin An kicked her away, sending her flying several meters. Qingqing. Xie Yun rushed forward to support Liu Qingqing, frowning at Yin An and her companions. You are being too unreasonable. Foolish little one. Do you claim I'm being unreasonable? Yin An raised an eyebrow, speaking leisurely. Xie Yun was momentarily taken aback. The term foolish little one was something that only a childhood friend had ever called him. A girl who always insisted he play the role of her shopkeeper in her games of running tavern. She had always referred to him as foolish little one. He had finally found that girl. It was Qingqing, but how could this person before him use the same term? My jade pendant and ring were both taken from me. And now, when I wish to reclaim them, I am being unreasonable, Yin An said, pulling down her hood and mask, revealing a cascade of lush, curly hair and an extraordinarily alluring face to the public. Wow. Chung Su and the others were left utterly stunned. The four men of the Supreme Team were equally captivated by Yin An's beauty. The previously young and beautiful Liu Qingqing had seemed rare enough, but this woman before them was breathtakingly unreal. Xie Yun quickly regained his composure, looking down at Liu Qingqing, his eyes filled with confusion and questioning. Do not listen to her, Brother Yun. Liu Qingqing was now in a state of panic, no longer caring about reclaiming the ring, shaking her head in tears. Brother Yun, she is deceiving you. Chapter 25. Re-encountering the Sea Moon team at Old Alley Street. Yin An, wishing to avoid further conversation, turned to Xie Yun and said, Do you remember when you secretly sneaked out to find me and ended up being bitten by a dog? Fearing punishment from your parents, you concealed the incident, but fortunately, that dog was not rabid. With that, Yin An opened the car door and returned inside. Xie Yun immediately recognized Yin An's identity. He had not disclosed this matter to anyone, save for that little girl from his childhood. Liu Qingqing, however, was utterly stunned. As a time traveler, she had read the novel in which Yin An was the protagonist. The narrative only briefly mentioned Yin An's childhood companion, indicating their playful interactions, where she would affectionately call him Silly Air, and they did not even know each other's names. She was completely unaware of such details. In this tangible world, it was evident that not all events could be encapsulated within the pages of a novel. As she observed Xie Yun's gaze turn cold, Liu Qingqing felt a wave of despair wash over her. Virum, Yin An and her companions sped away in the off-road vehicle. Don't go. My ring. My space ring. Yun, help me stop them and retrieve my space. Liu Qingqing cried out in desperation, tugging at Xie Yun's sleeve. At her exclamation, everyone instantly understood that her space was not some supernatural ability, but rather that very ring. Xie Yun rose, looking down at Liu Qingqing, who was now helplessly sprawled on the ground, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Miss Liu, you are no longer a part of our esteemed team. No, Yun, we've been teammates for days. Did you not say you would not abandon me? Liu Qingqing protested, unwilling to accept the reality. Clinging to Xie Yun's pant leg with a pleading expression, you no longer possess a space. Our squad is advancing into the special action zone. Taking you along would hinder our progress. A tall, stoic man interjected, having long been displeased with Liu Qingqing. The other two men, witnessing Liu Qingqing's loss of her space, remained silent, their expressions indifferent. Xie Yun, devoid of emotion, shook off her grasp and strode away, the three team members promptly following suit. Liu Qingqing scrambled to chase after them, but she was no match for the strides of the men. Before she could reach the off-road vehicle, she watched as Xie Yun pressed the accelerator and drove off. No! Liu Qingqing screamed in agony, collapsing to her knees. Suddenly, she felt a surge of energy within her. Raising her palm, she noticed moisture seeping from her hand. A rush of excitement coursed through her. It appeared her supernatural ability had finally awakened. It was water-based. While the water ability lacked significant offensive power, it was exceedingly rare in this apocalyptic setting. Liu Qingqing's heart soared with elation, and a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. Yin An, just wait. As a time traveler, I know the plot and its characters intimately. Everything you possess will ultimately belong to me. This ring is a space. It holds 1,000 cubic meters. Investigate it. Yin An remarked as she drove. Wow, really? Jiang He exclaimed in delight, immediately beginning her exploration. Quick, see if there are any supplies inside. Chung Su and the others chimed in, thrilled at the prospect of acquiring another space ring, which was crucial amidst the scarcity of resources. Jiang He, being quite astute, soon discovered the secret of the space ring. Simply touching it allowed one to sense the energy within. To her joy, she found that 1/3 of the space was filled with supplies, mostly food from a supermarket. She promptly relayed this information to Yin An nodded, her expression not overly jubilant. These supplies were insufficient for her needs. It seems the method of retrieving supplies from that ring requires direct contact. With that, Yin An produced a packet of biscuits from the space and tossed it to Jiang, he for her, to experiment with. Following Yin An's instructions, Jiang he placed her hand on the biscuits, and in an instant, they vanished, reappearing within the confines of the ring. That's incredible, Jiang he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Old Alley Street was not far from the underground city, and Yin An led her team through a series of zombie encounters while engaging in light conversation. By midnight, the five of them arrived. Old Alley Street was a crucial transportation route, vital for travel from the national base to the city center. Its narrowness often resulted in heavy congestion. Thus, a significant presence of zombies could severely hinder the efficiency of the base's military or supernatural teams. Unlike the underground city, the resources here had evidently been scavenged by several groups, leaving scant supplies behind, primarily those that were too cumbersome to transport, though the zombie count remained considerable. Yin An sent Chung Su and the others to clear the zombies while she focused on retrieving larger items, such as electronic materials, phones, computers, motorcycles, and tons of rice and wheat into her space. Before long, Chung Su and the others had eradicated the zombies from Old Alley Street. Rinyu captured a photograph of the location with his phone. Currently, the base required photographic evidence for zombie-related tasks. Teams equipped with phones only needed to take a picture, while those without had to acquire a simple camera tool at the base. 4 straightforward zombie elimination tasks without location requirements. Teams could return with zombie eyeballs, and later, crystalline cores were introduced for task completion. Boss, just how vast is your space? It feels like it could hold anything. Chung Su marveled at the emptied Old Alley Street. Yin An smiled, choosing not to respond, instead elegantly donning her mask and hood. Beep beep. Suddenly, a deafening horn pierced the air. Yin An and her companions turned to see a base off-road vehicle approaching, its blinding high beams painful to the eyes. 3 individuals descended from the vehicle, none other than the trio from earlier, Wei Hao, Wang Gang, and Cheng Tian, who had clashed with Chung Su at the base. Chapter 26. The fate of the betrayers. 2 burly men disembarked from the vehicle, evidently the newly recruited members of the Haiwa team. Zhou Hao, with a smile plastered on his face, clapped his hands and remarked, "Well done, Nanxing team, you have indeed accomplished this A-level mission." However, the mockery in his eyes betrayed his insincerity. "Fool," Song Yin coldly muttered from the back of the group. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Hao's expression turned ashen, his countenance darkening as he retorted, "Are you seeking death for appearing ungrateful? Captain, why waste your breath on them? Just snatch their photographs and give them a good beating." Wang Gang shouted from the side. "Who has to say who LL be beating whom?" Chung Su rolled up his sleeves, preparing for a confrontation. Yet, Yin An raised her hand to stop him, her demeanor calm as she turned her gaze toward Zhou Hao, inquiring with a smile, "It seems, Captain Zhou, that you are displeased with my team member who just stirred trouble at the base, and now you wish to come and teach us a lesson? Perhaps you also intend to seize our mission?" Wang Gang interjected with malice. "Be smart about this, kneel and apologize to me, and hand over the mission. Otherwise, in this apocalyptic world, unforeseen events could lead to casualties." Jiang he felt a surge of anger. What kind of rogue team was this? They were the ones who had cut in line, yet remained utterly unreasonable. Song Yin tightened her grip on her long knife, her gaze darkening as she stared coldly at Zhou Hao and his cohorts. "Oh, if that is the case." Yin An feigned a troubled expression, speaking slowly. "Then I suppose I must reluctantly send you on your way." "What?" Zhou Hao furrowed his brow, seemingly incredulous. In the next moment, a grappling hook shot through the air. Swish! The silvery hook, sharp as a blade, pierced through Zhou Hao's neck, impaling him and plunging into the ground. Zhou Hao, caught off guard, expired instantly, his eyes wide open in shock, refusing to close. Filthy, Yin An coldly retracted the hook, and as it withdrew rapidly, Zhou Hao's neck snapped, his head rolling onto the ground, while his headless body toppled slowly. Wang Gang, Cheng Tian, and the 2 new members of the Haiwa team stood frozen in disbelief. "Ah! How?" 2 seconds later, Cheng Tian's heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as she rushed towards Zhou Hao's body, only to be repulsed by the sight of his unblinking head, prompting her to retch. Wang Gang gazed at Yin An in terror, unable to fathom that this seemingly innocuous captain of the Nanqing team had so ruthlessly dispatched his own leader with a single move. They had merely sought to seize the mission and teach this Nanqing team a lesson. Yet she had taken their captain's life without hesitation. He hadn't even comprehended what sharp object she had launched or how she had executed it. His captain, a powerful fire ability user and formidable combatant, had just died so suddenly. You, Wang Gang stammered, pointing at Yin An, but the fear of her unknown strength rendered him speechless. He had initially thought that the Nanqing team was merely composed of a tall individual with some combat prowess, and their captain was but a decorative figure. Little did he realize how terrifying this woman truly was. Yin An closed her eyes, her voice devoid of emotion. All members of the Nanqing team, remember, anyone who provokes us shall be dealt with mercilessly. Upon opening her eyes again, she charged forward, unleashing a powerful surge of lightning accompanied by a glinting dagger. With one strike, Wang Gang fell. With another, Cheng Tian met her end. These three traitorous comrades from her past life had now perished. The other two burly men huddled together, trembling in fear, pleading, "Please, we beg you, we know nothing, we just joined this team, we were brought here." Yin An gazed down at them, a sweet smile gracing her lips as her melodious voice chimed. "I'm sorry, but since you've seen us, to prevent any future harm to our team, you cannot live." In the next instant, the two men also fell at Yin An's hands. Yin An turned to Cheng Su and the others, her face shrouded in darkness beneath her hood, speaking languidly. "Eliminate anyone who might pose a threat to us immediately." With that, she stepped into the back seat of the vehicle, shutting the door to rest. The four followed suit, though the atmosphere among them had grown somber. Though they had dispatched numerous zombies alongside Yin An, witnessing a clash between humans for the first time had profoundly impressed upon them that the world had irrevocably changed. "Boss, shall we return to the base?" Cheng Su cautiously asked, assuming the role of the driver. "Not yet. There should be a 5-star Imperial hotel to the southeast. We will rest there and gather supplies tomorrow," Yin An replied, her voice tinged with fatigue. Cheng Su promptly set the vehicle in motion towards the southeast. After just 2 kilometers, they beheld a lavish hotel comprised of 6 grand buildings, the tallest reaching 8 stories, adorned with luxurious villa-style decor, with the words Imperial emblazoned in gold atop the structure. Fortunately, the area surrounding the hotel was not overly infested with zombies. Cheng Su led the way, swiftly eliminating any zombies they encountered. Yin An ambled leisurely at the rear of the group. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, the 5 discovered that the main door was locked, evidently secured by the occupants seeking refuge from the zombie outbreak. Through the glass doors, they could see several zombies clad in expensive suits, likely the hotel staff, alongside a few female zombies in lavish dresses, presumably former guests. Cheng Su and Jiang He teamed up to force the door open. Jiang He's power-based ability surged, rendering him far stronger than Cheng Su, who felt a pang of inadequacy. "I'm outdone by a cute girl. Oh dear." After clearing the ground floor of zombies, they found room cards at the front desk and proceeded to the VIP floor on the 2nd level, where they encountered a dozen more zombies. However, these proved no challenge for Yin An and her team, who dispatched them effortlessly. Just as the last zombie on the 2nd floor fell. Bang! "Help us! You look healthy. You must have food, please, just a bite." A room door swung open suddenly. Inside were 7 or 8 men and women clad in high-end attire, led by a popular male star, Peng Luo. They appeared gaunt, their lips chapped from dehydration, clearly having been trapped in the hotel without sustenance for days. Ina merely glanced at them before walking past, seeking an empty room to open. However, in the next moment, 2 more room doors burst open, revealing wealthy individuals in elegant clothing, all pleading for assistance. Yet, they hesitated to step outside, paralyzed by fear at the sight of the carnage left in the wake of Yin An and her team. Ina did not even spare them a glance, entering a room and shutting the door behind her. Song Yin was the last to step inside, closing the door firmly. How luxurious! Cheng Su marveled at the opulent surroundings. Jiang He nodded in agreement. "This is far better than the conditions at the base. We should just stay here, boss." "Not yet. There are items I need at the base," Ina replied coolly, true to its 5-star status. The Imperial Hotel room was decorated in a European style, complete with a bathroom, gym, and kitchen. There were several sofas and beds, ample space for the five of them to rest. Yin An walked to the bathroom and turned on the faucet, but not a single drop of water flowed. Frowning slightly, she recalled the cracked lips of the male star and the others. Suddenly, several bottles of mineral water were produced from the spatial storage and distributed among the team members, followed by an array of delectable treats: beef jerky, diced beef, cod, fish snacks, and an assortment of fruits including durian, avocado, and jackfruit. Enjoy your meal and rest well. The next 2 days will not be easy. The 4 members of the team were elated upon seeing the feast laid out before them, exclaiming in unison, "Long live the captain!" While the 4 indulged in food and lively conversation, Yin An was diligently inspecting the hotel for any potential dangers. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed as she turned to scrutinize the door, a sense of disdain welling up within her. These individuals were eavesdropping outside their door. Despite the fact that they had already dealt with the zombies, these people were intent on targeting her team instead of fleeing for their lives. The voices outside grew louder, and the crowd continued to swell. Yin An, possessing keen hearing, frowned in impatience as an ominous premonition stirred within her. Just then, a loud banging erupted on the door. Bang, bang, bang. "Hey, you have food and drink. Why won't you share with us? We're starving and dying of thirst. Why are you ignoring our plight? Open the door. Are you affiliated with the national base? You must rescue us. Take us to the national base." At this point, Chung-Su and the others also heard the commotion. They set down their food and moved to stand beside Yin An, their expressions serious as they gazed at the door. "What should we do now, Captain?" Chung-Su inquired, his brow furrowed. "Greed," Song Yin replied coldly, her arms crossed as she stared intently at the door. Chapter 27. Humanity in the Apocalypse in the times to come. Such situations will become exceedingly common. You must learn to adapt and manage effectively. Yin An declared, settling onto the sofa. "This time, you may handle it as you see fit." With that, she closed her eyes, choosing to withdraw from the fray. She understood better than anyone the ugliness of the human heart in the apocalypse. For the team to grow swiftly, they needed to confront certain challenges themselves. "I'll go," Rinyu stated, gripping dual daggers as he addressed Chung-Su and the others. Being a man, he felt it was inappropriate to send the 2 women. Jiang-He and the others nodded in agreement. Rinyu approached the door, flinging open the entrance that was being relentlessly battered by a throng of desperate individuals. As the door swung wide, the crowd instinctively surged forward, only to halt in fear upon encountering Runyu's impassive expression and the gleaming blades in his hands. Instantly, the group of elegantly clad individuals fell silent. "We are under no obligation to rescue you. The zombies on the 1st and 2nd floors have been cleared. You must fend for yourselves." Rinyu's words were cold as he prepared to shut the door, but in the next moment, a man's large hand gripped the edge tightly, his expression bordering on madness. "I see plenty of food behind you. Could you spare us some?" he implored. The others joined in, pleading, "Yes, yes. You 5 can't possibly eat all that. Surely you've had your fill. Share with us, or we will starve." Yin An leaned back on the sofa, a smirk of disdain gracing her lips. It was predictable. These individuals, seeing Rinyu's less ferocious demeanor, sought to take advantage of the situation. "Be quiet." Rinyu's patience waned as he glared at the man, still clutching the door. "Let go." The man's gaze faltered under Rinyu's intensity, slowly releasing his grip. Just as Rinyu intended to close the door, the crowd surged forward, a frenzy of bodies clamoring to burst inside. "Charge in. Seize the food," they shouted, driven by desperation. Rinyu and his companions immediately moved to block the onslaught. Yet, the crowd acted like a pack of rabid dogs, with some even resorting to violence against Jiang, He, and Song Yin. Enough! Song Yin could no longer contain herself, delivering a series of sharp slaps to the faces of the leading men. Simultaneously, Jiang He utilized her immense strength to push the crowd back. Chung-Su conjured a wall of earth to barricade the entrance, his voice laced with fury. "We are all abilities users. If you dare to force your way in, do not expect mercy. You will gain nothing here. It is wise to leave. In this apocalypse, no one is obligated to save you." The crowd, having been pushed back by Jiang He and struck by Song Yin, fell momentarily silent. their eyes filled with resentment as they regarded the 1-meter-high wall Chang-su had conjured to block their path. Rinyu finally exhaled in relief, preparing to close the door when a well-dressed man spoke up. We were indeed impulsive. It was our fault. But we are desperate. We are on the brink of dying from thirst and hunger. I see the abundance of food and drink on your table. Could you spare us just a bottle of water? Rinyu hesitated. Their leader had indeed provided them with ample provisions. Giving them a bottle of water seemed reasonable. However, these resources belonged to Yin An. He turned to seek her counsel, only to find she had vanished, presumably to rest in her bedroom. Glancing at his companions, who remained silent, Rinyu wrestled with his thoughts for a few moments before addressing the gaunt figures outside. I'll give you a bottle of water, but should you disturb us again, do not expect kindness. After all, resources were precious. One bottle of water, while valuable, could buy them a peaceful night. Rinyu was uncertain how Yin An would have chosen, yet he instinctively believed this was the right decision. Absolutely. Thank you, noble one. You are a good person. The crowd outside erupted in praise. Rinyu waved them off and turned away. Be careful. Bang. Accompanied by Chang-su's alarm. Rinyu heard the ominous crack of gunfire behind him. Reacting swiftly, he spun around, his speed far exceeding that of an ordinary person. From the throng, 5 men clad in black security uniforms burst forth, each wielding a handgun. Bang! 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 The air was filled with the sound of gunfire as the 5 bodyguards unleashed a flurry of bullets toward Rinyu and his companions. Damn it! Chang-su and the others scrambled for cover, seeking refuge from the gunfire. Although they possessed abilities, they had been caught off guard, and confronting the attackers directly would leave them vulnerable to bullets. Kill them all. Take the food. The previously polite man barked commands from outside, revealing the ruse. Rinyu's anger boiled. These individuals had been feigning desperation while the 5 bodyguards lay in wait to ambush them. As the crowd climbed over the earthen barrier, Rinyu and his companions felt their fury ignite. With a surge of determination, Rinyu dashed toward the 5 bodyguards. The guards fired wildly at Rinyu, but his speed rendered him a mere blur, evading their shots effortlessly. Their weapons were antiquated and ineffective against someone as quick as him. Suddenly, the air around them chilled, and a shard of ice shot toward one of the bodyguard's legs. Crack! The guard collapsed, his gun skittering across the ground. Chang-su seized the weapon, aiming it at the heads of the remaining bodyguards. Seizing the moment, the others picked up chairs and tables, hurling them at their foes. Jiang, he unleashed her formidable strength, delivering powerful blows that left their assailants reeling. In no time, the 5 bodyguards lay vanquished. Rinyu had placed his blade against the throat of the well-dressed man. Revulsion etched across his features. You overestimate yourselves. With a swift motion, he slit the man's throat. As bodies littered the ground, only 2 children remained alive, huddled together in fear. The boy looked up at Rinyu and the others, pleading, "Please don't kill us. We know nothing. It was those rich people who planned to steal your food. My sister and I just follow them secretly." His voice was strong, but tremors betrayed his fear as he clutched his sister tightly. You call them those rich people. Are you not one of them? Jiang He inquired. Our mother worked as a cleaner in this hotel. She was bitten by a zombie while trying to protect us. The boy's voice cracked with emotion, tears streaming down his sister's face as she trembled. We have been hiding in the fire escape. We only came out when we saw you kill the zombies. We overheard the rich people planning to come and steal your food. My sister and I have gone days without food or water. We came to see if we could get something to eat. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Go, Rinyu finally said. I see your strength. I want to be your ally. Just give my sister a bottle of water. Unexpectedly, the young boy did not leave. He seemed to muster immense courage as he spoke, his eyes reflecting a blend of fear and hope, 2 emotions that should not coexist. You cannot be our little brother. If we keep you here, we must protect you. Chang-su shook his head in refusal. I am willing to endure hardship, and I do not fear death. I could do anything for you. The boy insisted resolutely. After saying this, he glanced at the little girl in his arms, tears welling up in his eyes. As long as you give her a bottle of water and let her wander on her own, whether she survives or not depends on her fate. Upon hearing this, the girl could no longer contain her tears, crying out, Brother, Shao-Chi doesn't want to leave you. Suddenly, a melodious, languid voice broke the tension. Our team does not accept the useless. If you wish to join us, you must demonstrate your worth. Do you possess any abilities? The four turned to see Yin An lazily emerge from the bedroom, clad in loose pajamas and draped in a vest, her beauty almost ethereal. The boy, disheartened, stared at his palm, as if struggling to conjure something. After a moment, he shook his head. I do not. Take this and go. In this apocalypse, the strong reign supreme. I hope you can survive, Yin An said, tossing a bottle of water towards him. The boy caught it, his eyes shining with renewed hope. He lowered his arms that held the girl and bowed deeply several times towards Yin An and her companions, exclaiming, Thank you. Your life-saving grace will never be forgotten. My name is Jiang Shao, and my sister's name is Jiang Qi. If I survive, I will repay you in the future. With that, they bid farewell and departed. Yin An surveyed the corpses strewn about, her gaze devoid of surprise. This is your first lesson. In the future, when faced with similar situations, do you know what to do? The four nodded solemnly, none of them having anticipated the depths to which humanity could sink in this apocalypse. It is my fault for not handling it better. If I had been a bit harsher from the start, perhaps by eliminating a couple of the leaders to instill fear, they might not have returned. Rinyu's voice carried a hint of self-reproach. Yin An shook her head. Do not blame yourself. After all, these are living beings. You all still need to adjust. They were different from her. In her past life, she had killed countless people and zombies, becoming numb to it all, while they were facing this transformed world for the first time. Human lives no longer hold the same value. Jiang, he lamented. After tidying up the house, they each retired to sleep with heavy hearts. Yin An, however, first went to the space to train her beast, and after washing up in the villa, she finally went to bed. Under her guidance, the extraordinary tiger had begun to respond better, which pleased her greatly. Chapter 28. The calamity of the Qinghe team. Yin An awoke to find it was already 10 o'clock. Upon emerging, she discovered that the members of her team were also awake and waiting for her. However, Yin An observed the suppressed laughter on Jiang, he and Cheng Su's faces and asked in confusion, What is going on with you two? You seem rather secretive. Boss. Early this morning, someone came to deliver a male companion for you. Jiang, he could no longer contain her amusement and burst into laughter. Huh? Yin An was utterly befuddled. It was that male celebrity. They didn't join us yesterday to seize our supplies, yet they knocked on the door early this morning, claiming they would be your male companion if you provided them with food. Ha ha! Cheng Su chimed in, laughing heartily. Yin An immediately felt a headache coming on. Rubbing her temples, she replied helplessly, I have no need for that. Let's get ready and have some breakfast before we set off. With that, Yin An retrieved 5 sandwiches and milk from her space and placed them on the table. But boss, Sister Yin, took the liberty of inviting him in. He's in the eastern bedroom. Jiang, he remarked quietly, glancing at the indifferent Song Yin. Yin An turned her gaze towards the serious Song Yin, her expression one of bewilderment. I believe everyone has physiological needs, and I think his looks are passable. Although he falls short of your standards, who knows, you might take a liking to him, Song Yin said nonchalantly as she took a bite of her sandwich. Rinyu couldn't help but smirk at this, and the others picked up their sandwiches, feigning ignorance of Yin An's exasperated expression. Yin An walked toward the eastern bedroom and pushed the door open forcefully. Inside, the famed male star Peng Luo sat awkwardly on the edge of the bed, clad only in his underwear, his well-toned physique exposed to the air. Standing at 6 feet tall, he was a coveted choice for directors of idol dramas, with several vying for him to play the lead role. His fair complexion and chiseled features were striking, and his pair of alluring, glistening eyes held an enticing charm. Upon seeing Yin An enter, his initially bashful and anxious expression transformed into one of shock. This girl was astonishingly beautiful, far surpassing even the hottest female stars in the entertainment industry. In that moment, Peng Luo felt a wave of inferiority wash over him. Despite being a popular male star with countless fans and widely recognized good looks, he suddenly felt ordinary in her presence. Yin An regarded him coldly and commanded, leave. Peng Luo was momentarily taken aback. He was barely clothed in a thin pair of underwear, and being so dismissively ordered to leave, he could sense a hint of contempt in her eyes. He was unaccustomed to such humiliation. He opened his mouth to protest, But Yin An had already kicked the door open with a forceful shove, not sparing him a glance. "If you don't leave now, I will take action." Having struggled for years in her past life during the apocalypse, Yin An had witnessed many individuals sacrificing their bodies for survival. However, she had no need for a pretty boy whose only talent was to share a bed. Peng Luo's face turned pale, his demeanor now one of vulnerability. He had not eaten or drunk anything for several days, and the acute embarrassment made him tremble. He hastily donned a nearby garment and stumbled out, his steps shaky and fragile. Jiang, he was left dumbfounded. This brokenness is oddly captivating. "Do you want him? If so, let the boss take care of it," Cheng Su teased, raising an eyebrow at Jiang He. No, I certainly do not," Jiang He exclaimed, waving her hands in fright. Once Peng Luo had departed, Yin An and her companions filled their stomachs before setting off. With only a day remaining until the zombies evolved, Yin An resolved to lead her team to gather supplies while also dealing with any zombies they encountered as they awaited the morrow. However, as Yin An drove the off-road vehicle into a large industrial area of Harbin, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. "Boss, why are there so few zombies here?" Cheng Su remarked, noticing the peculiarity. "And the silence is eerie," Song Yin added coldly. Yin An narrowed her eyes and promptly decided to turn around, accelerating towards another direction. After driving approximately 2 kilometers, she halted. "That area must have been claimed by someone." "How do you know?" Jiang He inquired. In the apocalypse, many teams of ability users chose not to seek refuge at the national base, but instead established their own territories, gradually forming small bases. The previous area had been devoid of zombies and eerily quiet, indicative of human intervention. Even the vehicles lining the streets were intact, clearly indicating the presence of a group nearby. Yin An patiently explained her observations to her team when suddenly a figure rushed towards them. Upon closer inspection, she noted that the man was disheveled and bloodied, desperately pounding on the window of Yin An's vehicle. "Are you from the national base? Please help us. Our captain has been injured and taken by those ability users." "Who's your captain?" Yin An asked, lowering the window in confusion. "By Jinghe. We are from the Qinghe team," the man replied breathlessly. At this, Cheng Su immediately asked, "Is that the Qinghe team currently ranked first outside the base?" "Yes." The man nodded, his face etched with urgency. "Please, we beg you to help us. We lost 2 teammates, and one is severely injured. They took our vehicle. How could a top-ranked team fail against those ability users?" Rinyu queried. "There are 3 to 4 dozen of them, with over 10 ability users among them, all ruthless and willing to kill. We were conducting a mission nearby, but when we became too thirsty, another teammate and I ventured out to find water. They discovered us and attempted to kill me. Captain Bai used his powers to save us, but was injured and taken by them." The man kneeled and began to bang his head against the ground, pleading, "Please, I beg you." In her past life, Yin An had never heard of such an incident involving the Qinghe team. It seemed that her current team had taken on the task that the Qinghe team had previously accepted in the old alley, while they had since taken on another mission, leading to this unfortunate encounter. The Qinghe team, a powerful squad in the future Special Operations Zone, had captained by Jinghe, a cunning and ruthless leader with a deceptively gentle demeanor and high intelligence. Following the collapse of the national base, they established their own stronghold, becoming a force to be reckoned with. It was truly unfortunate that such a formidable individual faced such misfortune in this life. The 4 members of Cheng Su remained silent, watching Yin An await her decision. The man continued to kneel, his forehead now bloodied from his repeated blows, yet Yin An's expression remained unchanged. "You mentioned they have over 10 ability users, and we only have 5. We are truly powerless in this situation. You should return to your base and seek their assistance." Chapter 29, Murder by Proxy. Having spoken, Yin An closed the car window, preparing to depart. She dismissed the dozen or so supernatural beings, her indifference towards their plight palpable. Suddenly, the system chimed in with a secondary mission: rescue by Jinghe. Target location: industrial building, 2nd floor, room 201, a man in white. Acceptance of this side mission was optional, non-mandatory. Completion would yield a reward. Yin An was taken aback. After 2 days of silence, the system had suddenly sprung to life, presenting her with a side mission and a level 2-1 at that. She was uncertain of the reward that awaited her upon its completion. It was likely to surpass that of previous missions, given its elevated status. Meanwhile, the man outside the window was pleading fervently, tears streaming down his face. "Please. We have no vehicle and cannot return to the base. By the time we reach there, our captain may already be in dire straits." He gasped, coughing violently, perhaps due to his grievous injuries and overwhelming emotions, blood spilling from his lips. Yin An, feeling somewhat resigned, silently communicated with the system. "Accept." She lowered the window and addressed the man, coldly inquiring, "What benefits do I gain if I assist you?" Though she anticipated the system's reward, the presence of numerous supernatural beings made her wary of missing any opportunity for gain. He, still reeling from his injuries, looked up with eyes wide with excitement. You agree?" Yin An turned away, tightening her hood and mask, her eyes obscured in shadow, devoid of emotion. "I require significant benefits. After all, this could be a matter of life and death." He understood the peril of rescuing his captain. His expression grew grave. "It is indeed dangerous. If it proves too difficult, you are welcome to leave. I will manage on my own, even if it means perishing alongside them. I cannot risk any harm to your team." Yin An's regard for him softened slightly. Indeed, those chosen by Bai Jinghe were not without merit. He continued earnestly, "If you bring my captain back, I, He, will serve you faithfully." Yin An raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing He, his dark skin, robust physique, towering height of 6 feet 1 inch, and his piercing gaze suggested loyalty and reliability. He would make a commendable subordinate. She had heard of He, renowned as a sharpshooter in the Qinghe team. Aside from his formidable abilities, his marksmanship was impeccable. However, it appeared they were currently unarmed, and he had yet to unlock his true potential. While acquiring an additional subordinate was advantageous, Yin An felt it insufficient. Moreover, He's devotion to his captain indicated a profound loyalty. Thus, it would be prudent to secure both. "You are too weak. Our team requires no one of your caliber," Yin An stated coldly, restarting the vehicle. He panicked. "What are your demands? Speak." Yin An's expression was resolute. "Every survivor from your team will serve us, including your captain." He was momentarily stunned, recalling his captain's proud demeanor, torn with conflict. If he were to sell his captain, even if rescued, the captain would likely harbor resentment. Yet the fear of Yin and driving away propelled him to hastily respond. "Well, perhaps that is acceptable. After all, it was better than death." He hoped his captain would understand. "Words alone are insufficient. Draft a written agreement." Yin An commanded, producing a sheet of paper and a pen, along with a red clay seal from her spatial pocket. He was dumbfounded by the items. In this apocalyptic world, few carried such luxuries. He reluctantly penned the servitude contract and affixed his seal. "Acceptable enough," Yin An remarked, satisfied as she tucked the contract away. She then ordered He, "Take your surviving teammates and leave this place as far away as possible." He hesitated. "Do you not require my assistance?" "Unnecessary. Move quickly." Yin An reiterated, unwilling to waste time. Despite He's willingness to serve, her trust had yet to be fully earned. He frowned, but, after a brief moment of contemplation, turned and dashed away, choosing to place his faith in this team, for he had no other options. Once He was out of sight, Yin An exited the vehicle, prompting Chung Su and the others to follow suit. Chung Su inquired, "Boss, what is our next course of action?" "Retreat," Yin An replied coolly. Once Chung Su and the others had distanced themselves, she swiftly conjured 4 armored vehicles from her spatial realm. The imposing black armored vehicles stood out, having been modified to surpass the sturdiness of the base's off-road vehicles. "My goodness, where did you acquire such magnificent vehicles?" "Boss, your spatial realm is truly vast." The 4 were left astounded. Yin An retrieved 5 walkie-talkies, distributing 1 to each teammate. A smirk on her lips as she stored the off-road vehicle away. "Each of you will take an armored vehicle and attract the zombies from every direction." Within a few kilometers, upon understanding her intentions, the group erupted with excitement. The boss plans to use their strength against them. "Understood. I'll head north. Xiao He will go west. Ren will take east, and Nian will venture south." Chung Su efficiently assigned directions, and the four promptly set off. Exercise caution. Communicate via the walkie-talkie if necessary. Yin An instructed before launching herself towards the large industrial complex. This complex housed over 30 buildings of various sizes. From her observations, the outer 20 or so were devoid of life, with only a few central structures occupied. That location was likely the stronghold He had mentioned. As she stealthily navigated through the buildings, she relayed terrain information to her team via the walkie-talkies. Soon, she spotted living figures, 2 or 3 individuals patrolling the street, backed by a wall enclosing 3 5-story buildings, where she could faintly discern the presence of occupants. This must be the place. Yin An narrowed her eyes, concealing her form and guiding her teammates through the walkie-talkie. Within a quarter of an hour, the ground began to tremble slightly, and a smile crept across Yin An's face. Impressive, quite swift. Indeed, 3 minutes later, a horde of zombies surged from all directions, led by the 4 armored vehicles, each trailed by hundreds of frenzied undead. What on earth is that? Return and report. A zombie tide is approaching. The 2 patrolling men shouted in alarm, hastily retreating indoors. In that moment, Yin An ignited 2 firecrackers and tossed them down, the explosive sounds drawing the zombies toward their location. Chung Su and the others seized the opportunity to hasten their efforts. Continue to attract the zombies. Yin An commanded through the walkie-talkie. Understood, boss, came their enthusiastic responses. At that moment, 20 or so individuals burst forth from the building across the street, colliding with the thousands of zombies drawn by the firecrackers. The air filled with the chaotic sounds of frenzied zombie roars and human shouts, a cacophony of survival and desperation. The scene below erupted into chaos, resembling a battlefield. Among the 20 or so individuals, around 10 possessed extraordinary abilities, each exhibiting a diverse array of powers. It would indeed be a pity if they all perished. Yin An felt a stirring in her heart and leisurely twisted open a bottle of soda, taking a few sips as she scrutinized the building across from her. Soon enough, she observed a portly man adorned with a gold necklace leaning out of a 3rd-floor window, flanked by several deferential men. Yin An surmised that he was likely the leader of this gang. She noticed him uttering something to those behind him, after which they swiftly secured the doors and windows of the floor, retreating a portion of their extraordinary individuals. It appeared they intended to use the building as a buffer against the zombies in a war of attrition. A cold smile flickered in Yin An's eyes. That was not feasible. Without delay, she shot a grappling hook toward the opposite building, landing steadily on the rooftop of the 5th floor. During this, one of the extraordinary individuals spotted her and exclaimed in astonishment, "What is that? Is someone flying over here?" At that moment, Yin An had already produced a loudspeaker, addressing those below. "Listen, extraordinary individuals down there. If you follow my lead, I will help you lure away all these zombies. Otherwise, you shall all meet your demise." The quality of Yin An's loudspeaker was exceptional, amplifying her voice to tremendous volumes. Everyone below heard her, raising their heads in response. The zombies below became frenzied, for they were invigorated by the intense sound. With so many humans exuding the enticing scent of living flesh, the zombies surged toward this direction, climbing atop one another and rapidly forming 2 layers. Retreat quickly. The zombies had gone mad. They rushed into the building, amid the frenzied tide of zombies. Ordinary individuals without powers quickly fell victim, while the extraordinary ones suffered 2 casualties as the rest frantically retreated inside. Yet, Yin An did not relent. She kept the loudspeaker on a continuous loop, the booming sound incessantly provoking the throng of zombies below. At that juncture, Chung Su and others successfully brought in the second wave of zombies, the masses accumulating, relentlessly battering the 1st-floor windows and doors, threatening to burst through. It was critical to realize that once the zombies shattered the windows, the entire building would be overrun. At that point, everyone would lose their chance of survival. Everyone but Yin An. In no time, 8 extraordinary individuals charged onto the rooftop, led by the very portly man. Upon seeing Yin An, a lone girl, they all wore expressions of disdain. The hefty leader sneered maliciously, "You, attempting to lure away zombies? One audacious boast." Chapter 30. Consuming the next small team, the zombies were summoned by me. What could I do about it? Yin An spoke calmly, standing at the edge of the rooftop, always prepared for a swift retreat. You summoned them? What kind of ability do you possess to attract them? The hefty man scoffed. Unfazed, Yin An produced a walkie-talkie. Continue luring the zombies. Soon a resounding received echoed back, each voice strong and unwavering. Brother Liu, look over there. An armored vehicle. Someone shouted, having spotted the armored car belonging to Qingqing and the others, addressing the leading hefty man. At this moment, they began to believe, indeed, this woman was the cause of their troubles. Why are you putting us in such a predicament? Are you seeking death? However, the rotund Liu was evidently unwilling to concede to Yin An. He raised his hand, intending to unleash his powers against her, but in the next instant, his head rolled away. Brother Liu, the ability users behind him were taken aback, staring at the sudden decapitation of the hefty man, then at Yin An, who was wiping blood off her grappling hook. They swallowed hard. Yin An surveyed them lazily, her voice laced with a hint of impatience. I presume you are all intelligent individuals. In this world, the strong prevail. Your leader has perished in my hands. With zombies surrounding the building below, your time is limited. Will you choose to submit to me, or will you wait here for your demise? The choice is yours. How can we be certain you won't harm us? One of the ability users questioned. In the next moment, a powerful bolt of lightning struck him directly. Instantly, he collapsed, convulsing briefly before succumbing to silence, his body emanating the stench of charred flesh. Ugh! One ability user in the crowd retched, while the others were rendered speechless by Yin An's overwhelming display of power. Boss, from now on, you are my boss. A man in a red vest stepped forward, kneeling on the ground. He was astute enough to realize there were no options left, and this woman's strength was insurmountable. The others followed suit, emerging from their hiding places. Boss. Immediately, all the ability users knelt before her. The zombies downstairs continued to batter the doors and windows. Yin An understood that if she did not divert them soon, the building would soon fall to the undead. There's no need to lure the zombies anymore. You will draw them away from here. Yin An switched off the noise-making speaker and spoke into the walkie-talkie. Understood, boss. Qingqing and the others responded swiftly. In just a few minutes, they arrived in the armored vehicle to attract the zombies. Meanwhile, the ability users on the rooftop remained kneeling, too intimidated to move without Yin An's command. Once the zombies were sufficiently distracted by the armored vehicle, Yin An finally spoke. Rise. Now, take me to tour my territory. The man in the red vest promptly stood, bowing respectfully to indicate that she should proceed first. Thus, Yin An walked ahead, followed by 6 ability users trailing behind her with reverence. Yin An was not concerned about a potential ambush. She kept a vigilant eye on their movements. These minor players were inconsequential in her view. As they ascended to the 5th floor, 2 ability users waiting there were momentarily stunned, but dared not question upon seeing the expressions of the others. The man in the red vest, ever the opportunist, called out loudly, "What are you staring at?" Address her as boss. Boss. The 2 ability users did not dare to question her authority and spoke respectfully. It seemed that this man in the red vest held a position of considerable influence among them, second only to the hefty Liu, and the others respected him greatly. Yin An swiftly completed her inspection of the building. The ground floor served as a conference room. The 2nd to 4th floors were living quarters, and the 5th floor housed a plethora of supplies. On the 3rd floor, there was a lavishly large room, clearly once occupied by the hefty man. Yin An leisurely reclined on the sofa, lazily regarding the man in red. What is your name? I am Yuan Hao. You may call me Hao, boss. I possess wood-based abilities. Yuan Hao replied respectfully, quickly adding, Boss, our base has suffered devastating losses this time. We currently have only 12 ability users remaining. Apart from myself, there are 3 fire users, 2 water users, 2 wood users, 3 earth users, and 1 whose powers are quite peculiar. We are uncertain of his abilities. Here is the record. With that, Yuan Hao handed Yin An a notebook containing the details of all the personnel. She accepted it and quickly noted the last name, emphasized with a thick underline, Suja. The annotation read, seems capable of controlling other ability users. Yin An's brow twitched. Could he possibly possess psychic abilities? She felt a surge of anticipation, Bring this Suja to me. Yuan Hao nodded and soon returned with a tall man. Unlike others in this apocalyptic world, Suja was well-groomed, clad in a black trench coat, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of refined elegance. His golden pupils behind the glasses seemed almost capable of drawing one in. Yin An was taken aback. Such eyes could undoubtedly signify psychic abilities. In her past life, she had encountered only 2 psychics, each a formidable presence. Thankfully, her mental fortitude was exceptionally strong, and Suja's powers were still in their infancy, posing no threat to her. However, the other ability users might not be so fortunate. Psychic abilities could even control zombies, though their effectiveness depended on the user's skill. Boss. Suja bowed respectfully, standing with a calm demeanor. Yin An nodded lightly, realizing that assimilating this small team was indeed a wise choice, especially with the presence of a psychic. Yet, she remained uncertain whether they could be of use to her. She decided to employ the system's analysis feature. System. Analyze Suja. Yin An mentally commanded, and the system's voice soon chimed. Suja character assessment. Male, 27 years old, 181 centimeters, 62 kilograms, Virgo. Ability awakening. Psychic. Loyalty. Average. Responsibility. Average intelligence. High. Combat potential. Extremely high. Compatibility as a teammate. 89. Compatibility rating. Excellent. The data appeared satisfactory, prompting Yin An to raise an eyebrow. Boss, the zombies have all been drawn away. Should we come and find you now? Chung Su's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Come on over, but exercise caution. Yin An advised before turning to Yuan Hao. Where are the captives you've taken? In another building. Do you need me to bring them all here? Yuan Hao inquired, nodding at Yin An before promptly departing. Soon, over 30 bound men and women were brought before her, the majority being women, most of whom were scantily clad and filthy. Upon witnessing this, Yin An's gaze turned icy. Yuan Hao, noticing her expression, hurriedly explained, these were all playthings of that Liu guy, the hefty man. How could one person have so many women? It's truly despicable. In that instant, Yin An felt that the previous death was too merciful for him. At the back of the crowd stood a refined young man in white, possessing a gentle demeanor. It was none other than the illustrious Bai Jinghe from her past life. A subtle smile flickered in Yin An's eyes. It was amusing to see the once noble Bai Jinghe in such a predicament. She felt an urge to toy with him. Bring him forward. Yin An lazily pointed at Bai Jinghe, and Yuan Hao and the others quickly shoved him before her. Bai Jinghe's cold eyes fixed on Yin An as he stood, bound like a dumpling. Boss, am I to serve as your male pet? Yuan Hao inquired with an understanding tone. Yin An shook her head and replied indifferently, not my type. Bai Jinghe's expression hardened at her words, his gaze remaining icy. Yin An curled her lips, ceasing her teasing, and languidly remarked, Captain Bai, you have already sold yourself to me. Bai Jinghe, unable to comprehend Yin An's words, merely scoffed coldly. Yin An leisurely continued, your team member, He Chi, has taken the liberty of signing a contract of servitude on your behalf. Would you care to take a look? With that, she produced the contract and laid it before Bai Jinghe. At this moment, Bai Jinghe was utterly dumbfounded. He Chi, he sent you to rescue me? Yin An nodded, feigning difficulty as she said, however, it appears that Captain Bai does not acknowledge this contract. If that is the case, I regret to inform you that you are free to fend for yourself. Leaning back on the sofa, she gestured for Yuan Hao to take Bai Jinghe away. Bai Jinghe was left speechless. Born into a family of officials, he had consistently excelled academically from a young age, studying abroad at an early age and achieving great success. After the apocalypse erupted, he was among the first to awaken his powers, leading his team to the forefront of external contributions at the national base. Naturally proud, he found it hard to accept being sold, especially to this slender girl before him, whom he perceived as weak. Yet, he also recognized that without her, he might have faced an even graver fate. These thoughts flickered through Bai Jinghe's mind in an instant. He was, after all, someone who understood compromise and social cues. Thus, he promptly declared, I agree. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao halted and looked to Yin An for further instructions. Untie him, Yin An said indifferently. At that moment, the system's voice resounded appropriately, Secondary side mission successful. Rewards are being issued. Reward 1. The system's daily designated analysis function has increased by 1. You may now designate 3 individuals for analysis each day. Reward 2. The spatial base is expanded 20-fold. In the next moment, Yin An witnessed the base within the spatial realm expanding 10-fold in ground area around the enormous 5-story villa, with 17 new buildings springing up. Among these, 10 were residential villas, each with 3 stories. While they were not as grand as the first villa, they were exquisitely beautiful. The remaining 10 buildings included a research building, a technology building, a medical building, a commercial building, a military building, an office building, and a surveillance building. Yin An felt a surge of astonishment. The power of this system far exceeded her expectations. The construction of these buildings would have been entirely impossible for humanity in the apocalypse. Yet the system had conjured them from thin air, utilizing remarkably sturdy materials. In the future, when she sought to establish a base, she would have no need to worry about construction issues. She could simply relocate the spatial base. Chapter 31. The New Brother. However, the matters concerning the base are a long-term affair. For Yin An, the immediate priority is to effectively manage this small group. System, analyze Yuan Hao. Yin An silently intones, and the system's voice promptly responds. Character analysis. Yuan Hao, male, 31 years old, 177 centimeters, 64 kilograms, Leo. Ability awakening, wood element. High loyalty, high sense of responsibility. Average intelligence, high combat potential. Compatibility as a teammate. 91, highly compatible. It appears that Yuan Hao's loyalty and sense of responsibility surpass those of Suge, making him more suitable for the role of a leader. Yin An turns her gaze towards Yuan Hao, saying, from now on, you will be in charge of this territory. If you encounter danger, contact me directly. With that, Yin An tosses a walkie-talkie to Yuan Hao. Evidently excited by the assignment, Yuan Hao quickly recalls something and asks, boss, aren't you staying here? I have other matters to attend to. Yin An replies, shaking her head as she stands and surveys the surroundings through the window. The terrain here is quite favorable. You should settle in well. Turning back to Yuan Hao and Suja, Yin An reflects on their choice to survive outside the base rather than within. It is clear they value freedom and dislike constraints, which she can understand. However, freedom does not equate to indulgence. To govern these individuals effectively, they must know who the true leader is. A fierce glint flashes in Yin An's eyes as she contemplates. Should you dare to betray me, I will ensure your suffering is beyond comprehension. Her words momentarily intimidate both men. The dangerous aura emanating from Yin An, coupled with her piercing gaze, sends shivers down their spines, compelling them to instinctively bow in submission. Rest assured, boss, Yuan Hao quickly assures, lowering his head. Suja also adopts a compliant demeanor, uncertain as to why he feels an unfamiliar energy coursing through him since the apocalypse. He discovers he can influence others by making eye contact, yet when this girl gazes at him, his heart races, rendering him unable to concentrate. What terrifying power does she possess? Bai Jinghe, observing the situation, feels a deep curiosity about this girl, sensing the aura of authority she exudes. The two ability users before her regard her with utmost respect. The earlier disappearance of their former leader, the overweight man, undoubtedly relates to her as well. Yin An remains unhurried. She understands that trust and loyalty between individuals cannot be established overnight. They have only just met her, and there will be ample opportunities for them to willingly serve her in the future. Outside, Chung Su and the others have arrived. Yin An issues commands to Yuan Hao. Before my next visit, I have 2 tasks for you. Yuan Hao bows his head respectfully, awaiting her instructions. First, increase the number of ability users to 20. Each time someone joins, you must report to me. Second, triple the food reserves. How to accomplish this is up to you. Contact me via walkie-talkie if you encounter difficulties. This professional walkie-talkie can connect within a 10-kilometer range. I am at a national base 8 kilometers from you. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao nods earnestly, promising to find a way to fulfill her directives. Only then does Yin An head downstairs to meet Chung Su and the others. You all take Captain Bai to the street corner and wait for me. Yin An deliberately omits mentioning the armored vehicles and Chung Su and the others, being astute, understand the importance of keeping Yin An's secret safe. Thus, the four of them escort by Jinghe as they walk outside. Meanwhile, Yin An discreetly retrieves the four well-concealed armored vehicles and pulls out the base's off-road vehicle. She then turns to regard the factory building, skillfully launching a grappling hook to the opposite side of the building where Yuan Hao and the others are located. She installs cameras at various angles to monitor their movements comprehensively. From this point forward, every action taken by Yuan Hao and his group will be under Yin An's watchful gaze. If they obey, they may remain. If they defy her, she will seize the opportunity to eliminate them. Until absolute trust is established, Yin An will not extend any favors to them. As for Suja, his future behavior will determine her approach. Should he prove agreeable, she will gladly instruct him on utilizing his abilities, nurturing him into a valuable subordinate. However, the moment is not yet ripe. With these thoughts, Yin An drives the off-road vehicle towards Chung Su and the others. Upon stopping the vehicle, Chung Su and the others board, while Bai Jinghe remains still, scanning the area for his team members. Get in. I will take you to find He Chi, Yin An says somewhat impatiently. Bai Jinghe, understanding her tone, hastily complies and boards the vehicle, following the direction He Chi had run towards. Yin An soon spots him waiting by the roadside, accompanied by a burly man who appears to be more severely injured, resting on the ground. Captain, He Chi exclaims upon seeing Bai Jinghe in the vehicle. Initially in disbelief, he is soon overwhelmed with emotion, rushing over to embrace the disembarking Bai Jinghe. Captain, I am so sorry. It was my fault. Because of a few bottles of water, I offended that gang. As a result, 2 of our team members sacrificed their lives. He Chi says, tears streaming down his face. Bai Jinghe's expression grows somber as he pats He Chi's back. In these times, life is inherently cheap. This was merely an accident. Do not be too hard on yourself, old he. Captain, the man on the ground struggles to rise. You're seriously injured. Do not move. Old John, Bai Jinghe steps forward to support him. After exchanging words of comfort, Bai Jinghe recounts the recent events to the 2 men. Meanwhile, Yin An, seated in the vehicle, sips on a soda while surveying the surroundings. Are you all ready? We do not have time to linger, she states, her irritation evident. Instantly, the 3 men fall silent, reminded that they have already pledged their allegiance to Yin An. What do you require of us? Bai Jinghe inquires softly. I am hungry. Go find something to eat. Quickly, Yin An replies. Bai Jinghe furrows his brow and glances at his 2 injured teammates. All right, I will go alone. Let them rest here. That is acceptable. Yin An nods, not wishing to impose too harshly on them. Captain, He Chi says, his eyes brimming with tears. What a misfortune. Our captain, the esteemed leader of the top-ranked external squad of the base, is now dependent on others, reduced to doing menial tasks. Bai Jinghe pats He Chi's shoulder, reassuring him, before turning and running off into the distance. Yin then gives Rinyu a knowing glance, followed discreetly. Rinyu understands the cue, stealthily trailing after him. He Chi swallows hard, realizing this is what it means to serve a powerful figure. This female captain is truly meticulous in her plans. Approximately 15 minutes later, Yin An checks the time. It is already 3:40 p.m. She opens the car door, steps out, finds a spot on the ground to sit, and calls to her teammates. Everyone, you have worked hard. Let us have lunch. Yay! Jiang He and the others cheerfully comply. Xiao He, retrieve some tasty food from the storage, Yin An instructs. Jiang He promptly produces several self-heating hot pots and bottled water from the space, offering flavors of spicy beef, crispy beef tripe, and tomato beef brisket. In total, there are 5 boxes. They leave 1 for Rinyu, while the other 4 each select 1 to enjoy. This leaves He Chi and the burly man beside him in a state of astonishment. Chapter 32. By Jinghe's submission, they were utterly perplexed by where the young girl named Jiang he had procured 5 boxes of self-heating hot pot. Did they possess the legendary ability of spatial manipulation? Yin An was unperturbed by the potential revelation of their spatial capabilities. It was inevitable that their team's secret would be uncovered, and she merely needed to conceal Jiang He's abilities while safeguarding her own. At that moment, Rinyu returned, glancing at Yin and with a subtle shake of his head. He had not detected anything unusual and was diligently searching for food. Shortly thereafter, Bai Jinghe dashed back, clutching a packet of crushed biscuits, half a bottle of mineral water, and an unopened bag of chips, his white clothing stained with sweat and blood, clearly indicating a struggle with zombies. Upon witnessing Yin An and her group enjoying their self-heating hot pot, Bai Jinghe momentarily froze, while his two teammates sat forlornly nearby, gazing enviously. A wave of self-reproach surged within him as he realized that his teammates, who had endured hardship alongside him, could only watch as others feasted. With heavy footsteps, he approached Yin An, offering the meager provisions he had managed to gather. However, Yin An did not even glance at him. She had not anticipated him to find anything substantial. Her directive for him to collect food was merely a means to train his obedience. Training individuals is akin to training dogs. It requires a balance of instilling fear and providing incentives, ensuring neither extreme is reached. Setting down her utensils, Yin An looked at Bai Jinghe and smiled, saying, "Well done. Since you have become my people, I shall not treat you poorly. However, this is contingent upon your absolute loyalty and obedience." After speaking, she turned to Jiang He, instructing, "Xiao He, please fetch 3 more boxes of self-heating hot pot." Bai Jinghe was momentarily taken aback by the visage concealed beneath Yin An's mask. Initially, he had only perceived her as a tall and curvaceous young woman, but he had not anticipated her beauty to be so striking. Such formidable strength, paired with an enchanting allure and an innocent glimmer in her eyes, stirred something within him, causing him to lose focus on her words. Jiang He obediently retrieved 3 boxes of Heideleo self-heating hot pot for Yin An, who placed them aside and addressed Bai Jinghe and his companions. "Your captain's findings are rather meager. You may enjoy this instead." She then set 3 bottles of mineral water before them. At this revelation, Bai Jinghe and his 2 teammates were astounded. He swallowed hard, and upon confirming that Yin An was not jesting, he hurriedly tore open the self-heating hot pot, eager to prepare it. Bai Jinghe was astonished to discover that Yin An's team included a spatial ability user, leaving him at a loss for how to respond to her generosity. While he understood her earlier domineering actions in recruiting his team, given the apocalyptic context where the strong prevail, her current gentle demeanor made him feel somewhat embarrassed. As he contemplated this, his stomach rumbled. "Captain, hurry and eat. I'll help you cook," He exclaimed, noticing his captain's dazed expression as he excitedly assisted in tearing the packaging. "Boss, you are so kind to the Qinghe team. Such items are unattainable even with substantial contributions at the base." Chung Su chimed in with a grin, clearly directing his remarks towards the members of the Qinghe team. "Indeed, we are all part of the same group now," Yin An replied casually, her voice perfectly audible to Bai Jinghe and his companions. His heart stirred as he regarded her. Perhaps aligning with this formidable young woman and her capable team would not be such a disadvantage after all. Taking the self-heating hot pot from he began to prepare it in silence, murmuring, "Thank you. What a deal this was. Should you choose to follow me, the benefits will be plentiful." Yin An clapped her hands and glanced at the man beside He, whose injured leg was tightly bandaged, revealing the severity of his wounds. "We, the Qinghe team, will heed your command," Bai Jinghe declared, casting a glance at his teammates. "Address her as boss." He and the man beside him promptly set down their chopsticks, bowing respectfully to Yin An, exclaiming, "Boss." The self-heating hot pot was irresistibly delectable, and their heartfelt submission was genuine as they savored every bite. Bai Jinghe nodded, looking at Yin An. "Boss, please feel free to give us any orders." Yin An felt a sense of satisfaction. This cunning fox was proving to be quite sensible. Seizing the moment while the 3 were engrossed in their meal, she retrieved some anti-inflammatory medication and iodine from her spatial pocket and tossed them to the man beside He. "Now, what is your name?" The man, taken aback, accepted the items and upon recognizing them, exclaimed, "Boss, my name is Zhang Meng." "Thank you, boss." Yin acknowledged him with a nod, recalling that this name was familiar to her. Zhang Meng, true to his name, was a formidable warrior from the Qinghe team, and if her memory served her well, he was a powerful dual ability user. She continued, "I notice an abandoned car up ahead. You may drive back to the base." There is no need to follow us. Tend to your own affairs. Bai Jinghe was taken aback by her proposal and inquired, "Can we form a team at the base?" "Of course. But you and your team must remain ever obedient to me. You may act freely when I do not issue commands," Yin An replied. With this assurance, Bai Jinghe felt a significant sense of relief, as it granted him considerable freedom. He nodded in agreement, saying, "In that case, thank you, boss." Chapter 33. The poisonous abilities of the young girl, Yin An provided by Jing with a walkie-talkie for easier communication, as mobile signals were largely absent in most areas, making contact exceedingly difficult. Having finished their meal, the group parted ways, with Yin An leading her team toward the outskirts. With only a few hours left until the zombies were to evolve around midnight, it was imperative for Yin An to confront the first wave of evolved zombies and conduct rigorous training with her team members. As usual, the team progressed while simultaneously clearing the zombies they encountered. In situations where zombies were overwhelming, Yin An would step in to assist with the eradication. Her lightning-based abilities were remarkably potent, capable of dispatching 3 or 4 zombies with a single strike. However, the energy expenditure was considerable. Whenever her energy waned, she would absorb energy from crystals. This method of replenishing her powers was taught to her teammates early on, yet the first-level crystals provided insufficient energy, as they were all now at the second level of abilities, which required second-level crystals. Presently, the team was in urgent need of a significant supply of second-level crystals. Yin An pondered this as she accelerated the off-road vehicle towards a small hill. Upon reaching the summit, she parked near a modest villa. Deciding to take a brief respite within the villa, the 5 of them cleared away the few scattered zombies around the hill before arriving at the villa's entrance. Cheng Su attempted to open the door, but found it securely locked, indicating the presence of occupants inside. Yin An then approached a window, relieved to find it was a sliding type that could be opened with some force. The 5 of them climbed through the window and landed quietly on the first floor of the villa, where the silence was palpable, allowing them to hear one another's breathing. "Is there no one here?" Jiang He whispered. Yin An proceeded to the second floor, where she discovered a dark pool of blood in the hallway, emanating from one of the rooms. Stealthily, she approached that room, tightening her grip on her dagger. Cheng Su and the others quietly followed her lead. However, upon reaching the doorway, Yin An paused, taken aback by the sight of 2 deceased zombies on the floor, presumably a couple. At the foot of their bed sat a little girl, hugging her knees, appearing to be no older than 12 or 13, with her face buried in her arms. Yin An's eyes narrowed. This girl seemed to be the child of the couple, but why was she still alive? Had she perhaps been the one to kill her parents? The girl lifted her gaze slightly upon hearing their presence, her eyes devoid of life, as if shrouded in eternal silence. "Did you kill these 2 zombies?" Yin An asked, her tone flat. The girl's brow furrowed in sorrow as she replied in a voice barely above a whisper, "I killed my mom and dad." Indeed, the revelation was chilling. But how could such a small child have slain 2 adult zombies? Had she awakened some latent powers? "How did you do it?" Yin An pressed further. The girl shook her head in distress, tears streaming down her face. I don't know. I was just scared. I pushed them." "A push? Was it a manifestation of a physical power?" Yin An surveyed the bodies of the zombies, noting that they bore no visible wounds, suggesting that it was not a mere physical ability, nor any of the common elemental powers, wind, fire, lightning, wood, water, earth, or ice, that typically left distinct marks on zombies. Yin An's intuition suggested that this young girl might have awakened a unique or hidden ability. Those who manifested such powers in the early days of the apocalypse often possessed immense potential. Moreover, she was merely a child of 12 or 13. Softening her voice, Yin An approached the girl and gently stroked her head. "Do not be afraid. Your parents have gone to a better place. You have released them from their suffering." Under Yin An's comforting words, the girl ceased her tears, looking up with a glimmer of hope in her large, deep blue eyes. "Really? Big sister?" "Indeed." Yin An nodded, smiling at her, signaling her team to disperse and rest. She then stayed by the girl's side. "Now, show me how you push them." The girl obediently extended her hand, palm facing forward, remaining still. After half a minute, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, her complexion paling, and a purple mist began to emanate from her palm. Poisonous abilities. Yin An's pupils dilated as she quickly recoiled, covering her mouth and nose. She opened the window, allowing a breeze to sweep in and disperse the toxic gas. After holding her breath for 2 minutes, she leaned against the window to breathe. This young girl had awakened an exceedingly rare hidden ability, poisonous powers. Seeing Yin An's reaction, the girl appeared anxious. Big sister, I'm sorry. She was oblivious to her actions' implications, but Yin An's demeanor made her feel she had done something wrong. No, you need not apologize. This is your ability, poisonous powers. You're not harmed by this gas. What is your name? Yin An asked patiently. My name is Ku, a Rue. The girl replied innocently. Yin An felt a warmth in her heart. This girl possessed formidable powers that, with her guidance, could become exceptionally strong. After all, when utilized properly, poisonous abilities could easily eliminate a high-level zombie. Little Rue, your powers are extraordinary. From now on, you will stay with me, and I will protect you. As the air in the room cleared, Yin An returned to little Rue's side, gently patting her head. That is wonderful, big sister. I will give you my teddy bear. A faint smile finally graced little Rue's face as she lifted her bear, presenting it to Yin An. However, Yin An noticed that the bear was stained with blood, and an unsettling feeling surged within her. She took the bear and glanced at little Rue's chest. There, a gaping wound was evident, unmistakably inflicted by a zombie's bite. Turning her gaze, she spotted a piece of little Rue's clothing clinging to a bloodied remnant in her father's mouth on the floor. Yin An was taken aback, her expression turning pale as she observed little Rue's dazed countenance. No wonder this little girl appeared so pale and frail. Little Rue, unaware of Yin An's concerns, continued to smile at her, appearing obedient and gentle. There was no time to lose. She had to save her. Although her healing abilities were only at level 2, she was determined to help. Little Rue, stay still. I will save you. Yin An urged anxiously. Little Rue complied, remaining completely still. This was Yin An's first time employing her healing abilities, and she did not possess complete confidence. She concentrated all her mental energy, channeling her healing power towards little Rue's wound. Before long, the wound began to visibly heal, and the grayish zombie virus on little Rue's body gradually faded away. Yin An felt a surge of joy. It seemed the virus was dissipating. However, the drain on her mental energy was extreme, as if her mind were a funnel pouring out its contents. Faster, faster, Yin An silently prayed. At last, the gray hue on little Rue's body vanished entirely. The wound had healed significantly, leaving only a small scar. Yet, Yin An's mental energy was nearly depleted. The wound was so severe that her current level 2 healing powers managing to restore it to this extent was remarkable. Typically, a healer would require level 3 or 4 abilities for such a task. Yin An leaned against the floor, gasping for breath, when suddenly, she felt a warm little body embrace her. Little Ray buried her head deep within Yin An's embrace, her voice muffled, almost sobbing, "Thank you, big sister." Though she was small, she was not oblivious to the fact that it was Yin An who had saved her. "Be good, don't move," Yin An said as he gently pushed her aside. He retrieved medicine and bandages from his space to tend to her wounds. Once everything was properly attended to, he took her hand and said softly, "Come, let us leave this room. It is time to depart from here and begin a new life." Xiao Rue nodded, casting one final glance at the lifeless bodies of her parents before following Yin An out. Chapter 34. Jiang He's ex-boyfriend. At that moment, Chung Su approached. "Boss, there are people downstairs knocking for help." The other two, Song Yin and Jiang He, also emerged from their respective rooms upon hearing the commotion. "Let us take a look," Yin An said, leading Xiao Rue downstairs. Upon arrival, they encountered 3 young men and a woman outside, all appearing to be in their early 20s, presumably university students. Suddenly, Jiang He gasped behind them, and Yin An turned to see her eyes wide with shock. Before he could inquire, the leading man outside called out, "Xiao He! Xiao He! Is it you? Thank goodness, it's me, Qi Ge. Open the door." "Do you know them?" Yin An asked, considering that if they were friends of Xiao He, letting them in might not be an issue. However, a trace of sadness crossed Jiang He's face. "Yes, my ex-boyfriend. He went abroad to study and soon after broke up with me. Later, I learned he was dating a wealthy foreign girl while there. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, and Yin An sensed the deep hurt she bore from this man. A scoundrel, indeed. Yin An thought, his tone growing cold. Let me teach them a lesson, Chung Su exclaimed, ready to charge out. Yin An restrained him, lazily glancing out the door and muttering, in that case, Captain will assist you in dealing with these scoundrels. With that, Yin An removed his mask, revealing a warm smile as he approached the window. So, you are friends of Xiaohe. The trio of young men and their female companion leaned closer, the lead man nodding eagerly. Yes, yes. I'm Xiaohe's ex-boyfriend. He was clad in trendy attire, adorned with punk-style earrings and chains, clearly having traveled extensively, though he still appeared to care about his image. Behind him, a woman, likely his girlfriend, cowered, her fair complexion and designer clothes overshadowed by her apparent lack of hygiene. Yin An narrowed his eyes with a smile, slightly opening the glass window, leaving the three young men momentarily speechless. The wealthy girl outside felt pangs of jealousy. Here, the villa's occupants appeared pristine and composed, as if untouched by the chaos outside. The desire to enter the villa intensified within her. Once inside, she could clean up and escape her current misery. Yin An spoke gently. Since you are acquaintances of Xiaohe, you may enter. However, the situation outside is perilous and resources are scarce. You must demonstrate your sincerity before we can allow you in. The implication was clear. They needed to provide food. The young man, not foolish, recognized the need to offer something in return for shelter. After a brief hesitation, he retrieved 4 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water from his backpack. Wang Qi, brother, the wealthy girl complained, clearly reluctant to part with their meager supplies. Yin An, internally disdainful, accepted the food and handed it to Run Yu behind him. Is this sufficient now? The young man asked, hopeful. Yin An clicked his tongue, revealing 2 bags of beef jerky from his space, shaking them behind the window with a feigned look of difficulty. Our food is rather premium. Your instant noodles hardly suffice. If you enter with such little, you would be expecting to share our provisions, which hardly seems fair. The 3 young men and the woman gawked at the beef jerky, salivating. Yet they dared not act aggressively, as a towering figure and a cold, intimidating woman stood behind Yin, and angering them could jeopardize their chance at shelter. They had barely found a defensible spot against the zombies. We have more, Wang Qi exclaimed, signaling his companions to produce their bags. The 2 young men hesitated, but the wealthy girl appeared particularly unwilling. Wang Qi, sensing their reluctance, grew frustrated. I know Xiaohe's character. She is kind-hearted. This girl seems amiable, and they make a valid point. We need to offer something to gain entry. As he spoke, the 2 young men relented and handed over their backpacks. Yet the wealthy girl remained obstinate, clutching her bag filled with luxury imports and cosmetics, unwilling to part with it. Wang Qi, exasperated, pressed, do you wish to sleep outside? Have you forgotten how we nearly perished last night? His words struck a chord. The girl recalled their harrowing escape and, exhausted from sleepless nights, reluctantly surrendered her bag to Wang Qi. He turned to Yin An, confirming, if we provide the food, you will let us in? Though uncertain, he felt he had no other options. Jiang He, recognizing Yin An's intent, harbored resentment towards Wang Qi, knowing he had betrayed her while she was oblivious. She approached the window, and upon seeing her, Wang Qi immediately adopted a tender tone. Xiaohe, we were together for 3 years. After I left, contact dwindled, but I still have feelings for you, and I didn't want to hold you back. You understand, right? His words dripped with false sincerity. Unaware that Jiang, he was fully aware of his true nature. She feigned emotion, replying, I knew it, Qi. You still care for me. She then turned to Yin An. This is our captain. She is kind-hearted. If you listen to her, she will surely let you in. All right, Xiaohe. Wang Qi felt a surge of reassurance, believing Jiang he still held feelings for him, reveling in his perceived charm. Meanwhile, the wealthy girl behind him simmered with irritation at their exchange, yet she understood the urgency of entering the villa and refrained from protest. Wang Qi presented all 4 bags to Yin An, filled with food. Yin An accepted them, placing them on the ground, and then his warm demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold indifference as he shut and locked the window. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Wang Qi exclaimed, startled, banging against the window. However, The villa's sturdy construction rendered his efforts futile, muffling the commotion. The two young men and the wealthy girl quickly realized the situation, joining in a frantic attempt to gain entry. Xiao He, what's wrong? I still love you. Wang Qi was on the brink of madness, calling out Jiang He's name at the top of his lungs. Jiang He, as if deaf to his pleas, did not spare them a glance. Yin An tossed 4 bags to Jiang He, instructing her to check the supplies and store them in her space. Understood, boss. Jiang He responded, opening the 4 backpacks, revealing a trove of instant foods, biscuits, noodles, dried tofu, along with some beverages and water. The 4 outside watched in anguish as their lifeline was systematically opened, tears streaming down their faces. Once their anger subsided, only despair and sorrow remained. Their shouts transformed from curses to pleas for mercy. Yet, Yin An and her companions remained unmoved, finding a perverse satisfaction in the scene. As night fell, Yin An resolved to prepare a meal for everyone. She retrieved an assortment of vegetables, pork, chicken, and beef from her space. Chung Su and Rin Yu, upon seeing the ingredients, were filled with excitement and volunteered to wash the vegetables and cook, eager to showcase their culinary skills. Meanwhile, Yin An, Song Yin, Jiang He, and Xiao Rui engaged in cheerful conversation in the bedroom on the first floor. Jiang He entertained them with jokes, eliciting hearty laughter from Yin An and Xiao Rui, and even a smile from Song Yin. However, outside, Wang Qi and the others were creating such a ruckus that 2 zombies were drawn to their commotion. The 4 fled like frightened strays, desperately trying to escape the undead while unwilling to abandon the villa, still clinging to the hope that Yin An and the others might relent and let them in. Their frantic antics around the villa were indeed a spectacle. Wang Qi, help me. The once elegant beauty had lost all semblance of grace, her features contorted in terror as she ran, her hair a wild mess, shoes discarded, fleeing barefoot. Yet, as a sheltered girl, she was the slowest, and, as the zombies closed in, she clutched Wang Qi's clothes, pleading for help with a voice choked in sobs. Get away from me. Wang Qi, consumed with rage, kicked her aside. Ah! She screamed, collapsing to the ground just as the zombie lunged at her, sinking its teeth into her face. In an instant, half of her visage was torn away, revealing a ghastly skull beneath. Her eyeball protruded grotesquely, and her half-bone face continued to scream, "Ah!" In the next moment, another bite claimed the other half of her face, sealing her fate. After 2 days of battling the undead, Jiang He and her companions had grown desensitized to such horrors, merely casting a cursory glance before returning to their jovial banter. Only Xiao Rui showed signs of fear, but Yin An sought to fortify her resolve, insisting she witnessed the brutal reality, for more harrowing scenes awaited them in the future. At that moment, outside, Wang Qi took advantage of the zombies feasting on the beauty's remains to cling to the window, weeping, "Xiao He, I was wrong. I shouldn't have broken up with you. Please give me another chance. I'll do anything." Jiang He was once again appalled by Wang Qi's selfishness, struggling to comprehend how she had ever been attracted to such a self-absorbed man. "Come, dinner is served." At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted through as Chung Su brought in a platter of braised crucian carp, placing it on the table before Yin and the others. The dish was a feast for the senses, instantly whetting the girls' appetites. After all, in the apocalypse, warm meals had become a rare luxury, and they longed for the days of cooking as they had before the world changed. Especially Xiao Rui, who had not eaten for 2 days, her stomach growling in protest. "Stop staring, eat up." Yin An urged the girls to dig in, just as Rin Yu arrived with a plate of stir-fried beef. With Yin An's encouragement, Jiang He and Song Yin wasted no time, handing chopsticks to Xiao Rui before eagerly devouring the fish. Outside, Wang Qi despaired as he watched the scene unfold within, jealousy and rage nearly clouding his vision. Arg! Suddenly, a zombie lunged from behind, its gaping maw tearing into his neck, silencing his scream as he collapsed, unconscious, while his body was devoured by the ravenous undead. Chapter 35. Tier 2 Zombies. A mere wall separated 2 worlds. Outside, the zombies feasted ravenously on human flesh, leaving 3 men and 1 woman lifeless, while within the confines of the wall, Yin An and her companions indulged in a lavish spread of food. Observing her teammates devour their meals with evident joy filled Yin An's heart with warmth. She vowed to protect her people diligently. She must grow stronger to provide her trusted team with a stable world. Ding, ding, the European-style clock on the wall chimed melodiously as Yin An glanced up, realizing it was precisely midnight. The zombies were beginning to mutate. A spark of excitement flickered in her eyes as she addressed her well-fed companions. Prepare yourselves, follow me. We are going out to engage the Tier 2 zombies. Upon hearing her command, the group swiftly shifted into a state of alertness. Their relaxed expressions replaced with focused determination as they checked their attire and weapons. The Tier 2 zombies exhibited varying enhancements, and neglecting caution could lead to dire consequences. Stay close to me and maintain heightened vigilance, Yin An instructed before striding towards the door. Understood, exclaimed Chung-Su and the others, including the young Rui, whose innocent face was etched with seriousness as she eagerly followed Yin An. Turning to Rui, Yin An softened her demeanor. You're still young. Wait here for us. No, Sister Shangshang, I don't want to be useless. Didn't you say during our meal that my abilities are formidable? I can protect you, Rui insisted resolutely, shaking her head defiantly. Yin An's heart sank slightly. Her choice to save Rui stemmed from the girl's unique powers, which would be beneficial for her future. To put it plainly, she viewed Rui as a useful asset, yet the little girl exhibited remarkable courage in her desire to protect her. Indeed, while combat posed risks, it also offered rapid growth. She could simply keep a watchful eye on her. Yin An nodded. Very well, you may accompany me, but remember to stay sharp. Outside, the zombies, drawn by the commotion, began to pound against the door with fervor. With a forceful pull, Yin An yanked the door open, causing a zombie to tumble forward. Directly into Song Nian's long blade, Rinyu swiftly dispatched another zombie, while Yin An kicked the first aside and ventured outside. Faint screams of humans echoed from the hillside. Peering through the bushes, Yin An spotted a colossal zombie pursuing two individuals. This creature was twice the size of a typical zombie, racing with remarkable speed. And within a few strides, it pounced upon the two, its massive form pinning one down as it sank its teeth into the victim's neck. This was evidently a mutated Tier 2 zombie. Chung-Su and the others were visibly taken aback by the sight of such a monstrous foe. Though they had mentally prepared themselves, the bizarre appearance of this zombie still sent chills down their spines. I will handle this one first. You all stay here and observe, Yin An declared firmly, leaping from the bushes and charging forward. Roar! The zombie turned abruptly at the sound, its pale eyes locking onto Yin An as it lunged toward her. The evolved Tier 2 zombies had enhanced hearing, smell, and intelligence, making them far more formidable than their Tier 1 counterparts. Whoosh! Yin An shot her grappling hook towards the back of the zombie, tightening the line as she soared forward. When she was 5 meters away, a surge of electricity erupted from her hand, unleashing a powerful bolt of blue-violet lightning aimed directly at the zombie. Roar! The zombie convulsed, rendered immobile by the electric shock. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Yin An deftly slashed her dagger as she passed by, severing the zombie's head. With a thud, its grotesque head, the size of 2 human heads, fell to the ground. Yin An summoned a Tier 2 crystal core into her space, inhaling deeply before turning to see her teammates staring at her in astonishment. Boss, this is completely beyond our expectations. Your combat prowess is superhuman, Chung-Su exclaimed in frustration. Suddenly, Yin An's heart raced as she caught sight of another zombie charging toward her. Unlike the others, this one moved with incredible speed, covering 10 meters in an instant, an agile variant of the Tier 2 zombies. Yin An shot her grappling hook towards Chung-Su and the others. Pair up and engage the zombies. It's time for you to hone your skills. I'm on it. Rinyu darted forward, recognizing that his speed would be advantageous against this foe. Take me with you, Chung-Su shouted, following suit. Perhaps due to the clamor of battle, other zombies began to gather, including about a dozen Tier 1 zombies and 2 Tier 2 zombies, one exhibiting enhanced strength and the other with hardened skin. Yin An assigned the strength variant to Song Yin and her team, while she dealt with the remaining zombies. As the trio of girls, Song Yin, Jiang He, and Rui, faced off against the powerful mutant, Yin An observed while eliminating the remaining zombies, collecting every crystal core along the way. Her mission required her to amass 100 Tier 2 crystal cores for an upgrade. Rinyu, your speed matches his. Anticipate his movements. Yin An commanded from the sidelines. Rue, your poison can harm humans as well. So keep yourself safe while getting as close to the zombies as possible. Remember, do not allow the strength and mass variant zombies to touch you, or the consequences could be dire. Their power is overwhelming. Under Yin An's guidance and instruction, the five became increasingly adept at combating the zombies, swiftly dispatching the 2 mutated Tier 2 zombies. Yet Yin An remained unsatisfied, shaking her head. She urged her team onward in their quest for more Tier 2 zombies. Continue training. Yes, Captain. Chapter 36. A reunion with Liu Qingqing after a night of relentless training. The dawn light began to creep in. Yin An and her companions had managed to exterminate nearly all the zombies in the residential areas atop the hill, as well as those on the row below. However, the members of the team now appeared utterly disheveled, their bodies and faces smeared with blood and sweat, the pungent scent of blood overwhelming their senses. Yin An had killed the most zombies, in addition to her relentless pursuit of the undead. She remained vigilant regarding the safety of her teammates. Her efforts bore fruit, as she had accumulated over 60 second-tier crystal cores in her storage. The prospect of leveling up brightened her spirits. Someone approaches. Yin An suddenly alerted, her gaze shifting towards the road. She could hear several vehicles approaching from afar. At this juncture, any vehicle on the road likely belonged to a national base or a powerful organization. The others also turned their attention to the road, and relief washed over them when they recognized the armored vehicle from their base. At least those from the same base would not pose a threat to them. Yin An mused, no wonder there were no zombies along this route. It seems there is a team of ability users nearby. The man in the passenger seat of the vehicle spotted the base insignia on Yin An's chest and muttered, then leaned out to address her and her companions. You don't have a vehicle, do you? Why not join us? Just as Yin An was about to decline, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar face in the armored vehicle behind. It was none other than Liu Qingqing. A chill ran down Yin An's spine. This was the very day in her previous life when Liu Qingqing's team had undertaken an S-level mission, collaborating with the base's military to rescue Ronghua Primary School. Liu Qingqing had played a pivotal role, impressing the base's commanding officer, Liu Qi, with her profound knowledge of the mission's details. In this life, however, due to her presence, Liu Qingqing's team was no longer a part of the Special Operations Zone and had not undertaken that mission. Yet, here was Liu Qingqing appearing unexpectedly. Yin An smirked internally, casting a glance at Qi Mei, who was signaling her from the third vehicle, and nodded, already forming a hypothesis in her mind. Come on, get in with us. A melodious voice rang out, imbued with a seriousness that brooked no refusal. Yin An turned her gaze to the rear seat of the first vehicle, where Liu Qi sat. Commander, do you know this team? The soldier in the passenger seat inquired, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. Indeed, Liu Qi nodded, pausing momentarily before adding with a knowing tone, their captain possesses remarkable strength. Their involvement will significantly increase our chances of success in this rescue operation. Yin An raised an eyebrow, amused by the flattery. Meanwhile, Liu Qingqing's expression had darkened considerably. Yin An's lips curled into a subtle smile, her mood lifting. Very well. Our Nanxing team is at your service. Welcome. The man in the passenger seat leaped out of the vehicle, only then noticing the small girl hiding behind Yin An. This is the little girl we are rescuing. She is also an ability user, Yin An explained, knowing the base would not take in anyone deemed redundant, and that she needed to highlight the girl's value for her to be accepted. A young ability user. How remarkable. The man nodded in acknowledgement, then glanced at the other armored vehicles. He pondered for a moment before addressing Liu Qingqing. Miss Liu, why don't you take the last vehicle? This one is reserved for the team behind me. At this point, Liu Qingqing's expression soured further. Yet she dared not defy the base's orders. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly stepped down and walked towards the back. Yin An and her team then boarded the second vehicle. The convoy set off swiftly towards Ronghua Primary School. Excuse me, soldier, did the Lin Dong team take on this S-level mission? Yin An politely inquired of the driver. Indeed, The soldier, appearing affable and somewhat simple-minded, nodded in response. How did Miss Liu end up here? Feigning casual interest, Yin pressed on. The soldier, being forthright, recounted, This morning, as we passed that tall building, Miss Liu appeared out of nowhere, claiming she had crucial information and even demonstrated her water abilities, insisting on joining the rescue. By the way, isn't she a space ability user as well? The soldier added, a hint of envy in his tone. 2 types of abilities, how fascinating. I'm curious about what a space ability entails, especially since I haven't awakened any ability myself. If it weren't for my strong physique, I would have been eliminated by now. While the soldier continued his chatter, Yin tuned him out. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. Liu Qingqing was not one to miss any opportunity to earn merit. However, it seemed she had not disclosed the loss of her space ability, likely wishing to conceal it and continue enjoying her privileges. Liu Qingqing's space ability is not truly gone. It was simply taken from her, Jiang he muttered. But her words were abruptly silenced by Song Nian's hand over her mouth. Realizing others were present, she obediently fell silent. What? Are you saying that Miss Liu has lost her space ability? The soldier was taken aback. Space abilities can't just vanish. Rest assured, we witnessed it ourselves. Liu Qingqing no longer possesses her space ability, Rinyu stated calmly. Is that true? The soldier was utterly bewildered. Yin signaled her teammates with her eyes to refrain from further comments. There was no need for excessive discussion. If they wished to expose her, there were myriad ways to do so. Chapter 37. She is the sister-in-law I favor. As the armored vehicle drove further away, the surrounding zombies multiplied alarmingly. Naturally, the number of second-tier zombies increased as well. They blended in with the first-tier zombies, attacking the armored vehicle with terrifying force and speed. What on earth? How come another massive zombie has appeared? I thought I was seeing things this morning. The soldier, frustrated, gripped the steering wheel tightly. At that moment, a gigantic zombie lunged at the armored vehicle where Yin An and others were situated. This second-tier zombie evidently possessed a higher intelligence. The surrounding first-tier zombies were frantically biting and battering the armored vehicle, their faces a gruesome sight. Meanwhile, the second-tier zombie relentlessly pounded on the vehicle's glass. The most vulnerable spot, the easiest to shatter. Damn it, this one is surprisingly clever. The soldier was clearly anxious, as the vehicle ahead was ensnared by a horde of zombies, forcing them into a sluggish pace. The cacophony of zombies battering against the vehicle was maddening. Suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out. Yin looked forward to see Liu Qi emerge, brandishing a Thompson submachine gun, unleashing a barrage at the zombies. Roar! A male second-tier zombie charged at Liu Qi, undeterred by the hail of bullets that struck its body and face. Despite numerous bullet holes appearing on its skin, its speed remained unimpeded. It was well known that only a headshot could bring a zombie down, and this second-tier variant was evidently a hardened, mutated type. The ferocious gunfire only marred its exterior without causing any significant damage. Commander! The soldier inside the vehicle shouted Liu Qi's name in fear. In the next moment, the previously menacing zombie found its neck ensnared by a wooden vine, which tightened rapidly. Chung Su and the others could hardly believe their eyes. Clearly, this was a manifestation of wood-based powers. Yet, it was distinctly different from the wood-based abilities they had encountered before. The wood-based ability users they had seen thus far lacked combat capabilities, and few squads accepted them, as it seemed absurd to rely on tossing wood to slay zombies. But here was Liu Qi, wielding control over vines, leaving everyone in awe. Only Yin remained composed. Had such a power manifested in anyone else? She might have been surprised, but this was Liu Qi, the commander of the outer base, a man destined to become extraordinarily formidable. At that moment, all the soldiers disembarked to eliminate the zombies, including those from the Winter Squad, led by Qi Yi. With the emergence of second-tier zombies, the effectiveness of firearms against zombies was significantly diminished, highlighting the importance of supernatural abilities. Qi Yi's squad consisted of 3 men and 2 women, with Qi Yi leading the charge, his shadowy ability granting him an elusive presence. Qi Mei appeared to possess strength-based powers, displaying agility and prowess. The other 3 members of Qi Yi's team were familiar to Yin. They had also belonged to the Winter Squad in her previous life. The water-based gentle soul Qi Xian, the fiery and impulsive Chun Fei, and the tough fire wielder Chu Hui. Yin An recalled Qi Xian vividly, remembering that he eventually awakened healing powers, making him a rare talent. "Boss, do we need to engage in combat?" Chung Su asked, observing that nearly everyone had disembarked to clear the zombies, patiently awaiting Yin An's command. "No need to worry. You all can rest," Yin An replied lazily, shaking her head. They had just cleared most of the zombies on that stretch of road. Surely, they could afford a moment of respite. "Why are we all toiling away while the captain of the Nanshang squad doesn't he even dare to step out of the vehicle?" Suddenly, Liu Qingqing's shrill voice pierced the air. She deliberately raised her voice so that nearly everyone could hear. Upon hearing this, everyone noticed that the squad in the second vehicle had not emerged to assist in clearing the zombies. "Goodness, your voice is deafening. Can't you see they are exhausted? Besides, they cleared that stretch of road. So why are you blaming them?" Chi Mei countered sharply. Her voice was filled with conviction, contrasting Liu Qingqing's shrillness, making her words remarkably persuasive and diminishing the discontent among the crowd. Liu Qingqing was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the sudden defense of Yin An by this tall girl. Her face flushed with anger as she glared at Chi Mei and exclaimed, "Are you all in cahoots? You actually defend her?" Chi Mei, now invigorated, placed her hands on her hips and looked down at Liu Qingqing with a smile. "We are indeed a team. She is the sister-in-law I have chosen." Splutter. Yin An, who had been drinking water, nearly choked. "Boss, when did you start dating behind our backs?" Chung Su and the others were unable to suppress their laughter, teasing her playfully. Only Xiao Rui looked bewildered, Having swiftly dispatched the last zombie nearby, Qi Yi returned, glancing at Chi Mei with a calm demeanor. "Sister, don't speak nonsense." His deep, magnetic voice was particularly pleasant. A droplet of sweat slid from his jaw, falling into a pool of blood on the ground, splattering crimson droplets. Meanwhile, Liu Qingqing's heart was in turmoil, akin to that blood-stained puddle, shaken by the revelation. He called her sister, so she is... Gui Mei? What? Liu Qingqing was completely taken aback. Wasn't Qi Mei supposed to be dead long ago? Now, not only was she alive, but she also claimed that Yin An was her chosen sister-in-law. Liu Qingqing's plans to win Qi Yi's favor had yet to even begin, and now it seemed they were at an end. Why had the world transformed in such a manner? What is everyone doing? Get back in the vehicle. Liu Qi's commanding voice cut through the chaos. Qi Mei shot Liu Qingqing a disdainful glance before turning to board the vehicle, with the impeccably dressed Qi Yi following closely behind. Liu Qingqing clenched her teeth in frustration as she returned to her own vehicle, her mind in turmoil. Why was everything unfolding this way? Could it be that the storyline described in the book was subject to change? Had she overlooked something? The thought of Yin An's cold gaze and her newfound strength, far beyond what was depicted in the book, sent a chill down her spine. Chapter 38. Liu Qi's favoritism. While dark clouds loomed over Liu Qingqing's side, both the Nansheng team and the Winter team were bustling with excitement. On the Nansheng team, a burly soldier, with a smile, remarked, "Captain, though I can't see your face, your eyes are captivating. That young captain of the Winter team is quite impressive and handsome. You two make a good match," with the soldier's comment as a catalyst. Chung Su and the others chimed in, Yes. The captain of the Winter team is undeniably handsome. He might be worthy of you. Indeed, he appears strong. You should consider him." Captain. Yin An listened in silence, her interest in romance non-existent at the moment. She was about to voice her thoughts when suddenly, a crackling sound issued from the soldier's walkie-talkie. Soon, Liu Qi's deep yet serious voice resonated. "Su Liang, drive carefully." The soldier nearly jumped out of his seat, hastily freeing a hand to grab the walkie-talkie, responding respectfully, "Understood." He quickly switched off the device, muttering to himself, "Oh dear, I almost forgot to turn off the walkie-talkie. What a disaster." Meanwhile, the Winter team in the fourth vehicle was even more animated. Chun Fei and Chu Hui excitedly gossiped about Yin and Qi Mei vividly recounted the moment Yin An saved her, leaving the others in awe. The female captain of the Nansheng team was truly remarkable. She was nothing short of a goddess. Chun Feifei sighed, her eyes sparkling. Even I, a boy, admire her greatly. Chu Hui instantly transformed into Yin An's little fan. Qi Xian and Qi Yi sat quietly at the back. Qi Yi was well aware of Yin An's prowess, listening silently without speaking. Qi Xian, while surprised, remained calmer than the others. Qi Mei nodded continuously. Indeed, she is truly impressive. Then, a thought struck her, and she turned to her brother, her eyes filled with longing. How wonderful it would be if the captain of the Nanshang team could become my sister-in-law. Qi Ye's dark eyes remained indifferent, revealing no emotion. Qi Mei, feeling bored, pouted and turned away. What a wooden block you are! Chun Feifei shot a glance at Qi Yi and Qi Xian. One was a quiet, aloof, handsome captain, while the other was a gentle, striking young man with powerful water abilities. Together, they formed a striking contrast. However, the captain always seemed so distant, making him seem unattainable. In contrast, Qi Xian was calm and considerate, almost like a warm-hearted puppy. As she thought of this, Chun Feifei felt a flutter in her heart, smiling sweetly, teasing. The captain belongs to the goddess, while Qi Xian is ours. Little girl, you mean Qi Xian is yours, right? Qi Mei quickly caught on to Chun Feifei's thoughts, teasingly eyeing her. Meijia. Chun Feifei laughed, covering Qi Mei's mouth, and the two began to playfully tussle. At the back, Qi Xian felt a bit embarrassed. He had always been a homebody, preferring to draw. Although he had many admirers, he had never dated. Now, being teased by girls made his face flush. Yet, he brushed it off, thinking it was all in good fun. With a gentle turn of his head, Qi Xian gazed at the rear window of Yin An's armored vehicle, where he could vaguely see the silhouettes of a few people inside. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in his light gray eyes, akin to the warmth of April sunshine. Soon, the convoy arrived near Ronghua Primary School. However, the vehicles could advance no further than a mile from the school. The situation here was far more dire than anyone had anticipated. An endless horde of zombies formed a massive wave, and many were advanced-level zombies. The armored vehicles were almost entirely engulfed by the undead. Prepare the explosives. The soldier's walkie-talkie crackled with Liu Qi's voice. The soldier immediately sprang into action at the control panel, launching several munitions from above the armored vehicle, which exploded around them. The zombies surrounding the armored vehicle were blasted into chunks of flesh. Aside from some hardened advanced zombies still viciously attacking, all others lay lifeless. This armored vehicle has been modified. It's so cool. Chung Su exclaimed in awe. Prepare the cannon fire. Liu Qi's voice rang out again, and cannons were set up on the armored vehicle, bombarding the surrounding zombies. The ground trembled, and flesh rained down. Yin An surveyed the scene before her, her gaze profound. This was the reason she chose to remain at the national base. One day, she would acquire these formidable weapons. After the apocalypse, many of these weapons were difficult to maintain due to a lack of materials, but her space held boundless resources. Everyone, disembark and slay the zombies. Liu Qi issued his final command. All personnel from the 8 armored vehicles exited, soldiers wielding various firearms, while the ability users brandished weapons, engaging the zombies in fierce combat. Don't exert too much effort. Conserve your strength, Yin An softly advised. Chung Su and the others nodded, joining the fray. Yin An remained behind the main group, subtly maneuvering to collect the crystal cores from the fallen zombies using her mental powers. The number of crystals in her space grew, surpassing 100 advanced-level cores. It was time to seek an opportunity to upgrade her abilities. The system's task rewards were within reach. Pleased with her thoughts, Yin An suddenly sensed a watchful gaze. Glancing sideways, she caught sight of Liu Qi as the commander. He did not engage the zombies directly, but stood at the back, directing operations. It seemed her nonchalance had drawn his attention. Calmly, Yin An continued to blend into the crowd, while keeping an eye on her surroundings. Commander Liu. At that moment, Yin An's keen senses picked up on Liu Qingqing, who appeared frail amidst the throng. Lacking combat capabilities due to her water abilities, she had been hiding behind the soldiers, looking disheveled. Now, she squeezed through the crowd, calling out to Liu Qi. However, it was clear that Liu Qi had not heard her. His gaze remained fixed on Yin An. Without needing to guess, Yin An knew Liu Qingqing's intentions. This woman had always been adept at scheming, avoiding direct confrontation with zombies, and instead reaping the benefits while hiding behind Xie Yun. Now, she clearly sought to curry favor with Liu Qi. A smirk played on Yin An's lips as she sensed a zombie lunging at her from behind, yet she did nothing, continuing to battle the one in front of her as if utterly unaware. Suddenly, a powerful force pulled Yin An aside, and a Black Thompson submachine gun extended, blasting the zombie's head apart with 3 shots. Yin An lifted her gaze to meet Liu Qi's deep, penetrating eyes. With a slight furrow of his brow, he inquired without emotion, "Is the only lightning ability user in the base this week?" Yin An's bright eyes feigned innocence, her gaze drifting to the furious Liu Qingqing in the distance. She feigned exhaustion, raising a hand to her forehead. The lightning ability consumes too much energy and is quite unstable. Moreover, our Nansheng team has fought zombies for 2 days and nights. We are utterly fatigued. With a tone of self-reproach, she added, "It is our Nansheng team that has held you back, Commander." Liu Qi paused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, when he encountered her, it was evident that they had just endured a brutal slaughter, each one in a state of utter disarray. It was he who had pulled her into the vehicle. Reflecting on this, Liu Qi felt a twinge of guilt in his heart, and he gently drew Yin An behind him, his tone softening slightly. "Stay behind me." Chapter 39. Liu Qingqing's eagerness for credit thus. Yin An leisurely stood behind Liu Qi, secretly collecting crystal cores, paying no heed to the distant, resentful Liu Qingqing. Could it be that the boss is so formidable that he can slack off behind the commander? Chung Su, amidst the horde of zombies, noticed Yin An behind Liu Qi and paused for a couple of seconds before speaking. "Who is this boss? A fox that has been around for a millennium. Isn't this standard procedure?" Jiang He found Chung Su's naive demeanor rather amusing and responded nonchalantly. Before long, the group had nearly cleared the zombie tide, resulting in the unfortunate loss of 3 non-ability soldiers and 1 ability soldier from the base in this battle. Liu Qi's face bore the weight of sorrow. They had yet to reach Ronghua Primary School, and already 4 comrades had perished. It was hard to fathom whether this mission could succeed. The teachers and students within the school were uncertain if any ability users would emerge to fill the personnel gaps, rendering this rescue attempt nearly a gamble without hope. Yin An sensed Liu Qi's mood. "Is it worth it?" Her voice was so soft that Liu Qi thought he might have imagined it. He looked down at her, meeting her bright, watery eyes, and for some reason, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. Liu Qi's Adam's apple bobbed as he replied in a low voice. Equally gentle, "Perhaps it is worth it." His tone was imbued with resignation and tranquility, yet also resolve and reluctance. Yin An chose not to speak further. She understood that Liu Qi was a soldier. He too could feel lost and doubtful. Yet he was always the one charging ahead, sustained by the unwavering heart of a true soldier. Silence enveloped them once more. Once the surroundings were nearly devoid of zombies, Liu Qi directed the main force to advance in their vehicles. With his wealth of combat experience, he organized the troops into 3 groups, one to clear the path of zombies, another to scout and observe the terrain, while the main force continued to drive forward. Before long, they arrived at the imposing iron gates of the primary school. The gates were firmly shut, evidently locked by security following the outbreak. This was an elite school, and the iron gates were designed to be impenetrable, concealing the interior from view. The soldiers retrieved ladders and began to ascend the gates. A roué and several soldiers remained outside to guard the armored vehicles. However, upon glimpsing the scene within the school, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Inside the primary school, a multitude of child zombies ravaged the corpses strewn across the ground. Hearing the commotion, they raised their bloodied faces, their grayish-white pupils fixated on Yin An and the others, creating an unnerving atmosphere. It was known that child zombies exhibited far greater agility than adult zombies, and the sheer number of them posed a significant threat. "Help us! Help us! The police uncles have come to save us." Suddenly, cries for help echoed from a nearby teaching building. Yin An glanced over and saw a teacher along with a group of children pleading for assistance from the upper floors of the building. Liu Qi commanded the soldiers to shoot down the zombies within the campus, and soon the crowd jumped down to continue the new wave of zombie eradication. Squads 1 and 2, along with 2 ability user teams, "Follow me," The others will hold back the zombies outside, Liu Qi instructed, brandishing his submachine gun as he strode toward the nearest teaching building. Commander, take me with you. I am particularly familiar with this primary school. Liu Qingqing's delicate voice rang out. Liu Qi furrowed his brow without turning back. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. They rushed into the teaching building, and Liu Qi directed the others in their rescue efforts. Yin An was about to ascend the stairs with the crowd when Liu Qi's voice called from behind. Are you capable? Upon hearing this, Yin An turned to see Liu Qi alongside Liu Qingqing, who was reluctant to leave his side. Yin An lowered her gaze, and beneath her long eyelashes, a flicker of helplessness and fatigue flashed in her eyes. Her ruby lips parted slightly, revealing a hint of self-reproach and hesitation. Noticing her demeanor, Liu Qi immediately interjected, Don't push yourself. Rest here. With that, he turned to Liu Qingqing, his brow knitting once more. Why are you still here? Liu Qingqing's expression froze, biting her lip in grievance. I'm a water ability user. I lack offensive capabilities. Before she could finish, Liu Qi interrupted, Then you should refrain from participating in the mission. Your presence will only hinder our progress. Liu Qingqing felt humiliated by his words. She looked at Yin An, indignantly asserting, But Commander, can't she also opt out of combat? She isn't engaged in the fight either. Isn't she the one dragging down the progress? Liu Qi's expression turned icy, clearly losing patience. She is not like you. Your behavior in the army is tantamount to desertion. I am not a deserter. I have crucial information. Liu Qingqing protested vehemently. Upon hearing the phrase, crucial information, Liu Qi's patience returned slightly. What information? Seeing that Liu Qi had taken her words seriously, Liu Qingqing felt a surge of delight. She stepped closer to him, pointing to the largest teaching building. It's that Xinhong teaching building. I suggest we abandon the rescue there. Liu Qi glanced at the building Liu Qingqing indicated, which was indeed the largest at Ronghua Primary School, an enclosed structure shaped like A and boasting 8 stories. At present, numerous students and teachers were appealing for help from the 6th and 7th floors. Clearly, those trapped within Xinhong building were the most numerous and in dire need of rescue. Liu Qingqing's suggestion appeared unfounded, but Liu Qi, always cautious, did not dismiss her lightly. Instead, he asked earnestly why. I know you may not believe this, but Commander Liu, please trust me. Some of the teachers and students on the 6th and 7th floors of Xinhong building are already injured. Once we attempt to rescue them, they will gradually turn into zombies and pose a threat to us. Liu Qingqing spoke earnestly, her eyes filled with certainty. The team that had come to undertake this mission was led by the heroine Yin An, who had encountered a similar predicament. Although they had ultimately escaped peril, they had suffered significant losses with the deaths of over a dozen soldiers. Yin An had emerged as the greatest achiever in this battle, receiving considerable accolades upon returning to base, and her relationship with Liu Qi had grown closer as a result. This time, however, she would not allow Yin An to seize this opportunity. The one to gain credit would be none other than herself, Liu Qingqing. With this thought in mind, Liu Qingqing's resolve strengthened. Beneath her mask, Yin An's lips curled in a cold smile, her gaze fixed disdainfully on Liu Qingqing's ugly eagerness for credit. Filled with contempt and scorn, Liu Qi scrutinized the teachers and students in Xinhong building, all of whom appeared healthy, showing no signs of injury. Chapter 40. A clash of wits. Liu Qingqing understood that gaining Liu Qi's trust would not be an easy feat. She hastily asserted, Commander Liu, it is entirely normal for you not to believe me at this moment. However, I assure you, among them, there are carriers of the infection, and the outbreak of the virus could prove perilously dangerous. The primary condition for military rescue is to ensure that there are no virus carriers among those being rescued. Otherwise, the rescue operation could turn into a fatal endeavor. Therefore, if there are indeed virus carriers among the students and teachers in Xinhong building, they will undoubtedly be beyond salvation. Liu Qi's gaze deepened. In this apocalyptic era, those bitten by zombies would never speak the truth in their desperate fight for survival. He removed his black gloves and summoned 2 soldiers as he made his way outside. Yin An remained silent, quietly observing, fully aware of Liu Qi's intentions. Cautious as he was, in his previous life, he had similarly employed various tactics, weighing his judgments before ultimately choosing to trust Liu Qingqing's words, refraining from rescuing Xinhong building. As they expended considerable time rescuing all other teaching buildings and prepared to leave Ronghua Primary School, the virus carriers in Xinhong building mutated simultaneously, resulting in a scene of utter devastation. Subsequently, Liu Qi's trust in Liu Qingqing soared. Observing this, Liu Qingqing promptly followed suit. Captain, at that moment, Cheng Su and the others rushed over. Fortunately, there were not many zombies upstairs, and the rescue was quite successful. We even discovered an ability user. Jiang He promptly reported the situation to Yin An. Indeed, Yin An nodded in acknowledgement. Captain of the Southern Shining Team, Qi Mei's exuberant voice rang out, drawing Yin An's attention. At that moment, the Winter Squad descended from the upper floors, led by the vivacious Qi Mei, followed by 4 striking members of the Winter Squad, among whom Qi Yi and Qi Xian stood out remarkably. Yin An smiled brightly. It's you. Yes, I am Qi Mei, and this is my brother Qi Yi. Qi Mei, bursting with enthusiasm, eagerly introduced herself. Yin An politely nodded. I am Nansheng, and these are members of our Nansheng team. Rinyu, Cheng Su, Jiang He, and Song Yan. Impressive. With someone as exceptional as you, your team must be incredibly strong. Qi Mei's eyes sparkled with admiration for Yin An. She then pulled Qi forward. Brother, you are our captain. Quickly introduce our team to the Nansheng team. It's good to have companions. Jie, caught off guard, stepped forward. Meeting Yin An's gaze, he extended his hand. Hello, I am Qi Yi. Despite his cool demeanor, the chill surrounding him seemed to dissipate slightly. The contrast between the warm, social older sister and the icy, reserved younger brother was striking, almost as if they were not from the same family. Yin An also extended her hand, and at that moment, the team members behind them exchanged knowing glances, particularly Qi Mei and Chen Feifei, who wore expressions of delight. Hello, captain of the Nansheng team. I am Qi Xian. Suddenly, a pair of elegantly structured hands reached out. Yin An looked up to find Qi Xian's eyes, warm and inviting as a spring sun. Her heart skipped a beat. Perhaps it was fate. In her previous life, she had often seen him, his presence a familiar sight within the base. Thus, the charming gentleman with a warm aura left a deep impression on her. As she pondered, she reached out and grasped his hand. Hello. Qi Xian's hand was large, with a clean palm that was soft yet warm, gently enveloping Yin An's smaller hand. Divine being, I am Chen Feifei. Chen Feifei beamed, squeezing in beside them with a delightful smile. I am Chu Hui. Chu Hui followed closely behind, grinning widely with a simple-minded demeanor. Yin An nodded at each of them, exchanging polite greetings. As the group assembled, they began to coordinate the rescue efforts in shifts. Outside the building, Liu Qi's voice resonated, prompting everyone to refocus their thoughts and rush out. At that moment, helicopters from the base began arriving to evacuate the survivors. Liu Qi proceeded to analyze the situations within the various teaching buildings of the school. The building in the southeast corner has the highest level of containment and the largest number of zombies. Our Nansheng team volunteers to tackle that one and prioritize the rescue of the most challenging building. Liu Qi regarded her, meeting her determined gaze, and appreciatively nodded. Very well. Qi also glanced at Yin An. Without hesitation, she led her team members into action. With an adrenaline-fueled excitement coursing through her, she felt as if every cell in her body was ignited, akin to a vampire craving a hearty battle. Cheng Su and the others couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the zombies in the southeastern teaching building. It seemed those zombies were in for a rough time. Yin An moved like a specter, swift and decisive, leading the charge. Within mere moments, the zombies in the southern building were eradicated, most meeting their demise with a bullet to the head. As the system's reporting echoed in the background, gains in agility, speed, resilience, and strength, the survivors erupted in fervent gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. The Leaf family will remember your kindness for generations. You are simply angels. We are grateful to you. Yin An handed the survivors over to Cheng Su and the others for escorting, while she quietly collected the crystal cores. Suddenly, a series of blood-curdling screams pierced the air. Yin An looked up, peering through the window to see a horde of zombies amassed on the third floor of the opposite building. where two soldiers were struggling to survive amid the chaos. One of them was the military officer who had driven them earlier. Yin An narrowed her eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she shot a grappling hook that embedded itself firmly into the opposing wall. Tightening the line, she launched herself forward like a released arrow, unleashing her lightning abilities upon the throng of zombies. Zap! The horde of zombies was rendered immobile by the electric shock, allowing the two soldiers to react swiftly, opening fire and dispatching a significant number of the undead. Yin An leapt through the window, her movements fluid as the wind, and with a flourish of her dagger, she dispatched the last few zombies, their heads rolling to the ground. "It's you, Captain Nansheng. You are truly my savior." The military officer instantly recognized Yin An, his excitement palpable. "Thank you, Captain Nansheng." The other soldier echoed, gratitude evident in his voice. "Not all." Yin An shook her head, stepping over the fallen corpses of zombies toward the door. The two soldiers understood the urgency of the situation and immediately followed her lead. However, when Yin An encountered the locked door, her brow furrowed slightly. Without a second thought, she lifted her leg and kicked it with force. Bang! The door burst open, and a startled scream echoed from behind it. "Ah!" Yin An locked eyes with Liu Qingqing, who appeared equally shocked. At that moment, the military officer's furious voice rang out. "It's this girl. She's terribly wicked. Yes, as an ability user, how can you be so selfish?" The other soldier, upon seeing Liu Qingqing, was equally infuriated and began to scold her. I was just scared." Liu Qingqing shrank back, her face a portrait of innocence. "Scared? Does that give you the right to lock the door? Were you unaware that we were inside?" The soldier was unimpressed by her excuse. "How despicable. As fellow ability users, you are not even worthy of a single hair from Captain Nansheng," the military officer reprimanded. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, the building erupted with the sounds of intense gunfire and the frenzied howls of zombies. Two soldiers exchanged a glance, disregarding the judgment of Liu Qingqing's selfish actions, and hurried upstairs to participate in the rescue. Meanwhile, Liu Qingqing, still stung by the recent accusations, wore an expression of defiance and resentment. As she watched the soldiers disappear, her contempt was palpable, and she turned to Yin An, venomously stating, "Yin An, your schemes are quite clever." Yin An raised an eyebrow at the remark, finding it amusing. She turned to meet Liu Qingqing's resentful gaze, her eyes reflecting nothing but disdain and indifference. Stung by Yin An's look, Liu Qingqing, in a fit of anger and humiliation, continued, "You simply cannot stand to see me overshadow you. First, you teamed up with Xie Yun to enter the Special Operations Zone, and now you've won the favor of Commander Liu, repeatedly targeting me." Yin An nearly burst into laughter at her words. Shaking her head, she turned to leave. However, Liu Qingqing, sensing her indifference, became even more frantic. "Yin An, what pretense of virtue are you putting on? Do you think I am oblivious to your deliberate closeness with Liu Qi?" Yin An halted her steps, not turning back, her voice laced with scorn and mockery. "Do you believe all women are like you, unable to survive without a man?" Liu Qingqing laughed heartily. "How self-righteous. You were the one who deliberately engaged in conversation with Liu Qi, and it was you who just shook hands with Qi downstairs. Now you're pretending to be an innocent maiden." Chapter 41. Qi and the cat. A sharp clap echoed through the air as Liu Qingqing was forcefully thrown to the ground by Yin An. "You!" Liu Qingqing, clutching her left cheek, stared at Yin An in disbelief. Smack! Another strike landed, leaving a red mark on her right cheek. Blood trickled from her nose as she screamed, covering her face and trembling with rage. "Yin An, I will not let this go." With a fierce cry, Liu Qingqing scrambled to her feet and lunged at Yin An smack. 3 swift slaps followed. Yin An's speed was astonishing, and her strength overwhelming. Liu Qingqing spun in disarray before collapsing once more, her cheeks visibly swelling, tears and snot streaming down her face, rendering her a sight of utter misery. "Liu Qingqing, the only reason I spare your life is to enjoy your pathetic antics. If you continue with your insolence, I shall gladly end you now." Yin An remarked leisurely while wiping her hands, her movements graceful like a queen, yet her gaze bore the chilling intensity of a specter from hell. Liu Qingqing in agony, her head spinning, trembled as she looked up at Yin An, sobbing and gasping for breath, yet she dared not utter another word. In that moment, she genuinely believed that Yin An would bring her demise. Yin An, observing Liu Qingqing's plight, felt a sense of satisfaction. Tilting her head with a raised eyebrow, she smirked. "Tsk, how hideous you look, resembling a pig's head. To curry favor with Liu Qi. I fear you might frighten him to the point of vomiting." With that, she departed with a light step, casting not a single glance back at Liu Qingqing, who lay on the ground like a broken doll. As she descended the stairs, Yin An's attention was captured by a commotion within a nearby window. Upon closer inspection, she observed a small black cat feasting on fish treats scattered on the floor, across from which knelt Qi. His expression, usually devoid of warmth, was softened by a rare smile, a touch of tenderness gracing his gaze. Yin An was not surprised. She had heard her past life that Qi had a penchant for keeping pets. It was likely only he would carry fish treats with him. The black cat was familiar to her. In her previous life, Qi had always taken it along, a swift creature that had aided him in dispatching zombies and securing food. The presence of the cat was indeed a boon to him. Both the man and the cat became acutely aware of Yin An's gaze. Remarkably, the black cat showed no fear or aversion towards her, instead softly mewing, which melted Yin An's heart. She stepped into the room and reached out to stroke its fluffy head. The cat nuzzled against her palm, relishing the affection, a rare display of intimacy for an animal typically aloof. Qi glanced at her, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and remarked, "It seems you have on its favor." Yin An understood the truth of his words. She had heard that the black cat was notoriously difficult to approach. Only Qi had ever managed to bond with it. Unexpectedly, it seemed to take a liking to her. With a light laugh, she replied, "So, you share a bond with it?" "Yes." Qi nodded, reaching out to pet the cat's head. "I cared for it for 3 years before I moved away and lost touch. I never expected to encounter it again today." As they spoke, this typically distant young man appeared transformed, engaging in conversation with newfound ease. Yin An nodded thoughtfully. It must be fate. She then playfully scratched the cat under its chin, eliciting a blissful purr as it tilted its head in delight, utterly charming. "What's its name?" she inquired curiously. In a low, warm voice, Qi replied, "Its name isn't an." Yin An was taken aback. Had she just share a name with a cat? Qi noticed her reaction and looked at her quizzically. "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing," she replied with a smile and a wave of her hand. After all, he did not know her true name. Qi regarded her with sincere gratitude, his throat slightly constricting as he said, "I must thank you for saving my sister." His eyes reflected genuine appreciation. Qi may meant the world to him, and he would not soon forget Yin An's kindness. Just as Yin An was about to respond, a melodious male voice interrupted, "Captain, we have finished packing and are ready to assemble." Both Qi and Yin An turned to see Qi Xian entering the room, visibly surprised to see them together. Chapter 42. A distinct zombie horde. Qi Xian's astonishment was fleeting, and his face reverted to its customary polite demeanor. "Captain Nansheng is here too." "Indeed. I must gather my team as well," Yin An responded cheerfully, brushing off the dust from her gloves. "Help! Help! Is anyone there?" Suddenly, a harrowing cry echoed from the upper levels of the adjacent laboratory building. Yin An and her companions turned to see 2 soldiers and 3 surviving students at the edge of a 4th-floor window, desperately calling for help, with no sign of a zombie in sight behind them. "Brothers, what's the situation over there?" Qi Xian immediately stepped forward and called out. The soldiers, upon spotting Yin An and her group below, looked as if they had seen a lifeline. One of the soldiers shouted hoarsely, We were ambushed by zombies. They. The other soldier, realizing his comrade's incoherence, quickly interjected, "We encountered a different kind of zombie. They're not like the ordinary ones. They are cunning." Yin An furrowed her brow as a term flashed through her mind. Intelligent, mutated zombies. "Where are the zombies now?" Qi Xian asked, reacting swiftly. "We can't see them. We are hiding in this room, but it's certain they are waiting outside to ambush us as soon as we step out." The more rational soldier quickly replied, "That's right. We just heard silence outside and opened the door, only to be ambushed by several zombies that came out of nowhere and killed our comrades." The other soldier added, regaining some semblance of composure, Qi, who had remained silent, turned to Yin An. Qi Xian and I will go up to rescue them, implying that she should not follow. Yin An shook her head resolutely. I will accompany you. If there are indeed intelligent mutated zombies, Qi and Qi Xian may not return unscathed. Moreover, in my previous life, intelligent mutated zombies were the most sought-after experimental subjects in various bases. This type of mutated zombie is exceedingly rare yet highly threatening, likely to give rise to a zombie king in the future. If there truly are intelligent mutated zombies in that building, I must capture one. If you're worried about us, you can wait downstairs. The unknown danger is too high. It's not safe for you to follow us, Qi Xian patiently persuaded. Qi nodded in agreement with Qi Xian. Both turned their gazes toward Yin An, seemingly awaiting her decision. In their minds, she was merely a girl, a vulnerable individual, despite being the leader of a special abilities team. Time waits for no one, and my life is worth more than the four of yours. Yin An jested, stepping forward into the building. As she took a step, a large hand grasped her wrist and pulled her back. Qi Xian's warm palm was as hot as fire, and his usually gentle eyes turned serious. You stay behind us. Qi cast a glance at Qi Xian, his dark eyes sweeping over the hand gripping Yin An's. But he said nothing more as he drew his knife and charged inside, commanding, protect her. Yin An was momentarily taken aback. Were these two treating her like a child? Did they think her fighting capability was so lacking? The trio rushed up to the third floor, where the ground level had already been cleared, allowing for an unobstructed passage. Qi stood at the staircase landing, gazing up at the fourth floor. He turned to Qi Xian and Yin An, signaling with his eyes before picking up a shattered stone from the ground and hurling it forcefully toward the rooftop. Thud! The resounding crash echoed through the air. After a brief reverberation, silence enveloped the atmosphere once more. Normally, if there were zombies on the fourth floor, they would have been drawn out by such a noise. Yet, the eerie stillness contradicted what the two soldiers had reported. Was it a misjudgment on the soldiers' part, or was there indeed something amiss with the zombies? Qi furrowed his brow. I'll go investigate. You two wait here. With that, he gripped his knife tightly and ascended. Yin An and Qi Xian complied with his suggestion, remaining in place. After all, as a dark-type ability user, Qi could typically evade any zombies without difficulty. As dusk descended, the corridor grew increasingly dim, with only Qi's footsteps echoing in the silence. Yin An's cold gaze was fixed on the rooftop as her mind raced. If there were indeed intelligent zombies directing others here, as the soldiers had claimed, they must be hiding, poised to ambush the humans. Where could they be concealing themselves? This building served as a laboratory, and its labs were larger and more fortified than standard classrooms. The corridor was lined with one lab after another. The zombies could only hide within these labs. But which lab could they be in? Or rather, could each lab potentially harbor zombies? The thought sent a jolt through Yin An. Not good. She turned to Qi Xian. Let us go. With that, she dashed upward. However, they were a moment too late. By the time they reached the fourth floor, Qi was nowhere to be seen. Outside one lab stood a dozen zombies, including 5 or 6 second-tier zombies. From within the tightly shut laboratory, the sounds of a fierce struggle could be heard, clearly indicating that Qi had fallen into a trap set by the zombies. As soon as the zombies spotted Yin An and Qi Xian, they let out a cacophony of roars and charged forward. Go! Qi Xian shouted, pulling Yin An behind him as he drew his blade and moved to confront them. But the next moment, a flash of silver streaked past Qi Xian, and before he could comprehend what had happened, Yin An zipped by him like the wind. Accompanying her was a surge of potent blue-violet lightning, akin to a ferocious dragon pouncing upon the zombies. All the first-tier zombies lost their combat capabilities almost instantaneously. Qi Xian stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, though his shock was brief as he quickly engaged a second-tier zombie in battle. His combat prowess eclipsed that of most ability users. As a water-type ability user, he relied heavily on his physical strength. His formidable fighting skills and resilience made him more than a match for a single second-tier zombie. Yet, compared to Yin An, this anomaly, his combat ability paled in comparison. Chung Su, South 3rd floor, 4th level. Yin An spoke into her walkie-talkie before drawing her dagger and joining Qi Xian in the fight. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Chung Su replied sternly. Received. Boss, we're on our way. Chapter 43. A minor injury. Suddenly, several laboratory doors along the corridor swung open, and dozens of zombies surged forth like a tide, frantically charging towards Yin An and her companion. Be careful. Qi Xian forcefully pulled Yin An behind him, seizing a steel plate from the ground and crashing it violently into the mound of zombies. You must flee. Yin An's heart surged with anger as she beheld the overwhelming horde of zombies. The intelligent mutated zombie must be lurking in the shadows. If she wasn't mistaken, she had just detected a faint hiss in the air. This was the signal for the intelligent mutated zombie to command the horde. However, the sheer number of zombies had nearly filled the entire corridor, making it impossible to locate the hidden mastermind among them. At that moment, a second-tier speed-type zombie leapt over Qi Xian and lunged at Yin An. She unleashed her electrical abilities, striking down on its skull with ferocity. Yet, another hardened-skinned second-tier zombie charged at her. 5, 7, more and more zombies. Most of them were second-tier. Despite Yin An's formidable combat prowess, the constricted space posed a significant challenge. She glanced over to Qi Xian's position, but he was nowhere to be seen, only a towering pile of zombies. Qi Xian. A tightness gripped her heart as she called out his name, but the only response was the relentless growling of the zombies. Her heart sank slowly. Her arm wielding the dagger felt heavy. Had he truly perished? Why did he shield her? She was clearly stronger than he was. Why did he stand in her way? In the next instant, a surging wave of water erupted from the ground, sweeping the mountain of zombies aside. Beneath the water, the steel plate was forcefully pushed away, and a drenched Qi Xian struggled to his feet, grabbing Yin An and urging her to flee downstairs. Yin An gazed incredulously at Qi Xian's profile. How had he accomplished this? Even in her past life, she had never encountered a water-type ability user capable of summoning waves under a first-tier ability. We must leave, or we will perish here. Qi Xian's immense strength propelled them down the stairs, his towering frame dragging Yin An along with great strides. The zombies, pushed aside by the wave, clambered back to their feet and continued their pursuit. A multitude of zombies surged towards the stairway, almost tumbling downwards. Boss! A panicked voice called from below. I'm here. Yin An replied, her heart lightening. Get out of the way. Liu Qi charged upstairs, wielding a Thompson submachine gun, flanked by dozens of soldiers equally armed. Upon seeing these soldiers, Yin An felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. This was the power of teamwork. They began an unrelenting barrage against the horde of zombies, swiftly dispatching the few second-tier zombies that had managed to survive. Where's Xiao Yi? Qi Mei arrived hurriedly, casting anxious glances at Qi Xian, and Yin An. Qi Xian's brow furrowed, and he remained silent. Upon noticing his demeanor, Qi Mei's face paled rapidly, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word. I'll go rescue him. Qi Xian discarded his broken knife and drew a pristine sword from its sheath, charging forward. I'm going too. Chu Hui and Chun Feifei followed closely behind. Qi Mei wiped her tears fiercely, gritting her teeth as she joined the fray. Winter Team, are you all out of your minds? The zombies aren't cleared yet. A soldier exclaimed as he witnessed their reckless charge. We must rescue our captain. Chun Feifei's resolute voice rang out. Provide support for them. Liu Qi commanded calmly, and in the next instant, all the soldiers surged forward in unison. You all go too. Yin An urged Chung Su and the others. Boss, you. Chung Su looked at Yin An with concern. I need to capture that big one. Yin An's eyes turned icy, and without further ado, she sprinted in the opposite direction. Chung Su and the others immediately followed the main group. Yin An moved with incredible speed, her pent-up fury transforming into raw power. She shot a grappling hook and ascended to the 4th floor. On the 4th floor corridor, the main group was already engaged in fierce combat with the zombies. Yin An's eyes locked onto the last zombie in the group, which appeared unremarkable. Seemingly just a first-tier zombie. Yet unlike typical zombies, it stood upright at the rear, resembling a normal human. This is it, you little brat. Yin An dashed towards the zombie, which clearly sensed her approach and turned to meet her gaze. She noticed a glimmer of human-like intelligence in its grayish-white eyes, This was the hallmark of the intelligent, mutated zombie. Yin An shot her grappling hook at it with ferocity. To her surprise, the zombie dodged swiftly and darted into a laboratory. Yin An pursued, delivering a powerful kick to the laboratory door, made of alloy and utterly unyielding. A cold smile crept across her lips. Sorry, sister excels at climbing walls. She swiftly scaled out of the window, launching her grappling hook directly into the laboratory where the zombie had taken refuge, crashing in like a thunderbolt. In the astonished gaze of the intelligent zombie, Yin An cleanly severed its head with a dagger. Just then, outside, the main group had nearly cleared the zombies, and Qi Yi along with 2 soldiers were rescued. Fortunately, they were unscathed. Liu Qi directed the troops in clearing the battlefield. Upon spotting Yin and standing aside with the severed zombie head in hand, he inquired with confusion, "What is this all about?" The intelligent mutated zombie, the mastermind controlling the horde. Yin replied, tossing the severed head to Liu Qi. Lacking the necessary research equipment and personnel, she decided to hand over the specimen to the base to expedite the analysis of the mutated zombie's genetic structure, while also ensuring Lin Feng's placement in the National Research Institute. Liu Qi caught it steadily, his gaze fixed on the severed head. "Commander, Captain Nansheng was correct. Those zombies seemed remarkably organized." A rescued soldier chimed in. "Please provide a detailed account of what transpired," Liu Qi inquired attentively. Yin An returned to her team, feeling relieved upon seeing her comrades in good health. "Are you all right?" Qi Ye's melodious voice reached her. Yin An turned to him, shaking her head. "I'm fine. But you, being locked inside and yet remaining unscathed is quite impressive. There weren't many zombies inside. The door was locked from the outside, so we couldn't open it." Jia explained it. Yin An tilted her head, glancing past him at Qi Xian, who was conversing with Qi Mei and the others, a smile spreading across her face. "Your team is remarkable. They truly turned the tide and looked quite dashing doing so." Qi Ye's gaze deepened as he observed Qi Xian. It seemed Qi Xian had overheard their exchange. He turned towards them, a gentle smile gracing his lips like the warm sun of April. Yet in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of distress as he knelt down on one knee. "Qi Xian," Chun Fei and the others called out anxiously. Qi Xian pressed firmly against his chest, offering a reassuring smile to his teammates. "I'm fine, don't worry about me. It's merely a minor injury to my chest." Yin An's brow furrowed. He had been pinned beneath the mountain of zombies under the steel plate, and it was likely then that he had sustained his injury. This is an internal injury. It is not as simple as merely bandaging a wound. Given the current environmental conditions, there are hardly any sophisticated instruments available for examination. However, Yin An possesses healing abilities, and these powers can not only cure the zombie virus, but also address internal injuries. "Let me take a look," Yin An said as she approached and gently crouched beside Qi Xian. Upon sensing her proximity, Qi Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment, his gaze flickering. "It's nothing. I just need a rest." With that, he attempted to rise. Yet, Yin An was undeterred. She placed her hand directly on his chest. Qi Xian's face flushed, his mind momentarily blank. But in the next instant, he could hardly tell if it was merely his imagination, as the pain deep within his chest seemed to vanish almost entirely. "It's just a minor injury. You'll feel better in no time," Yin An said softly, discreetly retracting her healing energy as she stood up. Qi Xian lifted his gaze to her, feeling that in the dim light, her gentle demeanor radiated a warmth that seemed almost luminous. Chapter 44. Liu Qingqing is expelled from the base much like that evening a year ago. As he packed his easel on his way back to the dormitory, he lifted his gaze and saw her. There she was, leaning on the windowsill of the teaching building, the gentle breeze caressing her long hair, and in the sunlight, her eyes sparkled like pools of water, seemingly filled with dew, captivating the heart. She was the universally acknowledged belle among the freshmen. "Xianzai, I think this junior is quite compatible with you. You're not a child anymore, yet you've never experienced first love. If you fancy her, I'd be happy to help you get her contact information." The words of his university roommate echoed in his ears. Qi Xian momentarily felt dazed. "Are you feeling unwell?" Chun Fei noticed Qi Xian's silence and quickly approached him with concern. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern," Qi Xian replied, regaining his composure and standing up to smile politely at Qinfei. Time was pressing, and everyone hurriedly collected their belongings to make their way to the school gate. The sky had darkened, and the leading soldier illuminated the path with a searchlight. Is everyone accounted for? At the school gate, the last helicopter was departing with the surviving teachers and students. Liu Qi scanned the soldiers and ability users, asking. A soldier counted the numbers and reported, "Commander Liu, we have lost a total of 3 personnel. Didn't they say 2 comrades had sacrificed?" Another soldier inquired. A somber expression descended upon everyone's faces. In the dire circumstances of the apocalypse, any loss of personnel likely indicated grave misfortune. "Look around and see if any brothers are missing from the ranks," Liu Qi instructed, when he suddenly caught sight of a figure running towards them. He directed the spotlight in that direction. In the dim light of the moon, amidst the bloodied corpses of zombies, a person stumbled forward, calling out urgently, "Wait for me. I'm not there yet. Don't leave yet." Everyone turned their attention, and the leading soldiers pointed their searchlights towards the newcomer. Under the bright light, they finally discerned the identity of the approaching figure, a girl with a face swollen to the size of a pig's head, staggering and waving her arms in a comical manner. It was none other than Liu Qingqing. Liu Qi squinted to recognize her, while laughter began to ripple through the crowd, with Chung Su and others laughing the loudest. Ahem! Yin An lightly coughed, signaling Chung Su and the others to tone it down. The laughter reached Liu Qingqing's ears, and in that moment, she was overcome with humiliation and indignation, bursting into tears as she ran to Liu Qi, pointing accusatorily at Yin An. "Commander Liu, this girl hit me. You must stand up for me." Liu Qi frowned at the grotesquely swollen Liu Qingqing before casting a glance at the seemingly uninterested Yin An, falling into a brief silence. Nearby, the soldier Su Liang, witnessing the scene, spoke up. "How can you still blame Captain Nanshang? Are you unaware of your own actions? I didn't do anything." Liu Qingqing retorted defiantly, her eyes brimming with tears, presenting herself as the picture of victimhood. "Let us hear from Su Liang first," Liu Qi commanded sternly. Time was of the essence. He did not wish to entangle himself in trivial matters, yet knowing Su Liang's character well, it was evident something significant had transpired to incite his ire. Seeing his superior's directive, Su Liang vented his frustrations. "I went with Brother Zhang Piao to rescue the 3rd floor of the northern building, and Liu Qingqing insisted on following us. Who would have known that a classroom would be filled with zombies?" She, however, turned around and locked the door behind her, trapping us inside. He glanced at Yin An, expressing gratitude. "If it weren't for Captain Nanshang rushing in to help us, we would have met our end. I didn't do it." Liu Qingqing continued to argue, but her voice lacked conviction this time, her eyes darting away as if she wished to say more. Liu Qi's cold voice interrupted. "No need to say more, Miss Liu. The base does not welcome selfish and cruel individuals like you. In my capacity as the external commander of the base, I hereby declare your expulsion." Liu Qingqing gazed at Liu Qi in disbelief, meeting his emotionless black eyes, the coldness penetrating to her core, as if he were gazing upon a lifeless entity. The chilling gaze sent shivers down her spine. "Withdraw." Liu Qi turned away, striding forward, and the troops promptly followed him into the armored vehicles. Meanwhile, Liu Qingqing, the last remaining in the crowd, began to scream frantically, "Liu Qi, I am an ability user. I possess both spatial and water abilities. I am the only dual ability user in the base. How dare you expel me?" Her desperate cries received no response. The convoy of armored vehicles swiftly departed from the desolate primary school, leaving behind a scene of scattered corpses and the frantic figure of Liu Qingqing. Chapter 45. Level 3 Lightning Ability Deservedly so, Jiang he remarked with a satisfied expression. She got what was coming to her, Song Yin added coldly, crossing her arms. "Truly, evil begets evil." The military brother nodded in agreement. Although Arue was clueless about the events that had transpired, she mimicked the others, exclaiming, "Evil people get their comeuppance." Yin An, charmed by her adorable demeanor, affectionately ruffled her hair. She felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Liu Qingqing's predicament today. For someone as vain and insatiably greedy as Liu, enduring such humiliation was a torment far worse than death itself. Suddenly, The armored vehicle where Liu Qi was situated accelerated, leaving Yin An and the others far behind. Concurrently, the military brothers' walkie-talkie crackled to life, a grave male voice commanding, "Everyone, accelerate. An emergency has arisen at the base." The urgency in his tone made the military brother's expression shift to one of seriousness as he pressed the gas pedal to the floor. Instantly, all 8 armored vehicles surged forward. The convoy raced through the night to the base, the dawn light beginning to break. However, the number of ability users and soldiers patrolling outside the base had significantly diminished. Upon entering the base, they were met with a horrifying scene of carnage. The ground was littered with the bodies of both zombies and humans, blood pooling everywhere, and remnants of gunfire, explosives, and supernatural abilities scattered about. Nearby, numerous soldiers were engaged in fierce battles against the zombies. "Commander!" A silver epaulette officer rushed out, calling, "Commander Liu, what has happened?" Liu Qi inquired swiftly as he disembarked. "Report, Commander Liu. 2 internal personnel were bitten by zombies, and they concealed their wounds. Consequently, the zombie virus erupted, infecting numerous ordinary people within. The situation is chaotic. All ability user teams and troops have been dispatched to provide internal support." Upon hearing this, Liu Qi immediately seized his weapon. "I will head over now." He turned to the others who had just disembarked, saying, "You all have been working tirelessly for a day and night. Go rest for now. Commander, you should also." Su Yang attempted to interject, but Liu Qi had already marched away with the soldiers. Sighing, Su Yang thought to himself, "Our commander hardly gets a good night's sleep. I am genuinely worried he might collapse. We'll take our leave now, Brother Su," Yin An said as she led the others toward the exit. "All right, you all should rest up," Su Yang urged. "Rest first. We can discuss the mission later," Yin An instructed as she walked briskly. Aware that with the current crisis at the base, every ability user and soldier needed to engage in combat, and her team had already exhausted themselves and required rest. "Understood, boss." Chung Su and the others were well aware of Yin An's intentions, their hearts warmed by her consideration. All around them, the ability users appeared hurried and bloodied, clearly indicating the gravity of the situation. Amidst the crowd, 3 familiar figures approached, Bai Jinghe, Zhang Meng, and He Qi, the trio known for their exploits. Following them was a small team, led by a girl who was calling out Bai Jinghe's name as she chased after him. However, Bai Jinghe seemed disinclined to engage with her, moving swiftly as if eager to take flight. He approached Yin An directly, offering her a full bottle of mineral water. "Captain Bai, I called for you. Why are you not slowing down?" the girl exclaimed breathlessly as she caught up with him. Yet, Bai Jinghe ignored her completely, standing respectfully before Yin An and bowing slightly. "Boss," he greeted in a melodious voice. Zhang Meng and He Qi quickly followed suit, exclaiming, "Boss." Their voices rang out with force, leaving the girl momentarily stunned. Yin An accepted the mineral water from Bai Jinghe, surveying the trio. "Are you heading to provide internal support?" Bai Jinghe nodded. "We've been engaged in battle since 3 in the morning. We just had a meal and are preparing to continue. The situation inside is dire." He was about to elaborate further, but Yin An, already well informed about the base's circumstances, interrupted. "I am aware. You all should proceed. We need a rest first." With that, she turned to leave. "What team are you from?" "We're all going to provide internal support. Yet you wish to rest?" The girl, unable to tolerate being ignored, shouted at Yin An, hands on her hips. "Lingling, cease your ruckus." At that moment, 4 boys who had been pursuing the girl caught up, evidently part of her team. Yin An recognized this team as the Sunfire Squad, known for their moderate strength. The girl, named Ding Ling, was a younger sister of the team leader, Ding Long, and had always been well protected by her brother, displaying a spoiled temperament. Nonetheless, Yin An had no time for such distractions and quickened her pace to leave. Behind her, the girl's disgruntled voice echoed, "Captain Bai, why do you call her boss? What is she to you?" Bai Jinghe's indifferent reply was also audible. "Miss Ding, please refrain from bothering our team." Indeed, in a vast forest, one can encounter all sorts of birds, Chung Su remarked, shaking his head in disbelief at the earlier girl's antics. The group soon arrived at their accommodations, where Lin Feng had been waiting for them. After a brief meal, they retired to rest. Being the captain, Yin An occupied the master bedroom. But after only 4 hours of sleep, she stealthily entered her space. She had an important task to attend to: upgrading her abilities. Over the course of the intense 2-day team battle, she had collected 224 level 2 crystal cores, sufficient to elevate both her lightning and healing abilities to level 3. Entering the villa within her space, she placed all the level 2 crystal cores before her. Gazing at them, a profound yearning surged within her, and she felt the energy within her body stir with excitement. Instantly, she unleashed her lightning ability to resonate with the crystal cores before her. The energy from the level 2 crystal cores was far more robust than that of level 1 cores, and a torrent of energy surged forth, eagerly entering Yin An's body. The lightning energy within her began to expand exponentially, once, twice, threefold. It expanded to over 3 times its original capacity. Yin An was astonished, yet she had no time for surprise. She diligently controlled the energy coursing through her body, meticulously channeling it throughout her system. Sweat poured down her brow as her entire being trembled. Finally, after 5 minutes, all the lightning energy was successfully contained. In an instant, Yin An erupted with a surge of lightning power, only to retract it swiftly the next second. Extending her hands, a robust bolt of lightning ability manifested within her palms. The lightning in her hands was now 3 times thicker than before, and its hue was no longer a simple blue-violet. Deep within it lay a vibrant purple lightning, exuding an overwhelming presence. It was significantly more powerful than in her previous life. Yin An mused, observing the lightning in her palms. In her past life, her level 3 lightning ability barely possessed half the potency it exhibited now. Could it be due to her enhanced overall strength in this life, combined with the expansion of her mental prowess and the support of her space, resulting in her abilities becoming even more formidable? In the next moment, the long-awaited system notification resounded. Chapter 46. The Light System Ability Reward 1. The space base has expanded tenfold, with an enhanced defense system. Yin An gazed out of the villa towards the base, witnessing its rapid expansion. As it grew to 10 times its original size, a towering wall, 10 meters high, rose from the ground, followed by the emergence of crossbows, searchlights, and observation platforms, all securely encircling the base. Yin An's heart raced with excitement. This system is truly magnificent. Such external defenses completely overshadow the current national bases. Reward 2. The time-stopping area has expanded to 300,000 square meters. Reward 3. The ecological system has quadrupled to 200,000 square meters. As the system announced the rewards, the time-stopping area and ecological system within Yin An's space expanded rapidly. Reward 4. The host has performed exceptionally well and is granted a random ability. Beep. The ability is currently being generated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an extremely rare hidden ability. What is it? Yin An inquired eagerly. A hidden ability. The Light System Ability. Upon the System S announcement, Yin An felt a surge of energy within her. Light System. Yin An looked around, noticing a faint golden glow radiating around her. System. What is the Light System Ability? In her previous life, she had only heard of this ability from certain researchers. She had never encountered a light ability user and had no knowledge of its power. The Light System Ability can assist in combat. Its overall strength is formidable, allowing control over light for healing, defense, attack, and purification. The extent of its effectiveness depends on the user's mastery. The higher the level, the more terrifying the power. The host can unearth its potential. It can even heal and purify. Yin An concentrated energy in her palm, a faint golden beam flickering into existence. Reward 5. Physical Strength 1, Speed 1, Resilience 1, Beauty 1, Strength 1, Mental Power 10. The host's current attributes are as follows: Physical Strength 60, Speed 50, Resilience 70, Beauty 101, Strength 28, Mental Power 167. The next task is now released. The space base has reached a preliminary scale. Please establish your own base within 6 months. Complete the task within 6 months for a reward. Once the system finished speaking, it fell silent. This time, the system did not mention extermination. Perhaps she had passed its trial. Yin An stretched her limbs and swiftly began to train Bufu, the extraordinary tiger she had tamed over many days, now fully recognizing her as its master. Yin An patted Bufu's large head and tossed it 100 first-level crystal cores. Look, these will upgrade your abilities. After that, she took out another 100 first-level crystal cores and, in Bufu's presence, upgraded her light system ability to level 2. Bufu tilted its head, displaying a mix of confusion and contemplation. It then imitated Yin An, placing its paw on the crystal cores and roaring, "Roar!" The energy from the cores was successfully absorbed. Bufu advanced to level 2. Good tiger. Yin An threw half a sheep to Bufu as a reward and swiftly exited the space. At that moment, chaos reigned outside. Yin An opened the door to find Chung Su and the others already awake. "Boss, you're awake." The military personnel came early, saying the situation inside is dire and urgently needs reinforcements. Lin Feng and Arue will stay here. The rest of you, follow me. Yin An grabbed a sandwich from the table, stuffing it into her mouth as she dashed out. "Boss, do you want to eat a little more?" Jiang, he called out, holding a can. "No need. I'm not hungry." Yin An waved her hand dismissively and pushed through the door, only to see exhausted soldiers and ability users everywhere. One officer, adorned with silver epaulets, spotted Yin An and hurriedly said, "You're for the Nanxing squad, right? Follow me." Yin An trailed closely behind as the officer jogged ahead, urgently explaining, "Commander Liu said your squad possesses exceptional combat capabilities. We need you in the most critical area for rescue." "Understood," Yin An replied, keeping pace with the officer. Upon entering the interior, the scene left Chung Su and the others in shock. The base covered over 1 million square meters, densely packed with temporary containers. Containers were stacked against one another, each housing an unknown number of people. This massive interior resembled an ant nest. At this moment, the zombie virus spread like wildfire, rapidly infecting individuals who had nowhere to escape. Above, all the helicopters at the base's disposal hovered, with ladders dangling below as countless people climbed atop one another's bodies, desperately trying to reach the ladders. Yet, many among them had already been bitten by zombies, their eyes almost manic, filled with the word survival. "This is sheer hell." Rinyu could hardly believe. The officer could no longer contain his tears. Looking at Yin An and the others, he solemnly said, "Captain Nanxing, I implore you, if you can save even one, it will be worth it." Chapter 47. Gusu, to save one is to save all. The officer reiterated, stumbling forward with 2 steps, tears streaming down his face, the corners of his mouth gradually curling up into a bizarre expression that seemed to oscillate between laughter and tears. Yin An narrowed his eyes, discreetly retreating. Chung Su and the others noticed Yin An's subtle gestures and quietly withdrew as well. In the next moment, the officer's face became marred with bulging veins, his eyes rolling back to reveal the grayish whites. One of his hands began to convulse, his head twisting uncontrollably, his entire body contorting into an unnatural position. It was evident he was undergoing a mutation. It appeared he too had been bitten by a zombie. Yin An, calm and collected, gripped his dagger, prepared for battle. The officer forced a smile, seemingly struggling with the last vestiges of his sanity against the virus within. I'm sorry. I thought I could endure. Awaken my abilities, but..." He painstakingly squeezed out those words through his convulsing lips. Then, with all his might, he turned and sprinted in the opposite direction from Yin An and the others, crashing violently into an iron pillar. Simultaneously, he fully transformed into a zombie. Yin An, unwilling to witness further, turned to leave, let him depart with dignity. Rinyu swiftly dispatched the officer turned zombie, and the 5 soon arrived at the junction between the internal and external areas. The base was circular, with the inner circle being the internal zone. The interior was basin-like, allowing those in the external area to have a clear view of the inner zone. At that moment, the junction was heavily guarded by numerous soldiers and ability users. A 3-meter-high iron barrier firmly locking the exit from the internal to the external area. The individuals inside could only exit after passing a safety check. However, the towering iron barrier could not deter the frantic crowd. People incessantly climbed over it, trampling many beneath. "Do not climb. One at a time." The soldiers' shouts echoed. Yet the crowd continued to ascend madly. The strength of men far surpassed that of women, and most of those clambering were men, leaving women trampled below. Some crushed to death in an instant. Why are you keeping us locked inside? There's so many zombies in here. Do you want us dead? Let us out. Please, I beg you, let me out. Countless wails, accusations, and screams filled the air. It's not that we want to let you in. They're infected among you. We need to check one by one. A soldier shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the cacophony. No one willing to listen. Didn't I say there's a solution? The southern, eastern, and western areas are effectively implementing measures. Yet you in the north are still in chaos. A stern male voice rang out. Yin An turned to see Liu Qingqing striding towards them in military attire, flanked by several officers. The soldiers at the Iron Gate, upon seeing Liu Qingqing, seemed to find their anchor and immediately rushed to greet him. Commander, guns. Liu Qingqing extended his hand, and his aide quickly handed him a submachine gun, which he aimed at the most aggressive men scaling the crowd. Bang, 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 bang. Those men fell lifelessly. An immediate silence engulfed the crowd, all staring in terror at Liu Qingqing from now on. Anyone who disrupts order will be shot on sight. Liu Qingqing lowered his weapon, directing the soldiers to open small gates in the iron barrier. Open 2 gates. The crowd will form 2 lines for inspection. Yes, Commander. Understood, Commander. The previously chaotic crowd swiftly restored order. Why do you get to live while I must die? Suddenly, a young man in red burst from the crowd, brandishing a shotgun, and began firing wildly at Liu Qingqing and the soldiers. Take cover. Liu Qingqing yanked his aide back, and they both ducked. The other soldiers scattered. Where did he get that gun? It's mine. He accidentally took it from me. How careless of you. Yin An and the others stood a distance away, behind a partition, safe from the shotgun blasts. The young man in red, seeing he couldn't hit the soldiers, turned and began shooting indiscriminately at the innocent civilians behind him. All of you die. Instantly, countless people fell, shrieking, while those unscathed panicked and fled, with no escape but to rush towards the iron barrier. Who dares to stop me? Whoever dares to stop me will die. The young man in red bellowed, charging outward, his left arm bearing a massive bloody wound, the injury exhibiting a grayish pallor, evidently a bite from zombie. Bang! With a gunshot, a hole appeared in his forehead, and he collapsed backward. Liu Qingqing set down his sniper rifle, and surrounding soldiers rushed to block the frenzied crowd attempting to surge inside. Look! Chung Su pointed to the sky. Yin An and the others turned to see 8 fighter jets soaring above, beginning to unleash a barrage on the internal area. What is happening? Jiang he questioned, quickly eliminating the gathering of zombies within. While it may inadvertently harm some uninfected civilians, it is the most effective and rapid solution to quell this riot. Yin explained coolly. It seems the leaders of this base are not entirely foolish, Song Nian remarked coldly. Yin chuckled softly. That cunning old fox Gu Su was anything but foolish. However, the bombardment from the jets ignited the already chaotic crowd. They want to kill us all. Look, those are fighter jets. They intend to slaughter everyone inside. It's a slaughterhouse in here. Let me out. I want to go out. Everyone rush out. It's all a trap. It's all a lie. The crowd erupted in fierce shouts, becoming even more frenzied, slamming against the iron barrier. As countless individuals began to scale it, attempting to enter, dozens of soldiers were powerless against the surging mob, the barrier swaying precariously, as if it might topple at any moment. At this point, Yin An had no interest in rescuing these people. In the face of the apocalypse, this crowd failed to think calmly, allowing fear and chaos to manipulate them, becoming puppets for those with ulterior motives. Among them, the bitten individuals incited panic, fully aware their time was short, seeking to drag more down with them before their demise. Others, unwilling to die so insignificantly, yearned for a glimmer of hope. Yet regardless of their reasons, the foolish actions of these individuals warranted no sympathy for the consequences they faced. Suddenly, one of the fighter jets changed direction, flying directly towards them. Yin An narrowed his eyes, instantly recognizing it as Gu Su's aircraft. Based on our knowledge of him, he likely intended to bombard the crowd. Let us go. Yin An turned to leave. Chung Su and the others immediately followed. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Liu Qingqing, holding a walkie-talkie, asked in a low voice, "Are you sure? A cold, detached, yet melodious voice replied, "When did you become so indecisive?" Liu Qi furrowed his brow, commanding the troops to withdraw swiftly. As the military dispersed, the crowd surged forward, crashing through the iron barrier. In the next moment, a barrage of shells rained down upon them. The ground was instantly pocked with craters. In the aftermath of the bombardment, all those who had rushed outside were reduced to mere fragments. Their remains irretrievably merged into the earth. A small portion of the crowd, who had refrained from charging forward, watched the horrific scene unfold, retreating in fear, thankful that they had not been at the forefront. The soldiers swiftly advanced to regain control of the situation, while a fighter jet circled overhead before landing steadily nearby. The cockpit door swung open, and Gusu emerged, clad in a fitted black military uniform, towering at an impressive height of 189 centimeters. His robust physique was complemented by an expressionless, cold visage and dark brows that framed his perpetually half-lidded eyes, betraying no hint of emotion. He strode purposefully towards Liu Qi, tossing him a bottle of functional beverage. Liu Qi caught the drink and, without hesitation, opened it and drank deeply. "You're risking your life. You haven't slept in 4 days. Go back and rest," Gusu coldly admonished. Liu Qi downed the bottle and turned his gaze towards the troops below. "The deputy minister is quite verbose," he remarked, his attention drawn to Yin An and the others nearby, his expression shifting slightly. Gusu followed his gaze and spotted Yin An, dressed in black, conversing with his teammates. "What are you looking at?" Gusu inquired. "That team is impressive. I intend to promote them directly into the special operations zone," Liu Qi declared, striding toward Yin An. "It's rare for you to praise anyone," Gusu remarked. Removing his gloves and trailing behind Liu Qi, "Don't follow me." "I'm not following," Gusu retorted with feigned innocence. "We simply need talent in our elite division." "Gusu," Liu Qi halted, casting a dark look at the stoic man beside him. "Do you really have to be so unscrupulous? Are you intent on poaching those I have my eye on?" Gusu remained impassive, tilting his head slightly. "Have I ever stolen anyone from you? How do you know I haven't been interested in that team all along?" Liu Qi fell silent, grappling with his thoughts. This former comrade and current colleague, a man 2 ranks above him, was notorious for his eccentric temper and cunning intellect. He had schemed to deprive Liu Qi of many valuable opportunities, prompting him to wish to remain 800 kilometers away from him for eternity. Liu Qi was disinclined to engage further in this debate. "Boss, 2 striking gentlemen are approaching us with an imposing demeanor," Jiang he whispered. Yin An turned to see Liu Qi striding towards them with a dark expression, followed closely by the unruffled Gusu, whose face bore no trace of emotion. Chapter 48. The top contributor Liu Qi strode forward with purpose, halting before Yin An and shifting slightly to his left to obstruct the persistent Gusu. "We're approaching the final phase here. There's no need for excessive manpower. Please tidy up and accompany me to the special operations zone." Yin An found the situation amusing and chose to ignore Gusu, acquiescing to Liu Qi's command. "Understood, Commander Liu." "Hello, I am." Gusu interjected with a forced smile, maneuvering around Liu Qi to step forward and initiate his introduction. However, before he could finish, Liu Qi seized Yin An's arm and briskly led her towards the external task area. "Let's go. Time is of the essence." Gusu, left standing in dismay, could no longer maintain his composure. All right. You both treat me like I'm invisible, do you?" He glared at Yin An and Liu Qi's departing figures, his jaw clenched in frustration. "Deputy Minister." At that moment, 3 elite soldiers clad in black uniforms rushed over. "Deputy Minister, we have limited kerosene left, but fortunately, the situation is currently under control. Almost half of our internal personnel have been casualties." Gusu's expression darkened. This operation could have been resolved much more swiftly. "Why are you all dawdling? Is my absence sufficient reason for incompetence?" The soldiers lowered their heads, visibly ashamed. The leader, a man with a buzz cut, stepped forward, saying, "Deputy Minister, you are correct. We simply had very little kerosene. Resources can be replaced, but lives lost are irretrievable," the buzz-cut man admitted. His head bowed in shame. "I wish it were otherwise." Gusu dismissed him with a glance, then turned to Yin An's departing figure. Go outside and bring Captain Nansheng to see me. Look, the commander is with a girl. Someone exclaimed. That must be Nansheng's team. In the task area, where abilities were abundant, the arrival of Liu Qi and Yin An garnered considerable attention. The winter team, amidst the crowd, clearly recognized them. That Nansheng's team. Qi Mei pointed towards Yin, and Qi Xian observed Liu Qi and the girl he was leading, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. It's the boss, Zhang Meng remarked, prompting Bai Jinghe to look over, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly. Ding Ling scoffed. Being brought over by the commander means she must have erred. Serves her right to look so smug. Do you have bad breath? Step back. He Qi retorted, covering his nose and distancing himself from Ding Ling. You. Ding Ling, infuriated, pointed at He Qi, her hand trembling with anger, yet she struggled to formulate a retort. Xiao Ling, Ding Long interjected, pulling his sister behind him, glaring at He Qi. Don't malign my sister. He Qi ignored him, fixated on Yin An, smiling broadly as he conversed with Bai Jinghe and Zhang Meng. I sense that the boss and that commander Liu share a good rapport. Something favorable must be on the horizon. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Liu Qi brought Yin into the windowsill of the task area, lifting his chin. Let us submit the task. Yin An promptly handed over the team badge and the task photographs to the person in charge at the window. The official, bewildered by Liu Qi's personal appearance, accepted the materials, nodding. Ah, Nansheng's team. A-level task completed. Reward. 800 contribution points. He then began clicking on the machine before him. Yin An glanced at the contribution ranking screen, noting that Nansheng's team was conspicuously absent from the top 50. Evidently, 800 contribution points were indeed quite meager. TCH, a team that doesn't even make the top 50. Our squad is ranked 5th and thus qualifies for the Special Operations Zone. Ding Ling taunted as she gazed at the large screen. You all did well. Keep it up. The window official encouraged as he returned Yin An's team badge with a smile. Wait a moment. Liu Qi interjected suddenly, addressing the window official. The S-level task from Ronghua Primary School yielded significant contributions from their team. They should be awarded an additional 2,000 contribution points. The official, momentarily taken aback, promptly replied, understood. Commander. He continued to click on the machine. Furthermore, the intelligent zombies contributed by their team hold immense value for the Research Institute, at an additional 5,000 contribution points. Understood. Commander. From today, Nansheng's team enters the Special Operations Zone, receiving 5,000 contribution points. Yin An raised an eyebrow as she watched her team's ranking soar dramatically on the screen. 40th, 24th, 11th, first place. Goodness, did you see that? Nansheng's team has surged to the top. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The name of Nansheng's team now displayed a designation for the Special Operations Zone, making them the only team within it. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic chatter. Qi regarded Yin An with a deep gaze. Wow, Nansheng is truly impressive. We must step up our game, Xiao Yi, Qi Mei exclaimed in wonder. On the other hand, Ding Ling's expression resembled one who had consumed something unpleasant. See, I told you, the boss is bound to have good fortune. He Qi cheered, clapping joyfully like an exuberant child. Bai Jinghe, however, could not share in the jubilation. Great! The stronger she becomes, the more entrenched I am in the role of her little brother. It seems I will remain under her thumb. Is there anything I've overlooked? Liu Qi pondered, seemingly a loss for additional ways to accrue contribution points. He turned to Yin An, his expression earnest. Yin An replied with utmost seriousness. Our team embodies excellent conduct, with handsome men and beautiful women. Chung Su and the others were momentarily taken aback. Could that even count? To their surprise, Liu Qi appeared to take her words to heart, nodding thoughtfully. Then let us add an additional 2,000 contribution points. Chung Su and the others were utterly bewildered. Even Song Yin and Ren Yu, typically stoic, displayed incredulous expressions. Having concluded, Liu Qi beckoned to a nearby soldier. You come here. Gather some personnel to assist Nansheng's team in relocating to the Special Operations Zone. The soldier immediately complied, understood. Oh, and one more thing. Liu Qi seemed to recall something significant, fixing his gaze on Yin An. If the deputy minister from the base contacts you, disregard his words as mere bluster. After a moment's hesitation, he added, his tone grave, anything he can offer, I can double. Your team is part of us externally. Chapter 49. The Struggle for Personnel Soon. With the assistance of the military personnel, Yin An and her companions moved into the Special Operations Zone, where Lin Feng was also successfully recommended to the Research Institute by Yin An. The Special Operations Zone occupies a crucial position within the base, with the Core Research Institute situated above, the command center below, a storage area to the left, and a military arsenal to the right. This illustrates the significance and uniqueness of the Special Operations Zone. The residences within the Special Operations Zone differ from the uniform apartment blocks outside. They consist of individual, small villa-style buildings, with each team residing in a separate structure, ensuring an exceptionally high level of privacy and equipped with comprehensive facilities. Compared to the accommodations of Liu Qingqing and his team nearby, these quarters are far from inferior. That place must be where all the senior officers reside, right? Our living conditions have skyrocketed, Cheng Su exclaimed, gazing around in awe. Just ordinary, Yin An remarked, recalling the luxurious base within her mind. Suddenly, 3 men clad in black military uniforms, adorned with golden insignias on their chests, approached. May I inquire who is the captain of Team Nanshan? The deputy minister wishes to see you. That would be me, Yin An responded calmly, as if she had anticipated this encounter. Following the 3 elite soldiers, they arrived at a grand building, the most magnificent structure within the base. Upon entering, the first floor displayed various models of artillery, tanks, and fighter jets, enveloping the atmosphere in a solemnity that evoked a sense of reverence. Upon reaching the 5th floor via the elevator, Yin An stepped out to find Goose seated at a desk. Approaching with neither subservience nor arrogance, she expressed her surprise. It's you. I had no idea you were the deputy minister. Her words left Gu so momentarily speechless. Indeed, she was unaware of his position, and upon reflection, her earlier demeanor was not entirely inappropriate. Gu maintained a stoic expression, though the anger in his eyes had somewhat diminished. He looked down at Yin An and said, "Prepare yourself. You will be joining my elite team." Yin An stood motionless, silent. Noting her lack of response, Gu assumed she sought some form of advantage and added, "The benefits you receive in the elite team will be the best in the entire base." He then casually lifted a teacup from the desk, taking a sip while continuing. "Those outside go an entire week without meat, yet the elite team enjoys it daily." Having said this, he looked at Yin An with a self-satisfied expression, as if to say, surely this will entice you. However, Yin An remained expressionless, not even glancing in his direction. Gu felt a surge of frustration. Despite his typically composed demeanor, he had already been agitated several times that day. "Nanshan, can you not hear me?" "Deputy Minister, I can hear you," Yin An replied demurely. "However, Commander Liu Qingqing has instructed me to disregard your words as mere nonsense." Her response was seamless, exhibiting a blend of obedience and seriousness that left Gu so momentarily stunned. "Damn that Liu Qingqing," he cursed inwardly before adopting a more serious tone. "I am the deputy minister. Liu Qingqing is under my authority. You should heed my directives, not his." "Oh, I see. Now I understand." Yin An feigned compliance. Gu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her. Clad in black attire, her alluring figure was accentuated, and with a black mask obscuring her face, only her eyes remained visible, partially shadowed by her hood. Though her appearance was obscured, an air of mystery surrounded her. Initially, he expected her to be astute and impressive, yet this exchange suggested otherwise. Gu tapped his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. According to his information, her team was indeed formidable. On the first day of the zombie outbreak, he had witnessed her swift and decisive movements atop the A-51 Defense Ministry Tower. Setting aside his thoughts, Gu inquired softly, "Do you agree to join the elite team?" "I do not agree," Yin An replied decisively. "Why not?" Gu's brow furrowed further. Frustration welled within him. Why was it so troublesome to recruit her into the elite team? Commander Liu Qingqing mentioned that the benefits you offer can be matched and even surpassed by him, she implied, suggesting that his offer of daily meat was hardly worth her consideration. "Do you believe everything he says? What can he offer you?" "I control all the military resources within the base. Gu Su was seething, wishing he could confront Liu Qi directly. He rose, declaring, "I will offer you an armored vehicle and a helicopter. You can ask Liu Qi if he can provide the same." His tone left no room for rebuttal, carrying an intimidating chill. Yin An understood that if she did not acquiesce to his demands, this old fox would lose his temper. "Very well, I agree to join." She nodded in acceptance. "Follow me. We have an operation to embark on immediately," Gu Su concluded, tossing a shotgun to Yin An as he strode out. With an armored vehicle and a helicopter just to recruit her, he was eager to see if her capabilities matched the expectations. Chapter 50. Oil heist outside the building. 4 rows of elite soldiers were poised for departure. Not far away, 15 helicopters stood imposing, indicating the significance of this operation. In her previous life, at this juncture, Yin An was still struggling at the grassroots level, lacking the opportunity to partake in such critical missions at the base, thus remaining oblivious to their purpose. Yet, she felt no anxiety, leisurely following Gu Su. "Let us go," Gu Su commanded, and the elite soldiers boarded the helicopters in an orderly fashion. Yin An followed the crowd and casually chose one. Everyone was eager to board, and no one paid attention to her. An elite soldier handed her a safety helmet without turning his head. "Here, put this on." Yin An accepted the helmet, secured it, and took her seat, only to find that the other 7 elite soldiers were now staring wide-eyed at her. "Why is there a girl?" the crew cut leader exclaimed in surprise. Their attention had been solely focused on Gu Su, completely unaware that a girl had joined them on the helicopter. Nansheng, a member of the elite unit. Yin An introduced herself with a smile and a graceful nod. The other soldiers began to introduce themselves as well. The leader, named Wang Biao, was a fire ability user and captain of their 7-member team. It turned out that the elite troops were organized into teams of 7, each led by a captain, totaling 49 teams. 7 teams formed a regiment, each with a commander. This operation involved 14 teams, and Wang Biao's group was one of them. As they traveled, Wang Biao began to enlighten Yin An about the elite soldiers. Most of them had been personally selected by Gu Su. Some were exceptional special forces with abilities, while others were non-military personnel with remarkable powers and physical prowess. To join the elite unit, one had to meet 2 conditions: possessing formidable abilities and exceptional physical strength. Thus, these rugged men could hardly fathom that a girl had suddenly joined their ranks, especially one that appeared so delicate. "So, what is the purpose of this operation?" Yin An inquired after Wang Biao's description. "We are headed to an oil refinery. We visited it 2 days ago, and it was infested with zombies, almost entirely overrun." Wang Biao gestured dramatically, his expressions almost reenacting the terror they had faced. "We fought for an entire day and night to clear the outer circle of zombies, but we couldn't even approach the storage area." Nodding, Yin An realized the gravity of the situation. With such a significant mobilization, it was indeed a valuable oil refinery. It hadn't been long since the apocalypse began, yet Gu Su, the cunning fox, was already aiming to seize it. "The oil refinery firearms and abilities cannot be used there," Yin An murmured. Wang Biao smacked his thigh. "Smart girl. To avoid explosions, we can only engage in hand-to-hand combat with the zombies, making the difficulty significantly higher." He sighed, recalling the last mission where 2 of his brothers had perished. Now that 2nd-level zombies have emerged, the challenge has more than doubled. Looking at Yin An with concern, he warned, "Be careful, girl. You're delicate and not as resilient as us rugged men." Yin An remained silent, merely smiling as she gazed out at the land below. "Don't scare her. We have the deputy commander with us. It's not that terrifying." A nearby elite soldier nudged Wang Biao, reproaching him lightly. Wang Biao scratched the back of his head, chuckling. True. Our deputy commander is the toughest man in the Eastern Theater. With him around, we have nothing to worry about." The title of the toughest man in the Eastern region amused Yin An. How these men relished bestowing such peculiar names upon themselves. Yes, it's a title given by everyone, but he dislikes it, saying it sounds foolish. Wang Biao laughed heartily before suddenly recalling something and turning to the elite soldier beside him. "By the way, which unit is Commander Liu from?" "Commander Liu is from the southern region. He used to be in the eastern area alongside the deputy commander. Their strengths were comparable until he was reassigned to the south," the soldier named Huzi explained. Yin An, however, showed little interest in their discussions. She was focused on the landscape below, where she could see a small oil refinery in the distance. 2 hours later, the helicopters landed smoothly. Everyone disembarked without firearms, wielding knives, swords, spears, hammers, clubs, bayonets, and daggers as they followed Gu Su into the refinery. Yin An took her time, observing the structure of the oil refinery. At that moment, the zombies within the refinery erupted out, their grotesque forms rushing forward, some of them mutated second-level zombies, reminiscent of titans from popular tale. In the presence of these mutated beings, even the rugged men appeared somewhat vulnerable. Leading the charge, Gu Su engaged the zombies with 2 long scimitars. His strikes merciless and precise. The scene descended into chaos. Yin An remained vigilant, her senses heightened, and she swiftly slipped away from a corner. Once free, she made a beeline for the oil storage area. Oil, crude oil, refined oil, storage tanks. Here I come. With a grappling hook, she catapulted herself to safety, reaching the storage area in a flash. Rows of storage tanks filled her spatial domain. Her mental prowess allowed her to collect items within a 30-meter radius effortlessly. As she ran, she gathered oil, creating the illusion of a zero-cost shopping spree, quickly amassing a substantial haul from the storage area. Brother, those helicopters just landed nearby. Could it be that the largest base has arrived? Suddenly, a female voice broke through the cacophony of zombie growls and combat sounds. Yin An cautiously approached, observing a group of humans battling the zombies on the opposite end of the refinery. The girl who had spoken had short hair and dark skin, her bright black eyes striking. Beside her stood a tall young man, equally dark-skinned, with chiseled features radiating potent masculinity. To her surprise, it was Song Yinsheng and his sister Song Yinxin. In her previous life, she had encountered them. Song Yinxing had later established a well-known base, and the siblings were indeed formidable potential allies. It seemed they too were eyeing the oil refinery, having formed their own small group instead of going to the base. They will need some time to clear the zombies. We are at the back door, closer to the storage area. Let us seize a portion of the oil before they do, Song Yinsheng said calmly, and Song Yinxin nodded, intensifying her efforts against the zombies. Roar! Suddenly, a second-level speed-type, mutated zombie lunged at Yin An from behind. The noise startled Song Yinsheng, who swiftly dispatched the zombie in front of him and rushed towards her. Yin An devised a plan. After defeating the oncoming mutated zombie, she seized a small barrel of oil from the ground and sprinted towards Gu Su and the others. Brother, she is carrying oil, Song Yinxin shouted. It seemed she was not part of the base, but had come alone to steal oil. They must take her oil. Song Yinsheng engaged in a fervent brainstorm, relentlessly pursuing Yin An. As she sprinted, Yin An meticulously analyzed the terrain and ultimately pinpointed a large processing building. She forcefully kicked open the door and shot a grappling hook towards the ceiling, soaring upward with grace. Steadily, she perched herself upon the beam, observing the group of Song Yinsheng as they burst into the building below. Oh, 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 the zombies, detecting the scent of human flesh, surged forward as if invigorated by a potent stimulant, encircling them tightly. Yin An nonchalantly retrieved a piece of gum from her spatial pocket, chewing leisurely while watching the chaos unfold below as Song Yinsheng and his companions were compelled to engage in a melee with the horde. Where's that girl? Song Yinxin lamented, on the verge of tears at the sight of so many zombies. Song Yinsheng, maintaining a stoic demeanor, remained silent. He had indeed seen her enter, yet her figure was now conspicuously absent. They lacked the necessary tools to move the large oil tanks and could only manage the smaller ones. The very oil tank the girl had pilfered was precisely what they required. Otherwise, he would not have pursued her. But where had she vanished to? Damn it! Retreat was no longer an option. One of the men behind Song Yinsheng cursed vehemently. They fought valiantly for a considerable duration, eliminating a significant number of zombies before finally clearing a path for their escape. Hurry, retreat! Song Yinsheng shouted, urgency lacing his voice. Their strength was waning, and failing to devise an escape plan would lead to their doom. After expending considerable effort, they managed to withdraw, but the zombies relentlessly pursued them, clinging like an unshakable piece of chewing gum. At this moment, Yin An, with her exceptional hearing, faintly caught the sounds of battle from Gu Su and the others. They were approaching swiftly. Spitting out her gum, Yin An shot her grappling hook and leapt down, placing the oil tank in a concealed corner before securing the processing building's entrance. She drew forth a dagger, dabbing it with the blood of the fallen zombies that littered the ground, then smeared some of the blood across her face, ripping a bit of her hood and mask. She tore a corner of her clothing. No matter how disheveled she appeared, it was the perfect guise. Finally, she struck a dramatic pose, just as bang, the door was thrust open. Gusu stood silhouetted in the entrance, instantly taking in the sight of the blood-soaked and disheveled Yin An. Beneath her, the ground was strewn with the corpses of zombies, piled high, stacked 3 layers deep. Chapter 51. The oil has run dry. Did she single-handedly eliminate this vast horde of zombies? Wang Biao exclaimed incredulously, his voice breaking in disbelief. Gusu's dark eyes, shrouded in shadows, revealed no emotion as he approached Yin An step by step, taking a deep breath before speaking in a grave tone. Are you trying to throw your life away, charging ahead all alone? After surveying Yin An closely, he asked, Are you injured? Yin An, struggling to rise, panted heavily as if drained of strength, her appearance evoking profound sympathy. I'm still alive, she replied softly, her words laden with unspoken sorrow. Gusu's gaze bore into her, a torrent of unnameable fury igniting within him. He turned to the imposing figures of muscular men behind him and coldly declared, She, as a newly inducted female member of the elite squad, has bravely forged ahead, clearing our path. Alone, she has dispatched over 100 zombies. What are all of you capable men doing? His voice crescendoed with indignation. The elite soldiers behind him hung their heads in shame, too embarrassed to speak. Deputy Minister, a group just made off with all the oil barrels, leaving only one behind. Yin An quietly informed Gusu, tugging at his sleeve. Gusu's gaze shifted to the lone oil barrel in the corner, his anger escalating. You need a rest. He instructed her tersely before seizing 2 curved blades and storming out of the processing building. Not far behind the building was the oil storage area, littered with the corpses of zombies. Gusu strode purposefully, soon spotting Song Yinsheng and his group moving the oil barrels, precisely as Yin An had described. How convenient. They are busy fighting zombies while these thieves are pilfering the oil barrels. Charge! Gusu commanded, and the elite soldiers surged forward. Upon seeing the formidable group approaching, Song Yinsheng and his companions swiftly fled. Their legs moved with remarkable speed, reaching the 3 SUVs parked at the back door. Almost sprinting 100 meters, they hopped into the vehicles and sped away. Song Yinsheng clutched the only 2 oil barrels, gasping for breath, her expression one of dismay, as if on the verge of tears. What terrible luck! After all this effort, we only managed to move 2 measly barrels of oil, and now we're being chased by zombies and our own base. Song Yinsheng remained silent, gripping the steering wheel and pressing the accelerator, his face equally grim. Report to the deputy minister. All the large oil tanks are empty. The brothers only found a few small barrels. Meanwhile, Gusu's elite soldiers reported gravely. His countenance darkened as he watched the direction in which Song Yinsheng's group had fled. They must have stolen it. We were gone for just a day, and they made off with all the oil. Wang Biao seethed. No. Gusu shook his head, his voice icy and low. It couldn't have been just a day. With this much oil, they must have started relocating it long ago. He sheathed his blade and strode toward the helicopter, exuding an intimidating chill. We must locate their hideout. I will not let this grievance go unpunished. Yes, Deputy Minister. A commander responded loudly from behind. As Gusu approached the helicopter and spotted Yin An, the coldness surrounding him diminished somewhat. You will ride with me, he said, moving to the first helicopter, taking 2 or 3 steps up before turning to extend his hand toward Yin An. Come aboard. Chapter 52. The significance of engineers in the helicopter, apart from the pilot. Only Gusu was present. Yin An extended her hand, and Gusu pulled her up with a firm grip. Noticing her exceedingly delicate wrist, Gusu frowned slightly. His gaze fell upon Yin An, who sat across from him. Her figure appeared so slender that except for her chest and hips, it seemed as if she lacked even 2 ounces of flesh elsewhere. Have you not been eating properly these days? Gusu inquired. Yin An raised her eyes to meet his, blinking innocently as she replied, "The food outside is quite good, steamed buns and pickled vegetables for lunch, and rice porridge for dinner. However, our team spends most of our time on missions outside, making it difficult to find food." With that, she lowered her gaze, looking both obedient and pitiful. "To be this thin and still fight zombies so fiercely," Gusu remarked, pulling a can of beef from his military pants pocket and handing it to Yin An. She looked at the can before glancing at Gusu's shadowed face, unable to discern his emotions. Accepting the can, she said, "Thank you." "Eat up," Gusu encouraged. Yin An nodded and opened the can. Under Gusu's watchful gaze, she removed her mask. The sunlight enveloped her, gradually revealing her stunningly beautiful face. Her skin radiated a soft glow in the sunlight, the delicate contours of her nose perfectly refined, and her small, alluring lips appeared enticingly luscious. Every feature of her face was flawless, harmoniously combining to create an otherworldly beauty. The lower half of her face accentuated her captivating eyes, which were even more mesmerizing under the light. Yin An lifted her gaze to meet Gusu's obscured expression and smiled. "Then I shall eat now." This smile made Gusu's heart race. Unable to contain his astonishment, he cleared his throat, his voice deeper and more resonant than usual, and made chung. After responding, Gusu tugged at his collar and turned to look out the window, though the scenery failed to capture his attention. The two remained silent until the helicopter swiftly arrived at the base. Gusu turned to Yin An, saying, "Put your mask back on." Only when he saw her cover most of her face with the mask did he open the helicopter door. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "It's dangerous outside. Do not remove your mask carelessly." With that, he jumped out of the helicopter. "Understood." Yin An followed him out. "Deputy Minister, I need to go to the Special Operations area. My team is still waiting for me." "All right." Gusu nodded and then called over Wang Biao. "Take her to the armory to collect a helicopter and an armored vehicle." "Yes," Wang Biao acknowledged, leading Yin An towards the armory. As they walked away, Wang Biao began to chatter. "You're amazing. No one from our elite unit has ever received an armored vehicle from the deputy minister, let alone a helicopter." Yin An smiled, but remained silent. Upon reaching the armory, they encountered numerous patrolling soldiers. The armory occupied a vast area, comprising several bunker-style warehouses. Due to the urgency brought on by the apocalypse, several warehouses had been hastily constructed overnight and were still incomplete, with many people repairing the buildings. Wang Biao brought Yin into the entrance of the second warehouse, where the soldiers, evidently familiar with him, allowed them entry without further questions. Yin An, having never had the opportunity to enter such a place in her past life, was taken aback to find that beyond the main door lay another steel door, towering over 3 meters high, guarded by several armed soldiers. Wang Biao approached and answered their questions, presenting the insignia of the elite unit, allowing them to pass inspection. As the door opened, the sight of neatly lined armored vehicles greeted them, exuding an imposing presence. Captain Yichun was also there. Wang Biao strode towards an armored vehicle as if he were meeting an old friend. Curious, Yin An looked over to see a refined young man standing there in a white shirt, his handsome features complemented by striking amber eyes. "It's you." He smiled upon seeing Wang Biao. "Perfect timing. You, our engineering captain, can help our young lady choose the best armored vehicle." Wang Biao clapped his shoulder and then gestured towards Yin An, suddenly realizing the two were unacquainted. He smacked his forehead. "How could I forget? You two don't know each other." He pulled Yin An closer and introduced, "This is Sun Yichen, the head of all the military engineers at our base. He is incredibly capable. All the top-tier weaponry relies on his assembly and modifications." Turning to Sun Yichen, he continued, "This young lady is Nan Sheng, truly remarkable. She just joined our elite unit today and single-handedly eliminated over 100 zombies." Upon hearing this, Sun Yichen looked at Yin An with newfound respect, nodding, "Hello, I am Sun Yichen." "Nan Sheng," she replied politely. "Let us not delay. Help us select an armored vehicle," Wang Biao urged. Sun Yichen proceeded to detail the specifications of each armored vehicle. His professionalism allowed him to articulate the advantages and disadvantages of each model succinctly. Yin An quickly set her sights on a black and red vehicle, distinct from the others, which were all military green. This one had clearly been modified, with a black body and red lines adorning its exterior, exuding an air of dominance. "I want that one," she declared, pointing at the black and red armored vehicle. Qingqing's eyes brightened as he looked at her. "Why?" "Because I like it," Yin An replied succinctly. Qingqing chuckled. "That one is my modification. Then it's fate. Let us go with it," Wang Biao exclaimed, bustling off to arrange the paperwork for Yin and Qingqing, then guided Yin An through the features of the armored vehicle. It was then that Yin An realized she had stumbled upon a treasure. After Qingqing's modifications, this armored vehicle's power had increased at least twofold. It was her first profound realization of the engineer's significance to military equipment. In the future, her base would greatly benefit from the presence of such exceptional engineers. The helicopter models were limited, and Yin An chose one at random. The selected armored vehicle and helicopter were temporarily stored in the armory, as most other locations in the base were unsuitable for housing them. Once everything was arranged, Yin An returned to the special operations area. Upon her arrival, Chung Su and the others rushed over. "Captain, why did you take all day to return? We were worried sick. We tried to contact you via the walkie-talkie, but received no response." It was only then that Yin An remembered she had turned off her walkie-talkie during the previous mission and had yet to turn it back on. She retrieved it and switched it on. Just then, a frantic voice came through the device. "Boss, are you there? We can't hold on much longer." It was Yuan Hao's voice. Chapter 53. What mischief did Ren Yu and Chung Su engage in? What happened? Yin An inquired. "Boss," Yu finally replied. Yuan Hao's voice trembled with excitement. "Get to the point," Yin An said coldly. Yuan Hao hurriedly responded, "Boss, the day after you all left, 3 or 4 individuals came to us seeking collaboration, led by a rather hefty woman. I thought since you are currently the leader of the team, I lacked the authority to make decisions, so I attempted to reach you via the intercom. However, I could not get through, and thus ignored that hefty woman. Little did I know, she harbored malicious intentions, not genuinely interested in collaboration, but merely wanting to seize our supplies of food and water. The so-called collaboration was merely a ruse to assess our numbers. Last night, a large group attacked us, stealing our food and water, threatening to slaughter us if we did not comply with their demands. We have only 12 ability users, while they numbered around 70 or 80, with at least a dozen possessing abilities as well. Boss, the brothers haven't eaten all day." Upon hearing this, Yin An's gaze turned icy. "I entrusted you with managing the team, and this is how you conduct it?" Yuan Hao stammered, "Boss, you're right." His voice carried a tone of grievance. "That hefty woman had too many people. We tried various methods, but none were effective. I will arrive by tomorrow evening," Yin An stated, cutting off further conversation on the intercom. She glanced at the worried Chung Su and others, speaking calmly. "What are those expressions? These are trivial matters. Chung Su and Ren Yu, you two should check the task area for high-value missions and accept one to complete tomorrow." "Huh?" Everyone was taken aback. Just moments ago, Yuan Hao had mentioned a gang of 70 or 80, yet the boss deemed this a minor issue. "Boss, we have accumulated quite a bit of contribution value. What shall we exchange for rewards?" Jiang He asked while munching on an apple. "Not enough. If we exchange, it must be for the best," Yin An replied, taking a bite of the fruit on the table. "What is the best?" Chung Su asked, eyes filled with anticipation. "Firearms that require 10,000 contribution points to exchange. A Gatling gun, one for each member of our squad, totaling 50,000 contribution points." Yin An raised her eyebrows at the group. "Wow, that thing would be formidable against zombies. Let us go, Ren. Let us hurry to accept the task," Chung Su exclaimed, invigorated, dragging Ren Yu towards the task area. "Again, I'm left out," Xiao Rui pouted. "What do you need that for? Your abilities are worth 10 Gatling guns." Yin An comforted, ruffling Xiao Rui's hair. Upon hearing the praise, Xiao Rui beamed, nuzzling her palm. Meanwhile, Chung Su and Ren Yu had not ventured far before being intercepted. The dust-covered Xie Yun, evidently just returning from a mission, blocked their path. "Where's she?" he inquired. "Who? Sun Wukong or Bull Demon King?" Chung Su feigned ignorance skillfully. "You know what I mean. Where's your captain? I wish to speak with her." Xie Yun persisted earnestly. Chung Su rolled his eyes. "Not just anyone can speak with our captain," Ren Yu coldly added. This man has a teammate who is our boss's enemy, so he surely cannot be trusted. This thought echoed in the minds of both Ren Yu and Cheng Su. They pushed past Xie Yun and continued towards the task area, treating him as if he were invisible. I just want to see her once. Xie Yun did not take offense to their demeanor, following closely behind them. Ugh, relentless. Truly, a good woman fears a clingy man. Cheng Su silently mocked. To their surprise, in the next moment, Ren Yu had vanished from sight, propelled by his speed-enhancing ability, sprinting ahead. You? Cheng Su was taken aback, quickly giving chase. The two raced to the task area, where the display showcased 2 S-level tasks and 1 SS-level task. Which one, Ren? Cheng Su gasped, leaning against Ren Yu's shoulder. Instead of responding immediately, Ren Yu glanced back at Xie Yun, asking, "You want to see our captain, don't you?" Upon hearing this, Xie Yun's eyes lit up as he hurried over. Yes. All right. Ren Yu raised his hand, pointing to one of the S-level tasks on the screen. If you help our team complete the first S-level task, we will arrange for you to meet our captain. Cheng Su, upon hearing this, felt as if he had discovered a new world, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Xie Yun examined the S-level task on the screen, without hesitation declaring, "No problem. I will complete it within 2 days. Then we shall meet at that time," Ren Yu stated, turning his attention away from him. Xie Yun cast a lingering glance at the two before departing. Once he was out of earshot, Cheng Su leaped, patting Ren Yu's arm in delight. "You're quite clever. So resourceful. Learning from a boss, I see." Ren Yu replied nonchalantly, just following the boss's lead. "Impressive. I too must learn from you. So I want to hold you all back," Cheng Su said, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. At that moment, a melodious male voice interrupted. "Why are only the two of you here?" White Jing, a towel draped over his shoulder and still glistening with sweat from his recent workout, strolled past. Cheng Su's eyes brightened. "Hey, you arrived just in time. The boss said for you to assist our team with the second S-level task." Upon hearing this, White Jing's expression turned serious as he scrutinized the task on the display, contemplating for a moment. "All right, I'll get it done. Count on you, brother. Bye." Cheng Su gestured encouragingly, brimming with joy like an exuberant child. White Jing nodded politely before taking his leave. Once he was gone, Cheng Su turned to Ren Yu, brimming with enthusiasm. "So what do you think, Ren? Was I not just a tad impressive?" Channeling the boss's commanding presence, perhaps? Ren Yu, without acknowledging Cheng Su, took the team badge given by Yin An and moved to the window to claim the SS level task. SS level task. Retrieve the medical research findings from the 3rd floor of Building 5 at the M-City Medical Research Institute. This task posed an exceedingly high level of difficulty, and the location was in M-City, separated from Harbin by a considerable distance. Given the arduous nature of this task and its great distance, no team had dared to accept it, despite the reward for the SS level task being substantial, ranging from 5,000 to 10,000 contribution points. "Are we certain about accepting this? Can we complete it?" Cheng Su asked. "We'll see. If it's truly unmanageable, we can always switch tasks." "Didn't the boss say we urgently need contribution points?" Ren Yu replied calmly. "That's true. The boss is formidable. Moreover, if it proves too challenging, we can always call upon the Zhishang and Qing He teams for assistance," Ren Yu concluded. Chapter 54. Are you all right? The following day, Ina departed with her squad aboard a helicopter. "Wow, this is so cool, boss." Cheng Su had never been in a helicopter before, and he was ecstatic about his inaugural flight. With her left hand manipulating the aggregate and her right hand on the control stick, Ina steered the helicopter directly toward the industrial district of Harbin City, where Yuan Hao and the others were located. "Look, a helicopter. Could it be them again?" Several ability users on the industrial district building's rooftop spotted Yin An's helicopter and rushed outside. Yuan Hao and Suja also hurried out upon hearing the commotion. "It looks like the boss." Yuan Hao squinted, trying to make out the figure. "Boss." Surprise flickered in Suja's eyes. "She even has a helicopter." The helicopter landed gracefully on the rooftop, and Yin strode out. "Boss." Everyone greeted in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation, as if they were beholding a beacon of hope. Yin nodded, her face behind the sunglasses betraying little emotion. She then turned to Jiang He. "Xiao He, take it." Jiang He paused for a moment before understanding Yin An's intention. She stepped forward with a practiced air and placed her hand on the helicopter. In an instant, the helicopter vanished into Yin An's dimension. Holy crap, it's gone. Where did the helicopter go? Is this the legendary space-based ability? Amazing. Yuan Hao and the others were visibly awestruck. Jiang He rubbed her nose, basking in the admiration of the crowd. Where is the stronghold of the fat woman you mentioned? Yin An inquired, looking at Yuan Hao. The mention of the fat woman caused a somber expression to fall over Yuan Hao and the others. Our brothers secretly track them. It seems they're based in a large shopping mall a few kilometers northwest. Huiyuan Shopping Mall, Suja added with a nod. I'll go scout the situation. Chung Su, you four stay here and ensure everyone's safety, Yin An instructed, putting on her gloves. Yes, boss. Yuan Hao and the others were touched that Yin An was leaving 4 of her seemingly formidable team members to protect them. However, as they watched Yin An's departing figure, Yuan Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. What if the boss runs into danger scouting alone? Chung Su and the others remained silent. It was a difficult question for them to answer. In their opinion, the boss was probably the greatest danger of all. Seeing that no one was responding, Yuan Hao scratched his head and fell silent. Su Zhe, watching Song Yin, the cool, short-haired woman at the back of the group, seemed to finally steel herself. She mustered her courage and approached her, saying, "Hello, I'm Su Zhe. What's your name?" Song Yin didn't even glance at her, turning and walking away. Su Zhe was left standing awkwardly, a self-deprecating smile on his face as he watched her indifferent back. After walking a distance, Yin An retrieved an off-road vehicle and drove toward Huiyuan Shopping Mall. Huiyuan Shopping Mall consisted of 3 floors arranged in a rectangular layout, with a spacious plaza in the center and shops lining the perimeter. From clothing and cosmetics to electronics and food, it was a comprehensive shopping center. There were few zombies along the way, but the corpses were piled up in layers along the roadside, indicating that the area had been cleared multiple times. As she approached the mall, Yin An stowed the off-road vehicle, swiftly dispatched a few pursuing zombies, and spotted small groups of people entering and exiting Huiyuan Shopping Mall. The organization's choice of the mall as their base was a clever one. The enclosed structure of the mall, with all doors sealed, made it impenetrable to zombies. The mall's vast interior and individual rooms also effectively isolated the noise from the outside. With sufficient supplies, it could be transformed into a veritable haven. Yin An took out her binoculars and began observing. Soon, she noticed an open window on the 2nd floor. That's the place. Yin An adjusted her gear and dashed toward the window. She fired her grappling hook, which pierced the ceiling inside the 2nd floor window. Just then, a man leaned out of the window, exclaiming in surprise, "What's that?" The grappling hook tightened, and Yin An soared upward, heading straight for the man's face. The man's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to shout, but a dagger had already sliced across his throat. With a spurt of blood, the man collapsed and died. Yin An surveyed the room, discovering that it was a former bubble tea shop that had been converted into a living space. The shop's original fixtures remained, but the tables had been pushed together and covered with thin cotton padding to form a makeshift bed. She stealthily approached the door, opening a crack. Her acute hearing allowed her to overhear the conversation in the adjacent room. "I absolutely adore the apocalypse. It's so awesome. Why didn't it come sooner?" It was the coarse, affected voice of a woman. "You're right, Sister Jia." A man's voice fawned. "Damn, I'm exhausted these past few days. I need to replenish myself. Tonight, you boil that ginseng for me." "Hee hee, as you wish, Sister Jia." "Sister Jia, I saw the national base team today," said another man. "The national base is nothing. Where's the nation? Where's the home? This land will all belong to Jia." "Sister Jia, their car looks really good. Our cars are all stolen sedans, and their performance is no match," the man was saying when he suddenly cried out, "Ouch," followed by the sound of a heavy thud, indicating he had been struck. "Try saying another good word about other bases," the woman called Sister Jia said viciously. "I'll see how long they last. When they're gone, their cars and supplies will all be mine. Our Rising Sun base will be the kings of this land." "How unlucky." The woman's cursing grew louder, accompanied by heavy footsteps. Through the crack in the door, Yin An saw a corpulent woman swaggering out of the next room and heading downstairs. Her eyes were fierce, her nose was bulbous, and she had a large mole on her lip. The red dress strained against her ample flesh, as if it would burst at any moment. Two men trailed obsequiously behind her, one of whom had a footprint on his body, clearly the one who had just been beaten. Sister Jia, don't be angry. How about we capture that team from yesterday to cheer you up and beat them until they submit? One of the men said ingratiatingly. The fat woman called Sister Jia shook her body and pushed the man away. Don't get too close to me. The man was sent sprawling, sliding 4 or 5 meters on his backside. Strength-based ability, Yin An murmured to herself. Come on, all ability users and 15 strong ones, come with me. The fat woman shouted to the surroundings. She picked up a chicken leg from the table, gnawed on it, and walked outside. From the rooms inside the mall, many people emerged, mostly burly men. When they had all left, only 30 or 40 ordinary people without abilities remained in the mall. Some were chatting, some were playing cards, and others were dragging women into rooms, closing the doors with lewd grins. Yin An's eyes turned cold. From her observation, there were hardly any people on the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor was the living area, and the 1st floor was the activity area for this group. It seemed that the supplies were concentrated on the 3rd floor. This group has hoarded a lot of supplies. It seems that the mall hadn't been thoroughly looted when they occupied it, and they took all the supplies for themselves, and then scavenged some more from outside. Yin An seized a moment when no one was watching to ascend to the 3rd floor. Upon opening a room's door, she discovered was filled with supplies. Collect them all. Store them in space. She commanded, diligently gathering the items as she traversed through the area. At last, in the final room, she stumbled upon the supplies belonging to Yuan Hao and his companions. Their stock was meager, pitifully stacked in a few boxes in the corner. Yin An collected those as well. As she was nearly finished, her gaze fell upon the last corner, and her composure faltered. There lay 3 boxes of adult toys, their garish colors assaulting her eyes. Speechless, she chose not to collect them and turned to leave. She intended to return to the 2nd floor room and leap from the window. Stealthily, she descended, her body pressed against the wall. Suddenly, a door beside her swung open, and she instinctively brandished her dagger against the stranger's throat. Just as she was about to strike, she recognized his face. It was Peng Luo, the male celebrity she had encountered at the Dihao Hotel, and he appeared equally astonished to see her. Without hesitation, Yin An darted into the room, shutting the door behind her, her dagger still poised at his neck. Peng Luo forced himself to remain calm. Don't kill me. I was brought here against my will. Observing his disheveled attire and gaunt frame, it was evident he had not eaten properly for several days. She then retracted her dagger, casting a cold glance around the room. This space was a small compartment, with a larger area evidently situated behind it. She raised her head and inquired, "What is the situation?" Peng Luo's damp eyes fixated on Yin An, dark circles under his eyes and cracked lips betraying his exhaustion from days without proper rest, though his beauty remained intact. Upon hearing her question, a hint of bashfulness crossed his face. He bit his lip and, loosening the first button of his shirt, murmured, "I'm still a virgin." Yin An furrowed her brows, looking at him incredulously. "Are you all right? I meant what is happening inside." Chapter 55. Something awry, Peng Luo's complexion turned a deep shade of crimson, his tongue tied in hesitation as he struggled to articulate a single word. He hurriedly approached and flung open the door to the inner room. Instantly, a sight unfolded before Yin An. Dozens of emaciated young men stood before her, their bodies gaunt and their appearances suggesting they had gone days without sustenance. Bruises marred their skin, a clear indication of their captivity as the playthings of that nefarious Jiajia. "Sister, sister, save me." A delicate male voice suddenly pierced the air, and Yin An turned to see the very young man who had previously performed Candy Sweet for her at the Zhaoshang building. His eyes glistened with tears as he lunged towards her, his tattered clothing barely clinging to him, shorts riddled with holes, threatening to fall away at any moment. Bang! Without a shred of compassion, Yin An kicked him aside and leapt from the window, utilizing a grappling hook to cushion her descent and land safely on the ground. "Sister, don't leave. You're my only sister," the young man shouted desperately from behind as Yin An vanished from sight in an instant. Meanwhile, on Industrial Avenue, Chi Mei observed the 3 cars opposite her with a bemused smile. "Why are these people so ridiculous? Are they trying to mimic the Indians?" she remarked, noting how the 3 vehicles were crammed with individuals, not to mention a few clinging precariously to the roofs. The small cars bore the weight of nearly 10 people, almost bursting at the seams. "Hey, everyone, could you make some room for us to pass?" Chun Feifei leaned out of the window, waving at the vehicles ahead. This road, once spacious, had been narrowed significantly by the piles of zombie corpses that lined either side, exuding an unbearable stench of decay. The width was only sufficient for a single vehicle's passage, and Qi Yi and his companions found their off-road vehicle obstructed by the trio of cars before them. At that moment, within the car opposite, the man at the wheel turned to the overweight woman beside him and asked, "Jia, should we retreat?" Jia, however, was fixated on the 5 individuals inside Qi Ye's vehicle, her ambition igniting in her eyes as she grinned with excitement. "Fools! Can't you see there are 2 exceptionally handsome young men in their group? We're taking them along with their vehicle." Understood, yeah. A man nearby grinned mischievously, brandishing a metal rod as he prepared to disembark. Qi Yi, sensing the impending danger, swiftly reversed the vehicle and made a sharp turn. The off-road vehicle crushing the corpses lining the road as it pivoted 180 degrees and sped away. "Xiao Yi, what is happening?" Qi Mei grasped the handle tightly, concern etched on her face. "Something feels off with those people," Qi Yi replied coolly, accelerating the vehicle. "Chase them," Jia shouted, her eyes narrowing. To lighten the car's load, she glared at the others in the back seat. "Get the hell out." The others scrambled out of the car, and the man at the wheel slammed the gas pedal, pursuing Qi Yi and his team. "Keep chasing. Even if they run, we must catch up. Whoever catches them will earn a woman and a sack of rice." Jia bellowed, her head protruding from the window. "Received." The 2 trailing cars hastily followed suit. The men on the roofs were unceremoniously flung off, tumbling onto the ground before hastily getting back on their feet to continue the chase. "These people are truly insane," Chu Hui exclaimed, glancing back at the 3 cars relentlessly pursuing them, anger boiling within him. Qi Yi, an adept driver, quickly increased the distance between them and the pursuing cars. "Jia, we can't keep up," the driver exclaimed, panic evident in his tone. Jia, however, wore an expression of determination. "I know this area like the back of my hand. They can't escape for long. Up ahead lies a horde of zombies." Her eyes, narrowed to slits, remained fixed on Qi Ye's vehicle, her heart racing with anticipation. The 2 young men captivated her even more than the dozen men she had previously acquired. Regardless of the cost, she would capture them today. With that thought, Jia licked her lips and barked at the man beside her, "Hurry. If we fail to catch them, I'll have your head." Qi Yi sped forward, racing from the industrial area into the commercial district. The number of zombies around them surged. It was evident that this area had not been cleared, as countless zombies began to pour out from the nearby shopping malls, surrounding Qi Yi and his group. "Why is there only this one road?" Jia muttered coldly. Unfamiliar with the geography of Harbin, they found themselves nearly trapped. A multitude of zombies piled ahead, rendering the off-road vehicle unable to advance even an inch. "Stop the car. Let them fight it out. We'll wear them down," Jia exclaimed, watching as Qi Ye's group became ensnared by the zombies, her excitement palpable. Their cars halted, and zombies began to encroach upon them. Though most were concentrated on Qi Ye's group. "Are they trying to steal our vehicle? Why are they pursuing us so fiercely?" Chu Yi fumed, glancing back at the 3 cars parked in the distance. "We're in a tight spot. There are too many zombies. We can only deal with them first," Qi Mei said, observing the frenzied zombies attacking their vehicle with growing concern. The onslaught was unsustainable, and they risked being ambushed. "There's no end to these zombies, and we can't let our guard down," Qi Xian assessed calmly. He looked at the others, resolute. "I'll get out to lure the zombies. Captain, you find a way to get the car moving." At this, everyone turned to him in surprise. "I'm the captain. I'll handle this," Qi Yi replied coldly, then rolled down the window and swung his blade at the encroaching zombies. "The winter team must stick together, no matter what," Qi Mei declared, pushing open the car door and throwing a punch at a nearby zombie. The 5 of them sprang into action, engaging in a fierce battle against the horde. The zombies, with their gaping maws, surrounded them, and the second-tier zombies mixed among them, gnashing their teeth at the 5. As the number of second-tier zombies surged, It became increasingly challenging for the five-man team of abilities to contend with such a vast horde. Even the formidable Winter team found it difficult to extricate themselves unscathed. The five fought with all their might, yet the relentless tide of zombies seemed never-ending, only growing more formidable. Fight! Fight! Jia cheered from inside her car, clapping her hands at the spectacle before her. The vehicle swayed under her weight as she savored a chicken leg, her gaze fixated on the agile Qi Yi and Qi Xian within the throng of zombies. The more she watched, the more she was captivated. Indeed, strong men were far more alluring. Those bland fellows back at the base paled in comparison. She burst into laughter, only to be suddenly choked by a piece of chicken, her face turning crimson as she coughed violently. The man beside her hastily patted her back, reassuring her, Jia, don't get too excited soon. All these men will be yours. Yin An hastily made her way to the industrial district, opting for her motorcycle to expedite her journey. Although there were 16 ability users in total, including Cheng Su and Yuan Hao, Jia commanded a force of over 30 robust men, with several of them possessing unknown abilities. Yin An felt a twinge of unease. Upon arriving at her destination, however, Yin An found no sign of Jia and her entourage. Boss! Cheng Su and the others rushed to her side as soon as they spotted her. What's going on, boss? Yuan Hao and the others wore expressions of concern. Yin An remained silent, her certainty growing that the plump woman had indeed brought over 30 individuals toward Yuan Hao and the others. She had anticipated that Cheng Su and his group would have clashed with them by now. Yet, the stillness around her was unsettling. Even if they were crawling, they should have arrived by now. There were no signs of life aside from the zombies. Something was amiss. Something feels amiss. Chapter 56. A fierce battle. Things are looking grim, Sister Jia. How are these five individuals so formidable? As the man beside her exclaimed in alarm, Jia's elongated eyes narrowed, revealing a ruthless glint. Tell the brothers behind to take a detour and block their escape route. Understood. The man shouted directions to the vehicles behind him. This detail did not escape the attention of Qi Yi and his companions, who, amidst their struggle with the zombies, kept a vigilant watch on the unfolding situation. We cannot delay any longer. You almost go first, Qi Xian urged. They aim to cut off our retreat. Sister, you should leave now. Qi Xian, and I will clear the way for you, Qi Yi decisively declared. Xiao Yi, Qi Xian. Qi Mei looked at the two, tears welling in her eyes. I want to leave. Chu Hui and Fei Fei, you go ahead. Qi Yi forcefully opened the car door and pushed Qi Mei inside, then slammed the door shut, bracing against it. Get in. Chu Hui and Chun Fei Fei, already exhausted, exchanged glances before hastily climbing into the vehicle. Let us move. Qi Xian began slashing at the zombies in front of the SUV, clearing a path for Qi Mei and the others. We will find you. Hurry, sister, Qi Yi continued, his dark eyes fixed intently on Qi Mei. Seeing her brother's determination, Qi Mei gritted her teeth, started the engine, and pressed the accelerator hard. The SUV surged forward, but was quickly halted by a horde of zombies. Qi Yi and Qi Xian fought fiercely, drawing the attention of the zombies away from the vehicle, allowing Qi Mei to successfully maneuver the SUV out of the encirclement. The windows of the SUV were perilously close to shattering under the relentless assaults of the zombies. At that moment, a car charged towards them. Qi Mei gripped the steering wheel tightly and barreled forward, narrowly avoiding a collision with the oncoming vehicle. They escaped. Sister Jia shouted in frustration before forcefully opening her car door and exiting. Several zombies lunged at her, but she, with her powerful fists, struck down upon them, splattering brains with each punch. Pointing at Qi Yi and Qi Xian, her booming voice called out, "Whoever can capture those two will be rewarded with 20 pounds of beef and 5 women." At her words, a throng of men surged forward, converging on the encircled Qi Yi and Qi Xian. Already besieged by countless zombies, they now faced a new threat from these muscular men, their intentions equally hostile. The irony of the situation was almost unbearable. Qi found it exceedingly difficult to utilize his dark abilities in such a confined space, and combating this multitude of zombies was exceedingly taxing. Just then, 2 fire elemental ability users charged at him, and with a swift motion he slashed at their knees. They both cried out and collapsed to the ground, where the zombies pounced upon them with ravenous hunger. Meanwhile, Qi Xian swiftly dispatched a wood elemental ability user on his side. Sister Jia, several brothers have already perished, all for these two men. Is it truly worth it? Sister Jia's expression darkened significantly, her flabby cheeks quivering grotesquely. She seized a nearby man and hurled him towards Qi Yi, who narrowly dodged the incoming projectile, only to have another man thrown at him. With a furious roar, Sister Jia charged into the throng of zombies, her fists flying with terrifying power. With her involvement, the tide of battle swiftly turned against Qi Yi and his companion, who were soon subdued and bound. Sister Jia gazed at the restrained Qi Yi and Qi Xian in the vehicle, her voice dripping with malice. As a single woman, how could I control these 70 or 80 men without some measure of strength? You two may be strong, but you shall only serve as my playthings. With that, she plopped herself into the passenger seat, and the vehicle jolted violently. Drive back to the base. Sister Jia, our brothers have suffered heavy casualties. We are left with only 7 or 8. A timid voice from her side interjected. Speak another word, and I shall have your tongue removed, Sister Jia replied darkly. In the back seat, Qi Ye's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly drew a dagger from his sleeve. Where are the captain and the others? Chun Fei anxiously scanned the rear. But Qi Yi and his companion were nowhere to be seen. Qi Mei remained silent, gripping the steering wheel with determination, her expression obscured. Mei Jia, Chu Hui called out. Worry etched across his features. You all must exit the vehicle, Qi Mei stated coolly. Chu Hui and the others were left bewildered but complied, only to witness Qi Mei abruptly spin the vehicle around and accelerate back into the fray. Mei, they shouted, but she quickly vanished from sight. What now? Chun Fei asked, alarmed as she looked at Chu Hui. Our abilities are limited. We must seek help and see if we can find any ability users from the base nearby, Chu Hui asserted, and the two split up to search for assistance. Chapter 57, Level 3 Side Quest Beep. A Level 3 side quest has emerged. Rescue Qi Yi and Qi Xian. Target location, 8 kilometers northwest on Bahang Street. Currently in motion towards Huiyuan Shopping Mall. Side quests can be accepted at the discretion of the player. They are not mandatory. Completing this side quest will yield a task reward. Level 3, Qi Yi and Qi Xian. In questioned her own hearing. In the previous timeline, the Lindong team had not encountered any misfortune at this juncture. Could it be that her mere presence as a butterfly had altered the course of events? Boss, what's wrong? Cheng Su and the others observed Yin An's unusual demeanor and hurried to inquire. I'll step out for a moment. Wait for me here, Yin An replied coolly, striding purposefully towards the exit. Accept. Beep. A warm reminder. This task is time-sensitive. Please act swiftly. The rewards for the Level 3 side quest are substantial. Please treat this matter with the seriousness it deserves. This was the first time the system had urged her so insistently, and Yin An felt a growing urgency within her. Just how generous could the rewards for a Level 3 side quest be? Her anticipation intensified. Mounting her motorcycle, Yin An sped off towards the northwest. Meanwhile, in the back seat of a car, Qi silently cut through his bindings. His head throbbed painfully, but fortunately, the blow he had received had been off target, resulting in only a brief loss of consciousness. He glanced at Qi Xian beside him, blood oozing from a wound on his head, indicating a more severe injury. It would likely take some time for him to regain consciousness. Qi freed Qi Xian's hands and shook his aching head as the voices of a man and woman echoed nearby. It's just a couple of dozen people. I could easily gather that many underlings. Indeed, you're quite formidable. Before the sentence could conclude, a flash of silver sliced through the air. The woman, Jia, turned in shock, just as Qi Ye's dagger pierced her neck. The blade sank 3 inches deep, and blood flowed forth. She reacted swiftly, grasping the dagger, her powers surging forth. Qi Ye's dark eyes regarded her coldly. With a fierce twist of his wrist, Jia winced and released her grip. The man in the driver's seat slammed on the brakes and raised a metal rod to strike Qi Yi. Qi deftly evaded, but the man, filled with malice, drew a knife and swung at him, only to miss. Qi had already pushed open the car door and leaped out. Get him, Jia, evidently enraged, bellowed as she exited the vehicle. In an instant, 6 powers users from the 2 cars behind surged forward, surrounding Qi. Jia Jia clutched her bleeding neck and glared fiercely at Qi, stating, "Good thing I have plenty of flesh. Otherwise, you might have hit a major artery. Jia Jia, we can't let him live. He is too dangerous." One of the men tightened his grip on his knife. "Beat him to a pulp." Jia Jia's eyes glinted with malice. In an instant, they all charged at him, but Qi unleashed his shadow abilities, vanishing into a swirl of darkness. Jia Jia's eyes widened in panic as she cried out, "Where is he?" The next moment, a dagger plunged into her neck. Qi had appeared behind her, delivering a powerful kick that sent her hefty body crashing to the ground, kicking up dust. As she lay there, clutching her rapidly bleeding neck, she screamed, "Ah, kill him." 7 powers users lunged at Qi in a frenzy. Despite his agility and the stealth of his shadow abilities, Qi sustained numerous blows against the onslaught. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he swiftly dispatched 2 of the male attackers. The plump woman struggled to rise, her body trembling, her eyes wide with terror as she realized her artery had been severed. The dread of death enveloped her heart. Watching Qi being overwhelmed, Jia Jia was consumed by a torrent of hatred. "Today, I've met a blade sharp enough," she thought, her resolve hardening. "If I am to die, he shall not escape either. He will accompany me to hell." With that, she summoned every ounce of strength and charged at Qi, hefting a large knife. All her power concentrated in her left hand, raised high. Bang! A deafening sound erupted. Blood splattered from Jia Jia's head. Her massive form froze in place. Her eyes glazed over before she collapsed heavily to the ground. Qi turned to see Qi Xian wielding a heavy iron rod against the 5 remaining powers users. Relieved, he seized the opportunity to utilize his shadow abilities, swiftly striking from behind. Soon, all 8 attackers lay dead. Both Qi and Qi Xian were battered and weary. Qi kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath, while Qi Xian sat on the roadside, wiping the blood from his forehead. Virum, the sound of a motorcycle screeching to a halt drew their attention. They both looked up to see Yin An rushing towards them, her eyes filled with urgency. Qi Xian and Qi were momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing the multitude of corpses, Yin An froze in place. Wasn't this supposed to be a rescue? Were all the people already dead? Ah, they've already finished fighting. How impressive. The system's slightly Navi voice echoed in her mind. Beep. Detecting that the 2 had escaped danger, the level 3 side quest was altered. Level 3 side quest changed to healing. Upon completion, rewards will be issued. Yin An, how did you get here? Qi Xian stood up, dazed as he stared at her. Qi's dark eyes fixed intently on Yin An. Their bodies were marred with wounds of varying severity, blood nearly saturating their clothing. Yin An scratched her head. These visible injuries would easily expose her healing abilities, which she wished to keep hidden. Pretending to rummage through her motorcycle's storage compartment, she discreetly retrieved a medical kit from her space. Approaching the 2, she urged, "Hurry up and bandage your wounds." As she produced a roll of bandages, Qi Xian's face flushed immediately. I'll do it myself." He appeared flustered, oblivious to the blood streaming from his head, standing awkwardly before her like a nervous golden retriever. Finding his awkwardness amusing, Yin An chuckled, then clapped her hands and turned to leave. "Then you can manage on your own. I'll wait over there." She leisurely found a stone stump to sit on and began sipping a functional drink as the system's voice chimed in again. Level 3 side quest completed. Task rewards commencing. Reward, base loyalty system. The loyalty coefficient ranges from 0 to 100. Those with a coefficient above 80 are deemed highly loyal and are classified as individuals who will never betray the base. Loading the loyalty system. Beep. The loyalty system has been fully loaded. From this moment forward, all individuals entering the base will have their loyalty automatically detected, and all individuals with a loyalty score below 80 will be automatically expelled. Automatically expelled. Yin An's eyes lit up. This was marvelous. With the loyalty system in place, it meant that anyone lacking loyalty would be barred from entering the base. This provided her with complete assurance, freeing her from the concern of being backstabbed by anyone in the future. Nansheng, a familiar voice called out. Yin An looked up to see Qi Mei, her brow furrowed, driving towards them in an off-road vehicle. Soon, she spotted Qi Yi and Qi Xian in the distance, her expression relaxing as she exclaimed, "Xiao Yi, Qi Xian, you're both all right. That's wonderful." At that precise moment, Yin An's walkie-talkie crackled to life, with Cheng Su's voice resonating from within. "Boss, two members of the Winterfrost team have approached us seeking assistance, reporting that their comrades have encountered a mishap." Yin An glanced at the trio of Qi Mei, Qi Yi, and their companion, stationed not far away, and responded with a calm demeanor. "They are unharmed. We shall rendezvous with you shortly." "Understood, boss." "Inform Yuan, Hao, and the others to refrain from addressing me as boss in the presence of the Winterfrost team." With that, Yin An deactivated the walkie-talkie. She had no desire to reveal the extent of her influence in recruiting subordinates while operating independently. Qi Mei meticulously assessed the injuries sustained by Qi Yi and his companion, and upon confirming that they were merely superficial wounds, she breathed a sigh of relief. She approached Yin An, her face brimming with gratitude. "Beauty, Nansheng, thank you. You have aided us once more." Yin An demurred. "I simply provided a medical kit." Indeed, her involvement had been minimal on this occasion. "Nonetheless, I am deeply appreciative. I, Qi Mei, shall not forget your benevolence." Qi Mei expressed with earnestness. "Your comrades are currently with my own team members. We shall proceed together presently." "Very well." Qi Mei acquiesced and seated herself beside Yin An, their gazes fixed upon Qi Ye's position. In the vicinity, Qi Ye's upper torso was nearly entirely swathed in bandages. However, one could still discern the presence of numerous age-old scars adorning his physique. Yin An's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of bewilderment flickering in her eyes. Observing her expression, Qi Mei offered a rueful smile. "My younger brother has endured considerable hardship throughout his life." As she uttered these words, her countenance fell, casting aside her usual vivacious and effervescent demeanor. Her eyes were now clouded with gloom and contrition. "Our father once held the position of deputy mayor in Z City. Throughout his tenure, he maintained unwavering integrity in his political dealings. However, this very virtue incurred the wrath of numerous adversaries. When I was merely 10 years of age, and Xiao Yi 8, he was falsely accused of embezzlement and sexual assault, resulting in his imprisonment with a sentence of life imprisonment. Subsequently, while incarcerated, father penned a letter of confession attesting to his innocence, and tragically took his own life." Kui Mai Borscht, a bitter smile playing upon her lips. "Xiao Yi and I were too young at the time, and we bore the stigma of being the offspring of a rapist. Wherever we went, we were met with scorn. I endured relentless bullying at school, and Xiao Yi, in his valiant efforts to protect me, would engage in skirmishes with those who tormented me, returning home each day bearing a multitude of injuries. At that time, the city was rife with delinquents, and we were subjected to frequent beatings. Our family assets were plundered by our relatives, who, after seizing our possessions, abandoned us without a second thought. Then, one fateful day, a couple expressed their desire to adopt us. Xiao Yi and I were overjoyed, believing that we could finally embark on a new chapter in our lives. However, the following day, they declared that they could only adopt one child, opting for the one with superior physical attributes. Ironically, Xiao Yi developed a fever early that very morning. The prospective adoptive parents promptly abandoned him, forcibly dragging me away. As Qi Mei recounted this, tears welled up in her eyes. I struggled desperately, but I was too young, and those individuals possessed overwhelming strength. Later, I discovered that Xiao Yi had overheard the adoptive parents' conversation that very evening. He subjected himself to a continuous barrage of cold water throughout the night, deliberately inducing a fever. Also that they would take me away. Qi Mei's voice faltered, choked with emotion. She could no longer continue, her head bowed low, fearing that her tears would betray her anguish. Yin An gently patted her back, offering solace. This was the first time she had heard the poignant tale of Qi Mei and Qi Yi. In her past life, or even within the narrative of the book, their past remained shrouded in obscurity. It merely stated that he possessed a cold and aloof demeanor, often preferring solitude. Yin An inquired with tenderness, "So, subsequently, you returned to find him, did you not?" "Indeed." Qimei affirmed with a nod. After I came of age, I located Xiao Yi at the Nuanxin orphanage in Z City. Qimei remained silent thereafter. However, Yin could still perceive the trials and tribulations that these siblings had weathered throughout their arduous journey. Sister, we are well now. Qi Yi and Qi Xin approached. Upon noticing Qi Mei's reddened eyes, Qi stepped forward and said softly, Sister, do not grieve. These are merely superficial wounds, and they shall heal within a few days. Ah, Sen has found its way into my eyes, ha. Qi Mei sprang to her feet, dusting off her trousers, and reverted to her usual carefree and ebullient self. Let us proceed to reunite with Fei Fei, Chu Hui, and the others. Chapter 59. Astonishing beauty, Yin An rode ahead on her motorcycle, leading the way, while Qi Mei and the others followed closely behind in an off-road vehicle. They soon arrived at the Industrial District building. As soon as Chung Su and the others spotted Yin An's return, they rushed forward to greet her, exclaiming, Boss. Yuan Hao and his companions trailed behind, calling out, Hey! Rinyu and a few others glanced at Yuan Hao, feeling the excitement in the air. Yin An simply replied, Captain. Chun Fei Fei and Chu Hui dashed over to Qi Mei's side, taken aback by the number of people present. Wow, there's so many! Qi Mei exclaimed, noticing the group of sturdy men standing behind Yin An. Oh, these are the brothers I met while fighting zombies. Yin An responded casually. That's perfect. With everyone here, our winter team has survived another day against the odds. I, Qi Mei, will treat you all to a feast, she declared, retrieving 2 bulging backpacks from the trunk of the off-road vehicle, clearly packed with food. At the mention of food, everyone's faces lit up with longing, particularly Yuan Hao and his companions, who hadn't eaten in a day and a half. They all crowded into the industrial building, and under the eager gaze of the crowd, Qi Mei opened the backpacks. Inside were instant noodles, bottled water, biscuits, and sausages. Sausages, meat, instant noodles. The excitement among Yuan Hao and the others was palpable as they jostled forward eagerly. Hey, no pushing, everyone get a share, Qi Mei said, distributing the sausages. The hungry men bit into the sausages without even tearing off the packaging. Instant noodles had become a coveted item. In this apocalypse, hot water was a luxury many could not afford, making dry instant noodles a rare treat. The flavor truly delightful. One burly man guzzled down a bottle of mineral water, exclaiming, Finally water! No more drinking that foul, salty water from Zhang Dajiao's abilities. The next moment, he was playfully smacked on the head by another man beside him. Don't even think about drinking my water again. Yuan Hao, having taken a bite of the instant noodles, suddenly noticed Yin An standing still and hurriedly offered her a sausage. Boss. It's really delicious. Yin An accepted the sausage, her mind wandering to the roasted duck, hand-grabbed pancakes, curry fish balls, sushi, Arctic shellfish, salmon, tempura, fried noodles, sandwiches, chicken wings, pasta, barbecued eel, ramen, ready-made sushi, buckwheat noodles, and various delicacies she had collected from food courts in different malls. She fell into a brief silence. Stretching out her hand towards Jiang He, she requested, Xiao He, the backpack. Jiang He's eyes sparkled as he swiftly handed the backpack to Yin and Qi Yi, and the others turned their attention to her. What they witnessed next left them in awe as she pulled out a whole warm roasted duck, a box of chicken wings, 2 boxes of fried noodles, 2 boxes of salmon sushi, a box of curry fish balls, and 3 servings of hand-grabbed pancakes. Everyone was left speechless, the overwhelming aroma enveloping their senses. Yuan Hao and the others gaped at the delicious food before Yin and Brother Hao. Am I seeing things? What is that? I can't be mistaken. Stop gawking and come eat, Yin An said nonchalantly. In the next moment, Yuan Hao and the others rushed forward to snatch the food. Anticipating their reaction, Yin An had already set aside half of the food for Chung Su, Qi Yi, and the others. The 5 of them were clearly astonished as they received the steaming, fragrant food from Yin An, their disbelief evident. You are simply amazing, Nansheng, Qi Mei exclaimed, nearly swooning from the aroma of the roasted duck as she stepped forward to give Yin An a hearty hug before diving into her meal. Thank you, Captain Nansheng. Chu Hui and Chun Fei Fei expressed their gratitude, their faces radiating appreciation. Thank you, Qi politely acknowledged. What are you eating? Qi Xin asked. holding a box of sushi that Yin An had handed him. "I have more," Yin An replied, retrieving another box of sushi from the backpack. Seeing this, Qingqing felt relieved and began to eat. They had not enjoyed such delectable food in a long time. It had been over 10 days since the apocalypse began. During this time, they had endured hardships, with the base food supply dwindling to just plain buns or porridge, and occasionally, they couldn't even get those in time. Furthermore, as ability users, their energy requirements were higher, and they had been exhausting themselves daily battling zombies. At this moment, indulging in the scrumptious meal felt like a long-awaited rain shower after a drought. As Qingqing busily ate, he suddenly sensed a strong gaze fixed upon him. He looked up to see his captain, holding a food box, staring intently behind him, her dark eyes filled with rare admiration. Turning around, he felt his face flush instantly. There was Yin An, engrossed in her meal, a few wisps of hair falling across her face, yet they did nothing to diminish the breathtaking beauty she exuded. He recognized her immediately. He had known from the first moment he laid eyes on her that those captivating eyes were unmistakable. But why? She looked even more stunning. A wave of insecurity washed over Qingqing, causing the sushi in his mouth to lose its flavor. Yin An raised her gaze and noticed his dazed expression, unable to suppress a laugh as she reached out to remove a grain of rice stuck to his nose, teasingly saying, "Lost in thought?" At that moment, Qingqing's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Qi Mei and the others turned to look at the commotion. In unison, they exclaimed, "Nan Sheng, how can you be so beautiful? Wow, the goddess is truly stunning." Yuan Hao and the others also lifted their heads from the pile of food. "Wow, what the heck? Oh my, no way." Cheng Su and the others remained composed as they continued to eat, having long been enchanted by their boss's beauty. These people have never seen the world, Qi Mei thought to herself. Chapter 60. M City. Thereupon, Yin An found herself utterly unable to relish her meal. She harbored a deep aversion to being the cynosure of all eyes. Donning her mask, she relinquished her chopsticks, rose to her feet, and addressed Cheng Su and the others. "Once you've finished, we shall embark on our mission." With that, she proceeded towards the exit. Cheng Su and his cohorts promptly abandoned their repast, waved farewell to the assembly, and trailed after Yin An, exclaiming, "Carry on, everyone. Our squad has an urgent assignment." After all, these victuals were a rare delicacy for Yuan Hao and his men, whereas they were commonplace for Cheng Su and his ilk. They were privy to a plethora of delectable fare, courtesy of their constant companionship with Yin and piloted the helicopter, leading her squad towards M City. Before their departure, they deposited Yuan Hao's provisions back into their storeroom, which consisted of rudimentary fare such as biscuits, rice, and flour, with a meager quantity of meat. It was, to put it mildly, austere. However, Yin An had no intention of extending any succor to them, as they had yet to fully earn her trust. Moreover, if these 13 stalwart men were incapable of procuring sustenance, they would be deemed unfit to join her base in the future. The helicopter swiftly advanced towards M City. Situated northeast of Harbin, M City bordered the northern continent. In her previous life, Yin An had primarily operated in the southern regions. Owing to the impediments to travel during the apocalypse, people generally confined themselves to a single city, venturing to neighboring municipalities at most to scavenge for supplies, eschewing extended journeys. Furthermore, certain cities had dwindling populations and lacked bases, rendering them veritable havens for zombies and posing a nigh insurmountable survival challenge. Consequently, few dared to seek their demise there. Even after the fall of the national base, luminaries such as Gu Su, Liu Qi, and Qi had remained in the southern cities to establish their own bases. Thus, Yin An possessed an encyclopedic understanding of the southern situation for the ensuing years. However, the north remained an enigma to her, piquing her curiosity. Her current strategy entailed first securing the north, followed by the south. As they distanced themselves from Harbin, the zombie population burgeoned. Approximately 2 hours later, the quintet finally reached the urban sprawl of M City. From their vantage point in the helicopter, the zombies appeared densely packed, akin to ants besieging a city. Guided by coordinates, Yin An steered towards a medical research institute. The area teemed with zombies, and a direct landing would prove time-consuming and perilous for the squad. Without hesitation, Yin An redirected the helicopter, initiating a circular flight pattern. "Boss, are we not landing?" "No, there are too many zombies. We shall refrain from landing for now." Yin An calmly responded, her comely eyes rapidly surveying the surroundings. After several minutes of circling, she espied a group of survivors on the rooftop of a nearby building, comprising 5 men and 2 women. However, one of the men was precariously dangling from the building's exterior, his entire body suspended in midair, with only one hand desperately clutching a chunk of concrete. And even that precarious hold was on the verge of giving way. Above him, 2 men were straining to reach him, but the distance was insurmountable. The rest of the group stood by, their faces etched with anxiety. Soon, they noticed Yin An's helicopter. "Look!" they exclaimed, "a helicopter! Hallelujah! Sulu can be saved." They waved frantically at Yin An and her crew, imploring, "Please rescue our comrade. We shall furnish you with supplies." The man at the helm, seemingly in his late 20s, bore a shock of silver-gray hair and hazel eyes, which were now brimming with gravity and trepidation. His handsome features were tinged with a hint of roguishness. "Can you assist us in pulling our brother up? We can offer you provisions in exchange." He proposed a quid pro quo, demonstrating a modicum of perspicacity. Yin An hovered the helicopter 5 meters from their position, opened the window, and coldly scrutinized the bulging backpacks behind them. "Agreed, I want those," she stated. "That's excessive," a feminine voice retorted. Yin An turned to behold a woman in a white dress, her countenance pristine and fair, qualifying her as a beauty. In these apocalyptic times, maintaining such immaculate cleanliness was indicative of a pampered existence. It seemed this woman was the linchpin of the group. "Then forget it," Yin An tersely replied, moving to close the window. "Agreed." The silver-haired man promptly interjected. "Away, give them all the supplies, quick." At his command, the men behind him immediately sprang into action, hoisting the supplies high for Chung Su to receive. Yin An adroitly maneuvered the helicopter closer, and once all the supplies had been transferred into the helicopter, she initiated its descent. Subsequently, she deployed a ladder, and Chung Su nimbly descended, seizing the hand of the beleaguered man, who was on the verge of succumbing to exhaustion, and hoisting him to safety. The helicopter gently alighted on the rooftop. Chung Su and his companions assisted the rescued man off the helicopter. He promptly collapsed to the ground, his muscles quivering uncontrollably, betraying his utter depletion. His comrades swarmed around him, lavishing him with concern. Yin An disembarked as well. "Thank you. My name is Yin," the silver-haired man said, nodding his gratitude to Yin An and her crew after ascertaining that his comrade was unharmed. He was cognizant that without Yin An's intervention, he would have likely lost his friend. Suddenly, Yin An sensed an anomaly. She turned to discover that the helicopter had vanished, and the woman in the white dress was furtively retreating into the throng. Immediately, Yin An grasped the situation, a surge of anger coursing through her veins. Her eyes narrowed as she fixed her gaze on the woman. "Hand it over," she commanded, her voice chillingly cold. Sure, Yin evidently noticed as well and turned to the woman. "Zhou Shuer, return their helicopter and supplies." "Why should I? Those are our supplies," Zhou Shuer retorted from behind the group, her tone self-righteous. "But I promised them. They saved Su Lu." Sure, Yin remonstrated sternly. "Rescuing people is simply the right thing to do. Why should they shamelessly demand so many of our supplies?" Chapter 61. Do not provoke me, boss. There's no need to waste words with her. If she doesn't hand it over, we'll kill her, Song Yin said coldly. Chung Su and the others drew their blades, poised for a fight. "What are you saying? If you want to kill us, you must first ask if we consent." The men standing before Zhou Shuer positioned themselves protectively, brandishing their weapons. The two factions were tense, poised for conflict. "Is my authority ineffective?" Sure, Yin exclaimed in anger upon witnessing the standoff. Zhou Shuer, return their supplies. Everyone else, stand down. The men, intimidated by his fury, reluctantly retreated, revealing Zhou Shuer behind them. Zhou Shuer looked at Shi Yin, her expression one of grievance. "Brother Yin, why are you helping them? I possess spatial abilities, and we outnumber them. Why should we fear them? One must honor their commitments." Shi Yin approached Zhou Shuer, lowering his gaze to hers, his voice laced with impatience. Return their belongings. Reluctantly, Zhou Shui bit her lip, glancing at Yin An and the others. Fine, we can return the helicopter, but our supplies are non-negotiable. At her declaration, the woman in the blue dress and two men behind her nodded in agreement. Yes, those supplies were painstakingly gathered over 3 days. Why should we give them away? Sitting on the ground, Su Lu observed them with a complex expression, remaining silent. One of the burly men among the two spoke to Shi Yan. Deputy base leader, what era are we in? There's no room for such naivety. The strong dominate, and what one seizes belongs to them. Indeed, Yin chuckled lightly. In the next instant, a formidable bolt of blue-purple lightning erupted, striking fiercely toward Zhou Shui. Everyone recoiled in terror from the fearsome display. Zhou Shui's eyes widened as she beheld the lightning, thick as a man's arm, hurtling toward her, causing her hair to stand on end. Overwhelmed by the immense pressure, her legs buckled, and she fell to her knees. At that moment, a luminous circle, approximately 1 meter in diameter, appeared beneath her feet. Upon entering the circle, Yin An's lightning vanished. Zhou Shui, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped death, lunged forward to grasp Shi Yan's calf. Brother Yin, thank you for saving me. They want to kill me. Yin An's eyes narrowed. What sort of ability is this? Capable of creating a barrier against external attacks? She had never encountered such a power before. The circle dissipated after merely a second. Shi Yan gazed at Zhou Shui. If you do not return their belongings, I can no longer protect you. At this, everyone fell silent, standing obediently behind Shi Yan. Juxue hesitated, reluctantly preparing to yield the supplies. It's too late. Yin An's cold voice pierced the air. I will take what I desire myself. With that, to everyone's astonishment, a lightning bolt, now twice as thick, erupted from Yin An's palm. Boom! The thunderous roar of the lightning was deafening, resembling an enraged dragon as it descended upon Zhou Shui. Brother Yin, Zhou Shui screamed in terror. Shi Yan regarded her with emotionless gray-brown eyes, slowly stepping back. Zhou Shui was struck down, her body charred to cinders. In the next moment, a plethora of supplies appeared on the rooftop. Besides the helicopter and several packages, dozens of bundles piled high on the terrace, only to vanish in an instant. Had supplies just materialized? They were Shui's supplies. Upon her demise, the resources within her space had been released. They too had spatial ability users. Everyone stood in shock, still reeling from the horror of witnessing a companion's demise. Now confronted with this bizarre scene, Chung Su and the others looked at Yin An with admiration, realizing that the death of a spatial ability user resulted in the release of all their resources. Their leader truly knew everything. Just moments ago, who had claimed they would return the supplies. Yin An's chilling voice echoed, reminiscent of a demon, instilling fear in all present. Having witnessed her power, no one dared to speak, instead casting desperate glances at Shi Yan, deputy base leader, in stark contrast to the panic displayed by others. Shi Yan remained remarkably composed. He addressed Yin An. What transpired was a mistake on our base's part. You may act as you see fit, and I will not impede you. However, we have already lost one spatial ability user in our supplies. I ask that you spare the others. His sincerity resonated with Yin, and were it not for his reasonable demeanor, she would have eliminated them all long ago. If your subordinate is disobedient and my ire remains, you and Su Lu shall labor for me for a day, and I shall overlook this matter. Upon hearing this, Shi Yan glanced at Su Lu. How can I trust you kill us both? What makes you worth killing? Be swift. I have no patience for indecisiveness. Yin An declared, and a helicopter materialized atop the terrace, which she boarded without hesitation. Song Yin and Rin Yu each held a knife to Shi Yan and Su Li's throats. Hurry. Shi Yan sighed internally, addressing the others, return to the base. If the base leader inquires, recount the truth. I shall bear any consequences. With that, he followed Song Yin onto the helicopter. Su Lu and Rin Yu were the last aboard. As the helicopter doors sealed, Yin An piloted them directly to the Medical Research Institute area of M City, landing on the rooftop of Building 5. Descend and eliminate the zombies, Yin An instructed. Shi Yin and Su Lu disembarked, a few zombies lunging at them. They handled them with relative ease, Shi Yin displaying noticeably superior combat prowess. Yin An, chewing gum, casually collected crystal cores with a flick of her fingers. "Boss, those two seem a bit slow at dispatching the zombies," Chung Su commented. "I wish to gather more." "But the others are unqualified," Yin An replied nonchalantly. She had no desire to recruit someone of poor caliber, as it would complicate matters by requiring her to contend with both zombies and unruly humans. Noticing Shi Yin and Su Lu struggling somewhat against the zombies, Yin An beckoned. "You may assist them." The group disembarked. Yin An surveyed the surrounding environment from the rooftop. The building had 6 floors. The first floor was nearly overrun with zombies, while the top floor was comparatively sparse. Chapter 62. The laboratory. The group fought their way to the 5th floor. Throughout the journey, Su Lu was repeatedly astonished by the combat prowess of Chung Su and the others. He had thought that Shi Yin was already formidable, but today he encountered a team where each member possessed exceptional skills, with the captain being particularly outstanding. The building lacked an elevator, forcing everyone to descend on foot. The stairwell was narrow and teeming with zombies. Shi Yin led the way, clearing the path of zombies, with Su Lu following closely behind. Chung Su and the others trailed in the middle, while Yin An brought up the rear, collecting crystal cores and supplies. Each floor of the Medical Research Institute housed different medical rooms and materials, which Yin An diligently stored away for future needs. The sounds of their skirmishes with the zombies alerted those below, and countless undead began to surge upwards, drawn by the scent and noise. The doors between the 4th and 5th floors were relentlessly battered. Bang! 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 The deafening roars of the zombies mingled with the sounds of impact. Standing in the stairwell, Yin An and the others watched the precarious door, fully aware that if it were breached, a horde of zombies would flood in. "I'll go first. You all step back a bit," Shi Yin calmly instructed, wiping the blood from his tang sword. Chung Su and the others slowly retreated, their admiration for Shi Yin growing. Though he had been brought by Yin An to assist, he consistently took the lead, demonstrating his reliability in such perilous circumstances. With a swift motion, Shi Yin pulled open the door, revealing a mountain of zombies, all bearing their gaping maws. Each zombie had gray-white pupils and mangled bodies. Some dragged half-formed limbs, while others had gaping wounds exposing their intestines, all accompanied by a nauseating stench of decay and blood. They surged toward Shi Yin. A luminous circle appeared beneath his feet, enveloping him in a protective barrier that repelled the zombies' attacks. Shi Yin wielded his tang sword, cleaving through the horde, then swiftly executed a low kick, using the blade to deflect several zombies' assaults, clearly a master of combat. Yin An regarded him with a glimmer of admiration, and Chung Su and the others quickly joined the fray. "Shi Yin, your swordplay is impressive. Which school do you hail from?" Chung Su inquired amidst the battle. "I've picked up a few tricks. I'm not a professional," Shi Yin replied with a casual grin, a hint of nonchalance in his demeanor. With 6 individuals ahead systematically dispatching the zombies, Yin An found little need to intervene, occasionally zapping a few with her flashlight. "What's going on? Why can't I kill this zombie?" Jiang He's astonished voice rang out. Yin An turned to see him punch a male zombie's head, shattering it, brain matter splattering everywhere. Under normal circumstances, such a blow would render any zombie lifeless. Yet, this particular zombie seemed unfazed, immediately pivoting to lunge at Jiang He with increased speed. Its brain matter dripped while it continued its relentless assault, an unsettling sight. Soon its head was completely hollowed out, but it still charged at Jiang He mouth agape. Jiang He, despite having slain numerous zombies, was taken aback by this bizarre scene. "This is a neuromutant level 2 zombie. Do not panic. Just chop it into pieces and kick it away," Yin An's calm voice instructed. In her previous life, she had found this type of zombie most bothersome, not particularly difficult to deal with, just exceedingly repulsive. With Yin An's guidance, Jiang He quickly regained his composure and hacked the zombie into segments, tossing the remains far away. Before long, the team had cleared the 3rd floor, the designated level for their base mission. Yin An kicked open a door with force. Inside, 5 terrified men clutched knives, cowering in a corner. Upon seeing Yin An, Their tension evaporated, and they relaxed, exclaiming, Is it people? Living people? The 5 men eagerly approached Yin An, asking, Are you here to rescue us? Not at all, Yin An replied coldly, sidestepping them to examine the research equipment and filing cabinets within. Boss, this floor is also cleared. Chung Su and the others entered. Drenched in sweat and panting heavily, Jiang he retrieved several bottles of water from his backpack to distribute among them. Upon seeing the water, the 5 men's eyes widened in excitement. 2 of them lunged forward to grab some. Hey, big guy, that's rather impolite. Chung Su sternly pushed the 2 men back. These supplies were procured by the boss. We treasure them, and 1 tea, just give them away. We haven't tea, had water in days. Please, just give us 1 bottle. The 5 men pleaded, each urging their case. Cautious of Chung Su and the others who didn't seem easily intimidated. Boss, Chung Su turned to Yin An, awaiting her decision. Yin An surveyed the 5 men, noting their research uniforms, indicating they were indeed researchers from this facility. Give them 2 bottles of water and have them wait outside for me, she said indifferently. All right, boss. The 5 men, elated by her words, hurriedly followed Chung Su and the others outside as the door was closed behind them. Yin An began her meticulous examination of the laboratory, collecting everything she could. What are you doing? At that moment, a strange male voice echoed. Yin An looked up to see the previously shut door ajar, a researcher peering through the gap, his eyes obscured by shadows, rendering his expression unreadable. Yin An frowned slightly. What are you doing? Don't disturb the boss. Chung Su's voice came from outside, followed by the door being forcefully shut. Yin An stared at the firmly closed door, her frown deepening. Something was amiss with these 5 men. Chapter 63 Farewell. Both their expressions and that man's demeanor conveyed an indescribable awkwardness. Yin An's cold gaze swept meticulously across every corner of the laboratory. Soon, her eyes fixed upon a cubicle in the corner. She strode over, following the putrid scent of decaying flesh, and opened the innermost cabinet. A heap of bones and desiccated entrails was revealed. Atop the grotesque pile lay a woman's head. The flesh had been savagely mutilated, leaving only the remnants of her scalp and long hair to identify her as a woman. A wave of nausea washed over Yin An. Fury ignited within her as she stormed out, flinging open the door. Boss, are you all right? Chung Su and the others looked over. The 5 men, having quenched their thirst, now bore slightly flushed lips and wore expressions of delight as they gazed at Yin An. Had she not just discovered the corpse, she would never have believed that these seemingly amiable men, clad in research attire, had recently devoured a woman. Yin An raised her leg and kicked one of the researchers forcefully. Ouch! Why did you kick me? One of the researchers protested loudly. Those who consume human flesh deserve to die, Yin An declared coldly, unleashing a surge of lightning that struck one of the researchers dead on the spot. The remaining 4 researchers recoiled in fear, hastily exclaiming, I didn't eat. He did. Yes, we didn't eat. It was him. They frantically pointed fingers at the deceased researcher, attempting to shift the blame. Yin An remained silent. With a swift motion, she struck down the other 4 researchers as well. In her previous life, she had encountered cannibals, but those instances occurred during the latter stages of the apocalypse. Even then, most bases maintained a zero-tolerance policy towards such inhumane beings. Those who resorted to cannibalism had utterly forsaken their humanity, capable of any atrocity. Cannibalism was akin to a bottomless abyss. Once someone succumbed to it, they were irrevocably transformed into soulless beasts. Did they truly consume human flesh? Chung Su asked, perplexed. There's a cabinet inside. However, I advise against looking. It's quite gruesome. Yin An replied coldly, then proceeded to walk out. Chung Su, undeterred by her warning, insisted on dragging Rin Yu, Shi Yin, and Su Lu, several robust men, to take a look. Ultimately, Rin Yu, Shi Yin, and Su Lu emerged unscathed, while Chung Su retched the entire way back. After gathering sufficient supplies, the group returned to the helicopter. Shi Yin, where's your base? Yin inquired. 5 kilometers to the north, he replied. That's relatively close. I shall escort you back, Yin stated casually, starting the helicopter. Thank you, they replied. As they flew northward for approximately 4 kilometers, the number of zombies began to dwindle, indicating their proximity to the base. In the distance, Yin An spotted smoke rising. Over there, Su Lu pointed towards the smoke. Your base is quite substantial, Chang Su remarked in awe. We joined later. This base was originally a farmstay, which was transformed into a base by its inhabitants, gradually welcoming many newcomers, Su Lu explained, and the others nodded in understanding. Yin An skillfully landed the helicopter atop a building 500 meters from a base, and Shi Yin and his companion immediately disembarked. He turned to Yin An and said, "Thank you." Yin An nodded silently. "Farewell for now." Shi Yin, Su Lu, Chang Su, and the others waved at the two men. Although their initial encounter had been fraught with conflict, along this journey, they had developed mutual admiration. "Until we meet again," Su Lu waved cheerfully. Shi Yin cast one last glance at Yin An and the others. The words "until we meet again" lodged in his throat, unspoken as he turned away. Once Shi Yin and his companion had departed, Yin An promptly activated the helicopter. "Let us go, comrades. It's time to gather supplies." Chapter 64. Surviving with my portion within the confines of the Dragon Rising base. Atop the towering edifice, a man donned in a cap sat in the principal seat, his visage clouded with discontent. This man was none other than the base chief, Chindaozi. The chief, the deputy chief, and Su Lu had returned. A respectful voice emanated from behind. "Bring him in." "Understood," came the reply, followed by the sound of footsteps. Chindaozi turned to face Shi Yin and Su Lu, a glint of barely perceptible malice flickering in his bloodshot, three-colored eyes, his lips curling into a slow smile. "Our deputy chief has returned, has he?" Su Lu felt a tightening in his chest, casting a furtive glance at Shi Yin, a sense of foreboding brewing within him. Yet, Shi Yin appeared unfazed. Lifting his head with a smile, "Lizzie, you may step back." Startled, Su Lu frowned at his retreating figure, gritting his teeth before departing. As soon as Su Lu exited, Shi Yin knelt heavily, his knees striking the stone floor with a resounding thud. "This operation was my fault. Do not harm my parents." He bowed his head, silver-gray hair obscuring half his face. "Oh dear, what is our deputy chief doing?" "Quite frightening, indeed," Chindaozi chuckled mockingly. He stroked his beard, reclining in his chair while casting a sidelong glance at Shi Yin, his mirth failing to reach his eyes. Shi Yin, however, seemed oblivious to his words, insisting earnestly, "I will personally compensate for the lost supplies." A silence enveloped the air for a few moments. Then a sigh escaped Chindaozi. "Ah, Shi Yin, do you know? That wretched Zhou Shuer has harbored feelings for you. I noticed long ago. She is with me daily, pampered by me, yet she remains restless, falling for you. A newcomer to the base." Chindaozi chided, rising with a knife in hand, pacing around Shi Yin, clucking his tongue in disdain. Suddenly, he halted before Shi Yin, squatting down, and pressed the knife against his face. "Is it that all vixens fancy delicate young men like you? Ha ha ha." As he laughed, whether intentionally or not, the knife grazed Shi Yin's skin, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Shi Yin met Chindaozi's gaze, his gray-brown pupils devoid of emotion. "As long as my parents are unharmed, I can find you countless Zhou Shuers. Then can you find me a space-type ability user?" Chindaozi bellowed, suddenly, his temper flaring. He stood, shouting with fervor. In the next moment, his demeanor shifted entirely, adopting a genial smile as he softly said, "You haven't seen your parents in quite some time, have you? Why not go with your brothers to the factory to see them?" Shi Yin lifted his gaze. "All right." He turned and departed. Shi Yin, Su Lu, waiting outside, rushed forward. What did that madman say? Amidst the bustling men, Shi Yin remained silent, forging ahead. "Come, let us go to the factory." Several tall men approached. Shi Yin followed them. Su Lu hurried after him, only to be pushed aside by Shi Yin. "Leave? Do not follow me." Shi Yin shot a cold glare at Su Lu. The tall men turned. The chief said Su Lu must come as well. Su Lu frowned at Shi Yin. "What are you losing your mind over? Get lost." Shi Yin retorted, turning to leave, his tone laced with venom. "Don't let him follow me." The tall men exchanged glances and acquiesced. Addressing Su Lu, "You can walk at the back." Su Lu, incensed, felt his temper flare. "Are you having a midlife crisis?" Shi Yin boarded a vehicle with the men, while Su Lu, unwilling to share a ride, took a second vehicle. As before, upon entering the vehicles, both were bound hand and foot, blindfolded and gagged. After several minutes of travel, the men in the vehicle were engaged in light-hearted banter. Suddenly, a powerful force surged forth. One man was slammed against the metal wall. It was then that they realized Yin had somehow freed himself from his restraints. The men brandished knives in unison, charging at him. A luminous barrier materialized beneath Yin's feet, effectively blocking the sharp blades. He seized one of the knives and swiftly dispatched several men while seizing control of the steering wheel from the driver. "What is happening up front?" Came a voice from the rear vehicle. Yin, from the driver's seat, gestured nonchalantly to signal all was well, then accelerated toward the factory. Although he had only visited once, under blindfold and gag, his acute sense of direction allowed him to memorize the route. The path to the factory was routinely cleared of zombies by base personnel. The journey was remarkably smooth. Even if a few zombies appeared, they were easily avoided. Upon reaching the factory, a towering 5-story structure, Yin was greeted by the foul stench and buzzing flies. Inside, numerous burly men wielding knives glared at the entrance, evidently awaiting his arrival. A sense of dread washed over Yin. With gritted teeth, he charged towards the men, abruptly veering towards the second floor, heading straight for the compartment where his parents were housed. An eerie silence enveloped the passage. Some compartments had slightly ajar doors, swarming with maggots and flies. The premonition of doom intensified, yet Yin refused to succumb to despair. He swiftly opened the car door and burst into his parents' room, only to find them lying still, devoid of life. In that instant, his mind blanked, as if the world had crumbled around him. Behind him, a cacophony of men roared as they charged towards him. Yin, like a soulless automaton, approached his parents' lifeless bodies, staring in silence. "Eliminate him," commanded the base chief. "Beat him to a pulp and toss him in a zombie horde. Hurry, he possesses a protective ability. It won't be easy to subdue him. We must all attack together." Countless men surged into the room, weapons raised, preparing to strike. "What the hell is going on?" Su Li's driver exclaimed in frustration. "Something's gone awry inside. Let's hurry and check it out." Several men disembarked and rushed into the factory. Su Li freed himself from the ropes and gazed at the factory, his heart pounding fiercely. Recalling the gesture that Yin had made behind him moments ago, Su Li's eyes reddened, and he immediately turned the car around and sped away. "My dear brother, if we ever find ourselves in grave danger again, I shall signal you with that gesture." The cheerful smile of Yin seemed to linger vividly before his eyes. Tears streamed down Su Li's cheeks as he pressed the accelerator, racing southward without a moment's hesitation. On the journey back, their conversation echoed faintly in his ears. "Lizzie, this time the situation appears dire. Su Schwerer is a rare woman cherished by Chun Daozi. She is also a spatial ability user. If she dies while on a mission with me, Chun Daozi will not let me off easily. I have my parents. I am bound here. While you are alone and unburdened, you can escape. If things take a turn for the worse, I will rescue my parents and fight alongside them. You should seize the chance to flee." "Yin, what nonsense are you spouting? We have been brothers for so many years. Where you go, I shall follow. Indeed, when it comes to preserving our lives, one must prioritize survival. Carry my share of life with you." "Silence, you harbinger of doom." Haha. Chapter 65. The safe zone. This building houses an abundance of shops. Jiang, he exclaimed in awe. The complex they currently occupied boasted over 20 floors, and the number of zombies within was relatively sparse, allowing the group to eradicate them swiftly. The array of stores was dazzling. There were clothing and shoe stores, casual dining establishments, bars, fast food joints, digital shops, jewelry stores, beauty and skincare boutiques, pet shops, and board game stores, among others. Once they had cleared the zombies, everyone began to explore. The boys hurried to the shoe store to select their favorite sneakers, while the girls ventured into the beauty shop to examine skincare products. Yin An leisurely strolled into a pet store. A woof! A zombie lunged at her, but Yin An effortlessly dispatched it with one hand. She then noticed the terrified cats and dogs crammed into glass display cases throughout the store. Fortunately, the cases were fully enclosed, preventing the human zombies from reaching them. However, It was evident that these little creatures had gone many days without food or water, their bodies emaciated. Their waste was piled within the display cases, creating a foul odor. With a sweep of her hand, Yin An collected them all into her space, simultaneously gathering every pet treat, canned food, and toy in the store. After providing ample food and water for them in her space, she resumed her exploration of them all. As she traversed the aisles, Yin An collected everything she could find, including seemingly useless equipment from the optical and beauty stores. She possessed endless space, rendering concerns about resource scarcity and value moot. Collect it all. Chung Su and the others, having grown weary from their shopping, began to play games at the arcade. Since the apocalypse began, they had been under constant pressure to survive, and it had been a long time since they felt this relaxed. Yin An produced some food, and they enjoyed a meal while playing, a sense of indescribable satisfaction washing over them. After about an hour, having eaten and played to their heart's content, Yin An stored all the gaming machines in her space. Let's move on to the next mall. Sure thing, boss. The four of them, faces beaming with satisfaction, followed Yin An up to the rooftop. With the helicopter at their disposal, their logistics had become significantly easier, allowing them to bypass the relentless horde of zombies on the streets and take shortcuts to gather supplies. The building was tall, and from the rooftop, they could see most of the surrounding areas. Yin An took out a military-grade binoculars to survey the vicinity. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a mall surrounded by countless trucks. Among the trucks, she could faintly discern the presence of living individuals. "Let us head over there and take a look," she said, producing the helicopter and descending with her team near that area. Now that they were closer, the scene became clearer. In the midst of the encircling trucks lay a plaza, and behind it stood a large shopping mall. Numerous people were entering and exiting the mall, while several guards stood outside, diligently monitoring as individuals navigated the zombie throng, climbing onto the trucks to gain entry. "Is this a base, boss?" Chung Su inquired. "No, it seems to be a safe zone," Yin An replied calmly. "What exactly is a safe zone?" Chung Su asked. "It is a secured area surrounded by trucks, where various organizations come together to create a haven for the living to exchange resources," Yin An explained patiently. "In my previous life, after the apocalypse, such safe zones emerged in every city. Some cities had one, while others had several. However, the safety of these zones remains uncertain. Let us go take a look." Yin An led her team towards the safe zone, clearing zombies along the way until they reached the underside of a truck. There were ladders on either side of the truck, but they were set rather high, making it difficult for zombies to reach. For humans, it required teamwork to ascend. Yet for Yin An and her companions, it was a trivial task. The five of them climbed onto the truck and leaped over the next two rows, finally arriving at the plaza. Surrounding the plaza, some individuals with abilities were dispatching the few fortunate zombies that had managed to push their way in, while a few burly men stood guard at the entrance of the mall. It appeared that entry into the mall required passing a check. In the center of the plaza gathered a crowd of people, most of whom were ordinary individuals seeking refuge. As Yin An's group approached the entrance, the intimidating guards eyed them warily. "Show your abilities." One of the guards barked. "Are we not allowed in without abilities?" Chung Su asked. "Only 4 ability holders may accompany one without abilities. We do not shelter idle individuals." The guard's tone was brusque, clearly lacking patience. "All 4 of them have abilities, while I do not. Can we still enter?" Yin An asked politely. "Demonstrate." The guard insisted, gesturing for Chung Su and the others to showcase their powers. Chung Su glanced at Yin An and, understanding her tacit approval, directed his hand toward a spot, conjuring a 10-centimeter wide clod of earth. The guard regarded the small mound of dirt with a hint of disdain. Next, Jiang He, Song Nian, and Rinyu each briefly displayed their abilities as well. They were granted entry, but the guard's expression suggested that their powers were merely sufficient to meet the minimum standard. Had their strength been a fraction lower, they might not have been admitted. Upon entering the mall, they found themselves amidst a crowd of several hundred people, yet an unusual silence enveloped the space. All eyes turned to the newly arrived Yin An and her companions, their gazes piercing, some scrutinizing, others hostile, some curious, and others indifferent, akin to predatory beasts. Without the fortitude to withstand such scrutiny, one might find their legs trembling and unable to move. Yet Yin An and her team remained unfazed, casually selecting an unoccupied corner to sit. "Boss, what are they all doing here?" Jiang He whispered. "Just watching," Yin replied nonchalantly. Shortly thereafter, a group of a dozen robust individuals entered, exuding arrogance. Upon crossing the threshold, they shouted, "Liu base is recruiting. Only 10 spots available, and we seek the strong. You can bring family. If they lack abilities, that's fine. Our base will support them." The announcement sent a wave of excitement through the crowd. Instantly, countless voices clamored, "Me, me, me. I possess strong abilities. Choose me." Chapter 66. Fu Sun, the leader of the Liu base, unleashed a burst of flames to drive back the frenzied crowd. "Enough noise. Form a line, one at a time." His authoritative shout brought a semblance of calm, though the crowd still sought ways to inch forward. "Step up and showcase your abilities," commanded the Liu representative, pointing at the man at the front. The man responded by releasing his water-based powers, a stream of water flowing from his palm. "Save us the trouble with your water abilities. We have no need for such trivialities." The Liu leader scolded, adding loudly, "We don't require wood, water, or earth powers. We seek formidable abilities. Rare powers, preferably spatial ones." At his words, many individuals felt deflated. Yet, numerous others still yearned for the opportunity, especially those with families to protect. In this apocalyptic world, the existence of a base offered ordinary people a glimmer of hope for survival. Chung Su and the others were witnessing such a scene for the first time. Their initial entry into the national base had been relatively straightforward. Many without abilities had managed to gain entry, while those with powers simply had to demonstrate their skills. They had not anticipated the harshness of the outside world, where securing a chance to enter the base required fierce competition. Others were also present, seeking to recruit teammates. Unlike the base, which boasted a multitude of people, these were smaller factions, varying from 3 to 10 members. These groups showed little interest in entering the base. They preferred to band together and survive in the wild. Though life outside was considerably more perilous and tumultuous, it came with fewer restrictions. Additionally, some sought temporary allies, collaborating for a day or two, typically consisting of lone wolves or reclusive individuals. Once the Liu representatives departed, silence enveloped the marketplace, leaving only small groups recruiting teammates. Suddenly, the crowd erupted once more. "Look, it's a Nightfall base people. Is that Fu Sun from Nightfall base?" "What? Fu Sun is here too? I've heard he is quite formidable." "Not just formidable. His rare lightning abilities are said to be incredibly powerful, capable of striking down zombies." The murmurs reached Yin An and the others' ears as they observed the 7 men and women entering the marketplace. The tallest among them, a man clad in black, was strikingly handsome, yet radiated an air of intimidation. Beside him stood a woman in white athletic wear, her ponytail framing a beautiful face. The remaining 5 were all men, each exuding a fierce presence. The man in the center exchanged a glance with a green-haired individual. "All right, Fugu," the green-haired man nodded and stepped forward, announcing loudly, "We are not here to recruit. We seek temporary cooperation. Our target is the University Entertainment Center on Old Tree Street. We need a small team to collaborate. Resources will be divided based on merit." At his declaration, a throng surged forward, eager to seize the opportunity. The University Entertainment Center has plenty of resources, but the zombies are overwhelming, making entry difficult. This is a fantastic opportunity. Fu Sun is powerful. Following him guarantees entry. Let us go and give a shot. Various teams approached, each eager to showcase their abilities. Bring only those with strength. Don't come here unprepared and face our wrath. The green-haired man declared. Teams began demonstrating their powers, most comprising 5 or 6 members, each with varying levels of strength. Let us give a try. We've fought zombies until we were weary. Enan murmured. All right, boss, shall we line up now? Chung Su replied, brimming with anticipation. No need. Let Xiao He handle it alone, Enan suggested. Glancing at Jiang He with a sweet smile, just reveal 80% of your strength. Jiang He sprang up, excitement radiating from her as she said, Okay, boss. Watch me. With that, she dashed off to join the queue. Among the towering and fierce crowd, her petite figure appeared particularly fragile. Yet, Yin An and the others showed no concern, casually munching on seeds. Whoosh! A fire-based ability user showcased their prowess, flames dancing vividly. Whoosh whoosh! A wind-based user conjured a fierce gust, obscuring visibility. Each individual exerted their utmost to demonstrate their abilities, fearing their strength might go unnoticed. Soon, it was Jiang He's turn. The green-haired man regarded her solitary figure, her slight frame seemingly vulnerable to the slightest threat. He frowned. You've come to the wrong place. We are looking for teams. I'm in the right place. My teammates are over there, Jiang He replied, pointing to Yin An and the others. The green-haired man glanced at the group, lazily snacking on seeds, his expression darkening as he felt mocked. Yet, he maintained his composure, demanding, show your abilities quickly. All right, Jiang He responded with a smile, under the gaze of the crowd. She rolled up her sleeves. With a punch, she struck the ground. Boom! Crash! Crack! A powerful tremor erupted, creating a massive crater in the ground, with fissures radiating outward. Everyone staggered, astonished by the sight of the petite girl. The green-haired man stood dumbfounded, while Fu Sun, who had appeared somewhat indifferent, suddenly grew alert. What has happened? Several burly men rushed into the marketplace, only to retreat angrily after realizing it was merely a demonstration of abilities. Take it easy. If you damage the venue, who will fix it? What abilities do your teammates possess? The green-haired man inquired, now serious. Jiang He waved her hand to summon Cheng Su and the others. They approached, ready to present their skills. I'm the leader. Our team consists of 4 ability users and 1 ordinary person, Cheng Su stated first. Having previously coordinated with Yin and during their snack break, they simply needed to follow through with their roles. Very well. Let the other 3 showcase their abilities. The green-haired man replied. Cheng Su, Song Yin, and Renyu demonstrated their powers, each revealing impressive capabilities. As increasingly extraordinary abilities were unleashed, the surrounding teams grew increasingly astonished. While Fu Sun's interest heightened, the green-haired man quickly turned to Fu Sun. Fu, go, let's go with this team. Fu Sun nodded, recognizing the undeniable strength of the group. Even with 1 ordinary member, it posed no significant issue. Chapter 67. I am Tender Layer Ah. What abilities do you possess? The green-haired man inquired, intrigued by Yin An's cool attire and the peculiar silver mechanical device in her hand. She's our team's logistics, responsible for energizing us and providing water, Cheng Su declared with an air of seriousness. The green-haired individual nodded in understanding. I see. You have quite the adept lineup of members. Yin An, in alignment with the moment, retrieved a bottle of water from her backpack and, with a playful tone, offered it to Cheng Su. Gigi, you must be tired, drink some water. Cheng Su's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as he accepted the water, relishing the moment with a hint of pride, an opportunity as rare as a century. Renyu, Song Yin, and Jiang He shared amused glances. Fu Sun nodded, albeit begrudgingly, and turned to lead the way. Then, let us depart. The group pivoted to exit, while the green-haired man lingered behind, introducing his team. The tallest one ahead is our leader, Fu Sun. The woman behind him is our formidable squad captain, Su Ying. You may call her Su Su. I am Tao Shuai, and these are Zhang Chong, Song Peng, Jiang Rui, and the last one is Wang Kai. Tao Shuai proceeded to introduce each member to Yin An and her companions, then inquired, and what about you? Cheng Su, following Yin An's earlier instructions, replied methodically. We 4 are siblings, thus we rarely use our formal names and prefer nicknames. It's easier to remember. I am the Bao. He is Air Bao. She is San Bao. And she is Sea Bao. Cheng Su concluded earnestly, pointing at Yin An. She joined us later, and we call her Tender Layer. Tao Shuai wore a look of disbelief, leaning forward to clarify. What did you say her name is? Tender Layer, but you may call her Dai Dai. Didi? Yes, Yin An replied sweetly. What are you dawdling at the back for? Zhang Chong called out from the front. Tao Shuai, caught off guard, hurriedly followed up. Coming. We have a vehicle. You must find your own means of transport. If you fall behind, we will not be responsible, Zhang Chong warned, before swiftly leading the way to their vehicle. Yin An and her companions quickly sought out a relatively intact vehicle amidst the horde of zombies and followed closely behind. Fu Sun's group seemed quite capable. driving a bulletproof, high-powered vehicle. With such a car leading the charge, no zombie could impede their progress. It was evident that unless they encountered an overwhelming mass of zombies, their path would remain largely unobstructed. Ina was convinced that the Nightshade base must have gathered the finest resources and connections in City M. Otherwise, it would be improbable for them to acquire such vehicles. Moreover, judging by the reactions of the individuals from the safe zone, it was clear that the Nightshade base held greater authority and size than the Longting base. Upon reaching the university town, they witnessed Fu Sun's group unleashing their handheld cannons upon the surrounding zombies, while two men wielded shotguns, spraying bullets indiscriminately. They possessed military-grade weaponry. Ina narrowed her eyes. "What are you all staring at? Kill the zombies!" Tao Shui shouted. Chung Su and the others immediately joined the fray, standing amidst the four. Ina took on a more relaxed role. With the barrage from Fu Sun's group, a significant number of zombies were obliterated. The two teams swiftly cleared a substantial area. They advanced toward the University Entertainment Center, but upon witnessing the scene inside, their expressions grew somber. The zombies here were no longer merely numerous. They surged like a relentless tide. The geographical structure of the university town was peculiar, resembling a basin. Descending the steps led to the University Entertainment Square, which housed the main attraction, the underground mall, spanning vast areas and filled with numerous shops, extending 3 layers deep. All the zombies that tumbled down the steps into the underground city were trapped inside, unable to escape. They formed a tidal wave of corpses, with those at the bottom trampled into a gruesome pulp by those above. "Boom! Fire all the shells we brought," Fu Sun commanded. The men behind him began to unleash their handheld cannons down below. Explosions erupted amidst the horde of zombies, splattering flesh and bone into the air. "Brother Fu, there are simply too many zombies," Zhang Chang exclaimed, addressing Fu Sun. The University Entertainment Center is the largest commercial district in City M, rich in supplies and untouched by looters. A week ago, when we were told by that old man Kevin not to come due to the extensive zombie presence, it seems the situation has only worsened. If we do not seize it now, it will only become more difficult later. Su Ying, the woman, interjected coldly. Her words silenced Zhang Chang, for everyone understood the importance of resources. With so many people at the base, if they did not procure more supplies soon, they would quickly run out of food. None of the others hesitated either, resuming their bombardment of the zombie horde. At that moment, keenly observant, Ina noticed Fu Sun giving instructions to Tao Shui, who promptly approached Yin An and the others. "We have already expended a significant amount of ammunition on the zombies. Once we go down, your team will lead the charge in exterminating the zombies." It was evident he wanted to ensure Yin An's group gained no advantage. "Understood," Chung Su responded. He stole a glance at Yin An, recalling her earlier words in the safe zone. "They will undoubtedly want us to serve as cannon fodder. Just follow their lead. Being in front is advantageous for me to scavenge supplies." His admiration for their leader surged once more. "Our leader is impressive." With all the shells exhausted, the group exchanged determined glances before charging forward. Chung Su and the others took the lead, shouting spiritedly as they battled the zombies. "I shall fight for you." Chung Su and Jiang He rallied, their voices booming. "Eliminate all zombies. Charge, charge." Their fervor was palpable, though they were only exerting half their strength. Moreover, Jiang He cleverly redirected the zombies behind them. Amidst the chaotic throng of zombies, Fu Sun and his companions could not see the scene unfolding ahead. They only heard the spirited battle cries of Chung Su and his group. "Brother Fu, this team is truly impressive." Tao Shui gasped as he fought through the zombies while seeking Fu Sun's approval. This was the team he had selected, and their contributions to the Nightshade base were immense. The number of zombies was absurdly high. Fu Sun, uninterested in praise, coolly replied, his eyes glinting ominously. He swiftly dispatched a zombie by twisting its head and stepping atop another's body, gazing toward Chung Su and his companions. Fortunately, Yin An had been attentive to the movements behind her. At the moment Fu Sun leapt, she patted Chung Su's back, signaling them to change their battle stance. In that instant, Fu Sun beheld Chung Su and his companions valiantly combating the zombies. Their appearance, their fervor, embodied a commitment to the cause. Fu Sun felt a sense of relief. As countless zombies surged toward him, he lost his balance and leapt down to continue the fight. Yin An exhaled, easing her tension. She understood that individuals like Fu Sun were not to be underestimated and resolved to remain vigilant. The two teams swiftly made their way to the underground marketplace. The shops in the square were sparse, with only a few beverage stalls offering limited supplies. The main attractions lay below. A few individuals were clearing out zombies in the narrow staircase passage. The area was even more congested, with countless zombies nearly filling the tight corridor. Yin An discreetly activated her light-based abilities. At this moment, her powers were only at level 2. The radiance was not intense, merely a faint glow that allowed her to blend seamlessly among the horde. She enveloped Chung Su and Jiang He with a delicate layer of her light abilities. With this protective veil, they could easily navigate through the zombie swarm without fear of being bitten. Chung Su and Jiang He exchanged gleeful glances with Yin An before charging forward. Song Yin, Rin Yu, and Yin An closely followed suit. A multitude of zombies was pushed behind them, engulfing Fu Sun and his group. There were too many zombies. What should they do? There was no room to survive. How did they manage to pass through? Zhang Chong and his companions retreated repeatedly as countless zombies howled and lunged at them. Kill them. Fu Sun's gaze hardened as he surged ahead. His body crackled with electric energy, instantly incapacitating the approaching zombies. Everyone charged forward, fighting fiercely. Surely, they would not be bitten to death by the zombies. Suing inquired, unable to hear any sounds from Yin An and the others. Fu Sun remained silent. The fate of others was irrelevant to him. He only sought to attain his desires. Chapter 68. The Fool Soon. Chung Su and his companions arrived at the first level of the underground. Yin An swiftly produced a dozen second-level crystal nuclei, absorbing them to replenish energy and distributing them among her team. The energy orb continued to drain power. Yin An resolved to conclude this swiftly. Although her energy was ample, it could not withstand prolonged depletion. My light-based abilities cannot last much longer. You all fend off the zombies here while I gather supplies. Upon her declaration, the four immediately nodded in agreement. In the next instant, the energy orb surrounding Chung Su and Jiang He vanished, reappearing around Yin An. The four armed themselves, forming a protective circle back to back as they engaged the zombies, maximizing their safety. Yin An, enveloped in her radiant energy, hurled a grappling hook and surged forward. This underground city was enormous. The streets stretched several hundred meters in a circular fashion, lined with shops on either side. Just as Su Ying had mentioned, this place had yet to be scavenged. All the stores retained their pre-apocalypse supplies. Yin An dashed forward, treading over the skulls of the fallen zombies, her grappling hook shooting towards the ceiling while her right hand was free to collect resources. She ran at full speed, gathering as she went. Faster, even faster. Sweat drenched Yin An, her muscles quivering violently as the system's voice echoed, pushing her to challenge her physical limits. Stamina 1, Speed 1, Resilience 1, Strength 1. 100 meters to go. Stamina 1, Speed 1, Resilience 1, Strength 1. 40 meters remaining. Stamina 1, Speed 1, Resilience 1, Strength 1. 10 meters left. At long last, she spotted Chung Su and the others again. Yin An shot her grappling hook towards the center of the group, successfully returning to them. Song Yin and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon her return. I cannot use my lightning abilities, or it will leave traces. Hold on a little longer. They're almost here, Yin An whispered, pulling out a few more second-level crystal nuclei to replenish her energy. She was nearly exhausted, and this was merely the first level. Thus, she needed to quickly restore her energy for what lay ahead. The four coordinated seamlessly, pivoting to fight their way back. Chung Su sensed the moment was right, exchanged a glance with Yin An, and then shouted, "Brothers of Nightfall, there are too many zombies inside. We cannot hold on any longer. Hurry in and assist us." The group fought their way out, swiftly retreating to the staircase's midpoint. Just then, a surge of lightning cleaved a path through the horde. Fu Sun, clad in black, charged in. "Everyone fall back. I will clear the way." Chung Su and the others retreated. He brandished a scythe crackling with electricity, swinging it fiercely into the mass of zombies. The overwhelming force pushed some zombies back, allowing others to join in the fray. Kill! 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 Everyone was consumed by a fervor for battle, save for Chung Su and his companions who were pushed back. Ina noticed that only 6 members remained from the Nightfall base. Turning her gaze, she spotted the lifeless body of a man named Zhang Chong amidst a mountain of corpses. No wonder their group was so frenzied at this moment. A teammate had perished. After a brutal clash, all were utterly fatigued, their bodies stained with the remnants of battle. Only 2 or 3 individuals remained, dispatching the last few zombies. With Chung Su and Jiang, he visibly exhausted. Chung Su pressed his fingers against his temples. I feel like I am about to faint. The members of the Nightfall base lay sprawled on the ground, unwilling to move. After slaying the final zombie, Fu Sun's voice was icy. It is cleared. What? Cleared? Chung Su jumped up, incredulous. What? Su Ying and the others also rose, moving forward. All gazed in disbelief at the now desolate shopping mall. Each store stood empty, devoid of even a box or needle. It's over. We have wasted our efforts on the zombies. Jiang, he lamented, nearly in tears. Fu Sun's cold gaze fell upon Yin An and her companions. With his knowledge of space-based ability users, he knew their spatial capacity was only 100 cubic meters. Currently, the only known space-based ability user in City M was Zhou Schwerer from the Longting base. It was unlikely they were responsible for this. Fu Sun's eyes briefly lingered on the Longting insignia on Yin An's backpack. You are from the Longting base? How did you know? Yin An inquired. Fu Sun remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly on the barren stores. Why is this happening? Su Ying and the others could not fathom it. Was it possible their intelligence was flawed? That cannot be. We possess the most vital intelligence in City M. Based on the number of zombies, it seems no ability users have visited here before. I am unsure why. Fu Sun's expression darkened. They had already lost a teammate. If they returned empty-handed, it would be a grave loss. I was here the day before the outbreak. It is impossible for the stores to have been emptied overnight. Su Ying asserted calmly. Several zombies from the second underground level began to surge toward them. Since most of the zombies below had just rushed up, the current threat was minimal. The group quickly dispatched the remaining zombies. Fu Sun strode confidently toward the second underground level, refusing to believe it would also be devoid of supplies. Yin An and the others followed suit. The supplies are still here, Tao Shui exclaimed with excitement. Fu Sun's icy demeanor softened slightly as he addressed Wang Kai, who was at the back of the crowd. Return to the base and inform them to send people to transport the supplies. Wang Kai complied, sprinting back. Fu Sun surveyed Yin An and her companions, noticing their nearly empty backpacks. You may collect supplies and then leave. Your presence is no longer required here. Wait a moment. Chung Su interjected. We can only carry as much as these few backpacks. What remains is all yours. That hardly seems fair. He stepped forward, challenging Fu Sun. Fu Sun shot him a cold glance, as if regarding a lifeless entity. Without uttering a word, he turned to inspect the street. Song Peng approached Chung Su and the others, his voice dripping with disdain. To be part of our Nightfall base's mission is your fortune. Given that you have put in some effort, we will allow you the chance to gather supplies. Yet you dare to overstep your bounds? His tone was exceedingly arrogant. Chung Su bristled with irritation but remained silent. The decision lay with their leader. He could not act impulsively and bring trouble upon them. Satisfied with Chung Su's reaction, Song Peng turned and entered a store in search of food. Hold on, Fu Sun's serious voice interrupted. Your team should not leave yet. There are still many zombies here. The group moved forward to observe. The staircase between the second and third underground levels was blocked by an iron gate, behind which a multitude of zombies surged, shrieking and battering against it. If you do not assist us, we can slowly kill them. If you help us, we will give you 5 additional backpacks. And you can collect more supplies, Fu Sun proposed, eyeing Yin An and her companions. How we help? Charge in front and kill your zombies? Rinyu questioned. We cannot afford to fight. Everyone is exhausted. Fu Sun spoke, pointing toward a metal shop. Addressing Tao Shui and the others. You shall use those items to barricade the first level. Once their team lures the zombies into the street of the first level, you can then block off the other level. After he finished, he turned to Chung Su and the others. Do you understand? Chung Su and the others nodded. Chung Su glanced at Yin An, noticing her relaxed demeanor, which put him at ease. Then I will draw the zombies. You all can assist them in moving the items. This should not pose much difficulty. Su Ying looked at the group. Let us act swiftly. With that, they set to work. Su Ying and her companions, along with Song Yin, Jiang He, and Rin Yu, began transporting various apparatuses to fill the streets. A quarter of an hour later, they had secured everything in place. Fu Sun and the non-combatant Yin An entered a clothing store and closed the glass doors. Chung Su, on the other hand, opened the iron gate alone. In an instant, all the zombies surged out, chasing after the fleeing Chung Su, racing towards the first level. Once all the zombies had exited, Fu Sun opened the glass door and descended to the third underground level, with Yin An trailing behind him. The third level was predominantly filled with food shops, displaying an array of spoiled edibles. However, the freezers in the kitchens and the storerooms still contained ample supplies. It could be said that this underground city had enough provisions to sustain a base for an entire year. If they were frugal, a year and a half would not be an issue. As they walked, they stumbled upon a cellar. Rather than a cellar, it resembled a basement. It extended about 5 meters deep, and its diameter was indistinct, yet Yin An was certain it exceeded 10 meters. It was packed with zombies, evidently having fallen inside by accident, unable to climb back out. Could you enlighten me on how you depleted the supplies on the first level? Fu Sun's cold voice resonated slowly behind Yin An. Finally, he had arrived. A cold smile crept across Yin An's face as she turned to him. It was not my doing. Standing before her, Fu Sun, towering at approximately 190 centimeters, exuded an intimidating presence. He gazed down at her face, his expression blank. The chill in his eyes was rife with suspicion and malice. Initially, I believed no one possessed such capabilities. He glanced at the silver grappling hook in Yin An's hand. However, this situation is too peculiar, compelling me to question whether you truly possess some extraordinary artifact. As he spoke, he seized the arm holding the grappling hook, locking his cold gaze onto Yin An's eyes. What is this? Yin An smiled faintly, countering with a question. When did you begin to doubt me? You, an ordinary person without any abilities, managed to escape unscathed. That is inherently suspicious. Just earlier, that tall fellow outside the iron gate cast a glance your way. Fu Sun's eyes turned even colder. I am all too familiar with that gaze. It is the look of a subordinate observing their superior, confirming your orders. Yin An's beautiful eyes held a hint of disdain. You are rather unpleasant now. Fu Sun's brow furrowed, his expression darkening instantly, evidently enraged. He grasped Yin An's neck, pushing her backward and glaring fiercely at her. Do not attempt any tricks. Your companions should already be captured by my men. No one can save you. Reveal the location of the supplies, and I may spare your lives. Behind Yin An loomed the zombie-infested basement. She laughed, her eyes shimmering with a captivating light. In the next instant, a powerful surge of lightning, accompanied by a tremendous wave of energy, sent Fu Sun staggering back. He recoiled, releasing his grip from the shock and taking a step back, only to be sent crashing to the ground by a swift kick. Whoosh! The silver grappling hook grazed Fu Sun's ear, plunging into the ground. Yin An soared forward, driving her knee forcefully into Fu Sun's chest. He let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from his mouth. Without turning her head, Yin An unleashed a bolt of lightning to sever his retaliatory hand. Then, she flipped him over, pinning his hands down while her knee pressed firmly against his head. Fu Sun was utterly unprepared, rendered helpless beneath Yin An's forceful grip. Leaning down to his ear, her melodious voice was both gentle and alluring. I left you 5 vulnerabilities, and you only detected 2, fool. Fu Sun was momentarily taken aback, closing his eyes with a furrowed brow, seemingly realizing the absurdity of his situation. A light chuckle escaped his lips. Chapter 69, Escape Boss. Yin An turned to see Chung Su and his 3 companions rushing over, each holding a member of the Nightfall base captive. The 4 captives bore bruises and welts, clearly having endured a fierce beating. As Fu Sun beheld his teammates in such a state, his eyes flickered with both shock and anger. Just as they had managed to regain control over the zombies, these 4 had attempted to bind them, only to be captured in return. Rinyu remarked, delivering a swift kick that sent Zhang Rui sprawling to the ground. "Throw them all into the basement," Yin An stated flatly. Chung Su and his companions treated the captives as if they were refuse, discarding them into the underground chamber. The air was immediately filled with their terrified screams, accompanied by the excited roars of zombies. Soon after, sounds of various abilities clashed, indicating that the four were engaged in a struggle against the undead. Yin An lifted Fu Sun and, with a swift kick, sent him tumbling into the basement. He barely caught himself, grasping the floor to prevent a complete fall. As he turned to speak to Yin An, she swiftly added, "Be quiet," given that Fu Sun had merely pressured her for supplies without intent to kill. Yin An had no desire for their lives. Tossing them into the basement sufficed as long as it did not hinder her resource gathering. Their fates would ultimately depend on their own luck. Turning her gaze to the expansive underground marketplace, Yin An rallied her comrades. "Let's gather supplies." "All right, charge ahead, boss." Yin An summoned all her mental fortitude, racing through the area and collecting everything in sight. In a mere 15 minutes, the two underground levels were completely stripped bare of supplies. "Boss, we have company outside." "For trucks." Fu Qingsu and Rinyu, who had been observing the situation from the lower level, rushed down. Members of the Nightfall base, Song Yin stated coldly. All eyes turned to Yin An, awaiting her command. So soon? Yin An had not anticipated that the Nightfall base was so close to the University Entertainment Center. She glanced towards the street, where the sounds of zombies had dissipated from basement. Covered in blood, Fu Sun emerged from the basement, followed closely by his teammates, all five appearing intact. Their combat prowess was undeniable. They could easily qualify for elite units within a national base. Yin An strode confidently towards Fu Sun, with Chung Su and the others following closely behind. Fu Sun's brow furrowed, his dark eyes fixed intently on Yin An, uncertain of her intentions. Behind him, the four members of the Nightfall base steadily retreated, regarding Yin An as though she were a devil. A woman capable of subduing their strongest fighter was not to be trifled with. In a swift motion, Yin An bound Fu Sun tightly, raising her head to instruct Chung Su and the others, secure them all and seal their mouths. They complied without hesitation. Yin An meticulously applied black tape over Fu Sun's mouth, then began ascending with him in tow. Outside the entertainment plaza, four enormous trucks were stationed, and individuals were jumping down one after another. Each bore large backpacks and suitcases, clearly well prepared for resource transport. As Yin An and her group emerged, they captured everyone's attention. It's Brother Fu and the others. "Look, Captain Suing is bound." They're all captured. Members of the Nightfall base halted their actions, men with guns swiftly raising their weapons to aim at Yin An and her group. At the forefront stood an older foreign man with grizzled hair, Kevin. As mentioned by Suing, Kevin glared at Yin An and the bound Fu Sun, his voice laced with anger. "What is the meaning of this, Wang Kai?" Wang Kai, now dumbfounded, stammered base leader, I don't know. It wasn't like this just now. If you want your people to live, have your men lower their guns and let us go. Yin An replied coldly. Fu Sun's status in the Nightfall base was evidently high. She surmised he must hold at least the position of deputy base leader. Suing was also a team leader, so their lives held substantial value. Kevin raised a hand, signaling his men to lower their weapons. "Return our people to us, and we will let you leave," he said, his aged voice tinged with frost. Yin An surveyed the members of the Nightfall base, counting over 40 individuals, with about 20 armed. The number of those with abilities remained unknown. In a direct confrontation, it was uncertain if her 5 companions could escape unscathed. Shaking her head, Yin An pressed the knife against Fu Sun's neck, drawing a trickle of blood. "Old man, I'm not negotiating. Your Fu Sun is no match for me. You should realize that even with your numbers, I can inflict severe losses upon you." As she spoke, a surge of lightning energy enveloped her, causing Fu Sun to frown deeply, beads of cold sweat forming. Kevin's eyes widened in shock. She possessed lightning abilities. The intensity of her power surpassed even Fu Sun's. "Very well, you may leave, but our people must remain unharmed. Otherwise, I am not averse to a fight to the death," Kevin concluded. With that, Yin An began escorting Fu Sun and the others towards a bulletproof vehicle. All members of the Nightfall base remained fixated on Yin An and her group. Kevin, are we really letting them go? Wang Kai whispered. They're just a few troublemakers. It's inconsequential. As long as we acquire the supplies, that's what matters, Kevin dismissed, unwilling to expend resources on unnecessary conflicts. Just as Yin An and her company drew near the armored vehicle, Fu Sun shook his head at Kevin, signaling urgently towards the underground city. His expression conveyed such urgency that those observing began to feel anxious. Kevin's eyes narrowed, gripping his gun tighter. Brother Fu means we should not act impulsively. Gathering supplies is paramount. Wang Kai exclaimed. Kevin scrutinized Fu Sun's anxious demeanor. Are you certain that's what he means? I'm sure. I've followed Brother Fu for years. I can read his intentions. Upon hearing Wang Kai's unwavering conviction, Kevin sighed in relief. Stop talking nonsense. Suddenly, a slap landed on Wang Kai's head, leaving him dizzy. He turned to see a tall, handsome young man who had just arrived, promptly bowing respectfully. Brother Fu, what brings you here? What do you think, Fu-yin? Kevin asked in a hushed tone, glancing at the towering young man. My brother's intent is clear. The supplies have been taken. Do not let them escape. Fu-yin's eyes were dark with urgency. Surround them, Kevin commanded, his aged eyes sharpening with resolve. With a wave of his hand, all members charged towards Yin An and her group. Yin An and her companions swiftly entered the vehicle. She signaled Chung Su to release Su Ying and the others while dragging Fu Sun inside. Uncertain of the Nightfall base's capabilities, particularly if they possessed long-range weaponry, she deemed it necessary to keep Fu Sun with her. What happened to your promise to release them? Kevin shouted indignantly. Weren't you also breaking your promise? Yin retorted, flooring the accelerator. The crowd ahead scattered in fear. Fu Yin seized a sniper rifle and aimed for the tires of Yin An's vehicle. However, with her speed and the zombies converging, none of his 3 shots found their mark. Fu Yin mounted his motorcycle and pursued. Meanwhile, Kevin fixed his gaze on the entrance to the underground city, striding forward. Half of you pursue. The rest check how many supplies remain underground. A group of over 20 men surged into the depths, and soon, the swiftest among them rushed back with urgency, reporting to the base leader. The 3rd underground level is completely empty. What? On the other side, Yin An, glancing through the rearview mirror at the pursuing Nightfall base, sneered and forcefully kicked Fu Sun down. Bound tightly, Fu Sun plunged headfirst into a mass of zombies. The surrounding undead immediately stirred with enthusiasm, lunging towards him as if they were famished creatures vying for a delectable morsel. Brother, Fu Yin's anxious voice rang out, prompting him to abruptly halt his motorcycle and unleash his wind-based abilities. A tempest arose, the gusts of wind momentarily slowing the advance of the zombies. He dashed into the throng, wielding his weapon with fierce precision against the undead. The personnel from Nightfall base joined the fray, and after several minutes of fierce combat, the swarm was finally vanquished. Yet, the figures of Yin An and her comrades had vanished without a trace. Damn that woman! Fu Yin exclaimed in frustration. Brother, are you all right? Fu Sun shook his head, glancing in the direction from which Yin An had departed. They belong to the Longting base. This grievance cannot go unpunished. We must retaliate against Longting base immediately. Fu Yin declared resolutely. Brother Fu, second Brother Fu, are you unharmed? Tao Shuai, Song Peng, and Suing caught up with them. Tao Shuai, what is that woman's name? Fu Sun inquired coldly, fixing his gaze on Tao Shuai. Brother Fu, her name is Nindi, he replied, only to be met with a sharp slap from Song Peng. Rubbing his head, he surveyed the icy expressions of the Fu brothers and the disappointed looks of his companions. Feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him. What's wrong? Return and write the name Nindi 1 billion times. You shall not eat or sleep until it's completed. Fu Sun snorted disdainfully and strode away. Chapter 70. Reunion with Su Lu as night deepened. Yin An accelerated her armored vehicle until she was 10 miles away before reducing speed. The bulletproof vehicle from the Nightshade base maneuvered effortlessly through the horde of zombies, crushing their bodies under its wheels, complemented by Yin An's exceptional driving skills, allowing for an unhindered passage. There are far fewer zombies around here, Chung Su remarked, surveying the surroundings. Look, there's barbed wire over there. There must be survivors nearby, Rinyu added. Yin An scanned the environment and directed the vehicle towards a gap in the barbed wire. Let us take a break here, she suggested, as the 5 of them disembarked. That must be a factory. It's enormous, Jiang he pointed out, indicating a large, closed 5-story building nearby. I can smell a strong scent of blood. Song Yin commented coldly. Let us not concern ourselves with that. We should rest before heading back to Harbin City, Yin An said, taking out a bottle of energy drink. Their haul had been quite fruitful, and it was time to return. I wonder if Xiao Rui has been eating well at the base, Jiang he mused with a smile. I prepared a fridge full of delicacies for her. She must have gained more than a pound, Chang Su said proudly. My cooking skills are top-notch. Well said. Make sure to prepare more when you return. I want to store some in my space, Yin An said, glancing at Chang Su's smug expression. Of course, boss. No need to make too much, just 100 million portions, he replied. The others burst into laughter at Chang Su's overly ambitious remark. At that moment, Yin An's expression turned serious as she glanced toward the factory. There are people, she warned. Everyone immediately stood up, entering a state of readiness. They soon saw a man in a white shirt, drenched in sweat and blood, stumbling towards them. Upon recognizing his face, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Shule? Seeing Yin An and the others, Su Lu seemed to lose all strength and collapsed to the ground. Supporting himself with his hands on the grass, he bowed his head, his shoulders shaking as he stifled sobs of profound grief. Shiyan is dead. What? Cheng Su approached Su Lu and helped him up. What happened? Wasn't everything fine this afternoon? It's only been half a day. Su Lu wiped his tears fiercely, his eyes filled with hatred for Chen Daozi. When we returned to the base today, Chen Daozi set a trap to kill us. I managed to escape, but by the time I returned with help, everyone was already dead, including all the relatives of the base's ability users. I searched for so long, but I couldn't even find Shurian's body. As he spoke, tears and mucus streamed down his face. He drew his knife from his waist and turned, determinedly walking away. I'm going to confront Chen Daozi. Shule, you can't go alone. It's a death sentence. Cheng Su shouted. Stay optimistic. Maybe Shurian isn't dead. Su didn't look back. Thank you for your consolation. If I die, at least I can take down a dog who serves Chen Daozi. With that, he strode away. Do you seek revenge? Yin An's melodious voice came softly. Sula halted in his tracks. If what you say is true, and Longting Base has committed numerous heinous acts, then it is enough to make them disappear. Yin An lowered her binoculars and began walking deeper into the forest, instructing, follow closely, and keep quiet. Cheng Su and the others did not ask questions and quickly complied. Su Lu, whose eyes had been filled with despair, now sparkled with a glimmer of hope. He hurried to catch up with Yin An and asked in a hushed tone, how do we make them disappear? Shoo! Yin An placed a finger to her mask, her cold gaze fixed on a point ahead. Use dogs to hunt rats. Everyone turned to look in that direction. Soon, several armored vehicles approached, followed by 3 trucks. 2 helicopters hovered above. The design of the armored vehicles and the trucks clearly indicated they were from Nightshade Base. Understanding Yin An's intent, everyone crouched low, remaining silent. Once the vehicles from Nightshade Base had passed, Cheng Su whispered, Boss, so that was why you had us carry Longting Base's backpacks. I initially did it to prevent them from tracing our identities, not expecting Nightshade Base to retaliate with such force. Yin An replied coolly. She then adjusted her gear and said seriously, I will lead, you all follow behind. Remember, do not expose yourselves. Understood, boss, they replied, and with that, Yin An swiftly ran ahead. Her form was like the wind, her black attire blending seamlessly into the night, her steps light and nearly imperceptible. Before long, Yin An reached the headquarters of Longting Base. The area was bustling with Nightshade Base personnel and vehicles. 2 bright floodlights illuminated the entrance, where several muscular men surrounded a man wearing a cap. They were negotiating with the people from Nightshade Base. Yin An silently approached, concealing herself in a nearby thicket, capturing every word of their conversation. Our people from Longting Base have never provoked you at Nightshade Base. Why have you come here with such hostility, armed to the teeth? Chen Daozi spoke, his tone far from cordial. We demand the return of the supplies you seized today and the handover of those 5 individuals. Then we can discuss matters amicably, Song Peng said, weighing his gun threateningly. flanked by several armed men. Fu Sun and Fu Yin sat in an armored vehicle at the back, their expressions obscured. "We haven't obtained any supplies today." Chen Daozi frowned. "Are you looking for trouble? Is this how the largest base in M City operates?" As soon as he finished speaking, Song Peng raised his gun to Chen Daozi's face, and in the next instant, he felt a cold gun barrel pressed against his waist. Stunned, he looked down at the gun at his side, then raised his gaze to meet Chen Daozi's fierce eyes. "Don't think you're the only ones with firearms." With that, Chen Daozi's men drew their weapons, facing off against those from Nightshade Base. Tension crackled in the air as both sides raised their guns, poised for conflict. Click! Fu Sun stepped out of the vehicle, now clad in clean attire, exuding an imposing presence. He regarded Chen Daozi with a gaze that was both calm and commanding. "Chen Daozi, I trust you are a sensible man. I only require those 5 individuals today." Upon seeing Fu Sun, Chen Daozi's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. "What are the names of those 5? "I don't know their names. 2 men and 3 women, all exceptionally powerful, especially the woman in black combat gear." Fu Sun replied, recalling Yin An's beautifully ironic gaze, tightening his grip slightly. Chen Daozi scrutinized Fu Sun, his mind racing. Nightshade Base was formidable. If they intended to provoke Longting Base, they could do so directly without such pretense, especially with Fu Sun personally present. Realizing this, Chen Daozi softened his tone. "All right, I'll trust you this once. I will cooperate. But if they're not found, you must leave immediately." "Thank you for your cooperation," Fu Sun replied. With that, both sides lowered their weapons. Under Chen Daozi's command, the floodlights at Longting Base gradually illuminated the area, transforming it into a scene of brilliance. As night fell, the personnel from the Nightfall Base entered the Longting Base in an orderly fashion, leaving only 5 individuals outside to guard the vehicles and helicopters. A glint of cold light flickered in Yin An's eyes as he charged forward with a roll. "Who goes there?" The 5 guards, alerted by the commotion, turned their attention with vigilance. Chapter 71. The rat's desperation whoosh. 2 darts pierced the throats of 2 men, who fell to the ground, their eyes wide open in shock. "There are." The remaining 3 men were about to shout when Yin Lei unleashed her power, electrocuting one, while a grappling hook swiftly dispatched another. The last man, paralyzed by fear, gaped at Yin and, after a fleeting moment of realization, turned to flee. Thud! A single strike ended his life. Yin retrieved her bloody dagger and coldly surveyed the corpses, her fingers subtly moving to store 6 vehicles and 2 helicopters into her spatial pocket before she turned to leave. At that moment, Chung Su and his companions arrived. Panting heavily, Yin glanced at Su Lu and whispered, "Lead us around the perimeter to the Dragon Rising Base's storage area, quickly." Su Lu nodded and hurriedly guided Yin and the others into the thicket. They raced along the outer walls of the Dragon Rising Base. Where the urgent voices of men could be heard within, "Gather everyone immediately. What on earth is happening? Don't ask, just hurry. It seems the Nightshade Base's people have arrived, claiming they are here to capture someone. The base commander has ordered everyone to assemble." "Oh no, could they be after me? Did you provoke those from the Nightshade Base?" "Just a few days ago, I saw their people and secretly rolled my eyes at them. I hope they didn't notice." "Are you out of your mind? Stay away from me." Inside the walls, chaos ensued, while outside, Yin and her group sprinted forward. Soon, Su Lu came to a halt. "This is it. We can pass through this wall to get to the 2nd and 3rd buildings, which are the storage areas." He seemed to remember something and added, "The basement of the 3rd building is an armory, stocked with weapons and firearms." Yin nodded, exchanging glances with Chung Su and the others before agilely scaling the wall. Upon entering the Dragon Rising Base, she was the first to rush inside. The buildings of the Dragon Rising Base appeared quite old, none exceeding 3 stories, with a rather simple architectural style. At that moment, not a soul was present. Everyone had gathered at the front. Yin swiftly entered the building Su Lu mentioned, kicking open the door. Inside was dim, and without turning on the lights, she let her light-based power envelop her, casting a faint yellow glow that illuminated the supplies around her. As she moved, she collected everything in sight, quickly clearing the 2nd building. Onward, Yin An charged into the third building to continue her collection of supplies, while Chung Su and the others stood guard outside to deter any approach. After swiftly emptying the interior of the third building, Yin An descended into the basement. The basement was relatively small, filled primarily with ordinary handguns and a few long blades. However, even the smallest of gains was worthwhile. Yin An stored everything in her spatial pocket. After retracting her light-based power, she exited. "Boss, should we retreat?" Chung Su asked quietly. Yin An shook her head. "You all wait for me outside the wall." With that, she hastened forward, navigating through several buildings. She arrived at a vast farmland where two groups of people stood. One group belonged to the Dragon Rising base, numbering over 100 and armed mostly with melee weapons. The other group, around 50 to 60 strong, represented the Nightshade base, wielding advanced firearms. Bright lights illuminated the faces of everyone present. Leading the Nightshade faction were Fu Sun and Fu Yin, conversing with Chen Daozi. Yin was too far to overhear their words. She stealthily approached, locating a nearby building to climb up. Leaping through a window, she leaned against the wall to observe their movements. "Everyone is here. Fu Xiaoya, begin the search," Chen Daozi said, stepping aside to give Fu Sun room. Fu Sun signaled, and Song Peng and Jiang Rue began to search, scrutinizing each individual they passed. Fearful of overlooking anything. "What are you staring at?" One man from the Dragon Rising base growled irritably at Song Peng's scrutinizing gaze. "Shut up and cooperate," Chen Daozi barked, glaring fiercely at the man. Feeling Chen Daozi's wrath, the man immediately lowered his head, silenced. "Scum!" Song Peng taunted, slapping the man across the face. Though the man remained silent, he trembled with anger. Chen Daozi's expression darkened, clearly suppressing his fury. The humiliation felt like a slap to his own face. Disregarding his authority as the base commander, yet recognizing the disparity in strength, he could only restrain his anger, coldly declaring, "Everyone, cooperate with the Nightshade base. They're only here to retrieve a few individuals, so don't provoke them." Upon hearing his words, the Dragon Rising members fell silent, none daring to voice dissent. A glimmer of malice flickered in Yin An's eyes as she grasped a dart, aiming for Song Peng's head. Whoosh! In the ensuing chaos, unnoticed in the shadows, the dart struck true, embedding itself in Song Peng's forehead. A gaping wound opened, blood spraying forth and splattering the man before him. Song Peng collapsed, lifeless, while the man in front of him stared in shock, bloodied. In the next heartbeat, pandemonium erupted. Song Peng, Old Song, Jiang Rue, Wang Kai, and others from the Nightshade base rushed forward. Jiang Rue glared at the bloodied man, rage boiling over. "I'll kill you." Fu Sun furrowed his brow. But before he could speak, Jiang Rue had already executed the man with a single shot. "Damn it, I'll take you all on," Chen Daozi shouted, opening fire on the Nightshade members. The clash began in earnest, weapons drawn as chaos engulfed the scene. The Nightshade members unleashed a barrage on the Dragon Rising faction, while the latter, driven by desperation, charged forward, their intent not merely to capture, but to annihilate. "Brothers, fight back, don't cower." Yet, many fearful souls shouted slogans while stealthily retreating. The scene was a tumultuous melee. "Chase them down. Not a single one must escape," Fu Sun commanded, retreating behind the crowd alongside Fu Yin. The Nightshade base's firearms proved devastating, swiftly eliminating dozens from the Dragon Rising ranks. But Fu Sun's primary concern remained the whereabouts of Yin An and her party. He scrutinized the fleeing figures, hoping to catch a glimpse of her among them. They either blended into the crowd to kill Song Peng, or they're not here, Fu Sun remarked coldly to Fu Yin. "Not here? Then how did the kill occur? That manner of death does not suggest a shooting." Fu Yin surveyed the surrounding dilapidated buildings. It's not impossible. That woman is quite sinister," Fu Sun mused, raising his weapon and moving toward the nearby structures. Watching the Fu brothers search for her, Yin An swallowed a piece of gum, a cold smile gracing her lips as she turned to leave. Quickly scaling the wall, she produced a helicopter. "Let us go. I'll pilot. I've learned how." Rinyu volunteered eagerly. Yin An nodded, following the others aboard the helicopter. Sulu, however, did not join them. "Aren't you coming with us, big brother Sulu?" Chung Su inquired, glancing at him. In the moonlight, Su Li's eyes reflected a mix of relief at vengeance achieved and sorrow for lost comrades. He shook his head, forcing a smile. You're right. Perhaps he isn't dead. I need to stay in M City to continue searching for him, even if he has turned into a zombie. Good brother, truly loyal. Chung Su and the others were somewhat moved. Yin An retrieved several smoke bombs from his space and tossed them to Su Lu. You may keep these. Perhaps we shall return someday, and at that moment, we shall encounter smoke bombs and people. Su Lu accepted the smoke bombs with a firm nod. Until we meet again, thank you. With that, Rinyu activated the helicopter, which swiftly ascended, soaring over Longting Base toward the city of Harbin. Brother, stop searching, they have escaped. Fu Sun looked up at the helicopter in the sky. Inside, Yin An coldly regarded him, as if he were merely an insignificant insect. Fu Sun could hardly believe it. Where did she acquire a helicopter? Aside from their Nightfall base, what other forces in M City possessed helicopters? Brother Fu, we have cleared out all the personnel from Longting Base. Wang Kai rushed over to report. Yet at that moment, Fu Sun could not absorb any of it. His gaze was fixed intently on Yin An. He noticed her raise her middle finger at him, imbued with scorn, while behind her stood Chung Su and the others, beaming with delight. Fu Sun was instantly filled with rage. A lump lodged in his throat, refusing to rise or fall. Fu Yin seized a gun and fired at Yin An's helicopter, but alas, the distance was too great, and the helicopter swiftly departed, untouched by a shot. Go and pursue them with the helicopter, Fu Yin declared, striding toward the entrance of Longting Base. Report, Brother Fu, our vehicles and helicopters are all gone. A man rushed over to inform him. Damn it! Fu Sun flung his gun aside, pulling out a cigarette as his hand trembled slightly from overwhelming anger. Fu Yin observed his brother's distress, his own expression darkening. After a minute of silence, he steadfastly said, Brother, rest assured, we will capture her one day. That woman will become our Nightfall Base's #1 enemy. Fu Sun seemed oblivious to the words, inhaling one cigarette after another. The smoke engulfed a vast area, obscuring his face and rendering his expression indiscernible. After a long while, he extinguished the multitude of cigarette butts beneath his feet, his voice laden with fatigue and chill. Investigate. Do not cease until we uncover all her information. Chapter 72. Return journey. With a beep, the successful annihilation of a nefarious base was announced, yielding a reward of 50 precision targeting cannons, all under the control of an intelligent console. These cannons could effortlessly switch between two modes: automatic detection of enemy attacks or manual operation. In the next instant, 50 artillery platforms, each towering over 20 meters, materialized in the space around them. Yin An's eyes sparkled with delight. She had not anticipated that eliminating the Longting Base with the Nightfall Base's assistance would yield such an unexpected bounty. The atmosphere inside the helicopter was light and cheerful. Chung Su, seated in the back, marveled at Yu's adept piloting. Run, you truly possess remarkable skills. You've only observed the boss a few times and already mastered flying a helicopter. Don't you know how? Rinyu asked languidly. Chung Su was momentarily taken aback. He hesitated for 2 seconds before turning to Song Yin. Sister Yin, can you fly too? Song Yin nodded gently, her gaze fixed on the window. Chung Su felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he turned to the smiling Jiang He. Shout he, you surely can't. I can. It's quite simple. I learned it in just one glance. Jiang He replied with a cheerful grin. Chung Su could no longer contain his frustration. Why was it that everyone else had learned, yet he remained in the dark? Determined, he fixed his gaze on Yu's movements. This time, I must learn. I won't give up until I do. Yin An observed Chung Su's fervent determination and recalled the system's earlier remark about his average intelligence. She silently shook her head. It seemed the system had not misjudged him. Soon, the helicopter arrived in Harbin City, the horizon beginning to lighten. However, the vast expanse of the continent remained shrouded in a bluish-gray night. The post-apocalyptic city appeared particularly fragmented under such hues. Yet compared to the desolation of City M, Harbin still boasted a significant number of survivors. At this hour, one could still faintly observe some supernatural beings traversing the streets. Having been away for just a day or two, Jiang he felt a twinge of nostalgia for the city. As her gaze drifted over the urban landscape below, she sighed softly. Yin An's attention was caught by a commercial area encircled by large trucks. Her eyes brightened. The safe zone of Harbin City. Everyone turned to look. There, in the city center, dozens of large trucks of various sizes were parked within a commercial district. At the heart of the trucks lay a bustling street and commercial buildings, reminiscent of the safe zone in City M, albeit significantly larger in scale. There are so many people, Chung Su observed carefully, and it seems most of them are not from a national base. Yin glanced at her watch. There was still a day left until this safe zone would be purged by Liu Qi and his men. For now, this territory was under the control of 4 major factions: the Stubborn Gang, the Axe Gang, the Titan Squad, and the Vengeance Alliance. Their names were rather juvenile, yet their actions were notably ruthless. These 4 groups had banded together for profit, recruiting only supernatural beings and resorting to any means necessary to acquire resources. Besides plundering supplies, they had also repeatedly vilified the national base, stealing its resources. This so-called safe zone was, in fact, their creation, ostensibly a place for mutual support in the apocalypse. But in reality, it served as a crucial venue for trade and indoctrination. They barred members of a national base from entry, allowing only a few outsiders. Each of these 4 factions had a leader, individuals who held vital information and acted as intermediaries for dealings between various forces. Capturing one of these leaders would reveal essential internal details about the factions, including hideouts, organizational structures, and leader identities. Since this situation had only recently developed, mutual trust among the factions was still shallow, making it an opportune moment for a crackdown. In her previous life, she had been part of Liu Qi's team, tasked with purging the safe zone. The mission had been far from satisfactory. They had captured 3 key leaders, only to later discover that these individuals were not the true leaders at all. The real masterminds had escaped. Following this incident, the factions had become increasingly cautious, laying low in the turbulent Harbin City while continuing their resource plundering and competition against the national base, which had drained considerable manpower, resources, and time from the latter. Now, with time on their side, it was ideal for them to investigate the faction's true nature and uncover the real leaders. Yin An contemplated this and calmly stated, "Land nearby. We should go take a look." Rinyu immediately maneuvered the helicopter to a gentle descent. The group alighted on the rooftop of a tall building not far away and proceeded toward the safe zone. Before they could approach, Chung Su and his companions witnessed several men atop a large truck, armed and pursuing others in a violent frenzy. "This place doesn't seem safe," Rinyu remarked, filled with caution. "It's not unusual for a safe zone to be unsafe," Yin An replied nonchalantly, striding confidently toward the so-called safe area. The detection protocols in Harbin City differed from those in City M. As Yin An and her companions navigated over the towering trucks, they were abruptly intercepted by a group of men. Some bore weapons while others were ragged and scarred, each exuding an intimidating presence. "What brings you here?" demanded a man wielding an axe, sizing up Yin An. His dismissive gaze lingered on her chest and hips, revealing a hint of lewdness. Yin An glanced behind him at the bustling street, where others were eyeing her group, clearly in league with these men. She lowered her gaze, exuding an air of languid indifference. "We're with the Stubborn Gang." At that moment, the names of the various factions were only known to their internal members. By uttering those 3 words, Yin An effectively allayed much of the men's wariness. The man with the axe immediately withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and frowned, fixating on Yin An's eyes. "Aren't you here to loot today?" Fortunately, Yin An was well-versed in the internal vernacular after numerous confrontations with these 4 factions in her past life. She positioned herself casually, adopting a streetwise demeanor. "We've got a big catch. Be smart and don't ask too many questions." With a fierce glint in her eyes, she intimidated the man, causing him to falter. The group of men immediately ceased their inquiries, standing respectfully to allow Yin An and her companions to pass. Chung Su and the others mirrored Yin An's attitude, adopting a similarly nonchalant demeanor as they entered. Upon witnessing Yin An's group being granted passage, the other individuals on the street quickly understood the situation and resumed their activities, no longer scrutinizing Yin An and her companions. Nearby, in a 17-story building, Commander Liu observed the figures of Yin An and her companions intently, his dark eyes fathoming. They've acted sooner than expected. Wang Zheng, take your 5 subordinates and execute the operation now. Yes, Commander, replied a man adorned with a silver badge, rallying his comrades to change into civilian attire. Commander, isn't the operation scheduled for tomorrow? Inquired a gentle female voice. Standing beside Commander Liu was a striking young woman clad in a pink top and a white skirt. We need not wait until tomorrow. The opportunity is ripe, and we have sufficient personnel. Let us act swiftly, Commander Liu said, his gaze fixed on Yin An's group below. Everyone, be prepared to move at a moment's notice and descend in batches. Understood. Instantly, dozens of soldiers in the room began to mobilize, followed closely by 2 teams of supernatural beings, the Sun Squad, led by Ding Long and Ding Ling, and the newly established Jishur Squad, whose leader was the beautiful young woman, Xiao Chunhua, who had just spoken. Sister Nuo, you're truly impressive. Not only are you stunningly beautiful, but you're also exceptionally capable. It's rare for a supernatural team to have a female captain. As Ding Ling accompanied Xiao Chunhua downwards, she lavished her with praise. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Xiao Chunhua. In response, Xiao Chunhua merely smiled gently, saying, Ling Ling, your words are truly sweet. I still have much to learn compared to someone as formidable as Commander Liu. Ding Ling shook her head, clutching the chocolate candies Xiao Chunhua had given her. You are already remarkable. Why be so modest? Within just 2 days, you've surged into the top 5 of the contribution leaderboard. We all admire you. The 4 boys behind Xiao Chunhua listened to Ding Ling's compliments, their faces brimming with pride. Our captain is indeed exceptional. Ha. Xiao Chunhua lowered her head, smiling softly, yet a shadow of unshakable concern lingered in her eyes. I wonder why Commander Liu chose to act ahead of schedule. Isn't it quite normal? The timing must be right. Although it was mentioned that tomorrow he would bring 4 teams of ability users along with over 20 soldiers. Today the number of troops has increased significantly, and the total personnel is sufficient. Her teammates behind her seemed unconcerned. Xiao Chunhua smiled without responding. Sister No, don't overthink it. Commander Liu's decisions are always sound. Chapter 73. 2 days apart feels like 3 autumns. Yin An strolled through the streets, entering the largest trading market with an air of familiarity, as if returning home. The guards outside dared not question her and her companions, allowing them to pass without hesitation. Inside the bustling market, throngs of people gathered in various groups, participating in a multitude of activities. The most crowded area featured a small platform where a man with yellow hair stood, delivering a fervent speech. His eloquence bore the hallmarks of a charismatic cult leader. Let me tell you, this national base is utterly incompetent, recruiting a horde of useless individuals without abilities, and then relying on the military and those with powers to sustain them. I ask you, as empowered individuals, would you willingly work for them? No. The crowd erupted in uproar. Our organization here only accepts those with abilities. Everyone has the capacity to gather resources, and we share them equally. That is true fairness. As the yellow-haired man spoke, hands shot up in the air. I want to join. I want to join too. Chung Su and the others realized that this safe zone was, in fact, a stronghold of anti-national forces. Exactly. Survival of the fittest. In this era, only those endowed with abilities deserve to live. The cacophony grew louder, and the yellow-haired man, observing the crowd, wore an increasingly audacious grin. Last night, I raided a supply team from a national base. I told them, if they wanted to survive, they must come to us, for the national base is doomed. Indeed, it is doomed. Ha, well done. Yin An waved to the yellow-haired man on the platform. He hesitated for a moment, then descended with a feigned impatience. What is it? Yin An gestured to her forehead with her index finger. The yellow-haired man's irritation vanished instantly, replaced by wariness as he scanned her. Your affiliation. Yin An remained silent, but formed another hand signal, a gesture unique to the Taihu group, known only to its higher-ups. The yellow-haired man relaxed slightly, his tone softening. Follow me. He led the way deeper into the market, Yin An trailing leisurely behind. What is it you're after? He inquired. A big catch. Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired man turned with a mocking smile. What? You think you won't share if there's a substantial reward? The risk is too great. If you perish, you'll take us down with you. Yin An replied ominously, and the yellow-haired man's demeanor shifted, his vigilance diminishing further, now that aligns with your Taihu group style. With that, he strode confidently ahead, and Yin An followed, her expression stoic. They arrived at the entrance of a warehouse, where 3 men stood guard, their eyes alert. The yellow-haired man nodded to them before opening the door, revealing a dozen men inside, each displaying a range of expressions. The Taihu group claims to have a big catch, the yellow-haired man declared. A few individuals stepped forward, led by 3 men who approached Yin An. Greetings, we are the leaders here. Yin An scrutinized their faces, recognizing them as the false leaders captured in her previous life. Her gaze turned icy as she pivoted to leave. Let's go. Her abrupt departure startled the yellow-haired man, who realized the Taihu group was the most powerful faction in their safe zone and not to be trifled with. He rushed to block her path. Apologies. We were merely cautious. We've received news that the national base seems to be watching us, and you are unfamiliar faces. Yin An's cold stare pierced through him. My leader has informed me of her leader's descriptions. Are you mocking me? Just then, the 3 false leaders emerged from the crowd, offering hurried apologies. We meant no offense. It was all a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this calmly. We've met before, haven't we? Previously, it was a Tan who communicated with us. Despite their attempts to placate her, Yin An remained unfazed. She surveyed the crowd coolly. I'm quite displeased. For this fishing expedition, you must match our numbers. However, the Taihu group will take 50% of the supplies. The remaining 50% is for you 3 to divide among yourselves. The 3 leaders exchanged glances, calculating. That depends on the size of the catch. If it's too perilous, we might hesitate. Yin An scoffed, about to retort, when a man rushed in, breathless. Upon seeing Yin An and her group, he spoke only after receiving a nod from the yellow-haired man. There are suspected national base personnel approaching. The yellow-haired man narrowed his eyes, exchanging glances with the 3 leaders before asking, Where? Over there. The man pointed to a few men at the entrance of the trading market. The yellow-haired man squinted, scrutinizing them for several seconds before scoffing. One of the leaders sneered, Just some cops. I've dealt with law enforcement before. I've faced hundreds. I can spot military personnel in a crowd. These individuals think they can disguise themselves and fool us. How laughable. Don't kill them yet, in case their main force is following. Let us keep them as hostages. Everyone else, retreat. With that, they gestured to Yin An and her companions before dashing into the warehouse. Yin An quickly followed them inside. At that moment, Wang Zheng and the others were also brought in, and the yellow-haired man feigned friendliness, engaging in conversation while pretending to trust them, introducing the fake leaders. Yin An followed closely, bewildered. In her previous life, the operation was scheduled for the following day. At that time, Liu Qingqing had recruited 4 teams to undertake the mission, of which she was a part. Why they arrived a day early? National base personnel, in military uniforms. Quick retreat. Suddenly, deafening gunfire and cries erupted outside. The yellow-haired man and others attempted to seize Wang Zheng and the others. The 3 false leaders turned and fled, while Wang Zheng fought valiantly to break free from their grasp and tackle them down. A fierce battle ensued between several soldiers and the yellow-haired man. Meanwhile, the true leaders hastily led Yin An and her group to a wall inside the warehouse, searching for a hidden door while cursing. Damn it. These national base people have really come knocking. In this day and age, they still have the energy to meddle with us instead of gathering resources. Cursing, he opened the door and turned to Yin An and the others. Hurry, your Taihu Group S members are not here today. Consider yourselves fortunate. We, however, face potential losses of many brothers. Yin An's expression turned cold as she kicked him away. The man was caught off guard and fell to the ground, letting out a cry of pain. Ouch. Song Yin slammed the door shut, while Chung Su and the others swiftly subdued the 3 leaders. All 3 possessed abilities, and in their panic, they swung wildly and unleashed their powers. However, under the overwhelming combat prowess of Chung Su and his companions, they were quickly overpowered and bound. Yin An approached the warehouse entrance, where the yellow-haired man and his cohorts had managed to capture Wang Zheng and the others through sheer numbers. Unaware of the turmoil unfolding in the dim depths of the warehouse, he regarded Yin An, who emerged alone, with confusion. Why haven't you retreated? Have they withdrawn? At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted as the previously shut trading market doors were forcefully kicked open. Liu Qi, shrouded in light, burst into the dim marketplace, wielding a Gatling gun. In an instant, the dawn's radiance seeped through his form, illuminating every wretched soul lurking within. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire resonated throughout the bustling market. Instinctively, everyone ducked and shielded their heads, and a profound silence enveloped the area. In the face of such weaponry, even those who felt empowered by their awakened abilities were jolted back to their primal fear of death. "Let our brother go, or your comrade will perish," shouted the blonde-haired man, brandishing a knife menacingly at Wang Zheng's throat, his eyes reflecting a desperate resolve for mutual destruction. Liu Qi remained unresponsive. He merely seized the sniper rifle from the soldier behind him, aiming it silently at the blonde. Clearly flustered, the man began to tremble, stammering, "If you dare make a move, I will, bang." Before he could finish, a bullet pierced through his skull. As blood splattered, he collapsed to the ground, leaving the others momentarily stunned. Having followed these factions in their misdeeds, they had long become like rats scurrying through the sewers, fervently echoing the baseless claims of their nation's stronghold. The sight of their leader being shot dead snapped them back to reality, rendering them frozen and helpless. Yin An unleashed her powers, swiftly neutralizing the remaining foes before unbinding Wang Zheng and his companions. Grateful, Wang Zheng repeatedly expressed his thanks. "Thank you, thank you." Liu Qi approached with purposeful strides. He regarded Yin and but spoke not a word. Eagerly, Wang Zheng pointed to the corner where 3 men huddled, heads clutched in fear. "Commander, it's these 3. They're the ones in charge here." The trembling figures looked up, visibly terrified. Liu Qi cast a glance at them and nodded. "Take them back to the base. Chung Su, bring the others here," Yin instructed calmly. Liu Qi turned to her, and behind her, Chung Su and his companions emerged from the shadows, escorting the 3 panicked men, bound tightly and bearing bruises. Yin lifted her chin slightly. "These 3 are the true leaders." Wang Zheng and the others were taken aback. The onlookers crouching in despair around them were similarly stunned at the revelation of their leaders' identities. Liu Qi surveyed their expressions, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation. "Bring them all back to the base," he commanded before approaching Yin. "Have you completed the SS-level mission?" Yin nodded yes. "Your assistance was invaluable. As a squad in the base's Special Operations Division, it is our duty," she replied in an official manner. Liu Qi's gaze bore into her, a darkness unfathomable reflected in his eyes. In the past 2 days at the base, his thoughts had wandered to her absence, and each time he passed the mission area, he would check the contribution leaderboard. He could scarcely discern whether his concerns stemmed from the completion of the SS-level mission or from a deeper, more personal yearning. Conflicted emotions swirled within him, his throat stirred, and his lips parted as if to speak. Ultimately, only 3 words escaped, very impressive. Chapter 74. You'd better not be falling for her, Commander. Everything outside has been taken care of. A gentle female voice floated over. Yin turned to see. As expected, it was Xiao Chunhua, followed by her teammates and members of the Sun Team. Yin had some impression of her. She excelled at winning people's hearts and gaining their favor for her own purposes. Externally gentle and unassuming, she was, in reality, deeply ambitious and cunning. Moreover, she harbored feelings for Liu Qi upon noticing Yin. Xiao Chunhua smiled and nodded, her eyes discreetly appraising Yin and her companions. Yin chose to ignore her. Liu Qi surveyed the entire trading market and conferred with his aide before addressing the 3rd team of ability users, saying, "You may all return. The military will handle the aftermath here." Afterward, he turned to Yin, asking, "What mode of transportation did you use this time?" Recalling the helicopter that had been stored in her space, Yin replied, nonchalantly, "We found a car by the roadside." Liu Qi nodded. "Then you can ride back with my vehicle." Ding Ling, hearing Liu Qi's words, looked incredulous. Once Yin and her group had moved a distance away, she immediately turned to Xiao Chua exclaiming in frustration, "Sister Nua, why does the commander treat the captain of Nansheng team so differently?" Xiao Chenhua's gentle smile faltered, revealing a hint of irritation in her eyes as she replied, "Why do you say so differently? The captain of Qinghe team, Bai Jinghe, ignores me completely, yet he shows her great respect and even calls her boss." Ding Ling felt a wave of grievance wash over her, recalling Bai Jinghe's cold demeanor towards her. Xiao Chenhua could no longer maintain her soft smile, her face darkening as she watched Yin An's group depart. After a moment of silence, she said, "Let us go. We must catch up with the main force and return to the base." Once in Liu Qi's vehicle, several soldiers escorted the responsible individuals onto the car, and the convoy proceeded towards the base in an orderly manner. "What a strange day it is. It hasn't rained in half a month. So dry," remarked a soldier in the driver's seat. Liu Qi, sitting in the passenger seat, replied coolly, "The weather is abnormal now. It will likely worsen in the future." He then glanced at Yin and in the rearview mirror, asking, "How did you end up in the safe zone?" With an impassive expression, Yin replied, "I noticed a few menacing individuals lurking around, so I followed them in." Liu Qi nodded. "You have made significant contributions this time. There are 4 factions involved, which formed 10 days ago and have already looted quite a bit of our base's supplies." Yin was well aware of these developments. This time, she had altered the narrative by capturing key personnel, which would facilitate the national base's efforts against those 4 factions. Nevertheless, she politely responded, "That is truly excessive." Liu Qi remained silent for a moment before saying, "Many people are reluctant to come to the national base. Instead, they operate independently outside, leading to a tangled web of forces. You must exercise caution while undertaking missions in the field." "Understood," Ina nodded, falling into silence. She was acutely aware that the apocalypse was on the verge of descending into chaos. Various organizations and teams were beginning to form, competing and collaborating with one another, all in a ruthless scramble for resources. Some audacious individuals had even begun to extend their reach toward the national base. The 4 factions this time were merely the beginning. The convoy soon arrived at the base, where Su Liang and several soldiers were already waiting at the gate. As soon as they spotted Liu Qi returning, they approached him, saying, "Commander, the deputy minister requests your presence." Upon noticing Yin An, Su Liang's eyes lit up. "Captain Nansheng, you have finally appeared. The deputy minister was looking for you yesterday. You should go see him." "All right." Yin An handed her backpack containing the SS-level mission materials to Cheng Su and the others before following Liu Qi toward the command center. "I heard you joined the elite unit." Liu Qi's deep voice came from ahead. Yin An paused in surprise, playing coy. "How does Commander Liu know?" Liu Qi said nothing, but the image of Gu Su's smug face from yesterday quickened his pace. Yin An sensed his discontent and followed silently, internally cursing. Wasn't it absurd? They were all men in their 20s, nearing 30. Why did they still act like children fighting over attention? In the command center, Gu Su, who was discussing matters with several high-ranking officials, spotted Liu Qi and Yin An approaching from a distance. He dismissed the others, looking at Liu Qi leisurely. "I wondered where my elite troops were yesterday. Turns out they were being enslaved by Commander Liu." Yin An expected Liu Qi to deny it, but instead, he coldly replied, "Those under my command naturally stay with me." Gu Su fell silent for a moment before asking, "How did the operation go?" Liu Qi cast a glance at Yin An. "Captain Nansheng has made significant contributions, capturing 3 key personnel for interrogation." "Good, just as expected from my elite troops." Yin An. Liu Qi's expression darkened. Gu Su, sensing the moment, shifted to a serious tone. "Interrogate them thoroughly, uncover their hideouts, and reclaim all the supplies." Realizing they were delving into critical matters, Yin An turned and stepped outside, choosing to avoid involvement. After all, she was not part of the upper echelons, and it was inappropriate for her to intrude too much into their discussions. However, her keen hearing allowed her to catch snippets of their conversation within. The dialogue fell well within her expectations. In her previous life, it had been the same. Gu Su was decisive and ruthless, while Liu Qi favored diplomacy and consolidation. Although both were soldiers, they could not abandon the lives of ordinary people at the onset of the apocalypse. Yet, as the apocalypse progressed, their approaches would increasingly diverge. For instance, regarding the current factions, Gu Su believed in annihilating them to seize resources, while Liu Qi aimed to assimilate them, prioritizing the safety of innocent ability users. It was difficult for Yin An to determine who was more right or wrong. After all, she was the most cold-blooded and ruthless of them all. After about 15 minutes, the two emerged from their discussion, and Gu Su looked at Yin An, asking, "Why did you avoid us?" "It is not appropriate for me to participate in matters concerning the deputy minister and the commander," Yin An replied coolly. "You need not avoid us next time," Gu Su said, then turned to Liu Qi. "Recently, you have many external matters to handle, and the Research Institute has made significant discoveries. You need manpower. I'll temporarily assign the captain of Nansheng team to you." He adopted a generous demeanor. Liu Qi was at a loss for words. Ignoring Gu Su, he turned to Yin An and quietly said, "Let us go. I'll take you to see the Research Institute." Yin An nodded, following Liu Qi as they departed. Gu Su watched their retreating figures, his expression inscrutable. "Liu Qi, I hope you are not developing feelings." In recent days, researchers at the Institute have discovered minuscule crystalline structures within the craniums of zombies, which they've designated as crystal cores. These cores contain a form of energy that can be absorbed by the human body. As Liu Qi walked, he remarked to Yin An, "This significant discovery is largely attributed to Lin Feng, the researcher you recommended." Yin An nodded, feigning surprise. "It's astounding that such remarkable crystals exist within the minds of zombies." "Indeed," Liu Qi replied, "and I understand there have been further advancements in the research today." As he spoke, they entered the Institute's building. Upon spotting Liu Qi, two researchers approached to escort them, leading them through a labyrinth of crowded laboratories and academic rooms to the innermost secure research hall. A group of senior researchers, their hair streaked with gray, were engaged in fervent discussion. At the center of the group stood Lin Feng. Upon noticing Liu Qi, they ceased their debate. "Commander Liu," they greeted him. The most seasoned of the researchers, with a wealth of experience etched on his face, drew Lin Feng forward. "Commander, your arrival is opportune. We've just achieved a new breakthrough." He then nudged Lin Feng forward. "Let our promising young Dr. Lin deliver the report." It was evident that Lin Feng was held in high regard by all present. Lin Feng, visibly flattered, first addressed Yin An respectfully, "Captain." He then turned to Liu Qi. "Commander Liu, we've discovered that crystal cores can enhance abilities." He gestured to the dozens of cores on the table. "These are the cores that the base's troops managed to extract today. We currently have 78. We've invited several ability users to attempt to upgrade their powers, but none have succeeded." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng adjusted his glasses. "We conservatively estimate that the number of cores may be insufficient, and the energy hasn't reached the peak required for upgrading." Liu Qi nodded. "I will arrange for additional personnel to extract more cores as soon as possible." Just then, a soldier burst in. "Commander! Commander! It seems the news of the crystal cores has been leaked, and people outside are frantically vying for them, with even many inside joining the fray." In the next instant, the walkie-talkie on Liu Qi's waist crackled to life, and an urgent voice transmitted, "Commander, ability users are currently excavating crystal cores from zombie hordes outside the base, and no one is collecting supplies." Liu Qi glanced at Yin An. "You should return to rest." He then strode out. "Notify all troops to assemble immediately." Lin Feng's eyes behind his glasses betrayed his anxiety. "Captain, please be careful." Yin An glanced at Lin Feng and nodded. "We'll be fine. Take care of yourself." She then dashed out. Chaos reigned outside, with troops rushing towards the perimeter. Yin An could even hear the clamor of people vying for the cores outside the base. She swiftly returned to the Special Operations Zone, where Chung Su and the others were already waiting on the first floor. Xiao Rui rushed up to Yin and embraced her. "Sister Sheng." Yin An patted Xiao Rui's head and addressed the others. "Rest while you can. News of the crystal cores has leaked, and the ability users outside are in a frenzy. The next few days will be chaotic." Chung Su and the others immediately obeyed and went upstairs to rest. Yin An returned to her room, slipped into her dimension, took a hot shower, and then went to the dressing room to select a combat suit. The dressing room in the Dimensions villa had a dedicated combat suit area, filled with hundreds of suits of various styles, all made of top-tier materials. After selecting a fresh mask, Yin An rose after only 4 hours of sleep. She gazed at the 250 level 2 crystal cores within her dimension, all accumulated in the past few days. She had collected them wherever she went, including from the zombie piles outside the base, scavenging every time she passed. Yin An placed her hand on the pile of level 2 crystal cores. In the next instant, her light ability successfully ascended to level 3. Yin An conjured a beam of light in her palm and directed it towards the ground within the dimension. The beam, like a laser, seared a deep furrow into the ground with intense heat. Yin An's eyes lit up, and she experimented for another half hour, manipulating the light into various shapes and exploring the energy of her light ability as much as possible. However, the space and conditions were too limited. To better master her abilities, she needed to engage in real combat. Yin An slipped out of the dimension and went downstairs, where Cheng-Su and the others were already waiting. Her teammates were always considerate and efficient, consistently anticipating her needs. Yin An placed 100 level 2 crystal cores on the table. My abilities have all been upgraded to level 3. All subsequent level 2 crystal cores will be used to upgrade your abilities. This is the current supply. She then looked at the 4 of them. Distribute them among yourselves. Cheng-Su looked at Jiang He and Song Yin and laughed. Ladies first. Yes, ladies first. Rinyu also gallantly offered his concession. Sister Yin, you should upgrade first. Your ice ability is incredibly powerful. Jiang He looked at Yin An with a beaming smile, her eyes filled with admiration and sincerity. Song Yin was taken aback. She glanced at the 3 of them, her brow furrowed slightly, and a mist of water began to envelop her, blurring her vision. How long had it been? How long had it been since she had experienced such care and consideration? Thank you. Song Yin lowered her head, suppressing the tears in her eyes. She stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the crystal cores on the table, her eyes now devoid of frost, filled with determination. Then I will upgrade to level 3 first. To protect all of you. She reached out her palm, sensing the energy emanating from the pile of crystal cores, which gradually rose and flowed into her palm. Yin An observed this scene, and a piece of her icy heart was stirred. Her teammates had become like family, providing her with a strong sense of security and belonging. She turned and took Xiao Rui into a room to teach her how to upgrade to level 2. Sister Sheng, I've been practicing controlling my abilities at home using the methods you taught me, Xiao Rui said obediently immediately after upgrading her ability. Good, show me, Yin An said. Stepping aside, Xiao Rui's palms surged with a stream of energy, and a deep green gas shot out in a straight line. In the next moment, Xiao Rui retracted it all. Yin An nodded, quite pleased. While it was still far from her expectations, everything had to be done gradually. After all, Rui was still very young. Dusk was approaching. With everything arranged, Yin An led Cheng-Su and the others outside, where almost everyone had gathered outside the base's high walls. Outside the high walls were piles upon piles of rotting, dried-up zombie corpses. All of the ability users were digging through the zombie skulls in search of crystal cores. The troops were divided into 2 groups, one digging for crystal cores and the other dispersed around the perimeter to maintain order, preventing infighting over the cores. Boss, not far from the base's gate, Bai Jinghe saw Yin An and the others approaching. Why are you only coming out now? The base just issued a notice that 100 level 1 crystal cores can be used to upgrade, and now everyone is scrambling for them. So how many have you dug up? Bai Jinghe blinked his handsome eyes and pulled out 2 pitiful-looking crystal cores from his pocket. He sighed softly. It's strange. Many zombies don't have crystal cores in their brains. We've been digging for 4 hours and only found these 2. Yin An nodded. She always collected the crystal cores whenever she passed by the base's gate, so it was no wonder they couldn't find any. He Qi, Zhang Meng, and 2 other men also approached at this time. Behold our new recruits. Zhu Jun, Gu Yi, Bai Jinghe announced. He Qi promptly added, this is our leader, who shall henceforth be our collective superior. Zhu Jun and Gu Yi, taken aback, hastily and respectfully greeted leader. Yin An nodded, stating, carry on with your digging. I shall proceed to excavate near the rear entrance of the base. With a significant glance at Bai Jinghe, she, accompanied by Cheng-Su and a few others, skirted the base's outer wall, heading toward the back entrance. Bai Jinghe instantly grasped Yin An's intent, his eyes gleaming with understanding. He then instructed He Qi and the others to follow. How peculiar, Wu Yin, a team member behind Xiao Chunu, murmured, observing Yin An and her companions. Why would they venture toward the secluded area when there are so many zombies here? Xiao Chunu discarded the empty zombie cranium she held, her gaze fixed on the departing figures of Yin An and Bai Jinghe. She quietly commanded, "Follow them." Chapter 76. One left, one right. Qi Yi and Qi Xian, accompanied by Yin An and the others, made their way to the outskirts. Here, the corpses of the zombies were considerably fewer than those outside the base gate, yet none had been harvested for their cores. Stopping at a location where zombies were more abundant, Yin An raised her head. "This place looks promising. Let us dig." Bai Jinghe, upon hearing this, did not hesitate to swing his blade with all his might at the head of a nearby zombie. His weapon was indeed sharp. With one stroke, the decaying skull was cleaved open, releasing a foul mixture of putrid blood and an unidentified yellow-green liquid, exposing the ghastly white of the brain beneath. It was undeniably disgusting, but for the sake of the cores, everyone bore the repulsion in silence. With gloved hands, Bai Jinghe delved into the zombie's brain matter, stirring through the viscous, pus-laden substance for a moment before extracting a gray crystal no larger than a grain of rice. His previously grim expression brightened instantly, his brows unfurling. "We have a core." The other members of the Qinghe team immediately began their excavation, invigorated by the discovery. Chung Su and the others joined in, while Yin An languidly lagged behind. It was not that she lacked first-level cores. 100 first-level cores could be converted into a single second-level core, making the acquisition of cores inherently advantageous. However, for Yin An, there was no necessity to toil and soil herself for something she could easily obtain with a mere flick of her finger. Yet, their team had to put on a show of harvesting cores in the open. Otherwise, the subsequent display of second-level abilities would undoubtedly raise suspicions. A scene of lifeless zombies devoid of cores alongside a team that had not collected any cores while enhancing their powers was a scenario Yin An dared not contemplate. If someone connected the dots, their team could face severe repercussions. In this apocalypse, cores were more precious than supplies. Thus, for the safety of her entire team, she would not skimp on the performance. At that moment, the Jishur team, led by Xiao Chunu, approached. They observed Chung Su and his companions excavating cores from the zombie skulls, their expressions brimming with delight. "Look here. These zombies have cores." "Wow, Captain, we found cores." Xiao Chunu's eyes sparkled with eagerness as she glanced at Yin and S Group, softly saying, "You dig yours, and we'll dig ours. Let us not interfere with each other." With that, she and her team began severing the heads of the zombies, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters from Yin and S Group. Bai Jinghe and the others remained silent. Although it was evident that the Jishur team had followed them, zombies were not the exclusive property of anyone. Whoever harvested them first claimed them. However, Yin An suddenly set down her weapon and coldly addressed Xiao Chunu. "You following us is one thing, but bringing along so many others is another." Xiao Chunu halted her actions, looking at Yin An in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Yet, she realized that Yin An was gazing behind her. Turning around, Xiao Chunu spotted the Sunlight team and the Haitang team stealthily trailing behind. As darkness deepened, visibility waned. However, with her exceptional eyesight, Yin An discerned the group lurking in the shadowy underbrush. Upon being discovered, Ding Long and his companions awkwardly stepped forward. Ding Long, as the captain, politely explained, "We couldn't find any cores, so we followed you when we saw you heading this way." "Captain, why are you being so courteous to them? Zombies belong to everyone." A man behind Ding Long protested, turning to Yin and with a defiant expression. "As fellow teams from the base, if you can find cores, shouldn't you share with us?" "Exactly. Why are you sneaking around to harvest cores? How selfish." Ding Ling chimed in. The Haitang team, who had originally been following discreetly, felt emboldened by the words of their companions. Right? In this apocalypse, humanity must help one another. If the Nanxing team can find cores, they should share. With this collective mindset, everyone felt justified. "Wait, you have quite the audacity. It's easy to speak of mutual assistance. But would you share cores if you found zombies with cores first?" Jiang He interjected, hands on her hips. "Exactly. Helping each other only applies when one has enough for themselves. We haven't gathered enough cores. Why should we help you?" Qi stepped forward in support of Jiang He. The previously arrogant man behind Ding Long fell silent for a moment, but retorted, "Regardless, we discovered this group of zombies, and we will compete with you for the cores." He then turned to Ding Long. "Captain, be assertive. We have the numbers. Why fear them?" Ding Long glanced at the crowd. Xiao Chino's Jishur team was clearly siding with them. They totaled 3 teams of ability users, 15 individuals, while Yin An's group comprised only 10. Even if they were a formidable team, what did it matter? The base had rules against fighting. If they attempted to seize the cores, no one could touch them. Yin An observed the group with a silent scoff. She subtly moved her fingers, gathering all the cores from the surrounding zombies into her spatial storage. Then, feigning benevolence, she was about to offer the area devoid of cores to the 3 teams when a deep, melodious male voice interjected. "Who says they are few in number?" Accompanied by beams of flashlight, 5 figures emerged. The crowd turned to look. As the brightness of the light was blinding in the darkness, they could not discern the faces of the 5 individuals. However, as they approached, the sharp, chiseled features of Qi Yi came into view. Qi Mei stood protectively in front of Yin An, her gaze filled with hostility towards the 3 opposing teams. Qi Xian remained expressionless behind Yin An, addressing Ding Long and his companions. "Bullying the weak is truly despicable." Qi Yi dimmed the flashlight, surveying Ding Long and his group before turning to Yin An, his dark eyes seemingly inquiring about the situation. Yin An, adopting an indifferent expression, replied, "Oh, it's nothing much. These 3 teams are following us, intending to seize the pile of zombie corpses." Upon hearing this, Qi looked at Ding Long and his group. "Go ahead and try to take them." His words dripped with icy disdain. Instantly, the 3 opposing teams shrank back in fear. Qi Mei brightened at her brother's display of protectiveness over a girl. It was an unexpected revelation. Usually, it was a challenge to coax him into uttering even a few words. "How cool." Ding Long, sensing the shift in dynamics, quickly interjected, "There has been a misunderstanding. We're not here to steal. We merely wish to share with them." The man behind him fell silent, not daring to utter a word. While he was unaware of Yin An's group strength, he had seen the prowess of Qi Yi's team. Their speed in dispatching zombies was swifter than harvesting chives. He dared not provoke them. Song Yin scoffed, "We don't share with trash." With so many zombies surrounding the base, why follow others? Qi Mei followed up with a question, and Ding Long's group found themselves at a loss for words. Xiao Chino's expression darkened significantly. Qi Xian glanced at the surrounding zombies, then turned to Yin An, his tone softening. "You can come with us to dig at the back." At this, Qi Mei promptly nodded at Yin An. The pile of zombies behind was several times larger than the current one, with more cores to be found. However, they refrained from voicing this to avoid inciting a rush from the others. Yin An is the most knowledgeable about where the crystal cores are abundant. She sighed and then feigned reluctance, saying, "Very well, you can have this horde of zombies. Just don't follow us anymore." After speaking, she turned to Qi Xian and the others. "Let us depart." Bai Jinghe, although unaware of Yin An's intentions, was certain that this woman would not easily let those people go. What trick was she playing? The group, led by Ding Long, upon hearing Yin An's words, became animated. "Thank you, Captain Nansheng. You're truly a good person. Everyone, let us dig for crystal cores. Upgrading our abilities is within reach." They followed Qi Yi further back, and after traversing over 100 meters, they encountered a considerable gathering of zombies near the back entrance of the base, where some soldiers were busy extracting crystal cores. "Captain Mei Run, this is the spot. Nearly every zombie's brain contains a crystal core." Upon Qi Mei's remark, Bai Jinghe and the others immediately joined in the excavation. "Thank you, Qi Mei." Yin expressed her gratitude. Although she was aware of the locations of the crystal cores, she felt compelled to acknowledge the kindness of the Winter team, who treated her as one of their own. After exchanging a few words, they all commenced digging for crystal cores together. News of the crystal cores spread rapidly, and the scattered individuals outside the base would soon learn of it. At that time, everyone would vie for the cores, causing their numbers to dwindle. It is essential to note that each person requires 100 cores to upgrade, and the zombies could not supply enough for many. Thus, everyone was racing against time, striving to gather as many cores as possible in the shortest span. Yet, amidst the crowd, There was one exception, Yin An. Her lackadaisical behavior quickly caught the attention of Qi Yi, Qi Xian, Bai Jinghe, and the others. Bai Jinghe, well aware of Yin An's cunning nature, understood that this woman was not his concern. Even in a world on the brink of destruction, she would undoubtedly thrive. If he were to meddle in her affairs, it would be akin to a dog chasing after a rat, an unnecessary distraction. He needed only to look after himself. Contrarily, Qi Yi and Qi Xian perceived the situation differently. They assumed that Yin An might find the zombie brains too repulsive to handle. Thus, mere minutes later, as Yin An pondered on how best to utilize her light-based abilities while idly skimming through the task, two distinctly skeletal hands reached out to her from either side. Simultaneously, the voices of Qi Yi and Qi Xian rang out together. Here, take these. Just as the words fell, both men appeared taken aback. Qi Xian produced a flashlight and shone it across, revealing Qi holding a bundle of crystal cores, extending them towards Yin An. He was momentarily stunned, and Qi Ye's dark eyes dimmed, seemingly unprepared for this unexpected scenario. Chapter 77. The Woman Who Relies on Men. Yin An blinked twice, momentarily at a loss as to how to navigate the current situation. Across from her, Qi Mei, Chun Fei, and Jiang He were left agape at the spectacle before them. Two handsome men simultaneously offering crystal cores. What a dramatic scene this was. In the next moment, Yin An sprang to her feet. I can dig it myself. With that, she brandished an axe and struck down at a pile of zombies. Instantly, 7 or 8 corpses were cleaved in two, their remains scattering amidst a spray of blood. The onlookers were taken aback. While others had struggled to crack open a single skull, the captain of the South Shang team had effortlessly dispatched multiple zombies with one swing. Qi Yi and Qi Xian, witnessing this, retracted their outstretched hands, realizing that she certainly appeared self-sufficient in acquiring crystal cores. What brings you here again? Qi Mei's voice rang out, drawing everyone's gaze to the approaching members of the Sun team. The Sun team, the Ji Shi team, and the Hai Tang team appeared disheveled, their bodies reeking of zombie flesh and blood. Ding Long, leading the group, panted as he addressed Yin An. We weren't tailing you. We just dug up dozens of zombies over there, but not a single one had a crystal core. The expressions of his companions mirrored his frustration. After toiling for nearly 20 minutes, they had yielded nothing. Just then, Bai Jing and a few others extracted gleaming crystal cores from the remains of the zombies, leaving Ding Long's group in disbelief. You must be kidding. How could it be that we find nothing while you do? Zhang Ming questioned, picking up a crystal core from the ground. Right? You must be hiding them and pretending to be pitiful. He chimed in. We haven't seen a single crystal core, protested Su Hui, the captain of the Hai Tang team, a striking young man with an air of grievance. Observing their woeful expressions softened Yin An's heart. The primary instigators were the Sun team, while the Hai Tang and Ji Shi teams were merely following along. Not overly irksome, she pointed to the mound of zombies. Then go ahead and dig. Zombies belong to no one, so you're free to take as many as you wish. Her words instantly elevated her standing in the eyes of the three teams, who expressed their gratitude and began digging eagerly. I found a crystal core. Wow, I see a crystal core. The members of the Hai Tang team and the Ji Shi team erupted in excitement as they successfully unearthed crystal cores. The Sun team, witnessing this, eagerly joined the fray, rummaging through the remains, determined to find their own. However, despite their fervent efforts, they unearthed nothing. Ding Ling, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, We still can't find any. Her gaze fell upon Xiao Chenhua's hands, where a crystal core rested. No, you found one, but I haven't. Xiao Chenhua gently placed her crystal core in her pocket, offering words of encouragement. Keep trying. You'll find one. Our team has already secured some. Ding Ling pouted, incredulous as she glanced at Ding Long and his teammates, who were equally empty-handed. How could you all not find anything when they did? I don't know. They all managed to find some, Ding Long replied, contrasting the jubilant atmosphere of the Hai Tang and Ji Shi teams with the dismal mood of his own group. Damn it. Crap. The man who had previously clashed with Yin and had lost all patience. He stood, kicking a zombie's head away in frustration. To hell with those crystal cores. I'm done digging. Oh dear, someone else in a hurry, Chung Su teased, observing the man as frenzy. his face flushed with anger. The man glared at Cheng Su, fists clenched tightly. "Shuiliang, what are you doing?" "Don't act rashly," Ding Long cautioned, grabbing the man named Shuiliang. "We might just be having a streak of bad luck. Let us keep digging. We'll find something." With that, Ding Long resumed his efforts. Shuiliang, however, continued to hack away at the zombies with evident impatience. His strikes became careless, splattering blood and viscera everywhere. Yet still, no crystal cores appeared. In a fit of rage, he glared at the empty zombie skulls before him, then turned to Yin An's pile of corpses, striding over. "You give that to me," without waiting for her consent. He seized a corpse. Bang! A metal rod swung down sharply, jolting Shuiliang's hand as he winced in pain, causing the zombie head to crash to the ground. Rinyu stood there, iron rod in hand, glaring fiercely at Shuiliang. "Back off." Cheng Su and the others approached, their presence imposing. The members of the Winter team and the Qinghe team paused their activities, seemingly prepared to defend their captain at any cost. Shuiliang stepped back, swallowing hard, his bravado evaporating. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude." Meanwhile, the Hai Tang and Jishir teams were too engrossed in their search for crystal cores to engage in the unfolding conflict. Ding Long pulled Shuiliang aside, reproaching him in a hushed tone. "Do you even think? Don't you realize that the South Shang team is from the Special Operations Zone?" Shuiliang remained silent, fully aware of their status. Yet, the day the commander had taken Yin into the task area, he had harbored a deep-seated belief that her presence in the Special Operations Zone was merely due to her association with the commander. After all, none of the men had managed to gain entry. How could a mere female captain lead a team into the Special Operations Zone? Now, it appeared she had not only ingratiated herself with Commander Liu, but also with the captains of the Qinghe and Winter teams. What an audacious woman! As Shuiliang pondered this, he continued to strike at the zombie skulls with growing ferocity, each blow echoing his pent-up frustration. Chapter 78. A surfeit of fools. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble gently. Everyone halted their actions and gazed towards the depths of the forest, where countless zombies were charging towards them. A horde of zombies. The soldiers shouted, swiftly making their way back to the base. "Quick! Alert the others! The zombie wave is upon us!" "Retreat!" Yin An commanded, immediately heading back to the base, with Cheng Su and others following closely behind. Bang! At that moment, the back door was forcefully slammed shut and locked. "What are you doing? Why do you shut the door?" Several soldiers shouted in protest. Behind the iron gate stood dozens of powerless individuals, their faces etched with panic. "The zombies are here. We must close the door. If we don't do it now, it will be too late," they cried. "Indeed," the soldiers retorted angrily. "We have yet to enter, and there are still several teams of ability users outside. Can't you see?" Yet, the crowd inside seemed deaf to their pleas, showing no intention of opening the door. The leader, a man in his 40s or 50s, shouted sternly, "Last time, when the virus outbreak occurred internally, my wife perished, and none of you came to our aid. You are of no use." Others echoed his sentiments, recalling the recent traumatic events of the internal outbreak. "Yes, during the last zombie virus outbreak. You locked us inside to await our demise. Are our lives not valuable? So many of us died, yet your lives are deemed precious?" Their voices of accusation grew louder, and the zombie horde closed in. Leading the charge were several second-tier speed-type mutated zombies. Although Yin An and her companions were infuriated by the selfishness of those inside the Iron Gate, there was no time to argue. The zombies were upon them, and all ability users and soldiers banded together to confront the encroaching horde. For Yin An, Cheng Su, and their group, the zombie wave posed little threat, particularly with several soldiers and 5 other ability user teams present. However, for weaker teams, such as the Liu team and the Hai Tang team, this onslaught was formidable. The members of the Liu team lacked combat prowess, but were cunning, pushing themselves towards the back of the crowd. Su Yang, in particular, was stealthily retreating when he spotted Yin An calmly standing behind Cheng Su and the others. This only bolstered his conviction. This woman must be incompetent, relying solely on men. "Don't hide behind me. Fight like a man," he sneered. Irritated by Su Yang's intrusion, He shoved him aside, venting his frustrations. Su Yang, now embarrassed, redirected his ire towards Yin An. Is the captain of the Nanshang team only capable of clinging to men? If you have any skills, don't hide at the back. As Song Yin swung her weapon at the zombies, she turned and slapped Su Liang across the face. Smack! The blow left him seeing stars. Bai Jing, exasperated, scolded Su Liang. Nonsense. I am the one clinging to her. Qi Yi and Qi Xian exchanged glances with Bai Jing, their expressions varying. Yes, we are all clinging to her, He declared, slicing at a nearby zombie. Fools abound. Jiang He shook his head, clearly exasperated. Cheng Su delivered a kick to Su Liang, sending him tumbling into the midst of the zombies. Yin An raised an eyebrow. Remarkably, without her intervention, her companions had voiced her thoughts and acted on her intentions. How commendable! As Su Liang plunged into the horde, he became the prime target for the ravenous zombies. Su Liang, Ding Long and others shouted, but soon his figure vanished, leaving only the cacophony of growling zombies in his wake. Ah, a monster! Suddenly, a girl's scream pierced the air. From atop the pile of zombies, several mutated zombies crawled forth. They moved with spider-like agility, utilizing their limbs to traverse with remarkable speed. Yin An narrowed her eyes. These were quadrupedal, mutated zombies. Their defining feature was their altered mode of locomotion, enabling rapid climbing and movement on all fours. The quadrupedal zombies quickly descended from the horde, leaping into the crowd. Now, not only did the group have to contend with the zombie wave, but they also faced the onslaught of these aerial mutants. Cheng Su and his companions formed a protective circle against the zombies. However, the other teams were not as fortunate. One ability user from the Haitang team had already been bitten to death by a zombie. Following Su Liang's demise, another member of the Liu team met the same fate. With the ongoing battle, everyone's abilities were rapidly depleting, rendering them unable to withstand much longer. Open the door, Qi Mei shouted at the crowd behind the gate. A girl from the Haitang team nearly begged, please let us in. Yin An observed the faces of those behind the door, each one indifferent. These people were truly worse than beasts. The national base supported them. The soldiers protected them. The ability users fought valiantly against the zombies, sweating and bleeding. Yet, they remained so selfish and ungrateful. It was infuriating. Without a walkie-talkie, they could not contact for help. One soldier lamented, and just then, a quadrupedal mutated zombie pounced down upon him, ready to take a bite. Whoosh! Yin An's dart struck the zombie's skull, just in time. The creature's head exploded into a shower of brain matter and blood. The soldier, regaining his senses, quickly kicked the zombie away, turning to Yin An with gratitude. Thank you. If it hadn't been for her timely intervention, he would have surely met his end. Chapter 79. The darkness of human hearts, we must find a way to unlock the Iron Gate. I would like to inquire, if I go in to open it and am stopped by these individuals, am I permitted to take action? Yin An asked softly. After all, there are regulations at the national base prohibiting harm to others within the premises. A few soldiers were momentarily taken aback. Captain Nansheng, you can enter? Yin An glanced up at the towering 5-meter wall. Yes. The soldiers' faces brightened with hope as they exchanged glances. If the commander were to learn of their actions, he would undoubtedly expel them all. They no longer deserved to be part of our base. Indeed, if the deputy minister found out, he might even order a massacre. Brothers, we didn't bring our guns this time. Otherwise, we would have acted already. Yin An nodded, understanding their sentiments, and directed her gaze at the high wall. She no longer cared about revealing her abilities. Her sole focus was to open the Iron Gate and ensure her team a safe entry. With a swift motion, Yin An extended her arm, and a silver grappling hook shot upward, embedding itself in the wall. Tighten. In an instant, Yin An soared upwards. Qi Yi and the others looked up in concern. Boss, please be careful. Cheng Su and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. Yin An effortlessly climbed the wall. Those inside the Iron Gate were taken aback by her ascent. Look, that girl somehow made it up there. She wouldn't dare come down to open the gate, would she? If she does, the zombies will swarm in. As the crowd gasped, more and more people from the internal camp were drawn to the commotion. Yin An looked down at the gathering crowd, her voice devoid of emotion. Those who are wise enough to step aside now will save their lives. However, the crowd below disregarded her words entirely. What could a mere girl possibly do? Just you? The base has rules against killing. We will not back down. Can you kill us? The crowd's anger flared, and some even hurled stones at her. You are truly going too far. Chung Su and the others were furious. The soldiers sternly warned, your actions are serious. When a main force discovers this, you will all be expelled. I advise you to cease immediately. Yet upon hearing the soldiers, the crowd became even more frenzied. Then if you all die, no one will know what happened. Yes, let them all perish. We must ensure they die, or we will be expelled. With that, they began throwing stones at Chung Su and the others outside the gate. The ability users, who were already tasked with dealing with the zombie horde, found it increasingly difficult to manage the chaos stirred by the crowd inside the gate. Yin An observed the growing throng below. Just over 30 meters ahead lay the internal entrance, crowded with ordinary people without abilities, all gazing on in fear of the zombies. Behind the iron gate, over 100 individuals had gathered, clamoring to prevent the door from being opened. With a swift turn, Yin An plunged a dagger into the wall for leverage and slid down, leaping from a height of over 2 meters. Upon landing, the crowd eyed her warily, and the leading man shouted, "If you approach, we will retaliate." Yin An, now devoid of patience, decided to reveal her light-based abilities. A radiant golden glow enveloped her as she charged into the crowd. "Stop her!" someone shouted. She struck one with a powerful punch, sending him flying, and kicked another aside. In the next moment, she unleashed a blade of light, instantly dispatching several men in her path. Witnessing the deaths, fear rippled through the crowd. Yet, some became even more reckless, brandishing makeshift weapons and closing in on her. Yin An's light-based abilities rendered her impervious to blades and bullets. But with so many obstructing her, she found herself unable to advance. Outside, Chung Su and the others were in a state of anxiety. "Find a way to get me up there. I will help the boss." Song Yin's urgent voice rang out. "Our team will provide cover," Chi added. After a brief discussion, the members of the winter team encircled Chung Su and the others, holding back the zombies. Chung Su and Rin Yu crouched on the ground, creating a base for Jiang He to step on. Song Yin then climbed atop them. Meanwhile, inside the iron gate, Yin was in a frenzy. Her lightning abilities erupted, intertwining with countless blades of light, carving a bloody path. She sprinted towards the lock of the iron gate. "I will kill you." Several men brandishing kitchen knives charged at her from within. Thud! A long blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a chilling gust. All the men fell to the ground. Yin glanced at Song Yin, who had joined the fray, feeling a sense of relief. She then concentrated all her strength on the iron lock, striking it again and again. Her palms tingled with pain, blood trickling from her hands. Yin dared not pause. She had to rescue her teammates. Meanwhile, Song Yin stood behind her, fending off anyone attempting to impede her progress. Outside the iron gate, Ding Ling was bitten on the neck by a zombie. She clutched Ding Long's hand desperately, her bloodshot eyes filled with despair. Ding Long trembled, but could only relinquish his sister. "I will end your suffering quickly." With that, Ding Long struck down Ding Ling, sparing her further pain. Moreover, a member of the Jishur team had also perished. The new member of the Qinghe team, Gu Yi, succumbed to exhaustion and was overwhelmed by a zombie. Despair, fatigue, helplessness, resentment. Outside the iron gate, the ability users and soldiers were exhausted. Inside, the selfish crowd frantically obstructed Yin and Song Yin from opening the gate. In the dim darkness of the night, the unseen horde of zombies thirsted for blood. The depths of human hearts were equally murky and vile. Clang! With one final strike, the iron lock shattered. Yin swiftly swung open the gate, and everyone immediately rushed inside. As soon as Chung Su and the others entered, they coordinated to shut the iron gate. However, over 30 zombies had already breached the entrance. This time, no one attempted to eliminate the zombies. Everyone instinctively retreated, watching as the zombies charged toward those who had just impeded Yin and Song Yin. "The zombies are here. Run!" Everyone hurried towards the interior. At that moment, the entrance door was swiftly closed from within. The crowd of around 100 individuals inside was now locked out, watching in despair as the approaching zombies overwhelmed them, one after another falling victim to the horde. Chapter 80. Do you like her too? Qi gazed at Yin An's bleeding hand and immediately rummaged through his pocket for a handkerchief. Your hand is bleeding. Allow me to bandage it for you. Qi Xian had already stepped forward, tearing a clean corner from his shirt to approach Yin and examined her wound, knowing it would heal swiftly as she possessed healing abilities. Just as she was about to decline, the system's voice unexpectedly chimed in. Agree. The voice carried a hint of excitement, as if relishing the unfolding drama. Yin hesitated, then extended her hand. Qi Xian gently held her hand, meticulously wrapping it, as if afraid that even a slight pressure might cause her pain. Qi silently withdrew his hand, his expression unchanging, though a sense of desolation lingered in his eyes. Bai Jing and a few others quietly observed from the back, enjoying the sight of the attractive duo. Kui Mei, witnessing her younger brother's demeanor, understood the situation all too well. As his sister, she knew him better than anyone else. The subtle expressions that others might overlook were transparent to her. It appeared her brother had blossomed unexpectedly, yet remained oblivious. What has happened? Why are there so many zombies? Suddenly, a large contingent of soldiers arrived. Several military personnel promptly reported the situation in detail. What? The leading soldier, adorned with silver epaulets, expressed his outrage. Such a grievous incident has occurred, resulting in the loss of 6 ability users. These people are truly the ingrate wolves of the base. The commander is here, someone in the crowd shouted. All soldiers immediately parted to clear a path. With the wind swirling around him, Liu Qi strode forward, surveying the horde of zombies and the panicked crowd. First, eliminate the zombies. Yes. The soldiers raised their weapons and charged forward. Commander, a serious incident has transpired, reported the silver-shouldered lieutenant as he approached Liu Qi. Once the report was concluded, Liu Qi nodded and his dark eyes turned forward. Return. Commence indiscriminate fire and eliminate all threats. Understood, Commander. The soldiers swiftly retreated, crouching down to aim their weapons at the crowd ahead, unleashing a torrent of bullets. The zombies and civilians alike fell under the onslaught. Liu Qi removed his gloves, his heart seething with anger. It seems we must thoroughly rectify matters internally. He looked at his lieutenant beside him. Arrange an emergency meeting to discuss internal decisions. Yes, Commander. I will make the arrangements at once. The lieutenant departed. Liu Qi cast a glance toward the area where the ability users were gathered, then paused in surprise. Upon recognizing Yin and amidst the crowd, his heart finally found solace. Since the outbreak of the zombie tide, he had been stationed outside the base, fending off the horde and rescuing ability users. He had been vigilant. It had not caught sight of her. The military personnel informed him that the Nanxing team was outside the base extracting crystal cores, heightening his concern for her safety. Now, seeing her unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the next moment, Liu Qi noticed the bandaged hands of Yin An, causing his heart to race anew. He approached her with concern. What happened to your hands? A soldier immediately reported, Commander, thanks to this captain of the Nanxing team. She and her teammates broke open the iron lock, allowing us to escape. The lock was quite wide, and the captain was injured in the process. Upon hearing this, Liu Qi's gaze shifted to Yin An's bandaged hands, his brows knitting together. I have alcohol and ointment where I stay. Let me take you to tend to your wounds. Yin An glanced at her hands. Although the exterior appeared unblemished, the bandaged areas were nearly healed. Such was the prowess of her healing abilities. No need, Commander. You have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, she strode away. Cheng Su and the others quickly followed suit. Liu Qi watched her retreating figure, his gaze deepening. Qiao Chao, observing Liu Qi's silhouette, felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Even she, though naive, sensed the underlying tension. Gradually, the crowd dispersed. They had lost 3 members, casting a somber atmosphere. They suffered 2 losses, while they lost 1 member. However, due to the lack of strong bonds with the new recruit, Bai Jing and his companions did not feel an overwhelming sense of grief. In this apocalyptic world, the sight of death had become commonplace, numbing the hearts of many. As long as it was not someone intimately close, the sorrow felt was often muted. They remained unscathed, with no losses among their ranks. Qi Yi and his companions moved toward the exterior as night descended. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. Upon reaching the accommodation area, Chun Feifei and others retired for the night. In the living room, Qi Xian grabbed a bottle of water to drink. Noticing Qi also approaching for a bottle, he turned to him. "Captain, shall we have a chat?" Qi gulped down a generous amount of water, then walked to the windowsill to gaze at the stars, his dark eyes devoid of emotion. Qi Xian followed suit, standing beside him in silence. Downstairs, a few ability users trained in pairs. Some ran, while others lifted weights. Despite the late hour, the desire to grow stronger in this apocalyptic world was unyielding. "I like her," Qi Xian murmured, finishing the last sip of water, his voice gentle yet resolute. "It is evident," Qi Yi replied. "Captain, do you also harbor feelings for her?" Qi Xian asked with a smile, looking at Qi Yi. Qi Yi paused momentarily, bowing his head as his bangs obscured his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he softly replied, "Qi Xian, regardless of the outcome, you will always be my best brother and teammate." Qi Xian chuckled, his light gray eyes sparkling like stars. "Captain, you will forever be my best brother." With that, he lifted his gaze to the stars above. In the next instant, the stars seemed to transform into the visage of Yin An. He murmured, "She always feels so distant, much like the stars. Yet perhaps one day, I might stand beside her." Qi Yi turned to Qi Xian. "So, have you been training tirelessly for the past 10 days because of her?" Qi Xian's face flushed slightly at the question. "How did you find out, Captain?" Ji Simidet. Remaining silent. "It seems I've improved a bit, but it's still far from enough. I'll add 2 more hours of practice," Qi Xian declared, stretching his limbs. "All right, let's go together." After finishing his water, Qi headed downstairs. Qi Xian followed with a grin. "Let us see who can do more pull-ups today. Loser has no instant noodles to eat." Deal. Chapter 81. Qi Ye's confession. The world to me is shrouded in shades of gray. The most vivid memory I possess is of the towering iron gate of the orphanage, which imprisoned my youthful self for an entire year. Who was confined within? A 9-year-old orphan. But why was he the one locked away? His father was a rapist, after all. What good could possibly come from such lineage? The other children shut him away, and the director couldn't be bothered to intervene. How pitiful, you may think, but what is there to pity? He deserved it. On that fateful day, I had endured hunger for 3 full days. At the peak of my starvation, it felt as though a meat grinder twisted relentlessly within my stomach. Overwhelming pain and fear consumed me, and I pondered whether I might simply perish. As I gazed into the dim light, my consciousness fading, I seemed to see my mother's gentle face smiling at me. "Little Yi, you must be strong. You are my bravest and finest little Yi." In that moment, clarity returned to me, and I resolved not to succumb. With great effort, I lifted my feeble arms, seeking something to fill my empty stomach within the desolate room. Creak! The iron gate swung open. Blinding light flooded in, and I squinted against the stinging brightness. I could hear mocking laughter echoing in my ears. "Still alive? Huh? The son of a rapist has remarkable luck, just like a cockroach. Look at you, so emaciated and yet still breathing. Ha ha, are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? Beg me for it." Suddenly, a foot kicked me in the stomach. Clutching my aching belly, my eyes finally adjusted to the sunlight I hadn't seen for 3 days, revealing the faces of 3 boys who often tormented me. One was 13, and the other 2 were 15. They tossed a filthy bun in front of me and then stepped on it, barked like a dog, and "You can have it." I remained silent, slowly rising to my feet and crawling to his side. With a grin of expectation, I bit down on his leg with all the strength I could muster. That bite drained every ounce of my energy and tore a piece of flesh from him. "Ah!" He screamed in agony. "He bit me. Someone help." In the next instant, I was kicked to the ground. They unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon me. With no strength left, I curled up, shielding my head. Qi Yi, what a splendid name. Mom and Dad, I hope you will flourish like wild grass, unrestrained, free, and eternally joyful. Brother, sister, I am here. No one can bully you. Then, unexpectedly, I found a surge of strength within me. Perhaps it was the primal instinct to survive. I fought back. Just as another fist was about to strike my head, I seized him, clinging to him as I leaped out the window. I jumped directly from the 3rd floor. I may have been outmatched, but I had the ferocity. That fall broke both his legs, while I miraculously only injured one arm. This incident caught the director's attention, but he was a man who cared little for our plight, too preoccupied with financial matters to bother with a bunch of orphans. He offered a brief reprimand, and the matter was soon forgotten. I began to desperately nourish myself and strengthen my body. During my recovery in the hospital, I finally enjoyed 3 meals a day. My body healed rapidly. On the day I returned to the orphanage, my 2 tormentors confronted me once more, seeking vengeance for their brother's broken legs. I fought them fiercely. Though I ended up with numerous bruises, their suffering was far worse. One of them left with a gaping head wound and a severed ear. Not for any other reason, but because I fought with reckless abandon. After that day, no one in the orphanage dared to provoke me again. I became the new leader, feared by all. Yet, I had no desire for such a title. All I longed for was to grow up well and to someday tell my sister that I had fared well. After all, if she, the little crybaby, were to learn of my injuries, it would sadden her. I cannot bear to see her cry. However, for the sake of survival, I had to assume the role of the leader. Day after day, I found myself embroiled in endless brawls. Sometimes, I had to fight fiercely just to secure my place at the top. Over time, I transformed into a machine of violence. Despite never having trained in martial arts, I became adept at various combat techniques. Throughout the streets, within the orphanage, among all the ruffians and street thugs, none could match me. I became the revered big brother, commanding respect wherever I went. Yet I found no joy in it. Each night, I was accompanied by an overwhelming sense of loneliness and the weight of scars upon my body. Not a day passed without thoughts of home, of my sister, and of the carefree childhood I had known before the age of 8. However, the more I thought about it, the more those memories faded. Drowning in darkness day after day, I eventually grew numb to the warmth of those memories. I became accustomed to wounds, pain, and solitude. I learned to live in a room devoid of light, to endure a life of empty existence, becoming a mere shell of my former self. By chance, I stumbled upon a small black creature. Its leg had been broken by a cruel hand, lying in a pool of blood, convulsing. Its emaciated frame mirrored my own. I rescued it and named it an Inn, for peace and safety were paramount. Both of us needed to be safe. Then one day, my sister came to find me. She told me that her adoptive family treated her well and that she was now pursuing a graduate degree. I felt joy at her happiness. It seemed as though all the pain I had endured over the years was insignificant in comparison. Yet, the good times were fleeting, and soon the world was plunged into chaos as the zombie outbreak began. My sister was trapped at her school, and I had to save her. The combat skills I had honed for survival in the orphanage now found purpose. Though the journey was perilous, dispatching zombies proved less daunting than I had anticipated. I hurriedly fought my way to her graduate building. As I burst onto the 4th floor, a girl clad in black suddenly appeared at the window. Dressed in a black combat suit, she bore a mysterious silver device wrapped around her hand, a mask covering her face and a hood obscuring her features, leaving only her eyes visible. She emanated an air of enigma. Her gaze held a hint of surprise as she looked at me, but after a mere 2 seconds, she deftly ascended higher. I marveled at her ability to climb outside. It was truly astonishing. Yet, my urgency to rescue my sister left me no time to ponder. Upon reaching the top floor, I was taken aback to find all the zombies had been eliminated. My sister stood at the end of the corridor, unharmed, and the weight in my heart finally lifted. She told me it was that mysterious girl who had saved her. I expressed my gratitude, but she remained aloof, not even sparing me a glance. Yet, her profile was strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of the small black creature I had saved. Soon after, I entered the national base, where I unexpectedly encountered her once again. Her name was Nan Sheng. She was formidable, showcasing remarkable teamwork with her squad and exuding strength. I too had gathered 3 capable teammates, among whom the most outstanding was a boy named Qi Xian. He was unlike any boy I had known. He was responsible, upright, and warm-hearted. He often stole glances at the girl named Nan Sheng, perhaps harboring feelings for her. I thought to myself, how sweet. But one day, I suddenly discovered that I often yearned to gaze at her discreetly. I find myself somewhat at a loss. Perhaps it is the allure of her enchanting eyes that captivates me. I continually whisper this to myself. Perhaps it is also because of her affection. I harbor no aversion towards those I cherish. I have conjured countless justifications for myself, until that fateful day when we encountered a group of individuals, their three vehicles relentlessly pursuing us. I engaged them in a fierce confrontation, and fortunately, we emerged victorious. Exhausted, I found myself on one knee when she rushed towards me, her eyes filled with urgency. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming joy within my heart. I realized that seeing her truly brought me immense happiness. Yet, I was also curious. Was her frantic rush towards me for my sake or for another? I pondered endlessly, unsure whether this could be classified as affection. I felt too shy to confide such emotions to anyone. Until today, when I saw her once more, it appeared that she was embroiled in a conflict with someone else. And instinctively, I wanted to assist her. The desire to constantly be aware of her well-being became increasingly difficult to suppress. Ultimately, she sustained an injury, and as I fumbled helplessly for a handkerchief, Qingqing had already rushed forward. It was then that I realized I had no handkerchief. I could have tended to her wound without one. How foolish and clumsy I felt. I berated myself for my sluggishness and resented my own ineptitude. Watching him bandage her wound, an indescribable discontent brewed within me. I questioned whether this discontent could be considered affection. In the evening, Qingqing finally revealed his feelings to me. He confessed his love for her. I had suspected as much, so I was not taken aback. He then inquired if I felt the same. I was at a loss for words. For the past 26 years, my existence has largely been steeped in bitterness, like a monochrome film replaying the loss of my parents, the abandonment by relatives, the bullying of others, the separation from my sister, and the daily darkness of life in an orphanage. Life had long instructed me on how to chew through and swallow my suffering, yet it had never taught me how to love. What is love? All I could tell him was that he would remain my dearest brother. Even if we were to cherish the same person, I would not forsake him as a brother. He informed me that he was going to train harder, striving to draw closer to her. I didn't reveal to him that, in truth, I too was doing the same. Thus, perhaps I must also be in love with her. I pondered. This perhaps is what love is. I am Qi, and I have been moved. Chapter 82. Qingqing's Confession. Xian. Remember this. If you choose to be with a girl, you must commit to her for a lifetime. I am fortunate to have a blissful family, where my parents share a deep love for one another. My mother instilled in me, from a young age, that love is a precious and invaluable gift. When you take someone's hand, you must hold it tightly for eternity, just as they do, clasping each other's hands until the very end of life. When the zombies burst through our door and bit my father, leaving him lying in a pool of blood, my mother unhesitatingly rushed to embrace him. She looked up at me and urged, "Run. Mom, let us go together." At that moment, I did not fully comprehend my mother's actions. I believed my father was lost and that he would want us to survive. Yet, my mother only gazed down at him, her eyes filled with an unbreakable love and sorrow. Shaking her head, her voice remained gentle. "Your father and I promised to stay together, no matter what." As she spoke, a serene smile appeared on her face as she looked at me. "Xian, you are the fruit of your father and mother's love. You must live well." In the next instant, my father, transformed into a zombie, bit my mother, ending her life. I was engulfed in grief over the loss of my parents, yet gradually began to understand my mother's choice. Their love was profound, and without my father, her life would undoubtedly be filled with unbearable pain. Perhaps this was the best choice. They departed from this world at the height of their love for each other, thus avoiding the suffering that awaited them in this already mad world. I buried their bodies after putting an end to their undead forms, and I stood vigil at their graves for a long time before heading to the national base. There were countless people there. I awakened to a rather unimpressive water-based ability. Fortunately, my fondness for fitness and boxing had endowed me with some skills. Before long, I caught the attention of a solitary and aloof boy in the recruitment area, and I joined his team. He was strikingly handsome, rivaling the most popular boys from our school. He had an older sister, and both siblings were commendable individuals. The other two team members were also quite amiable. I was thoroughly satisfied with this team. That day, I spotted a familiar figure, my junior, Yin An from the Performing Arts Department. She was the girl who made my heart flutter at dusk. I would not mistake her. Even if she wrapped herself tightly, even with my face blindness, I would still recognize her. In merely 3 months, she seemed to have changed significantly, though I could not pinpoint how. Her eyes, once clear and sparkling, now seemed to harbor a turbulent undercurrent, reminiscent of a wounded fox, mysterious and perilous. She was recruiting team members, and I merely observed from a distance, unwilling to intrude. I have always been at a loss for how to express my affections. Throughout the entire year of university, I could only watch her from afar. There were many unkind rumors about her. Ever since I started caring for her, I often heard whispers of scandal. They say she must be kept by someone. I've seen a luxury car pick her up after class. Really? Qingqing? You are the heartthrob of our department. So handsome. With so many beautiful girls vying for your attention. Why her? She must be a floozy. It was rumored that she had a wealthy boyfriend who lavished her with designer bags. They claimed she led a rather extravagant lifestyle, indulging in smoking and drinking. They always spoke ill of her. I detested hearing such things. I only knew that I cherished her eyes and her unique aura. Whenever someone dared to speak ill of her in my presence, I would not hesitate to confront them. I had never fought in school before, but this year, I received a demerit for my actions. Yet, it was worth it. They silenced their filthy mouths. I refused to believe she was like that. Human nature is peculiar. Beautiful things are often envied and destroyed, and I believe their words stemmed from jealousy. I would ask myself, what if she truly were that sort of person? I could not help but laugh at myself, for I knew that no matter who she was, I would still love her. Therefore, whether she was or was not, it mattered little. My mother once said, if you choose someone, you must hold their hand for a lifetime. Thus, I hesitated to embark on any romantic relationship. Whenever a girl approached me with shyness and affection, I would question whether I could hold her hand forever. The answer was invariably no, until she appeared. Deep within my heart, a powerful voice urged me on. I wished to walk alongside her, to hold her hand, and never let go. Later, during an S-class mission, I saw her again. For the first time, I held her hand. It was a peculiar feeling before the apocalypse. I had never even had the chance to make direct contact with her, yet now, I found myself so close. Suddenly, I grew fond of this absurd world. She introduced herself as Nansheng. She did not reveal her true name, and I would not disclose it to others. She could call herself whatever she wished. I found comfort in her desire to conceal and protect herself. Only I knew her true name, and that felt wonderful. As we faced various battles together, my concern for her grew, yet her abilities proved remarkably strong. I was unaware of her past, but I knew she had put in countless efforts and sweat. Surviving in this apocalypse was no easy feat. It drove me to become stronger. If I could grow powerful enough, I could stand before her to protect her. Thus, I began training relentlessly. Today, I noticed her lazily refusing to dig for crystal cores, perhaps repulsed by the grotesque, zombie brain matter. She wanted my crystal core, but to my surprise, the captain had the same idea. I never anticipated the captain would act thus. I had come to understand his temperament somewhat. Perhaps he had developed feelings for her as well. Yet, none of this mattered. I, Qingqing, remained undeterred by obstacles, even with numerous rivals. My desire to protect the one I cherished remained steadfast. So, Qingqing, forge ahead. I am Qingqing, and I have fallen in love. Chapter 83. The Goddess in the Army in the B-16 residence of the Special Operations Zone. Yin An sipped her coffee while marking locations on a map. Chung Su approached, munching on a peach. Boss, what are you up to? Yin An pointed to a spot on the map. We are currently here in Harbin. Upon hearing this, Rin Yu and the others gathered around to observe where Yin An was indicating with her pen. The boundary was drawn by the Nuar River, with 24 cities to the north and 36 to the south. And here, Yin An continued, directing her pen towards City C, situated above City M, is where our base will be established. The atmosphere grew serious as everyone absorbed her words. Jiang He inquired, why here, boss? And pointed to a specific location on the Nuar River. There is a major bridge that serves as the primary transportation hub across the river. City C not only lies centrally between north and south, but is also the closest to this bridge. She took a bite of cheesecake as she spoke. Currently, it is the largest. Soon, it will be the only one. In no time, all the smaller bridges will collapse, making this north-south bridge the most crucial one. Countless factions will vie for control, and unscrupulous bases will monopolize the bridge, charging exorbitant tolls. Indeed, City C has a favorable geographical position. Rinyu nodded in agreement. Song Yin turned to Yin An. Boss, when are we leaving here? Yin An gazed at the map, contemplating the location of Harbin and the national base before replying softly. Soon, we will depart once the base has dealt with the 4 major factions. She intended to gather supplies during this operation. Just then, the doorbell rang. Chung Su rushed to answer and quickly returned. Boss, a group of soldiers is here to thank you. Yin An raised her eyebrows in confusion as she stepped outside. There, she was met with the grinning faces of over a dozen soldiers, the leader holding a bouquet of flowers, the very soldier she had saved during the zombie tide. Here she comes, the captain of Team Nansheng. The soldiers erupted in excitement upon seeing Yin An. At the command of one soldier, 3, 2, 1. In unison, they bowed 90 degrees and exclaimed, Thank you, captain of Team Nansheng, for saving our lives. Their voices were loud and powerful, filled with sincere gratitude. Yin An felt a bit flustered. She quickly waved her hands, saying, You needn't thank me. I merely acted to save my teammates. Had Chung Su and the others not been trapped outside, I would not have saved anyone. She felt unworthy of such grand gestures of gratitude. Captain Nansheng, the brothers truly admire you. We in the 83rd Battalion have heard of your deeds. One soldier proclaimed. We in the 21st Battalion have also heard. That was a wall over 5 meters high, and not one of us could scale it. Another added. The 15th Battalion knows too. You shall forever be the goddess of all our brothers. Yin An was taken aback by such exaggerated praise. Chung Su stepped forward cheerfully to accept the bouquet. I will take this for our boss. We appreciate your kind sentiments. What are you all doing here? Shouldn't you be fighting off the zombie tide instead of throwing a party? A stern reprimand rang out. All soldiers turned towards the source and immediately stood at attention. Deputy Commander, we were here to express our gratitude to our savior. They replied, Indeed, we will return to our posts after expressing our thanks. Deputy Commander Jiang Ming, upon hearing this, softened his expression. It is commendable to show gratitude. Now return to your posts. Captain Nansheng has urgent matters to attend to. Yes, Deputy Commander. The soldiers responded before departing. Captain Nansheng, I need you to come with me. Jiang Ming addressed Yin An courteously. What is it? She inquired. The Chief Minister requests your presence. Yin An's brows knitted slightly. The Chief Minister, the highest authority of the national base, presided over a vast conference hall where all senior officials were gathered. Seated at the head was a man in his 50s. The minister Hong Yi, his hair had turned completely gray, a testament to his heavy burdens, and his wrinkled face bore an air of authority as he listened to reports from below. Flanking him were Gu Su and Liu Qi, one an assistant minister, the other the external commander. Further down sat Wen Jun, the internal commander, Zhang An, the head of the research institute, Ming San, the chief planner, and other top officials from various departments. This clearly was a crucial meeting, with nearly all key figures in the base present. Currently, the zombie tide surrounds the base, and we have encountered a new type of mutated zombie capable of climbing over barriers. The military is maintaining an orderly defense to ensure every intruding zombie is eliminated at the earliest opportunity. A soldier reported, Let us address internal matters first. Hong Yi responded gravely. The soldier glanced at Wen Jun, the internal commander, before sitting down. Wen Jun stood and sighed. Today at the back gate, several teams of ability users and soldiers met the zombie tide and were unable to gain entry, left stranded outside by those in the internal sector. Liu Qi nodded, looking at Hong Yi to add. Captain Nansheng from the Special Operations Zone breached the siege and opened the iron gate, rescuing the surviving ability users. Hong Yi surveyed the crowd. How many times has this happened? How many times have we faltered internally? His tone carried a heavy sense of pressure. With nearly 100 million people, the daily consumption of food aside, we continually face crises. The internal commander, Wen Jun, lowered his head in shame. As the internal commander, he bore the brunt of the blame for any internal failures. Report, Captain Nansheng from the Special Operations Zone is here. A soldier entered to announce. Let her in to join the meeting, Hong Yi instructed, glancing at Liu Qi and Gu Su. His trusted subordinates had praised this female captain, and he was eager to see if she truly lived up to their claims. Chapter 84. High-level meeting. As Yin An entered the room, all eyes turned towards her, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Among the senior executives present, only Liu Qi and Gu Su appeared relatively young. The others were middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s. These seasoned individuals had navigated countless trials and tribulations to attain their current positions. The sight of a young woman in her early 20s entering the room sparked their curiosity. What kind of remarkable young lady could compel the commander of Hongyi headquarters to convene such an important meeting? Gu Su rested his index finger against his chin, observing Yin An as a faint smile graced his lips. Yin An scanned the expansive conference hall before taking a seat at the far end. Once she was settled, Hongyi addressed the assembly, urging each member to share their perspectives on the internal management strategies moving forward. Liu Qi withdrew his gaze from Yin An, his expression turning serious. "I will go first." It was widely known that nearly 10,000 refugees continued to arrive daily from various cities, seeking asylum at the national base. The internal personnel had long since reached capacity, and with a limited military presence, effective control was elusive. This led to instances of delayed food distribution and extreme public sentiment, resulting in numerous riots. As he spoke, Liu Qi produced a map and approached the whiteboard beneath the conference screen, affixing the map for all to see. He pointed to the cities surrounding Harbin, A, Y, and N, stating, "The sub-bases in these 3 cities are nearing completion. My suggestion is to allocate half of the internal personnel to these sub-bases, and from this point forward, the main base in Harbin will no longer accept new non-ability users, only those with abilities." Standing tall in his black military uniform, he exuded an aura of reassurance that was undeniably comforting. This will allow us to focus on the development of the main base, which will, in turn, support the sub-bases. Upon concluding his remarks, Hongyi nodded appreciatively. That is a commendable approach. As Liu Qi returned to his seat, Hongyi turned his gaze to Gu Su, who was lazily propping his head on his hand, the inquiry in his eyes unmistakable. Gu Su chuckled softly, lowering his hand and speaking in a leisurely manner. "I have some differing thoughts from Commander Liu. I believe we should expel all ineffective internal personnel, retaining only those who are useful." His statement caught everyone by surprise. After all, their mission was to protect the lives of the majority as the national base. Gu Su surveyed the expressions of his colleagues. "I understand we have always prioritized the lives of ordinary people, but the times have changed." His tone deepened as he continued. "The external environment is tumultuous, with countless factions rising. The capable survive, while the useless perish. The base has been supporting far too many who do not deserve it. In times of peace, our development and efforts bore fruit. But now, continuing on this path is a futile endeavor." As he spoke, Gu Su handed a dossier to Hongyi and the other executives. This contains all the data from a national base over the past couple of weeks. Everyone began to peruse the photographs and records, which documented every internal riot, capturing the expressions of the crowd, some filled with resentment, others with anguish. The most loyal individuals within the base were the dedicated external ability users and the military, while those they protected internally were often the most likely to betray them. Gu Su continued, his previously languid demeanor now serious. "Internal personnel can be categorized into 3 groups. The first assists with infrastructure, the second handles logistics and miscellaneous tasks, and the third consists of those who live off the base without contributing. Therefore, my recommendation is to expel all individuals from the third category." Hongyi contemplated the information in his hands before addressing the others. "What are the thoughts of the rest? Please share them one by one." Yin An leaned back in her seat, quietly listening to the discussions. Externally calm, her mind was anything but at ease, for she understood the future of the national base all too well. In her previous life, it was after an important meeting at the base that significant internal restructuring took place. Ultimately, a portion of the internal personnel was dispersed. Some were expelled from the national base, while others were assigned to various sub-bases. The subsequent alleviation of food distribution pressures resulted in a decrease in internal turmoil. However, The downside was that the national base had previously constructed extensive facilities to accommodate so many individuals. The walls, under constant siege by zombies, required regular repairs. And with the mass dispersal of internal personnel, the workforce dwindled significantly. Furthermore, as zombies evolved and external disturbances became frequent, resources became scarce, leading to a neglect of security fortifications. Consequently, after a massive zombie tide launched relentless attacks, the national base ultimately fell, resulting in significant loss of personnel and resources. As discussions continued to unfold, Yin An remained lost in thought. Since her rebirth, she had never contemplated the fate of the national base, nor acknowledged the inevitable downfall it would face. Her focus had solely been on herself, resources, and the arsenal of firearms within the military depot. Yet, through her repeated interactions with Liu Qingqing and others, witnessing the passion and dedication of the soldiers, she began to consider that perhaps she could attempt to make a difference. Worst case, she could leave with a few more firearms. After all, she had already gained access to the armory. A small investment for a substantial return was certainly not a loss. As the final executive concluded their opinion, Hong Yi nodded and turned to Yin An. "What are your thoughts, Captain Nansheng?" Once more, all eyes turned to Yin An. Chapter 85. I merely express my views under the collective gaze of the assembly. Yin An sat upright, her melodious voice neither submissive nor arrogant. I have a perspective to share. As she spoke, Hong Yi leaned forward, attentively listening, clearly not dismissing her simply because she was a young woman in her early 20s. Yin An stood up and strode confidently towards the largest screen in the conference hall. With a few strokes on the whiteboard, she sketched a rudimentary map of the base, gesturing towards its surroundings as her soothing voice unfolded. Ladies and gentlemen, to the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the base lie the industrial zone, residential area, North Mu Forest, and National Highway A12. Except for the National Highway, the other three directions serve as excellent conduits for zombie hordes. Upon her declaration, a profound silence enveloped the room. Yin An continued thus, the base will inevitably face an increasing onslaught of zombie waves. Beyond reducing the internal personnel, the most crucial task is to overhaul the defense system. With that, she pointed towards the center of the base. We must reduce the original area to half its diameter and establish a secondary defense. The senior officials below began to murmur among themselves. Secondary defense? That entails 2 layers of defensive walls. What a monumental undertaking. In these chaotic times, would it not be a tremendous waste of resources and manpower to construct a secondary defense? Isn't our current defense sufficient? Why pursue a secondary defense? Many voices echoed their confusion. Yin An remained impassive. She set down her pen and stated calmly, I am merely expressing my opinion. How to proceed is for you to decide. With that, she chose not to elaborate further and returned to her seat. Excellent, I am in support, came a deep male voice. Yin An turned to see Gu Su lazily raising his hand, his eyes sparkling with a hint of appreciation. A sharp glimmer flashed in Hong Yi's gaze as he rested his chin in contemplation, clearly absorbing Yin An's words. In our previous mission, we encountered second-level intelligent mutated zombies. The researchers discovered that the zombies' intelligence is continuously evolving, exhibiting a certain degree of organization and teamwork, Liu Qingqing remarked, directing his gaze at Hong Yi. Therefore, the future zombie waves will undoubtedly swell in scale, with a high likelihood of organized and strategic assaults emerging in the future. Captain Nansheng has indeed contemplated aspects we have overlooked. Hong Yi nodded. This is a perspective worth pondering. Report. The strongholds of the 4 major factions have been interrogated. A soldier burst in with urgent news. This matter is pressing. I must attend to it immediately. Liu Qingqing stood up without delay. Go ahead. We shall continue our discussion in your absence. Hong Yi responded with a nod. He then noticed Liu Qingqing looking towards Yin An, prompting Hong Yi to say, Captain Nansheng, you should accompany him as well. Your special operations unit is indispensable for such a critical mission. Yin An nodded and rose to follow Liu Qingqing outside. A large contingent of soldiers awaited them. As Liu Qingqing emerged, several soldiers stepped forward to report the situation. Commander, although the information from the 3 leaders varied, they collectively identified 5 streets, Sanduo Street, Chunchi Road, Jiulong Road, Liuli Street, and Yangwan Road. Their primary 3 rendezvous points are located in 3 hotels on Jiulong Road. Liu Qi swiftly took the Harbin city map handed to him by a soldier and decisively issued orders. All troops not engaged in repelling the zombie waves are to mobilize and encircle these 5 streets in batches. Yes, Commander. The soldier acknowledged, sprinting away. Another soldier approached. Commander, how should we deploy the external ability user squads? Mobilize all teams in the top 50 for contribution value. They must secure the area in one sweep. Understood. In the next moment, all the soldiers surged outside. Liu Qi turned to glance at Yin An. The external light streamed through, illuminating her features. In the bright light, Yin An's eyes narrowed slightly. She suddenly realized this had happened several times before. He always stood against the light, turning from the crowd to look at her. Liu Qi's low voice resonated. Your squad will accompany me. Yin An shook her head. This time, our Nansheng team will operate independently. Liu Qi paused for a second, then nodded. All right, how many weapons do you need? 5 Gatling guns and 1 helicopter. Very well. His agreement came too readily, prompting Yin An to raise an eyebrow. The deputy minister informed me that you do not have authority over munitions, Commander. Amidst the cacophony of soldiers gathering, Liu Qi's voice remained steady, offering a sense of reassurance. You can have whatever you require. I will authorize it under my name, as long as your squad ensures their safety. In that case, I will need 2 crates of ammunition and 3 additional Gatling guns. If we can procure it for free, why not? Understood. Liu Qi remained obligingly agreeable, handing Yin An a walkie-talkie. Ensure your safe return. Contact me through the walkie-talkie if you encounter any difficulties. He cast her a lingering glance before turning away with purposeful strides. Captain Nansheng, come with me to collect the weapons. A soldier approached respectfully. Chapter 86. A steadfast gaze. The soldiers raced onward with fervor. This large-scale operation had nearly depleted the base's combat strength. Yin An, having collected her weaponry, navigated against the throng towards the special operations zone. From a distance, Chu Hui spotted her and exclaimed, Goddess! Oh no, I mean Captain Nansheng. Yin An turned to the hurried Chu Hui emerging from the special operations zone, raising an eyebrow slightly. Has your team entered the special operations zone? Chu Hui grinned broadly. Yes, we just got promoted today. I'm rushing to reunite with my teammates. They've all gone to the external camp to assemble with the main force. All right, Yin An replied with a smile, then continued towards the special operations zone. Chu Hui scratched his head, puzzled. It's strange. Everyone is in a rush. Yet the goddess seems so leisurely and unhurried. Outside the B-16 residents in the special operations zone, Chung Su and others were anxiously awaiting her return. Upon seeing Yin An, they all rushed forward. Captain, you're finally back. We just received word that everyone is to assemble at the external camp. There's no rush, Yin An said nonchalantly. Let us eat and drink well first. We'll set off a little later. With that, she strode into the building and began contemplating the map. The others followed suit, knowing full well they would never question Yin An's decisions or probe further. They understood the immense strength and reliability of their leader. Soon, everyone had their fill, and Yin An summoned all team members, pointing out the surroundings near the streets of Sanduo, Chunxi, Jiulong, Luli, and Yangwan. Shortly, Nian, you will pilot the helicopter with Xiao He to the southwest corner of the building on Chunxi Road to keep watch. If anyone escapes from the streets, pursue them, but remember not to be detected. Rinyu and Chengsu, you will take the helicopter to the northeast corner of Yangwan Road for surveillance. Likewise, if anyone escapes, follow them closely. The 4 nodded solemnly. Understood, boss. Sanduo and Luli streets are to be ignored. I'll head to Jiulong Road. We'll communicate via the radio. After speaking, Chengsu immediately inquired, Boss, are we hunting down stragglers? No, we are tracking the true lair of the rebel gang. As Yin An spoke, her eyes turned cold, recalling the numerous encounters with the rebel gang in her past life. Her team had been tasked specifically with capturing members of this gang, affording her an in-depth understanding of their operations. The notorious leader of the rebel gang, Song Wenjing, was known to his subordinates as Brother Wen. Despite his youth, he commanded a following of over 300. This cunning and resourceful individual operated with utmost caution. When the national base targeted the safe zones, the fleeing leaders promptly alerted their comrades, allowing the rebel gang to retreat swiftly, thereafter becoming even more elusive. The base had exhausted every means to eradicate the rebel gang. Many small hideouts had been uncovered, yet Song Wen-jing remained at large, as did their true stronghold. Reflecting on this, Yin An remarked, "I cannot guarantee finding their true lair. We can only adapt to circumstances and leave the rest to fate." Boss, isn't tracking just about following? How difficult can it be? Ching Su queried, puzzled. The rebel gang has numerous hideouts. Tracing one location does not imply it is their actual base. Yin An replied, checking her gear. "Let us move out." "Yes." Following her directives, the team divided into 3 groups and set off. This time, Yin An brought along Xiao Rui. The horde of zombies outside the base had already been largely eliminated, leaving countless corpses piled against the walls. From the helicopter, the grim sight of the densely packed bodies and rivers of blood below was harrowing. Xiao Rui peered out the window, her expression solemn. Before long, Yin An arrived at a skyscraper near Jiulong Road. The streets below were littered with zombie corpses, evidently cleared by the national base's main forces. Troops and ability users were encircling the area. Yin An stood atop a building, observing with binoculars. She noticed individuals fleeing from various storefronts. Some drove cars, others rode motorcycles, while a few ran on foot. Yet, under the overwhelming firepower of the military, all were intercepted. The gang, recklessly driving cars, was met with a barrage of gunfire from the troops. However, the streets were wide, and there were inevitably oversights by the military. A few minutes later, Yin An spotted 2 or 3 individuals slipping out from the back of a hardware store, unnoticed in the hidden corner. Each carried large bundles on their backs, which she surmised were supplies. Yet, recognizing them as mere underlings, Yin An chose not to pursue, continuing her careful observation. Suddenly, a commotion erupted below. "Capture them. They're in 2 trucks. Quickly block the road. We must stop them." Amidst the shouts, Yin An saw 2 large trucks barreling through, crushing 2 soldiers in their path. The soldiers perished instantly, while others relentlessly pursued, accompanied by a couple of armored vehicles attempting to encircle the trucks. Zombies within a several-kilometer radius surged toward this location, and as the trucks struggled against the throng, their speed dwindled, making it evident they were about to be caught by the national forces. At that moment, Yin An recognized several familiar figures, Chia and Qi Xuan from the Winter team, along with Bai Jing and his 5 teammates from the Qinghe team. Chia had already clambered onto one of the truck windows, grappling with the occupants. The military immediately followed suit, and from the 2 trucks, dozens of individuals erupted into chaos, scattering amid the disordered mass of zombies and soldiers. The scene was utterly chaotic. Yin An focused intently on 2 male figures, one of whom she recognized. If her memory served her correctly, he was a minor leader of the rebel gang. This was him. Returning to the helicopter, Yin An locked her gaze on the fleeing individual and pursued them. She followed at a distance until they darted into an alleyway leading to a nursing home. "Boss, Ren and I are tracking a few individuals to a hotel. Continue to monitor." "Boss, Nian Yin is pursuing a few people, but it seems we've been noticed. They turn into a shopping mall. Being discovered is not an issue. Maintain your watch." After receiving all reports, Yin An paused near the nursing home. Her instincts warned her that this could not be the rebel gang's lair. It would undoubtedly be more substantial. Finding an excellent vantage point, she meticulously observed all entrances and exits of the nursing home. Xiao Rui remained quietly close behind her. As time slipped away, darkness soon enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 87. The capabilities of women within the confines of Spring West Road. A subordinate was reporting to Liu Qi. "Commander Liu, we have secured all 4 strongholds, and the supplies are accounted for." Liu Qi nodded in acknowledgement. "Arrange for the troops to gradually transport the supplies back to the base." The subordinate hesitated momentarily before speaking. It is said that the Stab team is the largest faction among them. Yet curiously, the supplies at their location are woefully scarce. I wonder if the intelligence is flawed. Liu Qi surveyed his surroundings, his gaze darkening. First, prioritize the transport of supplies. They may have other hideouts. Understood. Once the soldiers departed, Liu Qi retrieved his walkie-talkie, switched channels, and after a brief hesitation, pressed the talk button. Where is your team? A moment later, Yin An's calm voice emerged from the device. Our team is not currently gathered. Is everyone safe? Safe. That's good, Liu Qi replied, lapsing into silence for 2 seconds before adding. Our operations here are concluded. We are now in the final phase. Yin An's voice was soft and subdued. Liu Qi yearned to express more, yet hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. He wished to convey that he did not care about her contributions, only her safety. However, such sentiments felt too fervent, too scorching for him to articulate, especially in his capacity as the commander of the base. He bore the weight of responsibility for thousands of soldiers and supernatural beings. Despite his deep-seated favoritism for her, he could not exploit his authority to overly shield her. Not far away, a member of the supernatural team scoffed. The commander must be conversing with Captain Nanshang. During such a significant operation, we have yet to see any members of Nanshang's team. They might as well be in a deserter's zone. His tone dripped with sarcasm. What you on about? Questioned He Qi, a tall figure standing before the shorter man, forcing him to retreat. Yet, the latter remained defiant. Are you from the Qinghe team defending them? They are in a special operations zone, enjoying better living conditions than us. Meanwhile, we are here risking our lives battling zombies. Where are they? He Qi frowned deeply. The special operations zone undertakes more challenging missions. You have no evidence to spread rumors. They must be engaged in more critical tasks. What could be more important? Everyone from the base is here for this mission. There are no other assignments. The shorter man grew increasingly arrogant, and a teammate echoed with derision. Yes, I've heard that Captain Nanshang is a woman. How capable can a woman be? Perhaps she just climbed to her position by clinging to a man. With that, he cast a mocking glance at Liu Qi, who was mingling among the soldiers. In the next instant, he was knocked to the ground with a swift kick. Bai Jing and another drew their blades, pressing them against his throat. Shut your foul mouth. You dare to strike me. The shorter man shouted, brandishing his weapon at Bai Jing and attacking. Immediately, the two teams clashed. What is happening over there? Stop fighting. Hey, members of Qinghe team and Wangzhe team, cease this brawl. The commotion attracted numerous supernatural beings and soldiers who rushed to mediate. Before long, the two groups were separated. A subordinate sternly inquired, "Why are you fighting? We are all part of the same base. Unity is essential." They spewed nonsense. Bai Jing straightened his white shirt, coldly addressing the 5 men from the Wangzhe team. How absurd. The shorter man retorted, "What I said holds truth. Nanxing's team did not participate in the mission. Is that reasonable?" His teammates chimed in, "Indeed, the special operations zone is so well off. We live in cramped external dormitories, barely scraping by, while they enjoy spacious accommodations and ample provisions. Why don't they come to complete the tasks?" In the distance, Liu Qi observed Bai Jing and the commotion with a furrowed brow. He had noticed their argument earlier and preferred to remain uninvolved. However, upon hearing Nanshang, he strode over with purpose along with the members of the winter team. An increasing number of onlookers gathered, drawn to the spectacle. Bai Jing, He Qi, and Zhang Meng fell silent, uncertain of Yin An's whereabouts. Yet, He Qi stepped forward, pointing at the Wangzhe team. "If you're dissatisfied, prove your worth and enter the special operations zone. Stop whining like a sourpuss. Of course, I can't compare to Captain Nanshang. She is a woman," the shorter man said with a sarcastic tone, only to notice Liu Qi approaching with a stern expression. He gulped, taking 2 steps back. His instincts warned him that the commander was displeased. Let us go, he muttered quietly, pulling his teammates away from the crowd. Liu Qi's expression darkened as he watched the 5 retreat in disgrace. Chapter 88. Fear of Darkness, boss. We have a situation. 2 cars just left the hotel's back entrance. The voice crackling through the walkie-talkie startled Yin An, who was lying in wait. Her heart quickened. Follow them. Understood. Approximately 20 minutes later, Cheng Su's excited voice erupted. Boss, they've driven into a ravine and disappeared. Yin An felt a surge of joy. Give me the exact location. Yin, and I will come find you. Soon. Yin An and Song Yin arrived at the hillside where Chung Su and the others were stationed. Chung Su and Rinyu had been waiting there for some time. Upon seeing Yin An's arrival, they pointed towards a mine at the foot of the slope. "Boss, that's south of the place. I saw their vehicles parked nearby and head inside." Yin An observed the area ahead, almost devoid of zombies. It was evident that living inhabitants resided here, as the undead had been cleared away. "I will scout the situation first. If the walkie-talkie lights up, unleash a barrage with the Gatling gun." "Got it." After delivering her instructions in a hushed tone, Yin An stealthily advanced. As night deepened, a shroud of darkness enveloped the earth. Silently, she approached, her form concealed by the dense foliage, drawing closer to the mine. The mine was vast, akin to 10 football fields in size, surrounded by mountains. A few tents were pitched around the entrance, and faint lights flickered below. Peering through the railing, Yin An discerned dozens of men and several scantily clad women at the mine's entrance. It appeared there were at least 200 individuals present, likely the hideout of the stubborn gang. Yin An tucked the walkie-talkie into her pocket and stealthily moved toward the mine's entrance. Just then, a group of men emerged from the nearby thicket, 2 of them adjusting their trousers as they walked. Their conversation reached Yin An's ears. "Brother, one had foresight, letting us set up this base early on. That's why we weren't caught by the state base along with those 3 gangs. Those 3 gangs are nothing but fools, thinking they can be on par with us." "Ha ha ha, true enough, but it's a pity about Ma Zi and the others. They've all been killed. Why dwell on that? Today, my brothers found a few hen houses with plenty of live chickens, all starving and emaciated. Tonight, we can have some fun. Damn, now I'm not sleepy. It's been ages since I enjoyed myself. I'll pick a pretty one. Get lost. When Ge hasn't chosen yet. You think you get a turn? When Ge has high standards. He definitely won't fancy these women. Just wait and see. Come on, we're all men here. We have our needs." As they chattered, they drew closer to Yin An's hiding spot. One of the men suddenly noticed her presence, his demeanor shifting to one of alertness. "Is someone there?" In the blink of an eye, 2 darts flew from Yin An's hand, striking down 2 men instantly. She rolled forward, gripping her dagger, swiftly dispatching one man and knocking another unconscious with a punch, all within a heartbeat. Surveying the 4 lifeless bodies at her feet, Yin An finished off the last man before advancing towards the mine's entrance. The scantily clad women were likely the hens they had spoken of, abducted from various brothels. The tents surrounding the mine emitted a dim glow, and the sounds of men and women in intimate encounters echoed from within. Clearly, some form of activity was underway. Shadows danced on the tent walls, creating a scene rife with sensuality. Yin An targeted a silent tent and dashed inside. A woman inside was deep in slumber. Upon Yin An's entrance, she jolted awake. As the woman screamed, Yin An swiftly silenced her with a dagger to the throat. At that moment, a vigilant man emerged from a neighboring tent, hastily pulling up his pants as he approached the darkened tent with suspicion. What was that noise? Unfazed, Yin An calmly gathered the woman's scattered clothing and donned them. Removing her mask, she disposed of the body into her space to feed the tiger, wiped away the blood, and let her hair down gracefully as she stepped outside, smiling softly at the man. "Sorry to disturb you." The man, taken aback by Yin An's beauty under the dim moonlight, gazed in awe. Though the light was faint, her fair skin seemed to radiate a soft glow, making her appear ethereal. He blinked, momentarily lost for words. "Wow, how is there such a beautiful woman? Hey, are you done yet? Damn, quit dragging your feet," shouted several men from below the mine. The man glanced down and replied, Coming. As he looked back at Yin An, the other men also noticed her, captivated by her allure. The leader, clearly one of the higher-ups, approached with a glimmer in his eyes, his gaze filled with desire. "You are stunning." Before he could reach out, a commanding voice interrupted. Liu Qingqing, a darker-skinned man, strode over, exuding authority. Immediately, Liu Qingqing recoiled and bowed his head. "How good you've arrived." How Ge praised Yin An briefly, then glared at Liu Qingqing. "A woman of such beauty is certainly for Wen Ge. Have you grown so bold?" "She is just a," Liu Qingqing muttered, attempting to defend himself. "Get lost." How Ge kicked him aside, pointing at Yin An. "Take her along with those few attractive ones you just picked. To Wen Ge for review." "Yes." Several men approached Yin An and commanded, "Come with us." They strode toward the mine, and Yin An followed closely. Outside the mine, a few women of decent looks regarded Yin An with hostility. Having always worked in the service of men, competition for male attention was a norm among them, especially in this post-apocalyptic world. Starved for days, they had finally been rescued. As long as they continued to serve men, they could secure food, living better than most. The arrival of such a stunning beauty threatened to diminish their chances. Unfazed by their animosity, Yin An continued to follow the men into the mine. Inside, the cavern was vast and deep, with only a few dim oil lamps flickering against the dark walls. Yin An meticulously surveyed her surroundings. This mine was enormous, extending hundreds of meters deep with multiple levels beneath. She surmised that their supplies were likely concentrated in the safest depths. Soon, they turned into a narrow, dark corridor. "Stay close," the leading man barked. Suddenly, Yin An felt a shove from behind. Two women had pushed her. A mocking smile crept onto her face. Finally, an opportunity to break free had presented itself. With a swift motion, she struck the two women, sending them tumbling aside, their shrieks piercing the air. "Ah, someone hit me. What happened? Don't pull me." Someone fell. The chaos erupted as the women screamed, the scene descending into disarray. Yin An continued to strike with fervor, sending several women tumbling down. With a swift roll, she landed firmly on her feet. The men ahead halted abruptly, exclaiming, "What's happening?" In the pitch-black corridor, confusion reigned supreme. Below lay the underground, level -2, and as the women fell, the crowd rushed forward, led by a man holding candle. "What is going on?" he demanded. From the shadows, Yin An deftly kicked the candle from the man's grasp, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. "My candle!" came the distraught cries as the light vanished. Panic ensued, with men's shouts mingling with women's screams, creating a cacophony that pierced the air. In the ensuing chaos, people shoved and trampled one another, oblivious to Yin An's stealthy departure. "Here, the candle," a man shouted as he approached with a flickering flame, but Yin An swiftly tripped him, sending his candle rolling out of sight. Once again, the light was extinguished. Yin An hurried downwards, her vision surpassing that of ordinary people, allowing her to navigate the dark space with ease. Before long, she arrived at the cavern on level -3, where she discovered an abundance of resources. As she moved, she collected supplies with the grace of a shadow, leaving nothing in her wake. Meanwhile, the crowd above remained restless. After approximately 10 minutes, stern voices of reproach echoed, accompanied by a respectful chorus of greetings. "Brother One." Clearly, Song Wenjing had arrived. By this time, Yin An had gathered nearly half of the supplies. She surveyed the remaining bounty, which sprawled like a playground before her, and retrieved her intercom. "Commander Liu, I have located the true hideout of the Thorn Squad in the abandoned Wanjin mine to the north of Area 3. There are over 200 of them. This remaining stockpile and the Thorn Squad represent the final task I undertake for the base, a generous return for Liu Qi's previous gifts of arms." With that, she stowed the intercom away. Outside on Chunxi Road, Liu Qi stood tall, gazing at the neatly arranged troops. "The plan has changed. Everyone proceed to the Wanjin mine immediately, and with haste." At that moment, Yin An swiftly made her way back to level -2. From a distance, she spotted a tall, handsome man descending the staircase from level -1, carrying a large lantern. Though the men below were dust-covered, they stood in respectful silence, while the women sat on the ground, looking disheveled. Yin An advanced quietly in the darkness, but before she could draw near, Song Wenjing's sharp gaze turned in her direction. His enhanced sight and hearing allowed him to perceive even the slightest disturbance. "Come out," he commanded coldly, his voice laced with an icy edge. Yin An remained still, pinching her arm to coax forth a tear. "I want you to come out." Song Wenjing's impatience was palpable as he barked this command. All eyes turned toward the darkness. Confusion etched on their faces as they wondered who lurked within. Yin An continued to squeeze her arm, her gaze fixed on Song Wenjing, tears streaming down her cheeks like a river. Song Wenjing let out a chilling laugh, resembling a bloodthirsty wolf, as he strode toward her, lantern in hand, his followers trailing closely behind. The light gradually illuminated the area, revealing a heart-wrenching sight. A delicate woman weeping pitifully, her hair disheveled, strands clinging to her tear-streaked cheeks, accentuating the fragility of her petite face. Song Wenjing paused, the air thick with the sound of men gasping. "I am afraid of the dark," Yin An whispered through her sobs. Slowly, Song Wenjing lowered the lantern, his furrowed brow relaxing as the sharpness in his eyes diminished. Seizing the opportunity, one of his subordinates eagerly stepped forward, boasting, "Brother One, this is the woman the brothers brought for you." Chapter 89. The path of the prickly gang. For quite a while, there had been no signal. Could something have happened to the leader? On the hillside, Chung Su murmured as he lay among the grass, fixated on the mine entrance. The others fell silent for a few moments upon hearing his words. Xiao Rui glanced at her older siblings, her small face tense with worry. This mine had only one entrance, and the confined space made escape difficult. Rinyu pondered, a hint of concern lacing her tone. "I can't wait any longer. I'm going to assist the boss," Chung Su exclaimed, his voice rising as he attempted to stand. Song Yin and Rin Yu quickly pressed down on his formidable frame from either side. "Stay calm. Let's wait a bit longer," Song Yin whispered. Chung Su glanced at the composed faces of his teammates beside him, feeling somewhat reassured as he resumed his watch over the cave entrance. "Let's wait another 10 minutes. If there's still no signal from the boss, we will move in," Jiang he stated, tightening her grip on her weapon. Xiao Rui, too, fixed her gaze on the entrance, her small palm emanating a faint green mist, barely visible. It had been so long. Sheng Sheng had saved her for this long. And every day, she had secretly practiced her abilities, finally able to offer some assistance to the group. Inside the mine, on the second underground level, Song Wenqing regarded the beautiful woman before him. She possessed an alluring charm, a touch of innocence, a hint of languor, and a trace of vulnerability. He disregarded the flattery from his subordinates and turned toward the first underground level, saying, "Follow me." This was clearly directed at Yin An. The men surrounding them exchanged knowing glances, smirking. Once Song Wenqing and Yin An had walked away, one man excitedly declared, "See, I told you. Wengu is definitely making an exception this time. He's going to indulge." She was the first woman to catch Wenji's eye. A few men, holding newly lit candles, chattered away, then noticed a few women cowering in the corner, and they all erupted into lewd laughter, proclaiming, "Hey, the rest are for the brothers." Yin An followed Song Wenqing into a room on the first underground level. This was the largest area in the mine and the only one connected to a power source. It was Song Wenqing's bedroom. She had been observing him closely from behind. The leader of the prickly gang was entirely different from her expectations. Unlike the filthy ruffians she had imagined, he was impeccably clean and exuded an air of refinement. At a glance, one would never associate him with the prickly gang. Yin An lowered her gaze, contemplating how to extract information from him. After all, in her past life, the Wanji mine had never housed such a group. He must have relocated soon after. She was genuinely curious about where they had hidden, enabling them to elude the national base, which had invested considerable resources to locate them. Upon entering the room, Song Wenqing noticed that Yin An had not followed. He turned to look at her, his eyes filled with inquiry. "It's too dirty. My skin will break out," Yin An replied softly, wrapping her arms around herself, appearing delicate and vulnerable. Song Wenqing furrowed his brow. He had never heard of dirt causing skin allergies. Yet, seeing her in such a state, he could not be overly critical and merely stated, "This is the environment we live in during the apocalypse." Yin An gazed up at him with her large, watery eyes, filled with hope. "Wengu, will we move to a new place? I want to live in a big house." Her utterance of Wengu sent a thrill through Song Wenqing. It felt as if his heart had been doused in a spring, stirring with emotion. His subordinates were fond of women and often brought various women to their lair. Yet none had ever caught his eye. He had always struggled to comprehend why the mountain bandits in dramas were so eager to find women. They were nothing but trouble. However, this woman gave him an entirely different impression. Although her current demeanor mirrored that of Clich D women, he could not bring himself to despise her. Uncharacteristically, he responded patiently, "I plan to relocate to N City tomorrow. We won't have to stay in the mine anymore." Yin An beamed, "Oh, I see. You little rascal. So you're moving to N City. No wonder the entire city of Harbin couldn't uncover the prickly gang's hideout. Establishing roots in Yin City while playing both sides. Your appetite is truly insatiable. Seeing Yin An smile brightly at his words, Song Winching felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet in the next moment, a thunderous gunfire erupted outside the mine. The piercing sound caused panic to ripple through the crowd within the mine. A few men rushed in from outside, shouting, "We are under attack." The exact number is unknown. There must be quite a few of them. They have many guns, likely from the national base. Our hideout has been compromised. In an unnoticed corner, Yin An swiftly concealed her walkie-talkie into her space. Song Winching's expression darkened as he approached the table. "Everyone, retreat to the enclosed mine entrance. I will contact for support." "Understood." The men swiftly dispersed. Yin An had not anticipated that Song Winching had reinforcements. She watched as he retrieved a slightly battered walkie-talkie from a drawer and spoke through the crackling noise. "I'm in trouble. Send help. I'll give you 30% of the supplies." 2 seconds later, a sharp voice came from the other end. "Only 30%? Wunda Gongzi. You're as stingy as ever." Song Winching's brow furrowed as he replied sternly, 50%. On the other end, the man's sharp voice dripped with sarcasm. 80%. "I won't help you if it's a single percentage less." Gunfire continued to rain outside the mine without pause. Yet, Song Winching's voice suddenly slowed. "Huang Xiang, don't bother coming. Even if the prickly gang perishes today, you won't receive a single supply. Furthermore, I will reveal your location in Yin City to the national base, ensuring your annihilation." His languid tone concealed a fierce resolve for mutual destruction. "Song Winching, you truly are ungrateful." "Fine, 50% it is. I will mobilize all my men to assist you." The walkie-talkie fell silent again. Chapter 90. A web of deception. Yin An was taken aback to discover that Song Winjing had an association with Huang Xiang. Huang Xiang, the cousin of Cheng Jinyan, a local tyrant in Yin City, had engaged in numerous and scrupulous activities, emboldened by the Cheng family's dominant influence in the region. It was indeed plausible, considering the proximity of the Wanjin mine to Yin City. Huang Xiang had always navigated the fringes of Yin City, making their connection unsurprising. However, with Huang Xiang's associates involved, encircling the Wanjin mine would not be a simple task. While Yin An pondered this, Song Winjing had already exited. She followed him outside and witnessed a group of burly men hurriedly transporting stones to block the cave entrance. Several male figures, likely the leaders of their gang, surrounded Song Winjing. One lean man, upon noticing Yin An's approach, squinted his eyes and seemed to ponder something while scratching his head. Unfazed, Yin An strode directly towards the cave entrance. Suddenly, the wiry man seemed to recall something and shouted, "I'm in charge of this operation. I've never seen such a beautiful woman." Upon hearing this, Song Winjing immediately reacted, rushing towards Yin An, exclaiming, "Stop her." In an instant, everyone surged towards Yin An, with the men transporting stones abandoning their loads to pounce on her. At the critical moment, Yin An, who had reached the cave entrance, turned around and unleashed a formidable bolt of lightning towards her pursuers. They were pushed back like waves retreating from the shore. However, Song Winjing gritted his teeth and continued to advance, undeterred by the violent electrical force. He reached out to grasp Yin An, only to be repelled by a powerful punch. It seemed that Song Winjing could no longer withstand the ferocious lightning and staggered back, his gaze fixed intently on Yin An's special ability. "On cette physique," Yin An remarked with a faint smile. The blue-violet lightning reflected in Song Winjing's eyes, and he maintained his composure as he inquired, "Are you affiliated with the state base?" All the men of the gang stood behind Song Winjing, their eyes riveted on Yin An, unable to breach the barrier of potent electricity surrounding her. "Instead of asking me that, perhaps you should ponder why I chose not to kill you," Yin An retorted before swiftly firing a grappling hook and making her escape. As she departed, gunfire erupted once more, all directed at the cave entrance, trapping the gang members within. "Seal the mine," commanded a man named Hao Ge, gazing at Song Winjing in confusion. "Wenge, why didn't Tishi kill you?" Song Winjing cast a cold glance at him, his expression seemingly conveying, "How would I know?" Not far away, Liu Qingqing chimed in, I wonder if she has fallen for the dashing Wengu. Song Wenjing looked outside the cave and scoffed. Fall for him? Huh. Only a fool would think that. He recalled the first time he saw her, her tear-streaked face, and a chill crept into his heart. It was all a ruse, all an act. A loud crash echoed as Song Wenjing smashed his long knife against the ground, causing everyone to avert their gaze and resume their work. Heads bowed in silence. Ina was astonished to see Chung Su and the others. Each of them wielded a firearm in both hands. Besides the 8 Gatling guns procured by Liu Qi, they had also armed themselves with previously confiscated standard firearms. The 5 of them created a veritable storm of bullets. Boss! Chung Su and the others expressed their excitement at Yin An's safe return. Continue firing. Don't let them escape. As she spoke, Yin An turned to Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui, come with me. The rest of you stay here and await the international base personnel. Where are you going, boss? Rinyu asked anxiously. To Yin City. Yin An replied swiftly as she and Xiao Rui boarded the helicopter. Just then, the intercom, recently retrieved from storage, crackled to life. Nan Sheng, can you hear me? Liu Qi's voice was urgent. Yin An instructed Xiao Rui to press the talk button and held it to her mouth while piloting the helicopter. I can hear you. Where have you been? Why didn't you respond? Do you know how much I? His voice was intense, but abruptly ceased mid-sentence. Yin An, preoccupied with flying the helicopter, had little energy to decipher Liu Qi's emotional undercurrents. She lowered her voice. Commander Liu, how long until you arrive? They VE called for reinforcements, but the exact number is unknown. The main force will arrive in about 20 minutes. You need to distance yourselves from the mine and find a secure location to wait for us. Liu Qi's voice regained composure, though concern lingered. Ina did not reply further, for she had spotted a crowd below. A vast convoy was racing forward under the relentless pursuit of zombies, likely comprising Huang Xiang's men. Xiao Rui set down the intercom and peered out the window. Sister Sheng, there are so many people down there. Yin An's expression grew serious. By her estimation, there were about 200 individuals. Ahead, their camp was undoubtedly situated nearby. She accelerated the helicopter, directing it straight ahead. In one of the vehicles below, a gaunt man adorned with a thick golden necklace and heavy dark circles was leisurely picking his teeth. His subordinate glanced up at the sky nervously. Xiangge, I think I saw a helicopter. Huang Xiang craned his neck to look up. The pitch-black sky revealed nothing. He lashed out at his subordinate, spitting, "Get lost. Are you messing with me?" The subordinate cowered in the corner, clutching his head and daring not to utter another word. Chapter 91. No survivors left behind. Approximately 5 minutes later, the reinforcements summoned by the Thorns would arrive. You all conceal yourselves, commanded the leader. Understood, boss, Ina replied, putting down the walkie-talkie. In the distance, she spotted a community encircled by barbed wire. Within the enclosure, several men were engaged in a game of cards under the glow of bright lights, their upper bodies exposed. Ina narrowed her eyes. She had been tracing the tire tracks of Huang Xiang's convoy, and this community was likely his stronghold. Amidst the apocalypse, these men appeared remarkably relaxed, even finding time for leisure. The helicopter descended steadily onto the rooftop of a building in the community. Below, several men, already alerted by the sound of the helicopter, craned their necks upward, questioning loudly, "Who there?" In this dire world, only those affiliated with governmental outposts or affluent families could afford to utilize helicopters, causing them to be on high alert, fearing the arrival of a notable figure. Ina donned a mask and black combat attire, stepping off the helicopter to observe the gathering crowd of over 20 men below. These must be all the living souls remaining in this place. Huang Xiang had mentioned mobilizing all his subordinates to assist Song Wenqing. Thus, the remaining individuals were either incapable of combat or tasked with guarding the area. Upon noticing that only a solitary woman and a young girl had descended, the men exhaled in relief, their expressions shifting to one of lewdness as they leered at Yin An. Where did this woman come from? I thought a big shot was arriving. Turns out it's just a woman, and she brought a little one. Their laughter echoed, revealing their disheveled appearances, clearly unkempt since the onset of the apocalypse. As they grinned foolishly, exposing yellowed teeth. Come down, little girl. Join us for some fun. You look quite nice. Ignoring their taunts, Yin An stepped back, her fingers deftly maneuvering as she summoned the formidable creature, Buffung. As the massive tiger materialized beside her, Yin An reached out to stroke its large head. The second-level mutant, Buffung, was significantly larger than an ordinary tiger. Upon emerging from the spatial realm, it let out a thunderous roar. With an air of majesty, the sound reverberated. Xiaowei, overwhelmed, hid behind Yin An, speechless at the sight of the colossal beast. The men below, upon hearing the roar, erupted in panic, shouting, "A tiger! How can there be a tiger?" Yin An caressed Bufeng's head, her voice low and commanding. "Bufeng, this is your first battle with me. Annihilate all those men below. Do you understand?" Bufeng's golden eyes locked onto Yin An, seemingly comprehending her command. It glanced at the group of men below, raised its paw, and shook its head before leaping from the third floor with a mighty roar. Run! Bufeng pounced upon one man, sinking its teeth into his neck, and unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed several fleeing individuals. They were ignited, shrieking in terror as they scattered. Yin An leaped down, cradling Xiaowei, then set her down to join the fray. With astonishing agility, she pursued those attempting to flee into the building. One man, having lost an arm to Bufeng, realized his fate was sealed. In a desperate act, he brandished a knife toward the cornered Xiaowei, shouting, "I'll take you down with me." However, the next moment, he was ensnared by a green gas, freezing in place, frothing at the mouth until he perished. Nearby, all men contaminated by the gas met a swift demise. Yin An, feeling reassured, charged into a building, swiftly dispatching another fleeing man, her gaze landing on a cornered individual, trembling in fear. His eyes reflected a naive terror. With a gentle smile, devoid of emotion, she said, "Do not be too frightened. Tell me where your supplies are, and we, the Thorns, shall spare you." The dim-witted man widened his eyes in despair, stammering, "Why you? You are from the Thorns? So Huangge was deceived by you. This is all a ruse." Yin An regarded him with a glint of approval. "I appreciate your intelligence. It makes things easier." With that, she stepped forward, pressing a dagger against his throat. Her tone impatient, the supplies. Under her coercion, the man quivered more intensely, his legs weakening. Outside, the screams of men and the roars of the tiger sent shivers down his spine. "The supplies are in the underground warehouse. The key is not with me. Stop wasting time. Lead me there." "Why, yes," he stammered, trembling as he led the way. They soon arrived at an underground warehouse. Yin An seized a metal rod, channeling her electrical power to strike the door with increasing ferocity. Boom! Before long, the door collapsed. Yin An turned to see the man had stealthily escaped. A cold smile crept across her face as she strode into the warehouse. Before her lay an abundance of supplies, far more than she had anticipated from Huangxiang. Such a stockpile could only be amassed by emptying 3 or 4 supermarkets. As she navigated the warehouse, she gathered the supplies, clearing the entire space in mere minutes. Exiting, she spotted Bufeng and Xiaowei amidst a sea of corpses. "Let us go," Yin An declared, recalling Bufeng into the spatial realm as she swiftly evacuated with Xiaowei. Chapter 92. Seizing resources at this moment, at the entrance of the Wanjin mine, Huangxiang stood impatiently, shouting loudly, "Song Wenjing, are you playing me for a fool? You said you were surrounded, yet there isn't a soul in sight." The mine had been opened, and amidst the crowd, Song Wenjing responded softly, "I don't know where they went. You all must cover our retreat quickly. You promised me 50% of the resources. Don't dawdle. Not a single fraction less will suffice." As they spoke, Huangxiang followed Song Wenjing into the mine. Just then, Huangxiang's walkie-talkie crackled to life, a man's panicked voice breaking through the static. "Xiangge, it's over. Xiangge, help me. Xiangge, all the brothers are dead. I'm so scared." Huangxiang's brows furrowed deeply, suspicion filling his small, narrow eyes. "What the hell are you talking about? What happened?" The man on the other end stammered, "The Taitu gang. They set a trap. Their men came and took all our stuff." Hearing this, Song Wenjing turned to Huangxiang, meeting his dangerous gaze. A frown creased Song Wenjing's brow. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he retreated a few steps, lowering his voice. "Huangxiang, I swear I did nothing." Yet Huangxiang was deaf to his words, drawing a knife with a fierce expression. The men behind him also brandished their weapons. Huangxiang sneered, "Song Wenjing, You really are something. I decided to cooperate with you because you possess some skills, yet you dare to deceive me? Do you even know who my cousin is? The man's pleading voice on the walkie-talkie continued unabated. Shut up, you useless fool. Be quiet. Huang Xiang tossed aside the walkie-talkie, glaring fiercely at Song Wenjing. Return my resources to me, and all of yours as well, or none of you will walk away. Song Wenjing immediately thought of Yin An's beautiful yet perilous eyes, and her words echoed in his mind. Perhaps you should consider why I haven't killed you. He seemed to grasp something, though uncertainty lingered, and he could only helplessly say, Huang Xiang, let me speak with him. I need to clarify some details. Think rationally. My brothers are all in the Wanji mine. Where can I possibly steal your resources? Think carefully. I think you're insane. Huang Xiang roared. They stole our resources. With that, everyone surged forward. The crowd outside, hearing the commotion, rushed in as well. Seeing he could not persuade Huang Xiang, Song Wenjing prepared for a direct confrontation. His extraordinary abilities would grant him temporary immunity to all powers. Swiftly, he seized Huang Xiang, firmly gripping his neck, stating each word with conviction. I dare anyone to make a move. Huang Xiang, use your brain and think clearly. I am being framed. Huang Xiang was pinned down, his eyes narrowed with cold detachment. His small, bean-like eyes revealed no emotion as he stated, Song Wenjing, my resources are gone. Who stole them matters not. What matters is that I will take yours. Upon hearing this, Song Wenjing abandoned any hope of negotiation. He let out a low laugh, then kicked Huang Xiang several meters away, his eyes icy with resolve. Kill them all. Yes, Brother Wen. The members of the Taitu gang surged forward. The crowd behind Huang Xiang rushed in as well. In the confined space of the mine, hundreds of men were soon engulfed in chaos. Chapter 93. Where is your captain? Roar, roar, ugh. 5 kilometers away from the Wanjin mine. The national base's main force is engaged in a fierce battle against a horde of zombies. Rows of soldiers stand at the back with their firearms, firing into the masses of undead, while the front line consists of the superpowered individuals clearing the path. How long until we can eliminate this wave? Liu Qing's voice was chilling. His deputy, unable to meet his gaze, bowed his head respectfully and reported, Commander, it will take at least 10 minutes. We are in a hurry, and many vehicles have been trapped by the zombie horde. Without clearing this wave, we cannot advance. Liu Qing surveyed the endless tide of zombies, his expression darkening. There was no time to waste. He seized a long knife, forcefully pushed open the car door, and swiftly dispatched several mutated zombies that lunged at him. He then addressed the fastest clearing team, Winter Team, along with the top 5 external squads. Follow me. The deputy immediately understood Liu Qing's intention, his heart tightening. Commander, I will lead the charge, Liu Qing stated firmly, his powers surging forth as he fixed his gaze on the advancing horde and charged ahead. All the zombies in front lunged toward him. The Winter Team, along with Qi Xian and others, quickly followed suit. Look, Commander Liu is leading the charge, they exclaimed. Was this a forced advance? What urgency compelled Commander Liu to personally lead the way? Was he risking his life amidst such a multitude of zombies? The spectators were astounded. A man from the King S team, standing at 165 meters, scoffed. Isn't it urgent? I bet the captain of the Nanxing team is in trouble, and the commander is anxious. His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, carried to the nearby resting superpowered individuals and soldiers. They turned to him. Wang Quan, are you sure? We haven't received any specific notifications about what is happening. A female member of a superpowered team questioned. Wang Quan, brimming with confidence, replied, I can guess. All the superpowered teams dispatched this time are among the top ranks of the base. Yet the Nanxing team from the Special Operations Zone is missing. Just now, Commander Liu spoke into the intercom and immediately turned us around. Isn't that clearly for the Nanxing team? His reasoning seemed sound. Yet the others chose not to engage further. Nevertheless, Wang Quan, seemingly unable to keep quiet, continued, I've said it before, what capabilities do women possess? If they lack talent, then they're just a burden, making us travel all the way to the Wanjin mine in the dead of night for her. Slap! A resounding slap echoed. Wang Quan, stunned, clutched his left cheek and stared at the girl standing before him, shouting, You hit me? With her hands on her hips. The girl coldly retorted, You slander women. so I will strike you. Fury surged within Wang Quan, and he rolled up his sleeves to retaliate. Slap! In the next moment, his punch swung wide, and his right cheek was met with another resounding slap, knocking him to the ground. Captain of the bear team, Liu Xiaomei. Remember my name. If I hear you slandering women again, I will ruin you, Liu Xiaomei declared, pressing Wang Quan's head down with each word. She stood up, brushing her hands. Behind her stood her 4 teammates, a woman and 3 men, all exuding an intimidating presence. Meanwhile, Wang Quan's teammates were engaged in the battle against the zombies, leaving him isolated and embarrassed as he scrambled to his feet, cradling his head. Not daring to utter another word, Wang Quan turned to leave. Wait. Liu Xiaomei blocked his path with a stick, raising an eyebrow. If the captain of the Nanqing team is not as you claim, you will kneel and apologize to her. Do you understand? Wang Quan's nostrils flared in indignation as he suppressed his urge to curse, gritting his teeth. I will not be wrong. Just wait and see. What a farce. How could he, Wang Quan, possibly be mistaken? A team led by a woman could never enter the special operations zone. Not to mention that 3 members of the Nanqing team were female. After Wang Quan stormed off, a teammate of Liu Xiaomei inquired, Captain, do you know the captain of the Nanqing team well? Liu Xiaomei shook her head, her expression calm. No, I do not know them at all, but I believe in the fairness of the base. Moreover, she gestured toward the horde of zombies and the countless superpowered individuals fighting valiantly. Why shouldn't women be capable? Next batch of superpowered individuals, rotate. With the soldier's command, Liu Xiaomei and her team seized their weapons and joined the fray, while the front line of superpowered individuals retreated, covered in blood and exhausted of energy. As they reached the convoy, they drank deeply from their water supplies. Look over there. Is that Commander Liu clearing the path? That area has the most zombies. The resting superpowered individuals turned their attention to Liu Qi's position. They observed the zombies, dragging their battered bodies, surrounding Liu Qi and his team with gaping, foul mouths.